In the midst of the apocalypse, Zhu Ning, a leader in the fight against zombies, has traversed into a desolate world. In this realm, 80% of the land lies contaminated, and humanity is classified into 5 tiers, with Zhu Ning relegated to the lowest, a mere 5th-tier citizena hapless outcast. Penniless and destitute, she is compelled to take on the role of a sanitation worker, sweeping away refuse. It is said that in this wasteland, garbage collection is lucrative and uncomplicated, a veritable dream job. However, the reality of this trash-collecting endeavor proves to be far removed from her initial understanding. Upon entering the long-lost limelight, she encounters a fish-headed merman, briefcase in hand. In a trendy hotpot restaurant, she discovers that the establishment has a penchant for cannibalism. In a haunted house, the furniture comes alive at midnight, pursuing its owner. Even the aquarium, which should ideally be a haven of warmth, harbors merfolk demanding reproduction, blood-sucking mechanical jellyfish, and enigmatic transparent creatures. A visit to the dentist's office results in a rain of teeth from above. Moreover, the sanitation company seems to be hiding a significant secret, with artificial intelligence lurking as a potential puppet master. The pharmaceutical company exudes malevolence. Zhu Ning finds herself inexplicably embroiled in conflicts, where a single misstep could lead to her demise. In this wasteland, everyone possesses a multitude of watchful eyes. Zhu Ning ponders, is the cosmos toying with her fate? 1. A new job. Zhu Ning awakens to a series of insistent knocks at her door. Open up. Stop pretending, I know you're home. Her first instinct is to reach for the knife beneath her pillow, only to realize that she is no longer in the world of the apocalypse. Just 10 days prior, she was amidst a zombie battle, poised at her mission site when the countdown of a bomb echoed behind her. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With a thunderous boom, the bomb detonated, and Zhu Ning found herself weightless, awakening in a derelict refuse shelter beneath a rain of acidic droplets, the sky a morose yellow. A shard of metal was lodged in her abdomen, blood streaming profusely. Driven by the instinct to survive, she summoned every ounce of strength to crawl to a vending machine for medical supplies, purchasing a potent healing serum with her entire fortune. After staunching the bleeding, she retraced her steps homeward, guided by the remnants of the original occupants' memories. This wasteland, where 80% of the land is tainted, forces humanity to seek refuge behind towering walls to shield themselves from the monsters outside. At least there are walls to offer some semblance of safety. In her former world, overrun by zombies, each day was a struggle for survival, fraught with uncertainty about witnessing the dawn of another day. The technological advancements of this wasteland are astounding, featuring powerful healing serums, gene enhancers, and nutritional supplements. There's even a system. Upon regaining consciousness, she inadvertently bound herself to a purification system. Having possessed nothing in her previous life, she initially believed she had been granted a second chance, poring over the system panel repeatedly. Name: Zhu Ning. Age: 19. Education: Bachelor's in Mechanical Engineering. Status: 5th-tier citizen. Talent: unknown. Mutation direction: unknown. Mutation degree: unknown. Physical strength: unenhanced. Mental value: 100. Average human value: 20. The subsequent fields were all gray, requiring manual activation. Beyond her high mental value, there was nothing remarkable. In other words, she was faced with a brand new panel, devoid of any starter perks. The system promptly issued her main quest: purify the contaminated land and rebuild humanity's home. What? Why not just send her to her demise directly? As the adage goes, one should not aim too high when confronted with an insurmountable task. One simply wishes to resign to apathy. Zhu Ning felt no will to survive, even questioning the authenticity of this world, dismissing the system as mere nonsense. Let it all perish, she thought, let it be. For the past 10 days, Zhu Ning had reclined in a state of lethargy, rarely venturing outside and subsisting solely on nutritional supplements. Unfortunately, reality seemed unwilling to allow her such complacency. Zhu Ning, open the door. The impatient voice at the entrance demanded, if you don't open up, I'll force my way in. With a sense of resignation, Zhu Ning rose to answer the door, revealing a diminutive elderly woman, barely 5 feet tall, afflicted by dwarfism. This was Miss Wei, the building manager. With her cane, Miss Wei rapped sharply on the ground. Rent. Rent? In this dilapidated place, one still had to pay rent? How much? Zhu Ning inquired. Miss Wei cast her a peculiar glance. 12 months' rent. 24,000. What? Zhu Ning questioned, suspecting a miscommunication. Her entire fortune barely amounted to $700 new. 24,000, Miss Wei reiterated. Zhu Ning gasped in this accursed wasteland. Was the rental agreement truly 1 month's deposit and 12 months' rent? If you're not renting, then move out, there are others who will, Miss Wei insisted, her cane tapping on the floor, her shadowy gaze fixed on Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning suddenly recalled that her predecessor had lived here for 5 years. How could she have forgotten her rental obligations? Fine, Zhu Ning conceded. Could you grant me an extension of 2 days? Only until the end of the month, Miss Wei replied. Have you lost your mind again? Again? Had she been deemed insane before? From the fragments of their conversation, Zhu Ning gleaned that her predecessor had a reputation for mental instability, a common knowledge, not a secret. Her amnesia regarding the rent seemed to be perceived as entirely normal. Zhu Ning decided to play the part of a madwoman. Yes, I've been having headaches lately. Miss Wei accepted this explanation, refraining from further inquiry. I promise I'll pay the rent by the end of the month. Please don't show the apartment to anyone yet. Zhu Ning realized she was still in the dark about many aspects of her predecessor's life. Being evicted would leave her homeless. Miss Wei cast her a knowing look. Just don't turn my apartment into a haunted house. Zhu Ning furrowed her brow, recalling that day when she had stumbled home, drenched in blood, and inadvertently bumped into Miss Wei. To her, Zhu Ning might have appeared as if she had attempted suicide. Before leaving, Miss Wei added, "Take care of the payment notices at the door." Payment notices? Zhu Ning peered outside, where various bills were plastered: water and electricity fees, property management fees, taxes. As she tore down the thick stack of notices, she quickly calculated that she owed approximately $8,000 in various fees. Adding that to the $24,000 rent and her future expenses felt like an insurmountable burden. Starting off with debts, the thought of dying and living anew was tempting. Clutching the payment notices, Zhu Ning retreated inside. After so much time of evasion, she had long ceased to ponder her main quest. Avoidance, though shameful, proved useful, as the system had not issued any further notifications for days. Seated before her computer, an oversized relic by the standards of her previous era, now merely an antique in this age, Zhu Ning found it straightforward to navigate, despite its outdated nature. She accessed a job recruitment website. Given her extensive work experience, she was certain there would be numerous quick-paying gigs available. If worst came to worst, she could always revert to her old profession. The job listings were a hodgepodge of opportunities. Some positions were beyond her comprehension. As she scrolled through thousands of job openings, a glimmer of optimism sparked within her. One listing sought mercenaries, and Zhu Ning's eyes lit up. She nearly proposed herself on the spot. I am a professional. Choose me. Minimal tasks, swift execution, guaranteed satisfaction for employers. However, upon clicking, a pop-up informed her that the hard requirement was a third-tier citizen status. Damn it! She had hit a wall with her citizen tier. In this wasteland, every citizen undergoes a genetic screening at birth, determining their classification. Unfortunately, Zhu Ning had failed the screening, categorizing her as a defective product, a fifth-tier citizen. She then noticed a filtering option in the upper right corner, allowing the site to automatically sift through suitable positions. After inputting her personal details, citizen tier, and educational background, she clicked to filter for job matches. With a refreshing swipe, hundreds of job postings vanished, leaving her with a solitary page. Zhu Ning. On this page, 10 positions prioritized male candidates. This absurd world even practiced discrimination. Only 6 roles remained suitable for her, all in caregiving, maintenance, or nannying. As she perused the listings, one caught her eye: 3 hours for $5,000 plus commission. This was a sanitation worker position. Zhu Ning scrutinized the brief details. The job entailed cleaning garbage, rewarding $5,000 for a mere 3 hours of work, with commissions awarded based on performance. The site calculated an average salary of $25,000. What sort of refuse was she expected to clean to earn that? Was it for collecting corpses? An average salary of $25,000, with no restrictions on age, gender, education, or citizenship status. It felt like a trap for naive applicants. Federal law mandates that recruitment information must be truthful. Misrepresentation leads to imprisonment. Perhaps she could try her hand at corpse collection. Zhu Ning clicked the application button. With a flourish, colorful fireworks erupted on the website, proclaiming her successful application. With another burst, she received a notification of her acceptance into the company. Zhu Ning. Accepted on the spot? No interview required? 100% acceptance rate. Were they afraid of applicant remorse? Yet, it was too late for her to have second thoughts, as her inbox chimed with a new email. She had received her job offer. Her start time was set for 6:30 in the evening, with the job location near the incinerator in District 103, the company named the 103 District Cleaning Center. Upon seeing the company name, Zhu Ning paused. This was no fly-by-night operation. Following the navigation, she approached the cleaning company's entrance, where there was no security check, only a robot to guide her. The robot pressed the button for the 49th floor. The building soared 360 stories high, reaching for the heavens.
Ding!
As the elevator doors opened, Zhu Ning was taken aback by the sight that greeted her. A chaotic scene lay before her. The hall was bustling with noise, each desk piled high with mountains of documents. The employee closest to Zhu Ning was fuming. "Don't give me the runaround, just tell me if it can be done." Two others were embroiled in a heated argument, their faces flushed. "What is my fault? Is it my responsibility that the approval documents haven't come through? Can we speak rationally here? Which fool initiated the A-level program? Why should I take the blame for you?" It hardly resembled a cleaning center. It felt more like a securities firm. A woman in a professional suit noticed her. The woman had her hair elegantly pinned up and exquisite features, appearing to be an assistant. She hurried over with an apologetic demeanor. "I'm so sorry, there are quite a few people here." "It's all right."
Zhu Ning, right?
The assistant glanced down at her tablet, speaking gently. "I'm Fong Ning, the center's assistant. Don't worry, your first day isn't too challenging. Just follow the instructions and you'll manage." As Fong Ning led Zhu Ning onward, she spoke rapidly. "The probation period lasts only a day. If you pass, you will be confirmed the next day." Zhu Ning sensed a pressing need for employees. Akin to the speed of the job offers, it was all rather swift. Fong Ning guided her into a meeting room. "Let me introduce the salary structure. The base salary is 5,000 Singapore dollars. You only need to work 3 hours, and for every additional hour, the salary increases by $1,000. Commissions are calculated per item, with varying prices based on different levels. Essentially, you could earn over 10,000. Zhu Ning was momentarily overwhelmed by the barrage of figures. They were substantial indeed. However, based on Zhu Ning's experience, introducing the salary before discussing job responsibilities often indicated that the work would be quite demanding. Zhu Ning inquired, "What are the job responsibilities?" Fong Ning, who had spoken with the speed of a machine gun, suddenly fell silent. She ceased smiling and fixed Zhu Ning with an intensely serious gaze, making Zhu Ning feel somewhat anxious. "Is it difficult? What am I up against?" In a lowered voice, Fong Ning asked gravely, "Miss Zhu, are you afraid of monsters?"
Huh?
"Is that all?" Zhu Ning replied, "Not particularly." To be honest, she had seen her fair share. In the apocalyptic world originally envisioned by Zhu Ning, all human cities have been breached, with hordes of zombies ambling about at the gates. Are you curious to encounter fresh monsters? Simply step outside. And you can get up close and personal. Fong Ying's expression was quite telling. She seemed taken aback by this response, her demeanor momentarily peculiar. Did the newcomer possess such audacity? She had intended to follow protocol. Delivering an elaborate explanation of what monsters are, accompanied by videos and data presentations, listeners might feel overwhelmed, perplexed, or terrified, and Fong Ying would also be responsible for soothing their anxiety. However, Zhu Ning exhibited none of that. Her composure in discussing monsters was akin to casually chatting about wholesale cabbages at the doorstep. Fong Ning fell silent for a couple of seconds, resuming the process. "Are you afraid of corpses?" Zhu Ning conservatively replied, "Not particularly." She had encountered countless corpses before, human, zombie, and others of indeterminate origin. Seeing a corpse felt as mundane as spotting a street lamp. Fong Ning paused, realizing that Zhu Ning was indeed a chosen one. Regardless of her abilities, she was undeniably bold. Having already been vetted, Fong Ning merely proceeded with the routine. "Being brave is commendable. You can start working now," Fong Ning stated. Zhu Ning, surprised, asked, "Is it really that simple?" She had anticipated some form of trial. "Technically, our work isn't very difficult. The only requirement is to be courageous, unafraid of blood or disgust, with high stress tolerance and good mental health." Zhu Ning hesitated before quietly inquiring, "Are we collecting corpses?" Fong Ning replied, "You could say that. You will be cleaning up the scene." Indeed, the inquiries about her fear of monsters and corpses indicated that she would be dealing directly with such entities. Zhu Ning deduced that First, this world harbored some mysterious monsters, the specifics of which she need not comprehend. Second, the corpses of these monsters required designated personnel for containment. The job didn't seem arduous, and the absence of an interview suggested it belonged to the logistical division. Such roles typically do not involve direct confrontation. One merely trails behind the main forces to pick up the remnants. Having lived on the brink of death in her past life, this job seemed exceedingly simple for her. Is it really that hard to find people for such a high salary? Zhu Ning inquired. $5,000 for 3 hours of work translates to a daily wage exceeding 10,000, according to the website's calculations. In a wasteland where many jobs have been supplanted by robots, this position would surely attract a frenzy of applicants. Fong Ning sighed, explaining that individuals with the requisite qualifications were few. Most could not endure the demands. The longest-serving employee had only lasted 8.5 years, with many transitioning to other careers after just 3 months. Why is that? Zhu Ning asked. Fong Ying's expression turned pained. Prolonged exposure often led to madness, which is why they were perpetually hiring. Madness? Zhu Ning echoed. Yes, Fong Ying replied with a bitter smile. Most people simply can't handle it, but we monitor our employees' well-being. When someone reaches their limit, the center intervenes. Rest assured, we do not force anyone to work, should injuries occur. We handle the treatment, and even after leaving, there will be monthly compensation. This revelation, though harsh, bore a semblance of warmth from the organization. Our probation period is only 1 day. If you can endure a single day, that will suffice, Fong Ning stated. Zhu Ning then asked about the robots. It sounded as though there were some form of mental domain. If humans could be affected, robots should be unaffected. They short-circuit, Fong Ning responded. Zhu Ning was puzzled. Fong Ning continued, I cannot disclose too much. Experiencing it firsthand surpasses any explanation. To be candid, they were in urgent need of newcomers, but the work bore a degree of confidentiality. Hence my need to clarify everything. She slid a stack of contracts across the table. Zhu Ning glanced at them. The non-disclosure agreement listed no specific terms, merely stipulating her obligation to keep what she witnessed confidential. One contract was a probationary agreement that protected her basic rights, while the other was a lengthy safety protocol spanning 20 pages. Zhu Ning scrutinized it carefully, noting several concerning clauses. Article 11. Any casualties occurring during work shall be fully the responsibility of the Federal Cleaning Center, with triple compensation as per Clause 15. Article 35. Those left with lifelong disabilities shall be supported by the Federation for Life. This safety agreement contained alarming terminology regarding casualties. Did it dangerous? Zhu Ning asked. Yes, but the probability is low. You typically won't encounter much, Fong Ning replied. Generally, by the time cleaners enter, the area has already been sanitized. After all, they were not the frontline forces. The danger lay with those at the forefront. In summary, this was the least perilous role amidst hazardous occupations, perfectly suited for Zhu Ning, who preferred a life of leisure. After reading through all the terms, she decisively signed. Regardless of the job, work was work. She preferred a high salary that allowed her to earn a month's worth in a day and then lounge for the remaining 29. Fong Ying's wristband chimed. Someone was seeking her. Your work location today is in the A7 sewer. Someone will escort you shortly. Fong Ning made some adjustments on her screen. We operate on a prepaid basis. Your salary for today will be transferred to you now, while commissions will be settled after your shift. Ding! Zhu Ning's wrist flashed as $5,000 appeared. Is this really how quickly one gets paid? She thought, feeling as though she had come merely to collect money. Zhu Ning underwent an hour of basic employee training, informally dubbed 0 to basic. Learned to clean up in 1 hour. The training time counted as work hours, rendering the video particularly appealing. Zhu Ning paid close attention, aware that the job held some dangers. Thus, she could not afford to be negligent. The instructional video depicted corpses reduced to bloody masses. It was nearly impossible to discern what kind of monsters they had been, only that the official term was contaminants. Zhu Ning committed every step to memory. The task involved collecting corpses and cleaning the battlefield, which she found quite simple. After the video, someone led her to change into work attire. To her surprise, changing clothes proved to be the most time-consuming part, taking a full 20 minutes. The uniform resembled motorcycle gear, jet black, made of a leather-like material, and included a matching helmet. Had she stolen a motorcycle, she would have blended seamlessly. Pressing a button on her chest would inflate the suit, providing cushioning against monster impacts and even supplying oxygen in extreme environments. Once inflated, it bore a closer resemblance to a spacesuit. Recalling the first rule of the cleaners, do not expose skin, Zhu Ning clutched the helmet without wearing it. In front of her stood two colleagues from the corpse-collecting squad, the cleaning squad, who typically operated in teams of 3. Often incorporating a newcomer, Su Meng. After exchanging names, Su Meng handed Zhu Ning a gun for self-defense. The weapon was not activated but served as a good luck charm. Zhu Ning examined the gun. Noting that the chamber was empty, air rounds, Li Nianchuan explained. When fired, it instantly encapsulates air to form a projectile with decent lethality. Don't worry if you don't know how to shoot. It's rarely needed. Today, you'll be learning the entire cleaning process. Zhu Ning chose not to contradict his assumption of her proficiency with firearms and secured it at her lower back. Finally, Li Nianchuan handed her a cleaning backpack, the very tool she had seen in the training video for garbage collection. Let's go? Su Meng, the team leader, said, I'll take you to clean up. The work location was supposedly a sewer. They were transported in a dedicated vehicle, which obscured the outside view. Zhu Ning, unfamiliar with her surroundings, could not discern their destination, only noting that approximately an hour had passed. When they finally stopped, it was around 8 in the evening. The sky had darkened, and the wasteland was illuminated by 2 large floodlights. Instantly brightening the area, staff erected a perimeter, with robots maintaining order. As they entered, a team of individuals was emerging. Their uniforms were markedly different, resembling soft armor, if Zhu Ning was clad in motorcycle gear. They donned something akin to Iron Man suits, having survived the brink of death in her previous life. Zhu Ning immediately recognized that these individuals were extraordinary, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace. This must be the rumored vanguard unit. Su Meng halted at the sight of the armored soldiers, yielding the way. Evidently, these armored figures were of a higher rank, obliging the cleaners to step aside. And Zhu Ning could do nothing but pause. Unfortunately, the armored soldiers passed without so much as a greeting, striding past them indifferently. One individual scoffed as he walked by. Weaklings, Li Nianchuan seemed ready to confront him. But Su Meng restrained his arm, releasing it only after the armored soldiers had moved on. Su Meng had grown accustomed to such encounters, while Li Nianchuan appeared visibly disgruntled. Why did you pull me back? He questioned. The trio, equipped with helmets, shared a communication channel, prompting Zhu Ning to ask, who are they? Monster hunters, specializing in eliminating contaminants. Su Meng responded coolly, showcasing her proficiency as a captain. Li Nianchuan scoffed, with all their high-tech gear and combat packs. Anyone could do the job. In this advanced technological era, humanity had become increasingly reliant on technology. With artificial intelligence and high-lethality weaponry at play, soldiers had essentially become pawns. Zhu Ning, intrigued, asked, why didn't you become a monster hunter? Li Nianchuan sighed. My mental level isn't sufficient. I could easily be contaminated. Zhu Ning nodded, realizing that there were prerequisites. Those with high mental levels fought the monsters, while those lacking such qualifications remained behind to clean up. Li Nianchuan seemed slightly embarrassed, yet insisted. But we still contain the contaminants. Without us, they would be finished. Zhu Ning casually echoed. Yes, we're the best. Li Nianchuan shot her a sidelong glance. Do you aspire to be a monster hunter? Most people viewed the hunters as cool figures, while seeing garbage collection as a lowly, tedious endeavor. Zhu Ning decisively declined, stating, I don't want to. What a joke. After battling zombies for a lifetime, I've come here to be a slacker. Li Nianchuan was taken aback by Zhu Ning's abrupt response. He patted her shoulder, remarking, good colleagues like you, who possess a sense of professional honor, are rare. Zhu Ning replied, of course, I immediately saw the merits of our work. High pay, minimal tasks, and no danger. A dream job. Su Meng interjected, let us focus on the task at hand. Li Nianchuan has a report to make. Li Nianchuan promptly concealed his playful demeanor and began reciting the data. E-level mission. Contaminated area of 2,500 cubic meters, with a pollution level ranging from 30 to 55%, and a total of 16 pollutants, all of which are deceased. Zhu Ning listened intently, grasping only the figures. The concept eluded her, as it was difficult to explain. Su Meng suggested, you'll understand better once you experience it firsthand. With familiarity gained after a couple of attempts, Zhu Ning would soon comprehend these statistics. She descended first. As Zhu Ning commanded, "I heard from Fangning that you are quite bold. It's perfect for you to familiarize yourself with the site." Li Nianchuan, suddenly adopting a gentlemanly demeanor upon realizing Zhu Ning was a woman, offered, "Let me handle this." She is still a newcomer. Zhu Ning countered, "No need, I can manage." There was no need for modesty over such a trivial matter. Ahead lay a manhole cover that had been previously excavated by a demon hunter, revealing a large hole. A rope hung nearby, specifically for the use of subsequent cleanup teams. Zhu Ning grasped the rope and leaped downward like a fish, into the profound depths below. As she untangled the rope, it made a faint sound, suggesting that Li Nianchuan and Zhu Ning had also descended. Equipped with night vision helmets, Zhu Ning scanned the area, only to be momentarily stunned, although she had mentally prepared herself. Having watched videos and heeded the advice of her predecessors, and even indulged in a bit of imaginative speculation, the reality before her was far more shocking than she had anticipated. The helmet, equipped with an intelligent locking feature, identified 16 pollutants in the pitch-black sewer, now lacking any semblance of human form. The helmet had a filter, preventing her from smelling the foul stench, yet it was evident that the area should have reeked abominably. Scattered across the ground were shattered pieces of decaying flesh, which she had long since accustomed herself to, given her experience with monster corpses. However, what truly horrified her were the entities upon the bodies. Droplets of blood oozed from the corpses, floating in the air, each varying in shape, some retaining a droplet form, while others had mutated into clawing, bacteria-like figures. The blood droplets slowly drifted upward, gliding like jellyfish and shimmering with a crimson glow. Immersed in the scene, Zhu Ning felt as though she had stepped into an ancient, mysterious cavern. From a certain aesthetic perspective, there was an eerily captivating beauty to it. Recalling the instructional videos, Zhu Ning remembered that once pollutants were eliminated and their life signs extinguished, the spores would not perish. Instead, they would seek out new hosts. Hosts could be humans, plants, animals, or even lifeless objects like walls, tiles, and certain robots. Fawning had mentioned that robots could short-circuit due to the spores contaminating them. Even infiltrating networks, it appeared that these blood droplets were indeed the spores. Spores could not be eradicated, only contained, which was why cleaners were essential for sanitation. In the instructional videos, only a single spore was shown. Now, there were entire spaces filled with them, leaving Zhu Ning profoundly shocked. With a rustle, Zhu Ning and Li Nianchuan landed beside her. Zhu Ning remarked, "You didn't even vomit." It was unusual for a newcomer to remain unaffected. Typically, a normal person's first reaction to such a sight would be one of visceral disgust. Zhu Ning replied, "Should I perform an act of retching? Not vomiting is one thing, but this is genuinely quite repulsive." Li Nianchuan grimaced as he landed. "Aqueous pollutants are particularly troublesome." "What is the issue with aqueous pollutants?" Zhu Ning inquired. Zhu Ning explained, "They have a high moisture content, making the spores more active." Indeed, Zhu Ning observed that the blood droplets were floating at a noticeably faster pace than those in the instructional video. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as an iron plate sealed the entrance above, plunging them into darkness. They had blocked the entryway, and no need to fear, Zhu Ning reassured. It's standard procedure to prevent the spores from spilling out. The entrance will automatically open once we finish our work. Zhu Ning understood, yet being trapped in a confined sewer felt quite uncomfortable. She shifted her neck. Zhu Ning continued, "This E-level mission poses no significant challenge, and the pollution concentration is low. We'll complete it swiftly. The spores' floating speed is limited, and the pollutants have only recently perished, hindering rapid dispersion. The contaminated area Li Nianchuan previously mentioned is 2,500 cubic meters, roughly the size of a standard swimming pool. This area's data is imprecise. The given figures vastly exceed the actual contaminated space, which is measured in units of 2,500 cubic meters. In essence, this area encompasses 1 or 2 swimming pools, and so forth." Zhu Ning found the work quite intriguing. She had only ever fought monsters and had never engaged in such meticulous logistical tasks. "Be cautious," Zhu Ning advised. "Avoid being contaminated by the spores. Spores can easily parasitize upon contact with skin, necessitating their protective suits to be tightly fitted." As a newcomer, it was crucial for Zhu Ning to perform well on her first day of spore containment to avoid an unfortunate mishap. Zhu Ning demonstrated, carefully extracting a straw-like device from the cleaning kit, gently tapping it against a floating blood droplet. With a soft sound, The droplet was absorbed into the transparent straw, the back end of the straw connected to a clear container. Where the droplet settled at the bottom, for every 10 droplets collected, they would automatically coalesce into a cube the size of a mung bean. The entire process would be immensely satisfying for those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Zhu Ning proceeded slowly. As haste was not an option, this was a delicate task. Zhu Ning found an inappropriate metaphor springing to mind, likening them to a trio of cotton pickers. The workflow involved first containing the spores, then clearing away the corpses and addressing the soil, water sources, stones, etc. that had been tainted by the blood. Finally, they would cleanse the contaminated area to ensure no spores were overlooked. It truly resembled garbage collection. Zhu Ning joined the makeshift cotton-picking team, using the straw to touch the spores. As each spore was contained, a sound resonated in her mind. System. Primary pollutant, purification value 1. Purification value. What was this purification value? Zhu Ning attempted again, and with each spore contained, the voice echoed in her mind. Regardless of its purpose, she thought, who doesn't he enjoy reaping rewards? Zhu Ning's movements quickened, accumulating a purification value of 45. She inquired, how long do we need to collect them? About an hour. Li Nianchuan replied. Garbage collection was a physically demanding task, lacking excitement or danger, relying solely on endurance. Zhu Ning found the process quite therapeutic. Zhu Ning added, if you feel overwhelmed, you can request a break. Overwhelmed? Zhu Ning echoed. Zhu Ning explained, our suits cannot completely shield against contaminants. They merely ensure you won't be parasitized by the spores. But the mental contamination is much harder to guard against. Zhu Ning's hand trembled as she collected the spores, finding them increasingly unappealing. The spores emitted pollution continuously. Even with physical barriers, mental effects could not be entirely blocked. What does mental contamination feel like? Zhu Ning asked. Zhu Ning replied, mild symptoms include nausea, nightmares, and fatigue. Moderate symptoms can lead to insanity. We once had a colleague who believed he was a two-headed pink lotus. Zhu Ning was taken aback. Is the sacrifice that great? Zhu Ning continued. In more severe cases, individuals may become aggressive or, if influenced deeply, may venerate malevolent deities or monsters. Some may even resort to self-harm or harm others. There are numerous cases. In simple terms, mental contamination might not result in parasitism, but it could disrupt one's mind, prompting erratic behaviors. Zhu Ning inquired, do you feel any reaction yet? Their primary concern when training newcomers was ensuring they were not contaminated. Zhu Ning carefully assessed her state and cautiously replied, I feel nothing. She genuinely felt nothing. Zhu Ning glanced at her, sensing something unusual. I can't go on, Li Nianchuan eventually admitted, perspiring profusely. Zhu Ning, noticing the strain in his voice, asked, what do you mean by that? Just keep your distance. The closer you are, the more you're affected by the contamination. Generally, pollutants become undetectable at a distance of 1,000 meters. This made sense. Contamination had its limits. Otherwise, the spores could never be eradicated. Continuous, limitless radiation would mean the entire world could be tainted. Zhu Ning suggested, Zhu Ning, come along. Zhu Ning hesitated to say she was fine, but Zhu Ning gestured for her to keep an eye on Li Nianchuan. With only about 1/5 of the spores remaining, Zhu Ning could manage alone. Zhu Ning set down her tools and followed Li Nianchuan deeper into the sewer. They were in a section of the Federation's sewers, specifically District 103, which served as a garbage dump for the entire Federation. The sewer system was intricate, and Li Nianchuan led Zhu Ning further into its depths, relying solely on the night vision capabilities of their helmets for illumination. Li Nianchuan ventured deeper, oblivious to the fact that onlookers might assume he was being lured away for sinister purposes. Perhaps out of caution, he walked a full 2,000 meters before finally pausing. Removing his helmet, he inhaled deeply, feeling as though he were suffocating. His complexion was ashen, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, giving him the appearance of a person unwell. Zhu Ning, unaffected by the contaminated spores, refrained from removing her helmet, inquiring, are you all right? Li Nianchuan cursed under his breath, a headache plaguing him. Zhu Ning had discerned upon their initial meeting that Li Nianchuan had a rather impatient temperament, but he now seemed markedly more irritable. Was this the result of psychological contamination? Zhu Ning regarded him warily and suggested, would you like to put your helmet back on? The operational guidelines stipulated that skin should not be exposed. and instructional videos advised against removing helmets unless absolutely necessary. Li Nianchuan's behavior seemed to suggest he was less experienced than she. "I can't breathe with it on," he replied, struggling for air. In fact, he felt as though he were on the verge of asphyxiation. How could being outside for fresh air only exacerbate his struggle? His eyes began to redden, indicating a rise in ocular pressure that threatened to rupture the capillaries. Blood vessels gradually appearing around his eyes. Yet, he only felt a slight itch, vigorously rubbing his eyes. Zhu Ning took a cautious step back, discreetly reaching for her firearm. She was unable to ascertain whether Li Nianchuan had been infected. Should she report to the team leader? The manual indicated that any suspected symptoms of contamination should be promptly reported to a superior, and if necessary, the mission should be aborted. "No need," Li Nianchuan dismissed. "I just need a moment to recover. We still have work to do." His words suggested a semblance of sanity, yet Zhu Ning did not lower her weapon. She realized that the only true danger lay with her own teammate. The second guideline in the manual warned, "Always be mindful of your companions." The wisdom of experience was indeed reliable. Zhu Ning kept her gaze fixed on Li Nianchuan, deliberating whether to report her concerns. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught her attention. Zhu Ning furrowed her brow. "What is that?" The noise grew louder, emanating from a distance. "Did you hear that?" she asked. "What?" Li Nianchuan, still rubbing his eyes, appeared dazed. Zhu Ning reacted swiftly, drawing her gun and aiming it into the darkness. The sight of her weapon startled Li Nianchuan, momentarily clearing his foggy mind. "What are you doing?" "Put the gun down. I'm not contaminated," realizing that Zhu Ning suspected him of being infected. He began to doubt her as well. The guidelines stipulated that all firearms were restricted to prevent potential violence among the cleaners. Unless authorized by a superior, they were rendered inoperable. Li Nianchuan's brow furrowed as he noticed Zhu Ning's steady grip on her weapon. "Can you please lower your gun and talk?" he urged. Zhu Ning, still staring into the shadows, addressed the public channel. "Captain Su Meng, I request to unlock weapon permissions." There was no immediate response from Su Meng. Leaving Zhu Ning uncertain whether he had heard her or was deliberating, Li Nianchuan, aware of the situation, thought how reckless she was being. In this tunnel, it was just the two of them. He didn't want her first day on the job to end in chaos. "Can you please calm down?" Zhu Ning remained undeterred, repeating, "I request to unlock weapon permissions." With unwavering focus, she activated the flashlight on her wrist. In an instant, the beam illuminated the tunnel 100 meters ahead. The rustling grew louder, and the flashlight's glow revealed an unsettling sight. A man clad in a suit, complete with a red tie and carrying a briefcase. His white shirt was stained, and mud clung to the cuffs of his trousers. At first glance, he resembled a weary office worker returning home. Zhu Ning directed the beam upward. A round spot of light fell upon the man's face. Above the neck, there was nothing but a grotesque fish head. Complete with cold, glistening scales, the fishman's lips formed a peculiar shape, and its bulging eye fixated on Zhu Ning, exuding an unsettling aura despite the absence of a human visage. "Excuse me," the fishman uttered in a bizarre, bubble-like voice. "Is this where the last train on line 1 departs?" "Contaminant." Li Nianchuan's complexion paled, and he hastily donned his helmet. He pressed the distress button, reporting the presence of a living contaminant and requesting immediate assistance. "Damn it," he exclaimed, but his words were cut short as the fishman lunged toward them at an alarming speed. The technical support department of the 103rd District's cleaning center. Technicians were munching on chips while monitoring the screens displaying the interior of the A7 sewer. There had been a prior outbreak of aquatic contamination here, and a hunter had already entered the field an hour ago to handle what was deemed an E-level task. Now, it was the cleaners' turn to operate. The technicians knew that while hunters had to be vigilant, it was the perfect time for the cleaning crew to slack off. Suddenly, one technician froze mid-bite, staring in disbelief at the screen. The contamination levels surged dramatically, forming a small peak. Did the data glitching? He wondered. No. The readings continued to rise. 30, 40, 50, 70. A D-level contamination zone. 0.6 blood-red characters flashed on the screen to D-level. Wasn't it supposed to be E-level? The technician discarded his chips, fingers flying over the keyboard, confirming the results. IT was indeed a D-level contamination zone. Panic set in as he swiftly switched to the sewer footage. Each cleaner's helmet was equipped with cameras for headquarters to monitor the situation. The image was shaky, the flashlight illuminating the depths of the sewer, revealing the fishman, a genuine contaminant. The technician urgently contacted the cleaning team, but as he opened the public channel, a gunshot echoed. Report, there S.A. living contaminant. Requesting immediate assistance. Damn it. Li Nianchuan barely had time to speak before the fishman was upon them. Permission granted to fire. Su Meng's anxious voice crackled through the helmet. With a click, the weapon permissions were activated. In that instant, Zhu Ning did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Li Nianchuan, caught off guard, momentarily froze. The bullet shot forth with precision, striking the fishman squarely in the face, sending it reeling backward for a brief moment. The fishman stood still, and Zhu Ning held her breath. Is it dead? She wondered aloud. The fishman, despite having sustained a devastating head injury, slowly lifted its head, the gaping wound oozing blood. No, the last train is that rasped. Crawling toward them with a grotesque determination, Zhu Ning fired again, and the creature twitched violently, seemingly caught in a nightmarish limbo. Is it dead? Zhu Ning repeated. Li Nianchuan, still reeling from shock, could only stammer, I don't know. Typically, contaminants would be neutralized by the time the cleaners arrived, yet this was his first encounter with a living contaminant. He had merely stepped out for a breath of fresh air, never anticipating the psychological strain he would endure. Zhu Ning observed the convulsing fishman and posed a crucial question. How long after death do they begin to release spores? Li Nianchuan's mind buzzed as the realization struck him. The spores would immediately disperse after the absence of life signs. Meaning he was not yet dead. He swiftly raised the gun he had just lowered, aiming it directly at the corpse of the fishman, which showed no signs of contamination, no spores at all. The fishman was dead, yet not entirely so. Zhu Ning, a complete novice on her very first day of work, had encountered this dire situation just half an hour into her cheerful cotton picking. Zhu Ning wished to be a carefree bystander, not to confront a genuine monster. Seeking guidance from her senior, Zhu Ning inquired about the appropriate course of action in such a predicament. Li Nianchuan replied, wait for rescue. Zhu Ning fell silent. He too felt a wave of frustration. Firstly, the probability of their situation was exceedingly low. In his year and a half of experience, he had never heard of a case where a monster was left behind after a sweep by a hunter. Secondly, they were not equipped like the hunters, and acting recklessly could lead to their demise. All protocols mandated that they remain put. Has the distress signal been sent? Zhu Ning asked, noting that waiting for rescue required someone to know their location. I sent the signal as soon as the fishman appeared, Li Nianchuan replied, but there was no response. He tried to assume the role of a senior and calm Zhu Ning's nerves, reiterating that the signal had been sent. And they merely needed patience. With a sigh, he lamented, it's all my fault. If I hadn't come out for some air, you wouldn't have gotten involved. Zhu Ning shot him a glance, dismissing idle talk as a waste of time. Have you noticed anything amiss? She queried. Li Nianchuan had already observed that Zhu Ning appeared to be more perceptive than he was. She had sensed the presence of contamination a full minute before him. Akin to a human radar, her words nearly set him off. He feared there might be new contaminants. What's wrong? He asked. Zhu Ning replied, Su Meng hasn't contacted us at all. When the fishman first emerged, Zhu Ning had only heard their captain's command to lower weapons, after which Su Meng's voice vanished. Their channel was public, and as captain, Su Meng should have been able to hear everything happening on Zhu Ning's end. While they suspected each other of contamination, Su Meng's silence could have been a deliberate assessment, but the continued absence of communication was troubling. Zhu Ning asked, could she have been harmed? Li Nianchuan's face, concealed beneath his helmet, turned pale. Zhu Ning frowned. This indicates the contaminated area has expanded. We are now within the core of the contamination, rendering outsiders unable to enter. The mental pollution has severed our communication channel, preventing Su Meng from reaching U.S. 2 unarmed cleaners. We have no equipment and cannot receive any external information. Speaking rapidly, he took a deep breath and turned to Zhu Ning, uttering his final words. Zhu Ning. We are finished. Zhu Ning, Li Nianchuan, if you can hear me, respond. Su Meng was calling for them, but received no reply. A sudden gunshot echoed as Su Meng was still containing the contaminants. She initially thought one of them had succumbed to mental pollution. And when Zhu Ning drew her weapon for the first time, Su Meng hadn't given it much thought. With contaminants still to be contained, and the spores likely spreading throughout the entire 103 area, Su Meng prioritized the containment of the spores above all else, listening intently for their situation. If this were merely a routine cleanup of an E-level contaminated area, everything should have been under her control. Yet, chaos ensued on their end, accompanied by crackling static on the channel. Zhu Ning sensed something was amiss. Her instincts warned her that this was not a simple E-level task when Li Nianchuan mentioned the presence of contaminants. She understood the gravity of the situation. Zhu Ning might be a novice, but Li Nianchuan was a seasoned employee. Unfortunately, it was too late, as she soon received alarming news from the technical department. A rare misfortune had occurred. The contamination level had been misclassified, not E-level, but D-level. D-level tasks were not overly challenging for hunters, yet for two mere cleaners, the hunters would assume their job was complete and leave. They did not realize that if the contaminated area were likened to a devil's lair, the hunters had merely cleaned the entrance, while the true nest lay within. It would take at least half an hour for the hunters to return. And every second spent in the contaminated area heightened the risk of death, especially for Zhu Ning, who was still inexperienced. Zhu Ning attempted to contact Zhu Ning and Li Nianchuan, but regardless of her inquiries, silence followed. She quickly surmised that with the D-level contamination expanding, mental pollution had severed their communication. Zhu Ning had lost contact with them. Zhu Ning took a deep breath. Could one be this unfortunate? Was it even scientifically plausible? When Fa Ning signed her contract, she assured her that encountering contaminants was rare and posed no danger, merely a low-probability event. During training, the instructional videos did not cover how to combat contaminants, only how to pick cotton, owing to its rarity. When Li Nianchuan handed her the gun, he mentioned that firing it was generally unnecessary, as it was still a low-probability scenario. Now, three improbable events had converged. Zhu Ning had not only encountered a living contaminant, but also found herself clueless on how to eliminate it. In her previous life, she fought zombies. Why had she now been reduced to battling fish? The good news was that Zhu Ning possessed a firearm. A single air bullet could fire 1,000 shots without the worry of running out of ammunition. The bad news was that the gun could not directly kill the contaminants. Zhu Ning attempted to devise a way to save herself and asked, "How do you kill a contaminant?" In the zombie world, the universal rule was a headshot. In the wasteland, there must also be a common principle for dealing with contaminants, or humanity would not have survived this long. Li Nianchuan stood there, despair written on his face. "I don't know." The fishman's corpse lay still, uncertain of what it might mutate into next. Zhu Ning, addressing the bewildered Li Nianchuan, urged, "Find a way." She had no strategy to combat the contaminants, but Li Nianchuan did. For a moment, he could not discern who the true novice was, but Zhu Ning's presence was undeniably commanding. "Don't you aspire to be a hunter? Surely you've studied this." Li Nianchuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He typically shunned acknowledgement of his past aspirations to become a hunter. They had rejected him, relegating him to a cleaner's role. How could Zhu Ning know? Blood trickled from his nose as he suffered from ongoing mental pollution, his thoughts muddled. He began to recall what he had studied during his preparation for the exam. After half a minute, the half-remembered knowledge resurfaced. To eliminate a contaminant, one must locate the source. Zhu Ning queried. The source of contamination. Indeed, Li Nianchuan explained. When a contaminated area emerges, there exists a core source of pollution, typically well hidden and designed to mislead you. Zhu Ning inquired, like a ghost hunting game? Well, you could interpret it that way, Li Nianchuan conceded. The fishman before them was clearly a corpse, yet the absence of spores indicated it was not the source of contamination. Zhu Ning needed to identify the source to survive. What causes the formation of contaminants? She asked. Understanding the origin would facilitate their response. The previous fishman resembled a human, seemingly harboring some form of resentment. Just as Li Nianchuan was about to respond, a thunderous noise erupted in the distance. A rumble resounded. This time, it was so loud that Li Nianchuan could hear it without Zhu Ning's prompting. Two bright lights flickered on without warning, causing Zhu Ning's pupils to constrict as an old tram emerged from the shadows. This was the sewer. Spacious enough, yet an actual tram should not be traversing here. Zhu Ning felt a gray substance floating before her. Her vision momentarily blurred. She blinked, and when she reopened her eyes, she found herself no longer in the filthy sewer. A flickering light now illuminated her above. Looking down, she stood on a tiled floor, thick with dust, a platform. She was at a tram station, the sewer nowhere in sight. Zhu Ning could swear she hadn't moved an inch, and the fishman's corpse remained unchanged. Frozen in place with the words, "Line 1, echoing in her mind, Yet the environment had shifted, transforming from a sewer to an aged tram station. This was the contaminated area Li Nianchuan had mentioned. The rusted, yellowed tram bore the inscription Line 1, the last tram on Line 1. The display on the tram indicated the time, 23:35. The fishman awaited the last tram. With a roar, the tram gradually came to a halt before them, its iron doors sliding open as if inviting them silently. Ding! At the moment the tram stopped, a chime resonated in Zhu Ning's mind. System notification. You have activated a side quest, the disappeared last tram of Line 1. Current purification progress. Tenda, please continue your efforts. Zhu Ning. Had she inadvertently triggered something? Li Nianchuan, embodying the spirit of camaraderie, inquired. Do you have a headache? Have you been mentally tainted? Zhu Ning sighed. She had not been tainted, but rather felt a sense of melancholy. They had agreed to live a carefree life upon rebirth, yet 10 days after her resurrection, she had entirely disregarded the tasks assigned by the system. What nonsense about purifying the homeland! This grand pie was meant for anyone who wished to partake. Who could have anticipated that Zhu Ning would ignore it, while others could still forcibly initiate it? The last train on Line 1 had disappeared, and the source of pollution might well lie within. Zhu Ning asked, what is the pollution concentration inside? The helmet was equipped with a function to test and calculate pollution levels. But Zhu Ning was unfamiliar with its operation. Instinctively, Li Nianchuan acted as Zhu Ning's assistant. After a series of maneuvers, he provided an accurate reading. 71. Zhu Ning remained silent. Li Nianchuan assumed she was contemplating. But in truth, she did not comprehend the significance of 71. As a novice in waste disposal, she had no grasp of what that figure represented. Li Nianchuan estimated loosely that this might classify as a D-level task. It was unclear how the technical department had deemed it an E-level task, as it was evident that the demon hunters had failed to complete their mission. The operational code for demon hunters stipulated that, upon exiting, they must ensure that all pollutants within a kilometer of the contaminated area were eliminated. Li Nianchuan muttered, the work of a demon hunter is terribly unclean. Zhu Ning collected her thoughts and posed a question. I have a query. What is it? Zhu Ning continued, if pollutants interfere with channel signals, how do the demon hunters communicate? A team aiming to eliminate pollutants would find their signals severed upon entering the contaminated area, which would hinder their operations. The success rate of the demon hunters seemed remarkably high. Li Nianchuan sighed, explaining that they utilized a different channel, one minimally affected by mental pollution. Pollutant spores could taint machines and networks. The demon hunters must possess superior resources, do we not? Zhu Ning inquired. Li Nianchuan's frustration deepened. Resources were scarce, and priority was given to their own. Zhu Ning mused that those engaged in waste disposal were indeed at a disadvantage. With the most inferior resources, the least effective weaponry, and no support from the organization, if their work were merely risky, it would be one thing, but it was evidently quite perilous. Zhu Ning gazed at the open subway door and asked, typically, how long does it take for the rescue team to arrive? Li Nianchuan pondered for a moment. They had just departed, and, according to protocol, it would take at least half an hour for them to return. Moreover, the contaminated area had been sealed off, so the team might not even be able to access it. So, it's just us? Zhu Ning pressed, unwilling to accept the grim reality. Li Nianchuan nodded solemnly. Indeed, it is just us. Zhu Ning, embodying her resigned acceptance, felt disheartened. Li Nianchuan, contemplating, asked, how did you sense the pollutants earlier? Do you possess a form of danger foresight? He was curious. Zhu Ning's reaction had been a full minute faster than his own, and he wondered how she had known. Zhu Ning was puzzled. What foresight? Can you not hear? Li Nianchuan replied, no. Zhu Ning, lacking any foresight abilities, merely had a heightened sense of vigilance. If one were to classify it, it could be considered a skill she had developed in her previous life. After all, she had spent a significant part of it battling zombies in a world overrun by the undead. As the zombies evolved, so too had she. Her marksmanship, techniques, and vigilance far surpassed those of the average individual, a precious legacy honed over a decade. In contrast, Li Nianchuan had grown up in a technologically advanced world, overly reliant on machines. As long as his detection instruments did not sound an alarm, he felt no sense of danger. Zhu Ning, having been raised in a world of zombies, understood that no place was truly safe. One moment of inattention could lead to demise. In that instant, Zhu Ning viewed Li Nianchuan as a delicate flower in a greenhouse. Li Nianchuan, sensing the gap between them, hesitantly asked, "How did you know I wanted to be a demon hunter?" Zhu Ning glanced at him, thinking how naive he was. It was written all over his face. She replied nonchalantly, "Just a guess." "You are truly clever," Li Nianchuan exclaimed. Zhu Ning felt no sense of flattery, merely responding with a curt, "Thank you. Shall we go inside?" Li Nianchuan gestured toward the open subway door. Zhu Ning and Li Nianchuan needed to survive at least half an hour within, ensuring they did not succumb to mental contamination. Otherwise, by the time the rescue team arrived, they might very well be reduced to fools. "Do you wish to enter?" Zhu Ning countered. Not particularly," Li Nianchuan admitted. The employee manual's third rule stated, "In the presence of surviving pollutants, please remain still and await rescued." Li Nianchuan, trained professionally, instinctively adhered to the cleaner's employee handbook. "I am going in," Zhu Ning declared. She was not seeking death. She was determined to fulfill the mission assigned by the system. If the source of pollution lay within, eliminating it was the sole path to survival. Without hesitation, she stepped into the car. Inside, grayish substances writhed. Upon entering, Zhu Ning was engulfed by a mass of undulating, unknown organisms, as if swallowed whole. Li Nianchuan glanced back at the convulsing fishman on the ground, then at the open car. With a resolute bite of his teeth, he followed Zhu Ning's lead into the car. The cleaner's employee manual's fourth rule stated, "Do not become separated from your teammates." As soon as Li Nianchuan boarded, regret washed over him. The car was filled with writhing black substances, present in the air, visible but intangible. The last train on Line 1 had few passengers. A glance around revealed only a scattering of office workers, seated far apart. Upon noticing Li Nianchuan, passengers in different compartments suddenly turned in unison. All of them pollutants, they varied in form. Some had fish fins growing near their ears, while others bore human faces obscured by scales. And the compartment where Li Nianchuan had entered, a leaping fish occupied the center of the empty space. Already under mental pollution, Li Nianchuan felt his scalp tingle. At last, he spotted Zhu Ning seated on the left side of the car, her black, fully encompassing helmet and distinctive cleaner's uniform making her stand out. As Li Nianchuan entered, the door slammed shut with a bang. He had no choice but to sit beside Zhu Ning. With a rumble, the train set off, although he had no idea where it was headed. Zhu Ning turned to gaze out the window, silently counting. "I do not see Su Meng," she remarked. Outside, darkness enveloped them. The subway traveled at a speed far exceeding that of a human's walk. They had only traversed 2 kilometers in the sewer. Yet now, 2 kilometers later, she still had not spotted Su Meng. Since boarding, Li Nianchuan had felt increasing pain in his nose and said, "The contaminated area exists in a separate temporal dimension. Just look at the clock." Inside Zhu Ning's helmet, the clock's numbers had ceased moving since they entered. The contaminated area had its own flow of time. This was the nature of the pollution zone. Zhu Ning inquired, "How does one enter a contaminated area?" Li Nianchuan explained, "Demon hunters seek out pathways to enter. Whether or not they can find one is a matter of luck. It is not always necessary to enter to eliminate the source of pollution. Heavy weaponry can directly suppress it. If it is confirmed that no living beings exist within the contaminated area, it may be possible to simply level the area. Indeed, as technology advanced, the use of heavy weaponry became a last resort." As the train continued its journey, Zhu Ning felt the speed was even greater than that of the roller coaster rides she had experienced before. Suddenly, the train's internal announcement resounded, "Dear passengers, we have arrived at Lily Garden Station." Zhu Ning felt a surge of tension. No passengers disembarked, and since their entry, all eyes had been fixated upon them. Nervously, Zhu Ning gazed at the door, her hand instinctively resting on her gun's handle. She preferred not to resort to violence unless absolutely necessary. When the door opened, a single passenger boarded, and immediately afterward, the door closed, and the train resumed its journey. Upon seeing the new passenger, Zhu Ning furrowed her brow, while Li Nianchuan nearly cursed aloud. It was the fishman they had slain. The fishman, clutching a briefcase, appeared to be in tatters. He had nearly been obliterated by Zhu Ning and Li Nianchuan, dragging his mangled left leg. He slowly maneuvered his body. Then, using his remaining intact arm, he grasped the iron ring of the car, coming to a halt before Zhu Ning and Li Nianchuan, standing motionless. Neither spoke. Both rookies instinctively raised their guns. aiming directly at the fishman. Wary of any sudden movements, they had witnessed the fishman's speed, at least twice that of a human's. Any movement on his part would prompt them to open fire. Yet, 5 minutes elapsed without any sign of movement from the fishman, as though he were a statue. Zhu Ning and the fishman exchanged wide-eyed stares for a moment. His body resembled a sieve, allowing visibility through to the other side. Yinchuan whispered, "Why is he standing here? There are plenty of empty spaces." The car was sparsely populated. It was not rush hour, so why had he chosen to stand directly in front of him? Lin Yinchuan's words failed to attract the fishman's attention. He seemed genuinely like another passenger, simply standing there. "Is he here for revenge?" Lin Yinchuan questioned. Zhu Ning replied, "I do not know. I wonder what would have happened if you had stayed on the platform." Lin Yinchuan felt a chill run down his spine. Having boarded with Zhu Ning, he would have preferred death over being on the same platform as the convulsing fishman. "I would rather die." Zhu Ning found the situation peculiar. Those caught in the contaminated area could choose to board the train or remain on the platform. She realized that boarding would invite scrutiny, but what fate awaited those who stayed on the platform? "We are approaching the next station," Zhu Ning announced. This time, she observed closely. An orange-yellow light suddenly illuminated the car, followed by the announcement, "Dear passengers, we have arrived at Sun Kindergarten Station, the second stop." In the vehicle, no one disembarked. After 30 seconds, another passenger boarded. Lin Yinchuan's hair stood on end, and blood streamed from his nose. Yet another fish person. Much like the previous one, the location of the wounds was identical. The fish head portion shattered, and the curvature of the raised scales was unmistakably the same, even exhibiting the same behavioral patterns. The second fish person, without a glance, walked directly to the front where Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan stood, grasped the iron ring, and then remained motionless. "Dear passengers, we have arrived at Green River Station, the third stop." The third fish person, "Dear passengers, we have arrived at the Oddities Museum, the fourth stop." The fourth fish person, "Dear passengers, we have arrived at the Mechanical University, the fifth stop." The fifth fish person. Time steadily progressed, and with each stop, another fish person boarded. Now, 10 fish people had entered, all standing before Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan. Those who could grasp the rings did so, while those without rings stood behind them. As the stops continued, the number of fish people reached a staggering 25. 25 headless fish people encircled Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan. The stench of blood assaulting their senses, even filtering through their helmet visors. Strangely, they exhibited no movement, merely bowing their heads and gazing down at Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan. No expressions, no words, just a pure, unadulterated stare. Is this what they call mental pollution? Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan attempted to change positions, but with each shift, the fish people followed suit, surrounding them in the same manner. Beyond that, the fish people did not display any further actions. Zhu Ning contemplated whether to draw her weapon, uncertain if firing would provoke the fish people into chaos. Previously, in the sewer, there had only been one fish person. Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan together possessed 2 guns and, under suppressive fire, barely managed to eliminate one. Now, with 25, potentially more, if the fish people united in aggression, Zhu Ning and Lin Yinchuan would only serve as bait. Lin Yinchuan felt his scalp tingle under the fish people's relentless gaze. Cold sweat trickling down his back. He recalculated the pollution concentration and was taken aback by the figure. It was now at 79. Zhu Ning remained oblivious to how the pollution concentration was determined. She had felt no change despite the rising numbers. Lin Yinchuan seemed to discern her confusion and explained, "A D-level pollution zone ranges from 60 to 90 SO when we first entered. The concentration measured was 55, categorizing it as an E-level pollution zone. What should we do?" "Ignore it," Zhu Ning replied, gritting her teeth. "What?" Zhu Ning recalled her initial interview, when Fang Ying had posed only 2 questions. "Are you afraid of monsters? Are you afraid of corpses?" The crux of Fang Ying's inquiry had been fear, to which Zhu Ning had answered no. She seemed to grasp the reason behind her mental stability at 100, because Zhu Ning truly felt no fear. She did not perceive these entities as monsters. Ignore it. Don't pay attention to them, and they cannot pollute you. The concept of mental pollution does not imply that the more terrifying or disgusting something is, the greater the pollution. Blood and corpses instill fear rather than feelings of contamination. Mental pollution manifests when a being resembling a human engages in oddly anomalous behaviors, like fish people boarding the last train, doing nothing but staring. The abnormality of normal actions creates an unsettling sensation. How can one possibly ignore this? Li Nianchuan felt despondent. The sight of 25 foul-smelling fish people blocking their way, making it nearly impossible to overlook. He glanced back at Zhu Ning, who showed no signs of being affected by the pollution. She was either exceptionally gifted or possessed some unique quality. Li Nianchuan resolved to seek her insight. What do they appear like to you? Rotten fish. Li Nianchuan was stunned. So, in Zhu Ning's eyes, they were akin to a seafood wholesale market. Don't look at them. Talk to me to distract yourself. Zhu Ning aimed to ensure that Li Nianchuan could hold on until help arrived. If Li Nianchuan were to succumb to mental collapse and begin invoking the dark gods, it would ultimately be Zhu Ning who faced the consequences. Li Nianchuan, under the gaze of the 25 fish people, forced himself to engage Zhu Ning in conversation. Why did you board? Zhu Ning sought to uphold the employee code of conduct. The fourth rule states not to separate from teammates, while the third rule urges waiting for rescue in place. Faced with these conflicting directives, Li Nianchuan decided to improvise. Zhu Ning indeed engaged in conversation. Li Nianchuan countered, then why did you board? Our job is to clean up waste. Li Nianchuan looked bewildered. So, we get paid based on the quantity we collect. After a moment of reflection, Li Nianchuan realized Zhu Ning's logic. They had descended into a region where the quantity of pollution spores was finite. Now that they were caught in the polluted area, Zhu Ning did not mind capturing spores from another nearby area. With the demon hunters absent, they could proactively generate income. Li Nianchuan was astounded by this notion, creating work where there was none, generating results where none existed. What an exceptional strategist. You're incredible, he sincerely remarked. Zhu Ning replied, I haven't been on the job for 2 hours. Li Nianchuan quickly amended, little sister. Zhu Ning couldn't help but ponder what they had experienced in such a short span. With Zhu Ning's comment, the fish people no longer seemed as intimidating. They transformed into potential earnings. A total of 25 fish people equated to at least 250,000 in new currency. They were not rotten fish. They were gleaming stacks of cash. Zhu Ning posed an intriguing question. Do you think we could mentally pollute them? Huh. Li Nianchuan had just begun to accept that the fish people represented potential earnings. Yet he struggled to keep pace with Zhu Ning's thought process, though curiosity bubbled within him. How would we do that? Zhu Ning contemplated. Mental pollution refers to normal individuals performing abnormal acts or abnormal individuals engaging in normal behavior. It's a bit convoluted, but the crux lies in repetition. The essence of pollution lies in repetition. The deceased fish people continually chant about the last train, while the newly boarded fish people perpetually fixate on us. Repetition combined with abnormality forms the equation for mental pollution. Both Zhu Ning and Li Nianchuan, as waste collectors, had never so earnestly analyzed the underlying logic of pollutants before. Li Nianchuan pondered this line of reasoning and found merit in it. Zhu Ning inquired, do you have anything that could serve as a means of indoctrination? Li Nianchuan thought for a moment. I brought a cookbook, but a cookbook? Zhu Ning tilted her head at him, and Li Nianchuan elaborated. You know, in our line of work, we can't last long, so I want to have a backup plan. Cleaners, once they earn enough, must consider retirement, undergoing lifetime mental checks. Zhu Ning might have to do the same. Working to clean waste was indeed challenging. Recite a passage. Zhu Ning prompted. Li Nianchuan flipped through the electronic cookbook, found a page, cleared his throat, and loudly proclaimed, the method for braising crucian carp. First, make a crosshatch incision on the surface of the crucian carp, add salt to the oil, and slowly fry over low heat until both sides are golden brown and the fish skin is crispy. Zhu Ning, the fish people. Li Nianchuan was truly a talent. Was this the guide to braising fish people? Zhu Ning activated the recording function on her helmet, as both helmets could output sound. Zhu Ning intended to obtain a printed copy of the cookbook, solemnly joining the recitation of the recipe. With their 2 helmets, they created a total of 4 voices. If someone boarded at that moment, they would likely perceive a strange sight. On the last train of Line 1, 2 passengers clad in biker attire and donning black helmets resembled robbers. The robbers shamelessly read aloud the method for braising crucian carp. And to top it off, they looped the playback. Disturbing the peace, shameful. Abnormality plus repetition equals mental pollution. The surrounding passengers frowned, their expressions shifting from malevolence to confusion. After reciting approximately 10 times, the fish people's demeanor visibly softened. They lowered their bloodied, severed heads, losing the previous hostility. Had the pollution concentration decreased? Li Nianchuan could hardly believe it. The current concentration stood at 78, a 1 reduction. Remarkably effective. Zhu Ning responded with an affirmative sound. Suddenly rising. You keep reciting. I'll search for the source of the pollution. Li Nianchuan remarked that this felt like a ghost hunting game, asserting that the source of pollution must be within the train. After Zhu Ning stood, Li Nianchuan followed suit. Conversely, the fish people did not pursue them. Grasping their rings, they collectively turned, presenting their battered forms to Zhu Ning and Li Nianchuan, yet none advanced. Perhaps the mental pollution had lost its potency. They were no longer effective. Li Nianchuan dared not cease reciting the crucian carp recipe, trailing Zhu Ning like a loudspeaker. This underground train consisted of only 4 carriages, and Zhu Ning meticulously searched each one for clues. The 4th carriage housed 3 passengers, the 3rd had 2, and the 2nd contained 5. The 1st carriage, where Zhu Ning stood, held the most occupants, 27 in total, including the 25 fish people and the 2 of them. Something had certainly transpired on this train. The system had indicated the disappearance of the last train on line 1. What was the cause? Pollution. If pollutants could induce mental pollution, might the formation of pollutants also be a form of mental force? Perhaps akin to a grudge? Ding ding ding. A phone rang, interrupting Zhu Ning's train of thought, originating from the 3rd carriage. Zhu Ning rushed over to investigate, discovering a mobile phone lying on a seat. She had meticulously examined the entire train and had not seen this phone. Its sudden appearance was perplexing that a phone was ringing, its design antiquated. IT was a touch-screen device, a relic from a bygone era. While the world outside had long undergone a technological revolution, most individuals had implanted chips, allowing them to connect to a secondary brain, which served as an identity verification system, wallet, and communication tool in this age. Mobile phones were obsolete. Zhu Ning, is this a phone left behind by a passenger? Li Nianchuan was equally astonished upon seeing it, remarking that it must be at least 80 years old. This thing is like an antique. Zhu Ning urged him to continue reading the menu. The moment she picked up the phone, the ringing abruptly ceased, and the device began playing a video. IT was a surveillance clip from inside a vehicle. Featuring 2 individuals, the footage was somewhat blurry, making it difficult for Zhu Ning to recognize them at first. In the video, 2 figures rushed from another compartment to retrieve the phone left on a seat. Is this a phone left behind by a passenger? Zhu Ning's voice echoed, while Li Nianchuan noted its antiquity. This must be at least 80 years old. Continue reading, Zhu Ning insisted. The video mirrored Zhu Ning's actions. As she lifted the phone, it played back the video once more. The cycle continued, trapping them in a loop of repetition where it became increasingly difficult to discern whether they were the actual individuals or mere reflections of the footage. Zhu Ning felt a chill run down her spine. This was a stronger form of mental pollution than she had encountered before. The logic of the polluted area was to continuously contaminate one's mind through repetition, probing into the cracks of sanity. If this continued, she feared she would succumb to its effects. What's wrong? Li Nianchuan, unable to see the video, sensed Zhu Ning's distress. Don't look. Zhu Ning, possessing a higher mental fortitude than Li Nianchuan, recognized that a single glance could shatter his resolve. The mental pollution was potent. Zhu Ning quickly pressed the pause button, but the video was unyielding. Determined, she clutched the phone and prepared to leave. Where are you going? Li Nianchuan asked. Zhu Ning's hand trembled. She admitted to feeling the onset of mental contamination as her mental value began to decline. The system chimed. Mental value decreased by 1%. Zhu Ning tried to ignore the warning, hastening toward the front of the train while muttering, finding lost items should be reported to the crew. It's common sense. Why are you still concerned with common sense at a time like this? Li Nianchuan questioned. Zhu Ning remained resolute. In an abnormal environment, one must cling to normalcy. IT was the right thing to do to report the found phone to the driver, she repeated to herself. This is normal ground transit. This is normal ground transit. Attempting to brainwash herself into compliance with the polluted area's bizarre standards, Li Nianchuan followed her as she approached the driver's compartment, where a figure sat with their back to them. The driver appeared focused, seemingly normal, yet nothing on this train could be deemed normal. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Ning knocked on the transparent door of the driver's compartment. Hello, I found a phone, and I would like to report it. The driver remained still. Hello, Zhu Ning knocked again, but I would like to report the phone. Finally, the driver reacted, not turning around but removing his hat. He parted his hair, revealing another head behind it. He parted the hair again, unveiling yet another head. Zhu Ning suppressed her nausea as she watched the driver reveal layer upon layer of heads. Yet his face remained hidden. The unsettling sounds persisted. The door to the driver's compartment rattled with the movement of the train. Zhu Ning was about to open the door when her movement froze. "What is the matter?" Li Nianchuan asked, puzzled by Zhu Ning's unusual demeanor. Zhu Ning quickly pressed Li Nianchuan's arm, urging him not to look. Her body was rigid with fear, the hairs on her neck standing on end. Outside the left window of the driver's compartment, a fish-like face grinned at them, revealing that the source of pollution was not confined within the train. The contamination was lurking just beyond the glass. The fish-like creature pressed its entire head against the window, distorting its features as the train sped onward. Zhu Ning locked eyes with the creature, making a swift decision. She yanked the door open and, to Li Nianchuan's astonishment, began shooting at the window. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets shattered the glass, and the outside wind rushed in. Before Li Nianchuan could comprehend the situation, Zhu Ning aimed her weapon at the ceiling. "Fire in my direction," Zhu Ning commanded decisively. Instinctively, Li Nianchuan ceased reciting the menu and mirrored Zhu Ning's actions. Thankfully, they were using air bullets. Otherwise, in the confined metal space, the ricocheting projectiles could have caused serious injury. The ceiling was punctured with holes, and as more wind poured in, it became evident that something was crawling above. The entity was larger and heavier than a human, creating deep impressions in the ceiling as it evaded their shots. The once sturdy train carriage now felt as fragile as paper under the onslaught. The air and bullet force were not overwhelmingly powerful. It seemed the source of pollution had weakened. The pollution source concealed itself within the contaminated area. And once discovered, the integrity of the area would be compromised. In other words, cracks were beginning to form in the pollution zone. Zhu Ning cursed under her breath, questioning why they had only been equipped with air guns. If only they had assault rifles, this battle would be over by now. The air bullets were limited in range, requiring time to reload, and the noticeable delay between shots provided ample opportunity for the pollutants to retaliate. Suddenly, the lights inside the train began to flicker violently. Zhu Ning frowned. The night vision function of her helmet malfunctioned momentarily, forcing her to advance with caution while holding her weapon. The passengers inside stared at her with eerie intensity. Emitting low growls reminiscent of beasts preparing to feast, the polluted area was on the verge of collapse. Zhu Ning continued her search when her pupils suddenly constricted. Bang! A hand with sharp fish fins pierced through the window. Grasping Zhu Ning's neck and yanking her out of the carriage before Li Nianchuan could react, he shot at the fish hand emerging from the darkness, but it was too late. The train sped away, taking Li Nianchuan further from Zhu Ning, and within 3 seconds, they were separated. Reacting swiftly, Zhu Ning pressed the inflation button on her combat suit, causing it to fill with air, transforming it from a leather jacket into a protective suit. The inflation cushioned her fall as the fish creature clutched her and sent her tumbling off the tracks. As she rolled, Zhu Ning lost her gun, now lying on the gravel of the tracks. She found herself at the mercy of a frenzied fish creature. Its eyes bulged like fists, now glowing crimson, with a swirling vortex at the center that spun with an unnerving speed, leaving her dizzy. "Have you seen my last train?" The fish creature tightened its grip on Zhu Ning's neck, attempting to remove her helmet. Desperately, she kicked at its abdomen. If her helmet were removed, she would undoubtedly be parasitized. "I can't miss my train," the fish creature lamented, tearing at Zhu Ning's helmet. "My daughter is waiting for me at home. I haven't spoken to her in days. I can't find the last train." It repeated this phrase, driving Zhu Ning into a state of confusion. The system buzzed incessantly in her ear. Mental value decreased by 10. Health value decreased by 20. Please escape immediately. Yet, Zhu Ning's panel was devoid of any tools for escape. Side quest. The missing last train of Line 1, current purification progress at 70. The good news was that her purification progress was advancing. But the bad news was that she was on the verge of being choked to death by the fish creature. What a useless system. Zhu Ning continued to strike at the creature's abdomen when a thunderous sound echoed nearby. The ground transit was approaching. The headlights illuminated the tracks. The train continued its relentless cycle, and Zhu Ning lay trapped beneath it. If it passed over her, she would be reduced to mere pulp. Damn. This fish was malicious. Li Nianchuan was still aboard, desperately seeking a chance to disembark, but the train no longer stopped at stations. Panicking, Li Nianchuan burst into the driver's compartment, shooting the driver in the head. then locked himself inside as the crazed fish creatures clawed at the transparent door. From the front of the train, he spotted Zhu Ning, pressed beneath the creature. Frantically, he searched for the brake button. But no matter how he pressed it, the train remained unresponsive. The driver was merely a puppet. The train operated on its own schedule. Zhu Ning, Li Nianchuan shouted, "Get out of the way." Of course, Zhu Ning couldn't hear him. In desperation, Li Nianchuan began hammering the train's horn, relieved that this button was functioning. "Zhu Ning," he cried amidst the blaring horn. "Run!" Li Nianchuan, overwhelmed, could not bear to witness his colleague being crushed into oblivion by the train. The lights were blinding. Zhu Ning's already fragile mind unraveled further. The deafening horn pierced her eardrums, pushing her to the brink of insanity. Zhu Ning, devoid of weapons or tools, relentlessly attacked the fishman's abdomen, striking the same point over and over again. She could feel the scales on the fishman's belly erupt, blood spilling forth. Gritting her teeth, Zhu Ning needed just a moment of the fishman's vulnerability, merely a second. A fleeting instant. Suddenly, she heard the fishman gasp, and with a swift motion, she shattered one of his ribs. Now was the moment. Zhu Ning propelled herself forward, driving her elbow into the fishman's face, flipping him over and pinning him down. The rumbling of the train grew louder, drawing nearer. Zhu Ning had no time to engage further. She braced herself against the edge of the platform and leaped onto it. Just then, she felt a sudden weight on her right leg. The fishman had seized her ankle. As she barely made it onto the platform, he almost dragged her back down. That life-or-death moment. Instinct took over. Zhu Ning lifted her foot and delivered a fierce kick to the fishman's face. With a thunderous roar, the speeding train rushed past, and she felt the fishman tumble off the tracks. The dull thud that followed indicated something had been crushed beneath the train. Zhu Ning's throat was parched, her vision dimming from prolonged oxygen deprivation. She paused for a couple of seconds as the train continued its relentless pace without stopping. Glancing at the tracks, she saw a fish crushed beneath the wheels, blood pooling around it, its scales scattered. The fishman's lower body was mangled. Had Zhu Ning not reacted swiftly, it would have been her fate. Yet he was still alive, and no spores had emerged from him. Having endured a world overrun by zombies, Zhu Ning's survival philosophy dictated that one must always deliver the finishing blow. Without hesitation, she turned back to the platform, smashed the glass, and emerged wielding a fire axe. Taking advantage of the fishman's weakened state, she was unbothered by the idea of delivering a few more blows. However, upon approaching, she found herself momentarily taken aback by the sight of the fishman. Leaning against the tracks, he resembled a lifeless fish, unable to open his mouth, lamenting, "I can't catch the last train anymore." The fishman continued to repeat his plight, "I can't go home. Taking a cab would leave me broke for a week." His voice was hoarse, choked with blood. "I can't afford to spend money. They mock me, call me useless, poor, incapable, unable to even afford a cab." Zhu Ning listened, sensing that the fishman's fixation was trivial. He was not mourning the loss of a great love, but merely lamenting missing the last train. Such a small issue had the power to crush a person. The final burden of life is often but a straw. For him, that last train was that straw. "Am I being dramatic?" The fishman raised his head, his visage marred with blood and flesh. Zhu Ning felt he was waiting for her response, but she was reluctant to engage. After all, this treacherous creature had just tried to kill her. She was not inclined to show kindness. Standing at the edge of the platform, her axe in hand, she coldly replied, "No one able to endure hardship." Zhu Ning had always deemed that phrase nonsensical. Who willingly seeks suffering? The fishman paused, then erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, you and I are the same." Zhu Ning frowned, perplexed by his assertion. "The apocalypse is coming. Ha ha." The fishman's laughter mingled with a series of coughs, creating a bizarre harmony. "The apocalypse is coming. What apocalypse?" Zhu Ning inquired. Her curiosity piqued. The fishman propped himself up, his vitality astonishing. He began crawling toward her, not in the erratic manner before, but as though a friend was approaching another. With a sudden motion, he reached out for the platform. Zhu Ning swiftly retreated 3 meters, axe in hand. If he made another move, she would not hesitate to turn him into minced fish head. "You are like me." The fishman pressed against the platform. Yet despite his efforts, he struggled to lift himself. He revealed one fish eye over the edge, stammering, "You will become like meat like." With a thud, the fishman's body slumped backward, emitting a dull sound. Zhu Ning maintained her grip on the axe, cautiously inching toward the edge, ever vigilant against the possibility of the fishman reviving. From the depths of darkness came a rusty sound, and the train approached once more, though it bore no resemblance to its previous thunderous arrival. This train resembled a malfunctioning windmill, creaking and groaning, its components rusty. Before it even reached the platform, it began to disintegrate, collapsing as if melting away. The train halted, leaving a dead fish lying on the tracks, its body rapidly decaying into a mass of putrid flesh, from which pollution spores began to emerge. 1, 2, 3, hundreds of blood-red spores danced in the air, alive and writhing like aquatic creatures, desperately seeking freedom from their host. However, Zhu Ning remained clad in her work uniform, with no exposed skin. The spores could not find a host. They merely swirled around her, drifting slowly, one spore affectionately brushing against the tip of her axe, exuding a cruel yet eerie beauty. Ding! A mechanical voice resonated in Zhu Ning's mind. Congratulations on completing the side quest. The disappearing last train line 1, purification level 100. Main quest: purify the homeland. Completion level 1. Commencing reward settlement. Congratulations on receiving a basic reward, activating partial panel data. Mental value restored to 100. Congratulations on receiving a purification value reward of 500. Current accumulated purification value, 545. Congratulations on receiving the fishman reward. Decayed fish head. Decayed fish head. D-class pollutant. Capable of repeatedly inflicting mental pollution on individuals or pollutants. Enhances movement speed by 1 to 4 times when escaping. For single use only. Caution. Using this item will consume life value. Use wisely. Congratulations on receiving the initial talent. Danger prediction, talent description, ability to foresee danger in advance. Congratulations on receiving side quest reward. K003 type explosive, reward description, miniature explosives capable of pinpoint detonation within 15 seconds to demolish a 30-story building. Can be used 3 times. User is immune to damage from this item. Zhu Ning. Wait, what does she need so many explosives for? To destroy the world. Zhu Ning opened the system panel, re-examining her statistics, which had significantly increased. Name: Zhu Ning. Age: 19 years. Education: bachelor's in mechanical engineering. Status: 5th class citizen. Talent: danger prediction. Mutation direction: unknown. Mutation level: unknown. Physical strength: unenhanced. Mental value: 100. Average: 20. Life value: 20. Average: 70. Luck value: 1. Average: 50. Purification value: 545 can be exchanged for enhancements in other areas. Every 100 purification values increases life value by 1. The purification and luck values were newly activated, and the luck value being only 1 seemed reasonable. No wonder she had encountered such misfortune with the pollution area rating. The purification value could be exchanged for rewards or allocated to other stats. A T500 purification values she could exchange for an increase of 5 life values. Notably, her life value was alarmingly low at just 20. She had acquired a basic talent for danger prediction, which Li Nianxuan had mentioned before. She wondered how effective it would be. The mutation level and direction remained a mystery. The decayed fish had sounded more practical. Previously, Zhu Ning could only be contaminated by pollutants, but now she could contaminate others. It was worth noting that she could even inflict mental pollution upon pollutants. Was it a matter of adding filth upon filth? While escaping, she could boost her speed, albeit at the cost of life value. With her life value still low, she likely could not afford such expenditure. The other reward, explosives capable of demolishing buildings, seemed unnecessary at this stage. Zhu Ning had yet to encounter such large-scale tasks. Furthermore, the destructive potential of these explosives necessitated ensuring they wouldn't harm her allies. Reflecting on her situation, she wondered if she had truly obtained useful rewards. She had received them, but could she use them? It appeared not at the moment. It felt somewhat futile. The rewards were promising, yet their impracticality left her feeling frustrated. Surely the system could provide her with some beginner-friendly items. Receiving such advanced tools right away was overwhelming. Wait, Zhu Ning suddenly had a thought. The high-grade items given to her meant that she would need to frantically accumulate purification and life values to utilize them. Could it be that this wretched system was pressuring her to level up? Zhu Ning pondered. Had the system seen through her lethargic nature and taken action? Meanwhile, her main quest of purifying the homeland had only reached one completion. Her intuition proved correct. This was a vast undertaking, one that would require her to sacrifice everything. Yet, she seemed to have grasped a hint of the purification process. To complete this main quest, she would need to enter pollution zones continuously. Gathering pollution spores. The platform was decaying, revealing the sewers as the pollution zones crumbled with the death of pollutants. Zhu Ning sighed deeply, staring silently at the swirling pollution spores for a minute. The cleaner's code of conduct stated that collecting pollution spores should be the primary task. Zhu Ning retrieved a straw-like tool from her cleaning pack and began collecting spores with determination. Ding! Purification value 1. Each spore she collected contributed to her purification value. This was not merely gathering cotton, but a means of accumulating life value. Lin Yanquan hurriedly exited the vehicle, the entire last train reeking of decay. His first task was to locate Zhu Ning. To his surprise, she was in fine form, diligently collecting garbage, despite her disheveled appearance. With her work uniform marked by the remnants of the fishman's struggle and her helmet cracked from blows, she continued her methodical work of containing the polluted spores. Lin Yanquan was taken aback. What kind of tireless worker was Zhu Ning? Even in such dire circumstances, she remained steadfast in her mission, capable of battling monsters and clearing trash. She was akin to a monk devoted to her duties. He, however, was determined not to lose hope and inquired, "Are you working?" Without lifting her head, Zhu Ning replied, "What else would I be doing?" Isn't that a bit excessive? Lin Yanquan thought to himself, after the horrors he had witnessed in the polluted area. He felt ill-prepared to resume work so soon after the chaos. Sighing, Zhu Ning remarked that it was all about the incentives. The persistent reminder of her purification value increasing by 1 was hard to ignore. Lin Yanquan pondered in disbelief. Was Zhu Ning genuinely generating results? Just then, the communication device in his helmet crackled to life, the static fading as the mental pollution dissipated with the death of the fishman. He nearly wept upon hearing Su Meng's voice. "Captain, are you all right? What about Zhu Ning?" She was simultaneously collecting the polluted spores and answered, "Still alive." Su Meng sighed in relief. It was a miracle for 2 cleaners to survive in a polluted area. The technical center misrated your zone. You accidentally entered a D-level contaminated region. It was indeed D-level. Lin Yanquan mused, pleased he had not miscalculated. Su Meng continued, "The contaminated area has ruptured. I will come for you shortly. Stay put and do not move. The demon hunters are on their way and will commence rescue operations immediately." D-level contamination was not overly challenging for the demon hunters. Lin Yanquan cautiously replied. "Actually, there's no need for the hunters to come." "Why?" Su Meng asked, puzzled, as she could hear the wind rushing towards them. Lin Yanquan surveyed their surroundings, littered with the corpses of pollutants and spores, confirming that not a single living contaminant remained. The area was remarkably clean, a testament to the efforts he and Zhu Ning had made without any demon hunters on the scene. 2 humble cleaners had eradicated a D-level contaminated zone. Lin Yanquan felt a swell of pride. "We, as cleaners, do not require the hunters' assistance." Su Meng responded incredulously, "Is this really the time for bravado? Are you in a stable mental state?" It was a reasonable assumption. She suspected Lin Yanquan might have lost his grip on reality. With a bold declaration, he stated, "Have the organization send another cleanup team. We might be overwhelmed." Su Meng was left speechless after ending the communication. Lin Yanquan exhaled deeply, drenched in sweat from his work uniform. He felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, collapsing to the ground with a thud. The taut nerves in his mind began to unravel. And he thought, "I seem to be reaching my limit." His mental state was deteriorating. Having initially suffered from mental pollution, the surrounding spores only exacerbated his condition. "Stay away," Zhu Ning suggested, eyeing him. "If you're contaminated, distance yourself." "No." Lin Yanquan stubbornly pressed closer to Zhu Ning, realizing she was more dependable than the demon hunters. "I will not leave your side." Zhu Ning remarked, "All right, you seem to be losing it, with the hunters soon to arrive." She was not particularly worried about Lin Yanquan's mental state. Focused on her task of collecting spores, she tried to ignore him, but could not withstand the antics he was prone to. Suddenly, Lin Yanquan raised his hands. Zhu Ning, quick to react, swatted them away. He raised his arms again, now devoid of danger, intent on performing a bold act, removing his helmet. "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhu Ning exclaimed, firmly pressing down on his helmet. You mustn't remove it. You could get infected. I can't breathe, Li Nianchuan replied. Zhu Ning insisted. No removing the helmet, understood? He reluctantly let his hands fall. Then, in front of Zhu Ning, he curled up against her feet. Akin to a small dog, this moderate mental pollution, Zhu Ning mused, recalling Su Meng's mention of a colleague who, after being contaminated, believed he was a pink, two-headed lotus. Curiosity piqued. She asked, "Who are you?" Li Nianchuan buried his face in his knees and replied, "I am the little dog of my sister." Zhu Ning was left speechless. "Young man, have you inadvertently revealed your hidden tendencies at the 103rd District Cleanup Center?" If it had previously resembled a disorganized securities office, it now resembled a battlefield. The technical department head, Lu Qiqin, was furious, exclaiming, "A rating error. How could such a blunder occur? Do you comprehend the magnitude of this issue? There are no demon hunters inside, just 2 cleaners responsible for logistics, without weapons or any experience. Do you think they can survive? They're merely garbage collectors," he scoffed. "The lives of cleaners are expendable. 10 cleaners are worth less than a single demon hunter. If the hunters arrive on the scene and cannot intervene, they might even sacrifice 2 cleaners to save the day. How many lives could be lost in 103 district due to uncontrollable pollution and the spread of spores?" Lu Qiqin's cold laughter echoed. "Do you even want this job? If not, get out." The technician responsible for monitoring kept his head down, afraid to speak. "Demon hunters have already been dispatched," someone whispered. "What's the use of that?" Lu Qiqin cursed. 15 minutes have already passed. The optimal rescue time has elapsed. He hurled a cup in frustration. The time flow within the contaminated area differed from the outside, while only 15 minutes had passed outside. It could have been several days within. The technician timidly raised his hand. The pollution concentration seems to be decreasing. The contamination level had dropped from an initial high of 90, gradually dwindling to 88. 80, 71. Lu Qiqin furrowed his brow, pushing past the technician to the machine, his hands flying over the keyboard. Indeed, the readings were truly declining. "Where are the demon hunters?" Lu Qiqin demanded, Fong, standing by with her arms crossed. Interjected, "They just set off. They are expected to reach the designated location in 17 minutes. The fact that the contamination area was already undergoing purification without the presence of the demon hunters was perplexing." "Report," a subordinate revealed. "We have contacted the team leader of the 3-person cleanup squad, Su Meng. All 3 are confirmed alive." Lu Qiqin inquired coldly, "Who is inside?" Fong, holding a panel, replied, "2 cleaners." Lu Qiqin took the panel, examined it, and frowned deeply. The data for Li Nianchuan was unremarkable. Particularly concerning was his mental value, which was alarmingly low, suggesting that an hour in a heavily contaminated area could lead to severe brain damage. His skills were all mediocre, which explained why he was in the cleanup team rather than with the demon hunters. The other individual had no data at all, merely identified as Zhu Ning. "Is she a rookie?" Lu Qiqin asked. "Yes," Fong confirmed. "I just processed her onboarding today. A newcomer, still in her probationary phase, had not yet had any data collected. Zhu Ning's assignment was supposed to be learning the ropes of cleaning and coasting along while pocketing her meager wages, awaiting further instructions from the cleanup center. Instead, she had not only performed the tasks of a cleaner, but had also taken on the responsibilities typically reserved for the demon hunters. The situation grew increasingly bizarre. The data from the cleanup center had always been accurate for the past 80 years, the last error occurring with a different individual. Zhu Ning had just begun her duties, coinciding with the data mishap that led her to the D-level contaminated area. Without any weaponry or prior knowledge, she had not only survived but had purified the zone as well. Fortunately, Lu Qiqin was not in charge of the demon hunters, or he would have been thoroughly humiliated by these 2 cleaners. Fong candidly admitted, "To be honest, I'm puzzled as well." When she received the news, she had been just as shocked as Lu Qiqin, having personally handled Zhu Ning's onboarding, with no data available. Fong could only rely on her instincts. She sensed that Zhu Ning was incredibly bold. Such boldness was advantageous, indicating a strong fit for the job. However, she never anticipated that a series of unexpected events would revolve around Zhu Ning as the pivotal figure. The most plausible explanation was that Zhu Ning had been chosen for this role. Fong relayed, "Xianqing wishes to see you." Xianqing, the head of the operations department, managed the demon hunters in the 103rd district. While the various departments maintained close ties, they also had their boundaries. There was also Xie Jiazhu, the head of the cleanup department. Fang Ning added. These three, along with myself, are at the center of operations. Although I hold an assistant position, I oversee the entire center. Liu Qichin furrowed his brow. The cleanup center was undergoing a transformation. An hour had passed since the spores were contained, and Zhu Ning's final purification value stood at 645. With the subsequent task of corpse collection delegated to the arriving cleanup team, Zhu Ning received a notification from the center indicating that she must participate in data collection. She had no objections. As her behavior had indeed been peculiar, had she been a member of the center, she would have wished to study herself in the laboratory. However, she wondered if they would be able to research the system she had brought along. Do not worry, Su Meng reassured Zhu Ning. During the data collection, your salary will be based on attendance, generally amounting to 15,000 Singapore dollars. Zhu Ning felt a flicker of irritation, which was swiftly soothed by the prospect of money. Two individuals arrived specifically to assist her. They collected the contained contaminated spores and requested her helmet. Miss Zhu, could you please hand over your helmet? It is necessary for the data collection. The helmet had recording capabilities and could conduct basic data monitoring. Even if it could not connect to the internet, these functions could still be utilized. They had already taken Li Nianchuan's helmet and now required Zhu Ning's, since this helmet was also considered property of the cleaning center. Zhu Ning complied and handed it over. Rather than proceeding to the 49th floor for cleaning, she was directly escorted to the 66th floor. The elevator door slid open, revealing a doctor clad in a white coat waiting for her. Miss Zhu, please follow me. Zhu Ning trailed behind him, navigating through a corridor until she came upon a sign. Observation room. Is there a room B as well? She pondered. The male doctor opened a door, revealing the interior space. To her surprise, instead of the cold, sterile environment she had anticipated, the observation room was refreshingly pleasant. Warm shades of pale yellow adorned the walls, complemented by comforting artwork. The room featured a self-service area and a recreational zone. The assistant doctor handed her a device, a data collector, which included one component to be affixed to her temple and another to be worn on her wrist. Zhu Ning accepted the box, and the assistant doctor assisted her in donning the equipment while explaining, "This will monitor your bodily data, and should any indicators deviate from normal, an alarm will sound, allowing us to intervene promptly." The wristband contained a ring of fine needles that gripped Zhu Ning's wrist effortlessly. It was painless, with only a momentary odd sensation upon insertion. Is this sufficient for data collection? Zhu Ning inquired. Having expected a more invasive scanning process, the assistant doctor replied, "Indeed, we aim to minimize interference with your body, thereby reducing the presence of the data collector. Individuals with high mental acuity are typically more sensitive, and an overly obtrusive device could skew the results. Is the data accurate?" Zhu Ning asked. The assistant doctor smiled reassuringly, confirming, "Absolutely. It encompasses not only your mental acuity, but also various bodily functions. Moreover, it is painless. You may rest in the recreational area or simply take a nap, and the data collection will be completed shortly." Initially concerned that her peculiarities might be detected, Zhu Ning felt reassured by the system's grand promises, which suggested she could purify contaminated land and save the world. Surely, there must be a way to prevent her from becoming a test subject. That evening, Zhu Ning settled into the observation room of the cleaning center, which boasted an impressively spacious bedroom, larger than her entire home. The room was fully equipped with all necessary amenities. Zhu Ning excelled at lounging and mused that she could comfortably remain there for 3 months, if not longer. After a refreshing shower, she lay on the bed, contemplating her future. The mattress was astonishingly soft, and the gentle, creamy yellow hues surrounding her fostered a sense of relaxation. Zhu Ning activated the system panel to examine her progress. She redeemed 654 purification points, and the system promptly notified her. "Congratulations, you have redeemed 5 life points. Current life points, 25. Remaining purification points, 154. At least her life points had increased slightly. Suddenly, Zhu Ning opened her eyes. Her system panel had been visible in her mind while her eyes were shut. If anyone were to witness her at that moment, they would see her awaken abruptly from slumber, without warning. Something felt amiss as Zhu Ning furrowed her brow and glanced toward the door. The door was pristine white, devoid of any distinguishing features, and the entire room was arranged in a cozy manner that lulled one into a false sense of security. Yet, Zhu Ning sensed the presence of prying eyes, countless eyes, blinked simultaneously. The observation room contained a total of 9,635 eyes, employed for immersive observation. Contaminated spores could not be eradicated, only contained. Some were being contained, while others were sent to the research and technology departments. The research department had developed numerous harmless tools utilizing the properties of these contaminants, such as the observing eye before her, which could collect data while individuals were in a relaxed state. Behind the observation room lay the research lab, where Zhu Ning's visage was displayed on a large screen. She cast a sudden glance in their direction, startling researcher Fu Ming, who was analyzing the data from her helmet. "Did she just notice us?" he inquired. "Possibly," Qian speculated. "Individuals with higher mental acuity tend to be more alert to danger and anomalies." This sensitivity was almost directly proportional, as the eyes themselves were a form of contaminant. Zhu Ning's ability to perceive them indicated her elevated mental acuity, but she noticed us far too quickly, Fu Ming remarked, noting that Zhu Ning had only been lying down for 15 minutes, yet had detected the eye's presence. Fang Ying, who had arrived directly after meeting, stood behind them and asked, "How are the data results?" Her sudden presence heightened the tension in the research lab. Everyone respected Fang Ying, who held significant authority within the center. Despite her title as an assistant, "Let me check," Qian replied, eager to scrutinize Zhu Ning's data. "The mental acuity data is remarkably stable. There is absolutely no sign of contamination." This contrasted starkly with Li Nianchuan's report, which exhibited significant fluctuations, peaks and valleys in his readings. Li Nianchuan was in another room, and the monitor indicated that he had not slept. After treatment, he was huddled in a corner like a mushroom. Qian pondered. "She is rather extraordinary." She regained her composure almost immediately after the mission. Typically, individuals who entered contaminated areas would experience some degree of mental impairment upon their return, particularly cleaners, who were frequently affected. Yet Zhu Ning's recovery was impressively swift. Fang Ying inquired, "What is her mental acuity score?" She had come specifically to address this question. Qi Yun, a professional researcher, manipulated the touch panel before her, continuously adjusting the angles of the observing eyes to collect Zhu Ning's data. Mental acuity is a broad term. It typically fluctuates depending on various circumstances. Our theory is to capture the peak rather than the average value. Qi Yun aimed to clarify her research theory to Fang Ying. Many believed that mental acuity readings taken during combat were the most stable, but they theorized that data collected within 6 hours of exiting a contaminated area would yield the most accurate results. During combat, individuals are often tense, and some are particularly unique, maintaining a calm demeanor when confronted with contaminants. After a mission concludes, the brain begins to relax, lowering external vigilance. Thus, it was imperative to transfer individuals to the observation room immediately following a mission, as this was when the data would be most accurate. Missing this window would leave no room for regret. Qian paused her manipulations and tapped the screen lightly, announcing a number. 1200. S-Class. What? Fu Ming leaned closer in disbelief. A sanitation worker with a score of 1200. You must be mistaken. Though Fang Ying was not a researcher, she possessed sufficient knowledge to understand that an average person's mental acuity hovered around 100. Cleaners typically scored around 300, ordinary demon hunters around 800, and top-tier demon hunters around 1,000. Scores exceeding 1,000 were classified as S-Class, while any score above 1,400 was deemed S and would categorize the individual as a valuable asset to the Federation. There were scarcely any individuals in Zone 103 with scores exceeding 1,000, let alone 1,200. Zhu Ning was currently the only individual with S-Class mental acuity. Those bearing such a score would not be sent to Zone 103, but would instead be assigned to military districts as vital assets. Not at all, Qian stated calmly. I am never mistaken. Fu Ming fell silent, and Qian inquired, what did the helmet data yield? Fu Ming glanced at his own screen, reporting 1253. Then it must be accurate. Qian declared, generally, helmet data and my readings differ by no more than 100. She is undoubtedly S-classed by S-it accurate. Fang Ying asked, I believe it to be so. Qian replied, casting a glance at Zhu Ning on the screen. Her actual score may be slightly higher, but the margin of error is negligible. IT could only be higher, never lowered. I think I understand why her recovery is so rapid. She is the only S-class in Zone 103. Qian continued, this score allows her to enter A-class contaminated areas without any devices and return to a stable state, even after exposure to S-class or higher contaminated zones without sustaining brain damage. In simpler terms, Zhu Ning could traverse A-class contaminated areas with ease. Even if she entered an S-class zone, she would emerge unscathed. Qian remarked to Fanging, "You may have stumbled upon a treasure." It was not Fanging who discovered it. The system had selected her. The research lab was equipped with cameras, coldly observing everyone within. Fanging glanced at the cameras, unable to decipher their intentions. With her arms crossed, she contemplated, her index finger lightly tapping her arm, mulling over how to report this. Should she report it truthfully, once the information was disseminated, it could lead to numerous complications, not only for Zhu Ning but also for the cleaning center in Zone 103. Fanging inquired, "What about her physical indicators?" This question was procedural. She was cautious by nature and sought comprehensive data, knowing that individuals with high mental acuity typically also possessed robust physical health, which was essential to support such high mental scores. One moment, Fu Ming and Qian responded, initiating the observation of various data points. The process of collecting physiological data is quite cumbersome, involving meticulous measurements of the body, organs, blood, and various cells. After approximately half an hour, Fanging finally received the report she desired. During the report generation, Fu Ming and Qian set aside their tasks to wait patiently, with Zhu Ning's remarkably high mental value. If her physical data matched, she would be too exceptional to remain at the cleaning center and should be sent to the first military district. Even with average physical data, she would still surpass half of the demon hunters. A long string of reports emerged from the printer, and Qian glanced through them, initially thinking she had misread, only to confirm her findings upon a second review. Beside her, Fu Ming grew increasingly anxious, taking the report from Qian with an even more pronounced reaction, questioning the data's accuracy. Unwilling to accept defeat, Fu Ming remeasured and printed the data again, confirming that it was indeed correct. He slumped into his chair, bewildered by the peculiar results. Fanging remained composed regarding Zhu Ning, considering her unusual attributes as a normal occurrence. "What's wrong?" Fanging inquired. Qian rubbed her temples and sighed, initially believing Zhu Ning to be a promising candidate, only to discover otherwise. Her physical data was significantly below average, categorizing her as a defective specimen. Without external intervention, her chances of surviving beyond a year were bleak. In other words, Zhu Ning was a dying individual. Fanging furrowed her brow, instinctively glancing at the screen where Zhu Ning was examining her surroundings, seemingly aware of the impending danger. Nevertheless, she simply turned on the television to watch a tedious drama, yawned, and promptly fell asleep. Zhu Ning knew she was being observed and analyzed, yet her danger radar remained silent, indicating minimal risk. Covering her head with her blanket, her survival principle was firmly established. As long as she was not dead, nothing was more important than sleep. For the three individuals in the research room, Zhu Ning's nonchalance was astounding. If the observation room instilled a sense of trepidation in some, fearing constant scrutiny, for Zhu Ning, it felt more akin to a retreat. The following day, she slept until 4 in the afternoon, surprised to find the self-service area still open. The cafeteria was nearly empty, devoid of competition for food. Zhu Ning took a small tray and sampled everything, as if she had not eaten in ages. Upon exiting with her tray, she spotted Fanging. Fanging, holding a stack of documents, greeted her with a broad smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. "Hello, Zhu Ning." Zhu Ning remained silent, feeling an inexplicable awkwardness as if caught by a strict teacher. "You eat, and I'll chat with you," Fanging suggested, urging Zhu Ning to sit. Zhu Ning sat down with her tray, while Fanging took a seat opposite her. Wearing a beaming smile, as Zhu Ning took a bite of bread, she felt uncomfortable under Fanging's gaze. If you have something to say, just say it. Can you stop looking at me as if I'm terminally ill?" "Well," Fanging opened her folder and laid out several documents. "Your data collection report has arrived." Zhu Ning, still chewing, mumbled an incomprehensible response. Fanging continued, "Do you want to read it yourself?" Zhu Ning felt an even stronger sense of unease, interpreting Fanging's expression as one that signified she was on the brink of death. "Just tell me," Zhu Ning replied. Fanging cleared her throat softly. "Your mental value is exceptionally impressive, exceeding 1200, which categorizes you as S-level." Zhu Ning acknowledged this with a nonchalant not fully grasping the implications, and asked, "What about Li Nianchuan?" She needed a reference point. Originally, it was 306, but after entering the contaminated area yesterday, his mental value increased to around 400. Fanging explained, "Can mental values fluctuate?" Zhu Ning inquired. Intrigued, Fang Ying clarified, the more exposure to contaminants, the greater the potential increase in mental value. Zhu Ning understood that this was akin to enhancing courage through repeated exposure to fright. Your value is quite rare. You are the only S level in District 103, Fang Ying informed her. Zhu Ning frowned, perceiving this as an unfavorable sign that and her survival philosophy, being overly exceptional, often led to a swift demise. Fang Ying extracted Zhu Ning's data report and wore an apologetic expression. However, your physical data is not promising. Just as Zhu Ning had suspected, Fang Ying was indeed delivering a grim prognosis. She placed the report before Zhu Ning, stating, without significant intervention, you may not survive beyond a year. Zhu Ning continued to eat, responding with a nonchalant "oh," having anticipated something of greater gravity. Fang Ying was taken aback by Zhu Ning's lack of a conventional reaction. Each time, she conversed with Zhu Ning. Half of her prepared remarks went unused. The comforting words she had ready suddenly felt stifled, leaving her somewhat perplexed. It's unfortunate. Fifth-class citizens typically face such circumstances. Zhu Ning had only a vague understanding of the classification of citizens. How is this determined? Fang Ying observed the evident gaps in Zhu Ning's knowledge. After the apocalypse, radiation caused widespread biological contamination and mutation, leading to the loss of 80% of our land. The Federation erected high walls to guard against external pollutants. However, resources are scarce within these walls, prompting a large-scale classification of citizens based on their potential benefit to the Federation, dividing them into 5 tiers. First-class citizens are natural humans, whose genetic makeup the Federation seeks to preserve. Second-class citizens are artificially created individuals, cultivated through genetic programming. Third-class citizens are clones, replicating superior genes, but with generally short lifespans, averaging around 40 years. Fourth-class citizens are robots with self-awareness. Lastly, fifth-class citizens are defective specimens derived from the previous 4 categories, exhibiting severe genetic flaws with exorbitant treatment costs, resulting in most of them residing in the garbage dump of District 103. I see, Zhu Ning realized, understanding that District 103 served as the Federation's waste disposal center. Populated primarily by defective specimens, while these individuals could undergo genetic modification using medical resources to survive, the costs were prohibitively high, leading many to resign themselves to their fate. Fang Ying initially worried that reporting Zhu Ning's mental value would attract complications. However, after also reporting her physical data and fifth-class citizen status, there was no response from the 1st Military District. Zhu Ning was indeed a promising candidate, yet as a defective specimen, entry into the Military District was impossible, as the minimum standard for citizens was 3rd class. Nonetheless, the fact that Zhu Ning, as a defective specimen, possessed such a high mental value was astonishing in itself. Aren't you upset? Fang Ying asked. Not really, Zhu Ning replied, fully aware of her low life value, clearly indicated on her system panel. Furthermore, she had perused some of the original owner's information upon her rebirth. The original owner was indeed a defective specimen. But her understanding of this concept had been limited at the time. In her initial days after rebirth, Zhu Ning had been too preoccupied with her new existence to contemplate the implications of her status. After slaying the fishman, Zhu Ning activated her system panel data, which confirmed her suspicions about her impending mortality. However, there is a distinction between being on the verge of death and being near death. Zhu Ning had lived in a world overrun by zombies, unaware if she would see the sun rise again upon awakening. Now that she knew she had a year left, she felt a sense of agency. Having time meant there was no need for worry. Just yesterday, Zhu Ning had even increased her score by 5 points. In contrast, she was more concerned about another matter. The original owner had met such a mysterious end. Why had she ventured alone to the garbage dump on a day of acid rain? Why had she awakened with severe abdominal injuries and a shattered piece of metal lodged within her? Who had wished her harm? Who was she supposed to meet? The most reasonable hypothesis was that the original owner, aware of her limited time, had sought to save herself, believing the person she was to meet could rescue her. To her dismay, that individual had not saved her but rather ended her life. Yet now, with Fang Ying stating her mental value was S-level, could this be a justification for her demise? Zhu Ning's thoughts wandered as she pondered these questions. Fang Ying, unaware of Zhu Ning's contemplation, pulled out another document, stating, I reported your situation accurately. Initially, I expected the military district to come for you, but they have made no move, so you remain with us in the 103rd District Cleaning Center. Zhu Ning chewed on her steak as Fong Ning continued. However, after reporting your identity, many have come to claim you. Claim me? Zhu Ning asked, intrigued. Yes, Fong Ning confirmed. Your helmet has recording capabilities, and your confrontation with the pollutants was documented and is now being circulated internally. Zhu Ning felt a sense of embarrassment wash over her. Isn't that a bit shameful? Currently, both the operations department and the cleaning department were vying for her. The operations department consisted of demon hunters, while the cleaning department comprised the cleaners. Fong Ning smiled, presenting this as favorable news for Zhu Ning. She pushed 2 contracts before her. You may choose which department to join. Zhu Ning found herself receiving offers from 2 factions, to become a demon hunter or a cleaner. Fong Ning, as an assistant, understood the nuances of the situation better. From my perspective, the demon hunters offer higher pay and a broader selection of genetic agents. Our medical department at the cleaning center provides genetic agents at a slightly lower cost. Should you choose to inject them here? Given Zhu Ning's situation, seeking survival necessitated exploring various avenues, with genetic injections being one of them. If she truly wished to survive, she could even upload her consciousness to the cloud and select a synthetic body for mobility. However, this option was prohibitively expensive, requiring substantial annual fees for the cloud servers. Fong Ning, uncertain whether to comfort Zhu Ning or not, suddenly remarked, in fact, there is a 6th class of citizens. 6th class. Zhu Ning thought she was already at the bottom of the food chain. How could there be anyone worse off? Fong Ning explained, the deeper one is exposed to pollution sources, the more likely they are to awaken or mutate. Awaken, mutate. How did the conversation suddenly veer into the realm of mysticism? Yet this seemed to align with the aberration directions and degrees of deviation displayed on Zhu Ning's system panel. Fong Ning continued, the 6th class citizens are essentially those who have fused with pollutants. They can harness the abilities of pollutants, or in other words, they are rational pollutants themselves. While they possess formidable powers, their citizen status is low because they could lose their sanity at any moment and become enemies of humanity. Zhu Ning inquired, is the probability high? Fong Ning replied, it depends on the individual. If 1 in 10,000 manages to retain their sanity, that's already a stroke of luck. Zhu Ning mused, so it's no different from winning a lottery. Fong Ning said earnestly, you might experience mutation phenomena. Those with higher mental values are more susceptible to mutations, as a higher mental value correlates with a greater probability of maintaining rationality after exposure to pollutants. Zhu Ning, although merely physically unwell, found it difficult to predict her future given her mental value. Despite the military district having abandoned her, the entirety of District 103 believed Zhu Ning was likely to carve out a uniquely different path ahead. Fong Ning added, many individuals in our center are 6th class citizens. You may have the opportunity to interact with them. Zhu Ning nodded thoughtfully. Fong Ning stated, I've conveyed my message. Your data collection is complete, and you may leave at any time. Now, take your time to consider which department you wish to join. She handed Zhu Ning a file folder along with a box containing her employee wristband and onboarding instructions, advising her to follow the steps provided. After completing the process, someone would come to collect the contract. Rising from her seat, Fong Ning casually mentioned, your bonuses and commissions for hunting pollutants have been approved. Remember to check your account. Zhu Ning opened her auxiliary brain, and soon the latest payroll appeared. Federal Cleaning Center payroll. Base salary of $5,000 has been credited to your account. Accumulated containment of 145 pollution spores, rated D class, each spore worth $500, totaling $7,250 credited to your account. Accumulated elimination of 26 pollutants, flattening 1 D-class pollution area. After assessment, each pollutant is worth $20,000. And the D-class pollution area is worth $5,000,000. 2 individuals participated in the operation, Cleanser Zhu Ning and Cleanser Li Nianchuan, each receiving $5,100,000. This cleanup team completed a cross-level task. The center rewards $50,000. The primary responsibility for this task lies with the data center's erroneous assessment, categorized as high-risk operation, with the center compensating $50,000. Data collection entry counts as attendance pay, totaling $15,000. Total salary disbursed, $70,250. Current account balance, $70,320. Overnight, she had transformed into a wealthy individual. Zhu Ning counted the zeros at the end. confirming that her account had suddenly swelled by $700,000 new. Just a day prior, she had been a destitute individual with only $700 new in her account, unable even to pay her rent. After a single night's rest, her account balance had multiplied 1,000-fold. The only dilemma she faced was whether to choose the cleaning department or the combat department. Should she opt for a high-paying job or select an even higher-paying one? It was a decision that could easily lead to feelings of superiority. Almost overwhelmed by this windfall, Zhu Ning managed to retain a sliver of rationality before officially signing the contract and securing her position. She had a pressing question to ask. Although Fong had already gathered her documents and was preparing to leave, Zhu Ning inquired, "May I ask you a question?" She had been curious about this for quite some time. Since their first conversation, Zhu Ning had been passive, rarely asking Fong anything, maintaining a polite smile. Fong replied, "Of course." Zhu Ning asked, "How exactly did I obtain this job?" She recalled that during her job search, it had been pushed to her after being filtered by a website. During their initial meeting, Fong had hardly assessed her, asking only 2 questions before allowing her to intern. Zhu Ning found this process rather peculiar. First, the job offered lucrative pay, which she had personally experienced. Second, it was evident that roles involving exposure to pollutants carried a degree of confidentiality. If anyone could apply without any assessment, the department would surely descend into chaos. Before coming here, Zhu Ning had specifically searched online for information about the cleaning center, but there was very little. Outsiders assumed it was merely a waste management company. Zhu Ning felt as though someone had chosen this offer for her. Furthermore, on her first day of work, she encountered an error in the pollution area rating. Though Fong offered no explanation for this, Zhu Ning sensed that such discrepancies were likely exceedingly rare. Given the improbability of encountering such an event, it hardly seemed coincidental. As Fong paused in her stride, almost at the threshold of the dining hall, she stood at the intersection of shadow and light. Half obscured in darkness and half illuminated by the sun, grappling with Zhu Ning's question in silence. Zhu Ning worried that she had asked something too significant. Was Fong going to silence her? Fong brushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her azure earrings glinting in the sunlight. After a brief moment, Fong replied, "It was big data that selected you." Zhu Ning exclaimed. Big data? Her world also had big data, which, before being overrun by zombies, had merely involved pushing products to stimulate consumerism, or worse, preying on familiar customers. What level of big data had evolved in the wasteland era? Zhu Ning's meager imagination struggled to comprehend. Fong smiled. It is called Prometheus, managing data for the center and overseeing all recruitment. Zhu Ning remained silent. All employees of the cleaning center in District 103 had been selected through its filtering process. Fong fixed her gaze on Zhu Ning, including both you and me. The truth of death had indeed arrived. As artificial intelligence advanced to a certain degree, it was inevitable that human society would witness its emergence. In this world, machines had attained self-awareness, and the era of artificial intelligence was in full swing, with Prometheus's functions resembling advanced data extrapolation, if every data point from a person's birth to their death could be controlled. Algorithms could even predict that individual's future trajectory. When artificial intelligence reached its zenith, every human being was merely a string of code in its database, from the chaotic novels Zhu Ning had read. Artificial intelligence was typically cast as the ultimate villain. She now found herself uncertain of Prometheus's stance. Perhaps it was neutral amidst chaos. What was its motive for selection? Did it relate to the original owner's death? Zhu Ning asked, "Can I refuse?" She had earned enough money. She could live comfortably with it without engaging with pollutants. She sensed the depth of the waters here. Artificial intelligence, the intricate interactions between various departments within the cleaning center, possibly even connected to the original owner's demise. Knowing it was a pitfall, it would be unwise to leap into it. Fong was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating Zhu Ning's question. She quickly regained her smile. "That is also an option, but you would need to go through a confidentiality procedure," Fong advised. "However, I suggest you stay. With your current savings, you could only afford a single gene therapy injection. And that wouldn't sustain a full course." For Zhu Ning, this was the best job available, high-paying and well-suited to her. There was no reason to refuse. "We won't force you," Fong concluded, "looking forward to your good news." As Zhu Ning changed into her regular attire and exited the cleaning center, the sun was setting. Information advertisement windows popped up along the streets, promoting a company called Genesis Technology, which was advocating for the upload of consciousness to the cloud, a dreamlike paradise in the apocalypse. The ads were rather irksome, even tracking and floating, leaving ordinary people without the privilege to ignore the advertisements of the wealthy elite. Outside, the incinerator continued to burn, with refuse from all 260 federal districts being sent to District 103. Garbage trucks arriving in an unending stream, the incinerator loomed large, resembling a colossal robot, towering like a 100-story building, evoking a sense of gazing up at a giant. It was said that this had originally been a wartime city defense robot. Repurposed for waste disposal after retirement, the flames of the incinerator blazed ceaselessly, like a lighthouse in the darkness, illuminating the surrounding area for miles. Zhu Ning watched for a moment, finding it strangely beautiful. She became acutely aware that she had entered an entirely different world, a wasteland realm composed of high technology and pollutants, where rapid technological advancement coexisted with extreme poverty and chaos. On one side there was order, while on the other, disorder reigned. The chaotic world beyond the high walls was something Zhu Ning had never witnessed. After transferring her rent to Wei Mama and settling various fees, her remaining balance stood at $671,200 new dollars. However, instead of returning home, Zhu Ning turned towards another destination, the abandoned garbage house. It was the first place she had seen upon waking, located 15 kilometers from her home, and had long since fallen into disrepair. By the time Zhu Ning arrived, it was dark inside, with minimal light. A musty odor assaulted her senses, and without a flashlight, she pondered briefly before donning the employee wristband Fong Ying had given her. Indeed, the device provided illumination, a warm yellow light that could even adjust between high and low beams. Zhu Ning surveyed the surroundings, where a considerable amount of scrap metal lay piled up, and in the corners rested dozens of discarded robots. In her world, steel is recyclable and certainly should not be left to waste. The collection of scrap could yield a handsome profit. However, the junkyard was overflowing with scrap metal. She recalled the piece of iron embedded in her abdomen, irregular, roughly the size of a palm, with serrated edges. The individual who had attempted to take her life had used whatever material was at hand, casually wielding a shard of iron to end her existence. The cause of death was evident, but what about the motive? The original owner had been a mere 19-year-old, an ordinary individual who had graduated in mechanical studies and was classified as a fifth-tier citizen, essentially a defective product. She possessed neither wealth nor resources, nor anything of value that might attract attention, save for her mental capacity. Yet, Zhu Ning was uncertain whether her mental acuity was inherently high due to the original owner's attributes, her own, or a result of the system imposing it upon her. Perhaps someone had cleaned the scene. There were no bloodstains, nor was there any weapon recovered. After waking, she had drawn upon the original owner's fragmented memories to locate an automated vending machine a kilometer away. Purchasing a potent healing agent, the recollections were muddled, as she had been overwhelmed with tasks, grappling with her new reality of transmigration, the proximity of death, and the acceptance of a system accompanying her. Many details had slipped from her grasp. Zhu Ning sat in the place where she had perished, immersing herself in the thoughts of that fateful day. Raising her gaze, she noted the dilapidated ceiling of the junkyard, through which a gaping hole permitted a view of the sky. On that day, she had collapsed here, as acid rain fell, the sky providing a stark backdrop. The original owner lay amidst a heap of discarded steel, gazing at the yellowed heavens, blood flowing profusely as she awaited her demise. Zhu Ning lingered in silence, feeling foolish for her inaction. She was not Sherlock Holmes, able to summon any memory at will. Just as she contemplated rising, her movements froze. She noticed a few droplets of blood in the corner, her seated position granting her a vantage point low enough to observe. In the crevice between the scrap metal and the wall, a line of crooked writing seemed to emerge. Sitting idly was of no use. The original owner had been on the brink of death. Her perspective had been horizontal. Zhu Ning crouched down, cautiously clearing a piece of scrap metal, revealing an inscription on the weathered wall. The end is nigh. You and I are but ants. The end is nigh. You and I are but ants. Zhu Ning murmured the phrase, her mind buzzing. The apocalypse was approaching. Hilariously, the end was near. You, like me, will become the same. These were the words spoken to her by the fishman in his dying moments. crawling towards her with a desperate urgency, uttering cryptic phrases. Initially, she had dismissed it as a form of mental contamination, yet now, she realized her naivety, rephrasing the fishman's words more eloquently. The end is nigh. You and I are but ants. The fishman was a pollutant, and while his proclamation could be rationalized, why was it inscribed at the site of the original owner's death? What truly led to her demise? Was she chosen because she was a defective product, devoid of social connections, merely discarded in Sector 103? Had Zhu Ning not traversed into this world, the original owner's death would likely have gone unnoticed. And even if discovered, she would have simply been incinerated without a mention in the news. Her death would be impeccably clean. Zhu Ning's initial reaction was to access the employee wristband. She needed to explore the internal network of the cleaning center. Fa Ning had mentioned that her video was uploaded to the internal network. If the fishman had uttered such bizarre words, there should be discussions on the forum. She lingered on the login page. Requiring a formal employee ID, it became imperative for Zhu Ning to join the 103-sector cleaning center. Her survival principle had always been, if one cannot defeat the enemy, then one must join them. Without hesitation, she selected a job type and filled out the onboarding information. Successful login prompted her wristband to emit a mechanical voice. Congratulations on your employment. Following this, a series of mundane onboarding procedures unfolded, which Zhu Ning scanned swiftly, checking them off before entering the public forum of the cleaning center. The pinned post read, "Shocking, a trial period newcomer possesses a mental capacity of 1200. We have an S-class national treasure." Zhu Ning was taken aback. The subsequent post stated, "Learning materials are for internal circulation only. The purification process of the last train in the D-class pollution area." Zhu Ning clicked to watch the video, which was a compilation from her and Li Nianchuan's helmet perspectives. Fast-forwarding through the footage, she arrived at the scene where she and the fishman had fought on the tracks. Her helmet had cracked. The camera shattered, capturing a cacophony of static sounds, followed by her kicking the fishman into the ground rail, where it was subsequently crushed. They think I am pretentious, unable to endure hardship. Am I pretentious? The next scene should have featured Zhu Ning standing at the platform, wielding a fire axe, as the fishman crawled towards her, poised to utter the apocalyptic phrase. Yet, at that moment, the video cut out, immediately transitioning to the train's arrival, resulting in the fishman being reduced to a mass of flesh. The fishman's death released spores of pollution. Zhu Ning watched the footage again, confirming that the apocalyptic declaration was absent. As a participant, had she not been involved, she would have believed it to be a figment of her imagination. Was it edited? By whom? Prometheus? Was it aiding her? But for what reason? Ding! A sound resonated in Zhu Ning's mind. Congratulations on triggering the side quest. Uncover the truth behind your death. This task is a long-term endeavor, which can be pursued alongside other side quests. Substantial rewards await for successful completion. Failure results in a complete loss of life value. Current progress. 5. Please continue your efforts. Zhu Ning sighed. She should not have come to the junkyard. This deceitful system revealed nothing about the task's rewards, and why did failure equate to the loss of life value? Wait, she realized that this system's logic aligned with reality. Zhu Ning's death might be connected to Prometheus's choice of her. If someone intended to kill her, not only had she survived, but she had also entered the cleaning center, where she would undoubtedly face a second attempt on her life. Thus, she must uncover the truth before they could silence her permanently. Otherwise, a second death would indeed mean the loss of her life value. To find clues, she needed to access the cleaning center and become a formal employee, allowing her to interface with Prometheus and the next pollutant. This was excellent. She could cheerfully resume her trash collection. Zhu Ning contemplated this, snapping photographs of the corner with her side brain from various angles, fearful of missing any detail, before scraping away the inscription with a piece of iron. As Zhu Ning was in the midst of erasing evidence, she suddenly heard a faint sound from outside. Who is it? Her immediate instinct was to grab a piece of iron. Could it be someone coming to silence her? A robot emerged slowly from the doorway, round and diminutive, barely half her height. Startled by Zhu Ning's presence, it raised its mechanical arms in a display of innocence. Zhu Ning was taken aback. This robot appeared rather rudimentary, akin to the navigation bots from her era. She lowered the iron rod and inquired, "Fifth-tier citizen?" The robot nodded affirmatively. Indeed, In the dilapidated and chaotic 103 sector, its presence indicated it was a defective product. Zhu Ning remarked, "I am too." Lacking verbal communication, the robot screen displayed two characters. Rubbish treasure. Was that its name? Zhu Ning, without shame, replied, "I shall call myself Ning Bao." The robot's screen transformed into a smiley face, suggesting it was originally a service-oriented machine and seemed pleased. An idea struck Zhu Ning, prompting her to ask, "Do you collect garbage in this vicinity?" Named Rubbish Treasure, it was likely designed for waste management, but had been discarded due to a flaw in its development. Rubbish Treasure nodded. Zhu Ning continued, "Have you seen any suspicious individuals?" "You," it replied. Zhu Ning pressed, "Anyone else?" "No," that made sense. If the perpetrator sought to commit murder, they would certainly avoid drawing attention. Zhu Ning queried, "Are there any surveillance cameras nearby?" "No." Well, that was a wasted question. Given the state of disarray in the junkyard, such installations would be unlikely. Zhu Ning felt a twinge of disappointment at her inability to find any effective leads. Rubbish Treasure, noticing her discontent, typed on its screen, "But there are mechanical eyes." Zhu Ning's interest peaked. Rubbish Treasure slowly typed out, "The robot's camera is defaulted to on." Robots are typically equipped with cameras serving as their eyes. Even if a machine is decommissioned, many robotic cameras remain operational. Thus, amidst the mountains of refuse, some cameras might still be functional. The murderer might be well-versed in the act of killing, yet ignorant of robotics. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to operate in a junkyard. This meant that if a discarded robot's camera was still functional, it could very well have recorded the original owner's death in its entirety. Zhu Ning's eyes sparkled with hope as she asked, "Can you help me locate one?" "I cannot. There are too many." The junkyard was indeed a labyrinth of debris, and sifting through to find a functional camera, extracting its data, and analyzing it would take at least 2 months. Zhu Ning smiled, holding the iron rod as she squatted opposite Rubbish Treasure, maintaining eye contact. "Would you like to strike a deal?" Rubbish Treasure responded with a puzzled expression, initially reluctant. Rubbish Treasure ultimately succumbed to Zhu Ning's persuasive skills, as she offered a sum of 10,000 new coins for the service. She added Rubbish Treasure as a friend, instructing it to send her any footage from the past month, regardless of content. Rubbish Treasure acquiesced, swayed by her charm, or rather, the allure of currency. After leaving the junkyard, Zhu Ning chose to walk home. She had attempted it herself, taking a total of 1 hour and 40 minutes to walk home, while a flying car would only take 8 minutes on the day of her rebirth, after administering a potent healing agent. She had taken a flying car back. She pulled up the map, noting that this abandoned garbage room was the closest place to Zhu Ning's residence, and it was devoid of surveillance. There must be a reason for choosing the garbage room. As Zhu Ning stealthily made her way home, she unexpectedly encountered Wei's mother at the entrance, who had just finished collecting rent and was descending the stairs with the aid of a cane. For reasons unknown, Zhu Ning felt an instinctive discomfort upon seeing her. She recalled Wei's mother mentioning that she often went mad, referring not to the current Zhu Ning, but undoubtedly to the original host. How had the original host gone mad? Wei's mother must know something about her. Zhu Ning pondered how to broach the subject without arousing suspicion. However, just as she opened her mouth, she closed it again. She could not trust anyone at this moment. If Wei's mother were involved in her death, any inquiry would expose her. Wei's mother cast a sidelong glance at her, sarcastically remarking, "I was wondering where you got the money from. It turns out you've latched onto a golden branch." Zhu Ning. Could she refrain from speaking as if she had married into a wealthy family? Wei's mother continued, "I see your luck has turned. You actually got into the cleaning center. What a secure job." Zhu Ning. Why does she seem envious? To outsiders, the cleaning center was considered the most favorable and comfortable job in the entire 103 district. Even though sweeping garbage held secure positions, the employee benefits were undeniable. Once one became a formal employee, they would enjoy free medical checkups and subsidies upon retirement. Securing a position at the federal cleaning center meant a life of stability and comfort. Wei's mother added, "Someone from the cleaning center is looking for you, right at your doorstep." So that was it. Zhu Ning was still contemplating how Wei's mother knew this. However, who could be looking for her? Zhu Ning hardly knew anyone, just Li Nianchuan and Su Meng, the former of whom was still receiving treatment for mental pollution in the medical department. Zhu Ning replied, "I'll head up now." With that, she walked past Wei's mother, who was making her way down the stairs. Suddenly, Wei's mother called out from behind, Be careful. Zhu Ning paused, glancing back. Wei's mother, leaning on her cane, stood at the foot of the stairs. Zhu Ning was elevated on the steps, making her perception of Wei's mother significantly lower. Though Wei's mother should have been looking up, she merely raised her eyes, revealing a large expanse of yellowed scara. Staring intently at Zhu Ning, be careful of what? The cleaning center? Or the others in the hive? Was the building manager truly problematic? Zhu Ning wished to inquire further, but Wei's mother had already moved on, leaving Zhu Ning to ascend the stairs in silence. Indeed, as Wei's mother had indicated, a man was waiting at her door. The man was clad in a full set of work attire, emblazoned with the cleaning center's logo, and carried a massive black suitcase that resembled a delivery worker's. Miss Zhu. The man smiled. I'm here to collect the contract. Zhu Ning recalled that Fong Ying had mentioned that someone would come to retrieve it once she officially joined the cleaning center. After verifying the man's employee credentials and using her wristband for confirmation, she found he was indeed an official employee. Zhu Ning entered her home and handed him the contract. After accepting it, the man presented the suitcase to Zhu Ning, which was adorned with a large bow. Miss Zhu, congratulations on your employment. This is a welcome gift. The welcome gift. The oversized suitcase could easily conceal an adult, leading Zhu Ning's mind to wander to the horror film she had seen. Surely, it couldn't contain a body. The man completed his task swiftly, leaving without any small talk. Once he departed, Zhu Ning opened the suitcase, her expression turning somber. Inside lay an entire set of standard weaponry, starkly different from the airsoft pellets she had used in previous missions. There were 4 guns, a complete set of military knives, and even explosive devices. Beneath these lay a protective suit specifically for cleaners, black leather combined with a helmet, tools for containing pollution spores, and even some potent healing agents. In other words, possessing the suitcase would allow Zhu Ning to operate independently from the cleaning center. She attempted to load a gun. It was effortless, as the weapons were not locked, indicating that she did not need to seek approval from the cleaning center to utilize them. This was entirely inconsistent with the cleaning center's protocols. Even if the center was undergoing reform, such a drastic change was unexpected. Zhu Ning opened the center's forum to search for posts regarding employee gifts, discovering a plethora of threads. Most contained items like thermos cups, chrysanthemum and goji berry kidney supplements, or even direct monetary gifts. After browsing 2 pages, she found no other instances of someone receiving a suitcase of standard weaponry like her. Who could have sent this? Prometheus? Why would it send itself a box of gifts? To assist in destroying the cleaning center's headquarters. Zhu Ning felt the weight of the weaponry in her hands, instinctively thinking of contacting Fong Ying. As the assistant to the entire center, she would undoubtedly be most aware of whether receiving a suitcase of weapons adhered to protocol. Yet, upon opening Fong Ying's chat window, Zhu Ning fell silent. She could not divulge this information. Zhu Ning was unable to ascertain Fong Ying's true nature. The more individuals who knew, the greater the danger. It was perilous not only for Zhu Ning but for Fong Ying as well. Before Zhu Ning could speak, Fong Ying sent a message first. Congratulations on your employment. Welcome to the 103 District Cleaning Center. Zhu Ning paused before sending a simple emoji in response. Thank you for your guidance. She feigned the demeanor of a typical new employee. Fong Ying remarked, I'm quite surprised by your choice. Zhu Ning exchanged pleasantries before inquiring, did you receive the contract? Fong Ying replied, it just arrived. That guy truly came to collect the contract. Zhu Ning pressed on, are there any tasks at the moment? She had yet to uncover the truth behind her death, and it would take time to retrieve the surveillance footage from the garbage area. But she certainly couldn't just sit idly at home. Fong Ying responded, no rush. I've applied for a 7-day leave for you. Zhu Ning, taken aback, thought, what kind of company enforces a work schedule of 1 day on and 7 days off? Why would they force a leave? Fong Ying clarified, it's not my decision. The cleaning center mandates that there must be at least a 7-day interval between tasks as a buffer. It's primarily to prevent employees from becoming mentally overwhelmed. Although this concern did not apply to Zhu Ning, rules were rules. Fong Ying continued, however, after the 7 days, you still won't be able to take on tasks. The cleaning center is currently undergoing restructuring, and I will inform you to come in for employee training after the week. It seemed that the cleaning center was experiencing significant internal upheaval, undergoing reorganization, and as a mere lowly employee, Zhu Ning had no need to know the specifics. She sent an emoji back and closed the chat window. Having grown accustomed to the oppressive nature of her previous world, she found it challenging to adapt to a company that was willing to grant time off. Leaving Zhu Ning with no choice but to remain at home, idle, she engaged in a quintessential pastime of homebodies, browsing forums out of boredom. The employee forum of the cleaning center was extremely active. Zhu Ning had previously thought that despite its unorthodox tone, discussions would be grounded in scientific rationale. She was surprised to discover that the atmosphere within the forum was steeped in mysticism. Stumbling upon a thread titled, "If you encounter a grave post at midnight, don't disturb the new members." A grave post. What exactly was a grave post? Zhu Ning recalled that these were threads that had been dormant for years, resurrected by users. She was unsure if this concept aligned with the grave posts in a wasteland world. After perusing a couple of pages, she grasped the essence of what a grave post entailed. Employees of the cleaning center would encounter these gray-hued pages at midnight. The pages appeared gray, indicating that the poster was presumed deceased, hence the post would be displayed in that color. Logically, a deceased person could not post again. Even if they had made a post before their demise, it would ultimately be submerged in a flood of information and not resurface. Therefore, those who stumbled upon a grave post were believed to receive messages from the deceased. One poster claimed to have received a message from someone who had died 7 years prior. How eerie. Was this not a world saturated with technology? Did employees of the cleaning center genuinely believe in such supernatural occurrences? The tradition of grave posts had been long established within the cleaning center, with a shared understanding that arriving at the location described in a grave post indicated a polluted area, and that the grave post was a signal emitted by pollutants. Reactions to receiving messages from the deceased varied widely. Some believed it was the deceased's lingering resentment, and since they were aware action should be taken to eliminate it, the deceased were reaching out for help, and those with the capability could attempt to assist. Moreover, killing the pollutants would yield rewards. For some, the existence of grave posts represented a form of side work. Conversely, others viewed these posts as traps. The pollutants emitted distress signals to lure individuals into contaminated areas, ultimately consuming them. The operational logic of pollutants was to transform one into a kindred being. Many who ventured into these areas never returned, becoming part of the pollutants, and grave posts could very well serve as a means of sustenance for them. Late into the night, Zhu Ning found herself invigorated by the posts she was reading. Akin to the excitement of a freshman orientation party, both thrilling and terrifying, the clock displayed 11:59 p.m., merely a minute away from the fated moment to encounter a grave post. She refreshed the forum. The clock shifted from 11:59 to 12 o'clock. And Zhu Ning clicked the refresh button. The homepage of the forum repopulated, but all posts were vibrant in color. She did not see any of the so-called gray posts. Zhu Ning clicked refresh repeatedly, akin to a frantic shopper during a sale, but after a minute, nothing appeared. Truly, it seemed mystical, relying on luck. Just as Zhu Ning contemplated closing the page, her actions abruptly halted. A gray post had appeared amidst the colorful homepage. The title read, "Hidden in the Alleys of District 103, an unmissable fly restaurant, spicy food enthusiasts, hurry." This appeared to be a culinary recommendation, nothing particularly extraordinary. Upon clicking the link, the screen momentarily flickered, as if experiencing lag. After 2 seconds, the lag ceased, revealing the full page of the food post, which indicated that it had been published in the year 50 of the new calendar. 80 years ago, the world underwent a catastrophic event of radiation, leading to the construction of high walls and the establishment of a new world, adopting a unified calendar. The year 50 in this new chronology marks the 50th year post-radiation, and now, 3 decades have elapsed since that momentous change. Zhu Ning, uncertain whether her fortune was serendipitous or unfortunate, stumbled upon a post from over 30 years ago. Upon examining the post, she noted that the entire page was indeed cloaked in shades of gray, including several accompanying images of culinary delights, and the pallid photographs. Even the most delectable hotpot appeared unappetizing, with ingredients like tripe and duck blood resembling props from a horror film. The author of the post vividly extolled the virtues of the hotpot restaurant, recommending their spicy beef and squid, yet the images lacked any semblance of appetite appeal, instead exuding a sinister aura, rendering the claims utterly unconvincing. The post concluded with the name of the establishment, Hao Zai Lai Hot Pot Restaurant. While Zhu Ning pondered this, a chime echoed in her mind. Congratulations on triggering a random task. the man-eating hotpot restaurant. Task objectives include purging contaminated areas, containing pollution spores, rescuing survivors, and assisting in uncovering the truth behind the deaths. This task is random and not mandatory. Please choose whether to accept it. The task will automatically close at dawn. Please make your decision cautiously. Zhu Ning thought. Did she receive 2 tasks on the same day? She had yet to decipher the previous side quest regarding the truth of the deaths, and now this new request emerged. Hold on. The complexity of this task description suggested that rescuing survivors indicated the presence of living individuals within the contaminated area. The phrase about aiding in the search for the truth behind the deaths, did it imply that there were clues regarding Zhu Ning's demise within the hotpot restaurant? Was there a connection between these 2 statements? She cast a glance at the suitcase on the floor. Could these standard weapons be intended for the task? Was it not Prometheus, but rather the system that provided them? That seemed implausible, as the system could easily place any items in the panel slots without taking up space. Furthermore, the system was generous with rewards, offering explosives capable of demolishing 30-story buildings. The contents of that box appeared inconsistent with its style. Nevertheless, this time, the task was optional, differing from previous ones. Zhu Ning gained further insight into the system, which included main quests, long-term side quests, mandatory short-term side quests, and now random tasks. The system's logic adhered to reality. As Fongming had remarked about her short lifespan, she urgently needed to accumulate life points. Zhu Ning clicked yes. Task accepted successfully. Please complete it before dawn. Hao Zai Lai Hotpot Restaurant. The establishment was bustling with patrons, its popularity palpable, with the aroma wafting across the street. The main hall was filled to capacity, and at a central table sat 4 young adults. A girl with blunt bangs, while eating, exclaimed, "Where's my tripe?" Skillfully, she plunged her chopsticks into the bubbling red oil pot, but emerged empty-handed. "Who ate my tripe? I didn't touch it. Why don't you try using a slotted spoon?" Just as she was about to switch utensils, her chopsticks suddenly halted mid-motion. Was it a trick of the light? In the boiling pot, it seemed as if something was tugging at her chopsticks. Bewildered, she looked down to find that 1/2 of her chopsticks was in her hand, while the other half was submerged in the red oil pot, entangled with a small black tentacle. The suction cups of the black appendage clung firmly to the chopsticks. Logically, in such a scorching hot pot, everything should have been cooked thoroughly. Yet, she could distinctly feel the tentacle's grip. "Who ordered the squid?" "Squid? I didn't order it, did you?" "Ah." The girl in the red t-shirt didn't finish her sentence before she screamed in terror as a tentacle, thick as a wrist, burst forth from the fiery pot, wrapping around the girl's hand and yanking her violently towards the boiling cauldron. The hot pot restaurant was engulfed in screams and blood. Zhu Ning, having perused the grave post's content, suddenly saw the page flicker, followed by the display of an address, which then vanished upon reading, leaving her unable to retrieve the post despite her attempts. Searching online with relevant keywords yielded only a 32-year-old post praising the restaurant's deliciousness. The information was sparse, and the system had indicated that she needed to complete the task before dawn. The current time was 12:06, with sunrise expected at 6:02, leaving her approximately 6 hours. Inputting the address into her navigation software proved fruitful, allowing her to locate the task site. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss. Before setting off, Zhu Ning contemplated the box of standard weapons before her. What weapons would be appropriate for a hot pot outing? Ultimately, she opted for 2 guns and 2 daggers, along with the explosives capable of demolishing a 30-story building. Compared to the previous encounter with the fisherman, this time she felt adequately armed. Donning her work attire to shield herself from the contamination spores, she finally secured a helmet, equipping herself with a full set of cleaning tools. Glancing in the mirror before departure, she saw a woman clad in a motorcycle suit, carrying an imposing black backpack, her face obscured by the helmet, which reflected a chilling light from its high-tech material. Yes, she thought, she looked remarkably like a criminal. Zhu Ning resided in a slum known as the Beehive, a densely populated area primarily inhabited by societal rejects, as identity checks were not enforced, allowing for unusual tenants. She speculated that she might have fugitives or wanted criminals as neighbors, given that her building housed a black market operation. Time was of the essence. Zhu Ning had no choice but to select a mode of transportation. In her current attire, boarding a public hovercraft would likely result in immediate notification to the cleaning center. Outside the black market, A sleek motorcycle caught her eye. Its smooth lines and flawless body resembled a poised cheetah. Perfectly complementing her, the proprietress, a robust woman with voluminous hair, was smoking at the entrance and scrutinized Zhu Ning, assessing her financial capability. Confident with money in hand, Zhu Ning inquired, "How much for this bike?" $4 million, the proprietress replied. Zhu Ning felt deflated. Why was it that after toiling to clean up garbage, she couldn't afford even a modest motorcycle? "What about renting it?" she asked softly. The proprietress flicked the ash from her cigarette. "No rentals," Zhu Ning hesitantly suggested. "Then where are you headed?" "I could pay for your ride $500 for a trip," the proprietress stated, a price Zhu Ning found acceptable. Feeling diminished, Zhu Ning's bravado waned in the presence of the proprietress. Despite her armed status, she felt like a meek lamb. "Shall we go?" the proprietress asked, extinguishing her cigarette. "Let us go." The exchange increasingly resembled a transaction for illegal transport. After glancing at the address Zhu Ning provided, she astutely decided not to take her directly to the hotpot restaurant but rather 2 streets away to another establishment. "Is this the right place?" the proprietress inquired. "Absolutely," Zhu Ning affirmed. "You're quite the clever girl," the proprietress remarked. Zhu Ning, puzzled, glanced at the establishment she had haphazardly pinpointed, which turned out to be a duck restaurant with a minimum spend of $888 to adopt one of their prize ducks. Zhu Ning felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, she had worn her helmet. With it on, her identity remained a mystery. The proprietress, brusque and taciturn, dropped Zhu Ning off at the duck restaurant and departed without further inquiry. Leaving a trail of exhaust in her wake, standing beneath the pink sign of the noble queen, Zhu Ning felt like a lost child abandoned by her parents. A man, presumably the duck restaurant owner, leaned against the railing, slender and pale-skinned, possessing an attractive visage reminiscent of a young star. Upon noticing Zhu Ning, his eyes lit up, and he greeted her with, "Care to try?" Just those 2 simple words shattered the last remnants of Zhu Ning's confidence. Her night had been rather eventful. Although she had intended to craftily inquire about the nearby hotpot restaurant, the man's dark purple high-necked sweater made her hesitate. Zhu Ning realized she lacked the social skills to navigate a conversation with someone from the duck restaurant. He was undoubtedly astute, and she feared being ensnared. "Thank you, but I'm not here to indulge," she managed to articulate. A reminder of her task echoed in her mind. Zhu Ning had a mission to accomplish. The time was now 12:56 a.m., with only 5 hours remaining before the task's deadline. "Oh, no worries," the man replied casually. He eyed Zhu Ning's backpack with curiosity, her late-night appearance, clad in motorcycle gear, masked and carrying a backpack, made her resemble a felon. He raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Where are you headed?" "I can point you in the right direction. The streets around here can be quite convoluted." In this area, the establishments were subpar, and the roads twisted like a maze, leading many to lose their way. Zhu Ning, suspecting his goodwill, responded, "I'm searching for a hotpot restaurant." Upon hearing this, the restaurant owner's demeanor shifted noticeably. "How's I lie?" he asked. "What about it?" Zhu Ning pressed. He scrutinized her before responding slowly. "We avoid that place. It's rumored to be a ghost restaurant. It was abandoned decades ago, yet every time one passes by that street, the scent of hotpot still wafts through the air. It's rather peculiar." Zhu Ning frowned. Her research indicated that the establishment had closed 30 years prior, yet the lingering aroma of hotpot persisted. It felt eerie, accompanied by an inexplicable meaty scent. She couldn't quite identify the source, but it certainly wasn't pork, beef, or lamb. Many claimed it was human flesh, though she couldn't ascertain the truth. "Human flesh and hotpot?" Zhu Ning inquired. "Why did the restaurant close?" "I have also heard that in this area, shops frequently open and close, yet this particular establishment has endured the longest. It once thrived, with patrons waiting 3 hours just to be seated. However, the owner fell ill and, unable to sustain the business, yet unwilling to transfer it, ultimately decided to close the shop to focus on recovery." "Illness?" Zhu Ning inquired. "What affliction?" "I don't know. It's quite unfortunate. A once flourishing establishment has simply vanished." Zhu Ning pondered for a moment, sensing something amiss. In a wasteland where medical expenses are exorbitantly high, if the proprietor needed funds for treatment, why not sell the business? A hotpot restaurant so successful would surely attract a multitude of buyers. Could the owner have amassed enough wealth to reach such a decision? Zhu Ning asked, "Are there any living souls inside?" Impossible, he chuckled. It's been 30 years, sister. That place is a dead shop. If anyone were still residing within, he paused, his eyes glinting as they regarded Zhu Ning. Do you think he is human or ghost? It was a valid point. Why would a shop that closed 30 years ago still be a target for the system to rescue survivors? Was this individual, who had lived in a contaminated zone for 3 decades, truly human? If not, why would the system prompt Zhu Ning to conduct a rescue? This system was presumably benevolent, with a noble goal to purify the tainted land and save humanity's home, unlikely to engage Zhu Ning in any sordid activities. Zhu Ning asked, "Is it still open? You wouldn't believe it, but I did pass by and took a glance. The doors were bricked up. I don't know who did it, perhaps to prevent others from wandering in." Zhu Ning thought the same. If it were still operational, surely it would have been shut down. What are you going there for? He regarded Zhu Ning with growing suspicion. It's hard to say, she replied. He had mingled for so long that he had encountered all sorts of clever individuals. Zhu Ning could at least concoct a fib to deceive him. Would it hard to say even mean? Well, I want to pry further. Let me guide you. You definitely won't find it on the navigation. AT the next intersection. Turn right, then right again, and once more right. After 3 turns, you should arrive. If you truly cannot find it, just follow your nose. I hope to see you again tomorrow. As Zhu Ning noted the directions, she replied, "Thank you for your well wishes." Departing from the esteemed queen's establishment, she followed the instructions toward another street. This street was desolate, devoid of life, with a prominent warning sign declaring, "The area ahead has been contaminated. Please detour." Zhu Ning, headstrong, crossed the caution line and soon discovered the hotpot restaurant. The duck shop owner was correct. The aroma was indeed enticing. The beef tallow hotpot mingled with a meaty fragrance, a peculiar scent that her brain recognized as meat yet could not identify the type. It was an inappropriate time to admit hunger. But the half-sunken establishment suggested the owner lacked funds to rent a ground-level shop, opting instead for a semi-basement location. Yet, based on Zhu Ning's prior foraging experience, this would make an excellent hole-in-the-wall eatery. When it was operational, no doubt it was delectable. The hotpot sign still glowed, albeit precariously, flickering due to a short circuit. Beside it, a small inscription read, "Open 24 hours." Before venturing into potential peril, Zhu Ning sought to assure her safety. She needed to inform someone of her entry into the contaminated zone, ensuring that even if she failed to manage the situation, the cleanup team would respond promptly to prevent the spore contamination from spreading and tainting the entire area. After some deliberation, she found Li Nianchuan's contact information. The employee wristbands would automatically display their status. Under Li Nianchuan's name, a note read, "Mental contamination, hospitalized." As colleagues, Zhu Ning decided to check on him, sending a message. "Are you okay?" Li Nianchuan did not respond for some time, leading Zhu Ning to assume he was unable to communicate during treatment. After what felt like an eternity, she finally received a reply. "Sister, woof." Zhu Ning was taken aback, feeling awkward at his exuberance. "Young man, once you recover from your mental contamination, you'll regret this chat." Li Nianchuan, not having seen Zhu Ning's message, sent a melancholic emoji. Zhu Ning, mustering her courage, continued the conversation. "Is your condition still unwell?" "They drew a lot of blood and gave me numerous injections," Li Nianchuan replied with a crying emoji. "Is that a plea for comfort?" Zhu Ning wondered. "Could you send me a gift?" he asked. "What? I want a pair of flaming wings." Zhu Ning abruptly closed the messaging app, exclaiming to herself how abnormal he was. Taking a deep breath, she opted to send scheduled messages to Su Meng, Fong Ying, and the technical support department. The internal speed limits in the contaminated area varied. If she remained within for over an hour without exiting, it would be assumed she had met with misfortune. The distress signal she set would automatically alert Su Meng and Fong Ying, making them aware of her whereabouts. Naturally, Zhu Ning hoped she would never need to resort to this precaution after completing her setup. Zhu Ning descended the staircase slowly, keenly observing her surroundings. The steps were covered in moss and fallen leaves, alongside some discarded trash, giving the impression of long-standing neglect. The shop was only partially open, the rolling shutter half lowered, obscuring the interior from view. Zhu Ning noticed the absence of the stone wall the duck shop owner had mentioned. A warm, reddish light seeped through, accompanied by a tantalizing aroma, emanating from what appeared to be an establishment that had been closed for 30 years, yet seemed inhabited. Having previously encountered aquatic beings, Zhu Ning felt much calmer this time. She was certain that this place was indeed within the contaminated zone. Earlier that day, she had watched some courses on demon hunters, learning how to swiftly eliminate pollutants. Regrettably, the subject was extensive, and she had only attended 3 classes, saving the rest for later contemplation. The rolling shutter displayed numerous notices. Hiring signs proclaimed, now recruiting a cashier, food and lodging provided, must possess a high school diploma, age under 35, salary of $3,500 per month. Another sign read, now hiring a vegetable preparer. Food and lodging included, no educational restrictions, age unrestricted, must have over 5 years of relevant experience, salary of $5,000 per month. Yet another stated, now seeking an acting manager, food and lodging provided. Must possess a bachelor's degree, age under 35, salary of $10,000 per month. There were 10 such notices. It seemed the establishment was in dire need of every type of labor, dishwashers, cleaners, vegetable preparers, servers, and even garbage collectors. Adjacent to the hiring notices was a plea for assistance, due to a family member's illness and severe genetic defects, urgently seeking a type C gene bone marrow match. Any kind-hearted individual will be handsomely rewarded. Next to the plea, a bounty notice read, reward, generous payment for eyes, $300,000 new dollars offered. Reward, generous payment for kidneys, $800,000 new dollars offered. Reward, generous payment for mutant genes, $1,500,000 new dollars offered. As Zhu Ning continued reading, an unsettling feeling grew. While 1 or 2 missing organs could be comprehended, why were they lacking so many, based on the organs the shop owner sought? One could effectively create a new individual. Moreover, the mention of mutant genes, was this referring to the 6th-class citizens Fong Ying had mentioned? Prior to her departure, Zhu Ning had reviewed her studies. A single spore escaping could taint an entire region. Underscoring the critical importance of the cleaner's existence, from these bounties and notices, could it be inferred that a mutant had perished here? While contemplating, Zhu Ning was suddenly startled by a muffled noise. The rolling shutter was unexpectedly raised from the inside, revealing a man before her. He was clad in a butcher's outfit, a black leather apron, wielding a large knife in his left hand, and atop his neck rested a pig's head. The man's sudden appearance was jarring. Zhu Ning had no time to evade. The proximity was so close, she could see the pores on his pig-like nose. Previously, she had encountered an aquatic being. Now, it seemed she was face to face with a porcine figure. Was the owner of this hotpot restaurant a pig-headed butcher? Zhu Ning's helmet automatically announced. Confirmed. Cleaner Zhu Ning has entered a contaminated area. Estimated contamination level is roughly C. Please select whether to report to the cleanup center's technical department. Current contamination concentration has reached 99, with the contaminated area measuring 5,000 cubic meters, living pollutants detected within. This contaminated zone is continuously expanding, with fluctuating contamination levels. Cleaners, please exercise caution. Zhu Ning noted this new helmet differed from the previous one. It was far more intelligent, capable of autonomously detecting data and providing reports without her needing to measure pollution levels. Compared to her earlier novice experience, Zhu Ning was now adept at interpreting the data. 2 pool-sized contaminated areas were larger than the previous sewer, which was highly unusual. How expansive could a hotpot restaurant's interior possibly be? With contamination levels at 99, based on her previous experience, the contamination concentration would rapidly escalate as outsiders interacted with pollutants. As for the contamination rating, if Zhu Ning did not report to the technical support department, the helmet's estimations would be inaccurate. Roughly assessed as sea level, it was likely more perilous than before. Again, she observed dark tendrils in the air, as if black particles were floating about. She had seen this phenomenon before on the last train of the first line. It was intangible and seemed more like a backdrop of the contaminated zone. Zhu Ning glanced back, realizing the staircase she had descended was now gone, replaced by an abyss of darkness, where something writhed, leaving her with no path to retreat. The contaminated area had ensnared her once more, severing her connection to the outside world. "Do you have business?" the pig-headed man inquired, his voice deep and oddly pronounced, as though it did not originate from his throat. Zhu Ning calmly said, "I am here for the interview." She had attended a monster hunters class, where she learned that pollutants retain the behaviors they exhibited prior to contamination. For instance, the fishmen, once transformed into pollutants, continuously sought the last bus. The simplest way to gain entry into a contaminated area is not through force. but rather by awaiting an invitation from the pollutant. The job advertisement affixed to the roll-up door provided Zhu Ning with a perfect reason to enter. Applying for a position, the pig-headed man scrutinized her. Zhu Ning had discerned certain patterns. To conduct normal activities in an abnormal environment, she was indeed engaged in a normal pursuit. Yes, I am applying for the cashier position. While applying for the position of store manager might have been met with resistance. Her undergraduate degree in mechanics was more than sufficient for the role of cashier. The pig-headed man fell silent, resembling a malfunctioning robot, standing still for a full 3 minutes without uttering a word or even blinking. Zhu Ning surmised that he was reluctant to let outsiders into the hot pot restaurant, but could not find a valid reason to deny her. After 3 minutes, the pig-headed man relented and allowed her entry. Indeed, Zhu Ning concluded that the behavior of pollutants could be predictable. As long as one conforms to their logic, they cannot refuse you. With a sharp sound, the roll-up door descended behind her, sealing her fate. Each contaminated area possesses its own peculiarities, yet they share underlying commonalities. When ordinary individuals venture into a contaminated zone, the pollutants will devise ways to taint them, had Zhu Ning not donned her work uniform. The matter would have been simple. A single spore could attach itself to her, resulting in assimilation. Thus, the logic governing the pollutants was foreseeable. Either they would attempt to dismantle your defenses or resort to mental contamination, leading you to a state of gradual oblivion. Upon stepping into the hot pot restaurant, Zhu Ning found the interior exceedingly strange. Despite being a hot pot establishment, it was eerily silent, with no one speaking. The dining hall, consisting of 28 tables, was filled to capacity, each table adorned with a bubbling pot of red oil, and patrons wore smiles as they dined. Their methods of consumption were bizarre. Some were oblivious, submerging their arms into the boiling pot. The dishes before them were far from delectable, with meats in various stages of decay and maggots wriggling through the tripe. One patron, seemingly unperturbed, dipped the tripe into the pot. Adhering to the traditional practice of 7 up, 8 down, without prolonging the cooking time, before shoving the nearly putrid tripe into his mouth, revealing a blissful smile. Other diners had meats that Zhu Ning could hardly identify. A dark, rotting mass that defied categorization. Visually, it should have been repulsive, yet if one were to close their eyes, the aroma was unexpectedly delightful. These dishes emanated an eerie fragrance, more enticing than any hot pot she had ever tasted, prompting onlookers to wonder if they were indeed delicious. She too felt an urge to sample, thinking it harmless to take a bite. Suddenly alarmed, Zhu Ning realized she had unwittingly approached the hot pot, nearly reaching for chopsticks to taste the food. Mental contamination arises when normal individuals engage in abnormal behaviors. The more mundane the activity, the more it lulls one into a false sense of security. If a murder were to occur in this setting, fear would instinctively arise, as the brain recognizes murder as a horrific act. However, enjoying hot pot or catching the last bus are trivialities, appearing innocuous and thus rendering one vulnerable to contamination. Just a taste shouldn't be a problem, right? With this mindset, one easily succumbs to pollution. Zhu Ning's internal system did not indicate a decline in her mental state, yet she felt the effects regardless. It was difficult to fathom how Li Mianchuan would fare in such an environment. "Excuse me, where do I report for work?" she inquired. The pig-headed man replied, "I am not the owner. I am the acting manager." Yang Tao, not the owner? That made sense. The owner must be ill. Follow me, Yang Tao instructed. Zhu Ning trailed Yang Tao to the cashier's station, where he gestured towards it. "You will work here. Shall I start now?" "Is there no orientation?" Yang Tao shot her a glare. "Do you not know how to use the cash register?" Zhu Ning, feeling as though she had been caught out for claiming expertise on her resume, shamelessly replied, "I do." "Get to work," he ordered. Indeed, after her time at the cleaning center, being thrust into this role felt exceedingly jarring. There was no contract, no familiarization with procedures, and she was thrust into work within 5 minutes of her arrival. Yang Tao disappeared into the kitchen, the sound of meat being chopped echoing from within. The hot pot restaurant had few employees. The acting manager was multitasking. Zhu Ning could deduce from the chopping that he was preparing large cuts of meat, and she had no desire to witness what he was doing in the kitchen. Zhu Ning faced the cash register in silence for a minute, reflecting on her circumstances. By day, she swept trash, and by night, she worked as a cashier in a restaurant that served human flesh. Fortunately, the cash register was automated, proving not too difficult. After pressing a couple of buttons, it opened. However, when she peered inside, she hesitated, wishing to close it again. The drawer was partitioned, filled with fingers of various sizes, meticulously categorized by thickness. Some even bore rings, their severed and still oozing blood, while a few fingers twitched slightly. Was this the currency of the establishment? It certainly lived up to its reputation as a cannibalistic hot pot restaurant. This, too, was a form of mental contamination, gazing at the fingers for too long. They seemed to writhe with a life of their own within the drawer, designed to sap one's mental vitality. Zhu Ning pushed the drawer closed, feeling as if this establishment was more sophisticated than a mere sewer. The scene more convoluted. No wonder it was classified as a sea-level task. The helmet displayed the latest pollution data. Pollution concentration 108. The cashier position seemed rather futile, as the diners appeared to eat without concern for the bill. Gluttonously consuming their fill, observing for a while, Zhu Ning noted that something was amiss. The patrons did not seem genuinely happy. Their smiles did not convey joy. Rather, they were simply maintaining a facade. They consumed excessively, without conversation, their bellies swelling as if pregnant. Suddenly, a soft sound caught her attention. One patron's abdomen burst open, the meat spilling forth. Yet even in this gruesome state, the diner continued to smile as they ate. Appearing trapped by some unseen force, Zhu Ning furrowed her brow. It was not the patrons feasting on hot pot, but rather the hot pot consuming the patrons, as the diner's stomach ruptured. A mass of decaying meat oozed out, not lifeless but slowly moving, devouring the diner's insides and skin. The patrons stared vacantly, willingly devoured by the putrid flesh, showing no reaction. It was rather revolting. A visceral revulsion that transcended mere pollution. It was pure, unadulterated disgust. Remarkably effective, she heard her system alert. Mental vitality decreased by 1. She needed to exit promptly, if there were no survivors within. Zhu Ning could simply destroy the hot pot restaurant to complete her task. However, knowing there were survivors, she resorted to her old methods, seeking the source of contamination, according to the esteemed duck boss's description. The source of pollution might be the owner, but how could she approach him? Zhu Ning resolved to inquire with Yang Tao in the kitchen. She couldn't possibly remain at the cash register indefinitely, especially since the restaurant would not compensate her. Venturing into the kitchen without permission, she found it shrouded in darkness. Zhu Ning's helmet activated its night vision feature, revealing the kitchen's oily atmosphere from years of operation. The floor was slick with aged grease, while the walls were blackened and yellowed from the smoke. The layout of the kitchen was intricate, featuring a long corridor with 8 rooms branching off it. And at the end of the corridor, a staircase leading to the basement. To her left was the preparation area, where she could hear the sound of meat being chopped. To her right was the freezer, designated for storing various meats. Zhu Ning was momentarily at a loss regarding the purpose of the other rooms. Just as she contemplated her next move, a hand suddenly emerged from the darkness. Gripping her wrist with precision, Zhu Ning felt a chill run down her spine, instinctively reaching for her weapon. Yet, she knew better than to fire. Alarming the source of pollution would only drive it deeper into hiding. The hand felt icy, as if coated in oil. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glint of cold light, a gleaming axe. Someone stood quietly behind a curtain, clutching the axe, their other hand grasping Zhu Ning's wrist. "What are you doing?" It was Yang Tao. Zhu Ning took a deep breath, reminding herself to act normally and remain composed. Her danger senses had not triggered, indicating that this was not a perilous situation. "I wanted to see if there was anything I could assist with." This pretext was flawless. With only one server in the restaurant and Yang Tao alone in the kitchen, her offer to help seemed entirely reasonable. Yang Tao released her wrist, remaining silent for a moment before turning to leave. Zhu Ning did not rashly enter the kitchen, fearing that witnessing something grotesque might hinder her performance. A rustling sound emanated from within the kitchen. And after a short while, Yang Tao reappeared, handing her a black garbage bag. "Take this out to the trash." "Taking out the garbage? That's my specialty," Zhu Ning replied. As she grasped the bag, she immediately sensed something was amiss. There was movement inside. The contents were stirring, producing faint sounds as they rubbed against the plastic. "What is this?" Zhu Ning maintained her composure, refraining from discarding the bag on the spot. "Rotten meat, no longer fit for consumption. The trash bin is at the back door. Exit through there." Yang Tao gestured toward a door. This was the third door on the left. It wasn't a room but a passageway leading to the back exit. Now, Zhu Ning had clarified the purpose of 3 of the 8 rooms. With a garbage bag in hand, her expression remained stoic, as if she had been killing fish for a decade. Following his instructions, she pushed open the 3rd door, traversed a 3-meter-long corridor, and found herself at the back exit. Due to the entire hotpot restaurant being partially embedded underground, stepping outside still did not bring her to the true surface. It felt as though she were ensconced within a deep pit. The back door led to a garbage bin, which surprisingly featured a system for waste sorting. Zhu Ning had initially been curious to discover what kind of meat lay within the trash bags. But reason prevailed, warning her that curiosity could lead to dire consequences. She tossed the black garbage bag entirely into the bin designated for meat recycling. The moment she closed the bin, a sharp scream pierced the silence, followed by an eerie calm. What was this? Was the garbage bin alive? Was this a form of feeding? Zhu Ning stared intently at the dark bin, pondering its mysteries. Suddenly, a faint thud resonated, sending chills down her arm. She noticed a stark glimmer within the reflection of the black bin. Someone stood behind her, wielding an axe, looming closely. When had they arrived? Why had they done so silently? She recalled what she had learned in her demon hunting course. Pollutants dominate in contaminated areas, with the pig-headed man as the master and herself as the guest. There was no time to escape. In that instant, Zhu Ning witnessed a spray of blood as the axe struck precisely at the nape of her neck, severing half of it in one fell swoop. Her eyes widened in shock as her body uncontrollably lurched forward. The black garbage bin began to tremble violently as something crawled forth. Just as Zhu Ning attempted to retaliate, the lid of the bin opened, revealing a mass of writhing tentacles that ensnared her body. Dragging her into the abyss as if to consume her, a soft thud echoed once more, and she was momentarily bewildered, only to hear the system prompt in her mind. Basic talent danger foresight activated. A 30-second warning of impending danger has been issued. Please exercise caution. Regaining her focus, she noticed that the pig-headed man had yet to raise his axe. What had she just seen? A forecast of her own demise. It turned out that this was indeed danger foresight, allowing her to visualize the scene of her impending death 30 seconds in advance, a forecast of grotesque demise. Zhu Ning barely had time to lament this talent before. Before the pig-headed man could raise his axe, she shot him squarely in the head. Damn it, she detested ambushes. The power of this gun was approximately 10 times that of an air pellet. Upon firing, the pig-headed man's had erupted, but he did not perish. Indeed, he was not the source of pollution. The scene she had witnessed in her foresight revealed that the garbage bin harbored a tentacled monster. Zhu Ning fired a shot at the bin as well, not pausing to observe the outcome, instead turning to flee. The combined threat of the pig-headed man and the tentacled beast was formidable. Entirely unlike that of the fishman, and her danger forecast, they had disposed of her body in mere 30 seconds. Zhu Ning had no intention of engaging in a direct confrontation. The backyard was also a closed structure. Leaving her no choice but to return to the hotpot restaurant, the pig-headed man struggled to rise, cursing, "You actually won't eat?" Zhu Ning ignored his nonsensical ramblings and dashed back inside, only to be met with a chorus of screams echoing from the dining hall. Monsters writhed within the hotpot, long tentacles climbing up chopsticks, pulling diners into the bubbling broth. In an instant, the spicy broth churned violently. Screams mingling with blood illuminated the restaurant, a facade that had become too tedious to maintain. The dining hall was unreachable. The pig-headed man had risen, still adjusting to the absence of his head. He was coming after her. Before her lay 8 doors. One led to a preparation room, another to a freezer. One was the back door to the garbage bin, leaving 5 doors from which to choose. Zhu Ning glanced and noticed one door marked with 5 characters, female employee dormitory. In this strange place, she needed to act as if she were normal, as a cashier. She was employee of the hotpot restaurant. Thus, she ought to reside in the female dormitory, with a decisive bang. Zhu Ning locked the door. Within the polluted area, certain basic rules existed. This was the female dormitory, and the pig-headed man, being male, had no legitimate reason to enter. Zhu Ning barricaded the door with a wardrobe, refraining from turning on the lights, relying instead on her helmet's night vision to survey the dormitory. It was a double room, containing 2 beds, each elevated with a desk beneath. One bed lay thickly coated in dust, while the other appeared to have been inhabited recently. Zhu Ning swiftly rummaged through the dormitory and discovered a work log tucked in the corner of the wardrobe. A clue. She opened the crimson logbook, which was originally intended as a work journal, a common item distributed by many companies, but this cashier had repurposed it as a diary. New calendar year 50, day 1. The first line read. Zhu Ning furrowed her brow. New calendar year 50 marked the year the hotpot restaurant vanished. She recalled that the establishment had closed in April of new calendar year 50, and the posting date was April 13th of that year. This diary predated the incident. New calendar year 50, day 2. I have been working as a cashier at the hotpot restaurant for 3 days now, but this place is quite peculiar. I must document my experiences, or I fear losing my sanity. Business is particularly good here. Standing at the register each day is exhausting, and I am considering resigning. Yet, the staff meals are simply too delectable for me to leave. Our staff meals consist of leftover ingredients prepared for customers, nearly identical to what the diners consume. I have no idea what kind of meat it is. Perhaps this is the restaurant's secret recipe. New calendar year 50, day 10. I can no longer endure it. I have been plagued by nightmares, and I feel increasingly anxious. Lately, I have even been experiencing moments of disorientation, attributing it to fatigue. I thought a 2-day break would suffice. But after taking a day off, my condition has worsened rather than improved. Should I consult a doctor? New calendar year 50, day 14. I fear I am losing my mind. While working the register today, I discovered an entire drawer filled with fingers. How could there be fingers? Am I hallucinating? I cannot continue. If I do, I will surely go insane. New calendar year 50, day 19. I informed the manager of my intention to resign and seek recuperation at home. But the manager disagreed and urged me to reconsider. What is there to consider? The manager increasingly resembles a pig-headed man, and I can no longer tolerate it. Yet, the manager refuses to let me go, insisting that I will come to love this place. Love, indeed. I have been feeling weak and on the verge of death. There is certainly something amiss with this restaurant. Strange noises constantly emanate from the basement. The owner is also ill. Something must have gone awry with the sick owner. They seem to be experimenting with a new drug. New calendar year 50, day 30. Today, I finally discovered what I have been consuming. It's utterly revolting. How can they serve such things to customers? I want to call the authorities, but I am too afraid. I cannot even protect myself. I must escape. I must escape. Run. Run, run. New calendar year 50, day 15. I have devised a detailed escape plan. Every Wednesday, the manager and owner hold a meeting, making it the ideal time to flee. I am nearing my limit. This is my last opportunity. IT must succeed. It absolutely must succeed. Zhu Ning flipped through the pages, only to find the log abruptly cut off. Suddenly, a dragging sound echoed from outside. The pig-headed man had likely revived. Zhu Ning took the diary with her. This cashier's experience mirrored her own, revealing the restaurant's typical methods. A peephole adorned the dormitory door, and Zhu Ning peered through, witnessing a distorted view of the corridor. Yang Tao dragged an axe along the ground, a new head sprouting from his severed neck, if one could call it a head. Clearly, his parasitic entity had little patience, unwilling to grow a new head, merely developing functional features resembling one's eyes, a mouth, and an ear emerged from his neck, but they had not bothered to grant him a nose, as it was unnecessary. Why, Yang Tao emitted that peculiar sound once more, not eating hotpot. Zhu Ning. Was there something wrong with him, pressuring himself to consume hotpot? Why, Yang Tao abruptly opened the first room, failing to find Zhu Ning, not collecting payments. She did, indeed. She had opened the cash drawer and even counted fingers, leading to a decline in her mental state by one bang. Yang Tao slammed open another door, his patience waning, his demeanor turning aggressive. Why don't you check the garbage bags? Yang Tao scraped his axe against the wall, producing a sharp sound. Why can they all manage, yet you cannot? What is your problem? Zhu Ning. She suspected this pig-headed man was attempting to manipulate her, his accusatory tone akin to that of a scoundrel, insisting that her failure to comply indicated her own shortcomings. Was everything her fault? Eating hotpot, processing payments, even discarding spoiled meat. These were all means by which this contaminated area sought to taint Zhu Ning. Yet, she remained unmoved. The polluted area grew impatient, opting for aggression instead. The pig-headed man intended to end her life with his axe. Eliminating this anomaly, the underlying logic of the polluted area remained consistent. Having seen that spiritual pollution was ineffective, they resorted to physical assault. Why? The pig-headed man halted before the female employee dormitory door. "You won't obey," his voice echoed from behind the door. The next moment, with a resounding crash, the pig-headed man swung his axe toward the door. Crack, wood splintered, and a sizable hole emerged, a scene reminiscent of a certain horror film. Though the pig-headed man lacked legitimate grounds to enter the female dormitory, he could employ illegitimate means. Behind the door, Zhu Ning stood resolutely, gun in hand, aiming directly at the breach, should he attempt to enter. She would not hesitate to fire another shot at this intruder invading a female dormitory. Bang! The pig-headed man swung his axe once more, and the delicate wooden door was on the verge of collapse. With another strike, it would surely shatter. The pig-headed man raised his axe, poised for a third blow. Inside, Zhu Ning applied pressure to her finger, fully prepared to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a cacophony of bells erupted, reverberating through the hot pot restaurant like a school bell, jarring in its intrusion. What was the sound? Why would a hot pot restaurant ring a bell? For a space deemed polluted, the presence of a bell suggested it had been installed long ago. Who would engage in such frivolous activity in a hot pot restaurant, as if it were a culinary academy notifying students of class times? Yet, upon the onset of the ringing, the imposing figure of the pig-headed man paused in his tracks, blocking the entrance like a mountain. After a moment of silence, he turned and departed, as if summoned by an unseen force. The others within the restaurant, too, began to stir. The waitstaff and the half-consumed patrons rose unsteadily, their eyes fixed on a singular destination, the staircase at the end of the corridor. They were headed to the basement. Zhu Ning recalled her diary entries, which noted that the manager and the owner convened in the basement. The sole opportunity for escape. Was the bell signaling a meeting? What lay in the depths below? Were they being summoned? Piecing together the scant clues, it appeared the hierarchy within this polluted domain resembled a pyramid. Employees held greater power than patrons, compelling them to partake in the hot pot experience. The pig-headed man, Yang Tao, wielded authority over the other staff, ensuring order in the establishment. The ringing held precedence over Yang Tao. Whenever it sounded, he was obliged to cease whatever task he was engaged in. What, then, was the source of the bell's power? Zhu Ning cautiously pushed the door open, and within a minute, the corridor lay deserted. Everyone having descended into the basement, the ringing persisted, its duration unknown. Yet Zhu Ning surmised that while the bells tolled, she remained relatively safe. Seizing the moment, she resolved to explore the remaining rooms, armed with her newfound ability to foresee danger. She boldly commenced her search. She had already discerned the contents behind 4 doors. 4 remained. The pig-headed man had smashed through 2 doors. Behind the 5th door lay a cleaning room, cluttered with unwashed dishes and various cleaning supplies. The 6th door revealed the male staff dormitory. Zhu Ning contemplated searching for clues, perhaps a diary, but found nothing of significance. Upon opening the penultimate door, she discovered a public restroom, intended for bathing and relieving oneself. The conditions were grim, with water dripping incessantly and chaotic stains marring the walls. To ensure she overlooked no corner, she meticulously inspected every stall and shower cubicle. In the 2nd stall, she noticed something affixed to the toilet lid, a waterproof bag secured with tape, evidently hidden by someone. Inside was an antiquated voice recorder, so old it seemed out of place in this era, yet slightly more advanced than those from Zhu Ning's time. Its sturdy casing was no larger than a thumbprint. The recorder possessed a plug at its base, compatible with various devices. Zhu Ning's new work uniform bore a similar interface on her wrist, and her helmet was operational, making her a makeshift device. This recorder could potentially function as a source of mental pollution, akin to the fishman's phone, but Zhu Ning's resilience against such influences was high. She connected the recorder to her wrist, and the helmet announced, "Importing audio data. Import complete." Initially, the sounds of static and hurried breaths filled her ears, delaying the arrival of coherent dialogue. Zhu Ning listened intently, continuing her search. She approached the final door, marked as a restricted area. Just as she grasped the doorknob, a voice emerged from the recording. "I have uncovered the secret of the hot pot restaurant's owner. He is a defective product." A defective product. The revelation halted Zhu Ning in her tracks. The owner of the hot pot restaurant was a defective, akin to herself. Thus, he was not ill but merely experiencing the natural decline of his body. Zhu Ning later researched the concept of defective products. In this world, every individual underwent a genetic screening at birth, which identified genetic flaws. The advanced technology allowed for precise predictions of one's future, including potential lifespan. Artificial beings, mechanized entities, and replicants were all artificially created, and defects among them were akin to errors in a production line. While genetic enhancement could ameliorate defects, results varied, and advancements in gene therapy were still in their infancy 30 years prior. I cannot ascertain how much I still remember. Since my arrival, my recollections have become muddled. The male voice continued. Xiao Hui advised me to document my memories while I was still lucid. She has been writing in her journal daily. But living with Yang Tao, I cannot write. I can only record and place it on the toilet lid. If a kindred spirit hears this, do not call for help. You may be trapped as well. Xiao Hui was presumably the cashier, and the speaker was likely another employee. With a creak, Zhu Ning pushed the door open, revealing a disordered room draped in white plastic sheets that hung from the ceiling to the floor. As she entered, the sheets fluttered, producing a rustling sound that could betray her presence. The expansive room had shelves lining both walls, and the plastic obscured her vision, creating a sense of unease as she navigated through the sheets. Gun drawn. Listening to the recording, we typically report to the manager. We have never seen the owner's face. One day, Yang Tao asked me to help him carry a massive therapeutic chamber into the basement. And that was when I first laid eyes on the owner. He was half paralyzed, unable to stand. I felt pity for such a young man to be a defective. Yang Tao insisted on secrecy, warning that revealing this could provide competitors with leverage. I understood the restaurant's success made many envious, so I kept silent. It was of no concern to me. As Zhu Ning parted the plastic sheets, the shadows cast within the room seemed to flicker ominously. That day, while resting in the staff dormitory, I awoke from a half-dream to find a figure standing before me. It was the owner. Staring at me with a gaze that felt predatory, I called out to him, but he did not respond. He ambled away. It took me a moment to process that he was supposed to be paralyzed. I later learned he was conducting some sort of experiment. With a crunch, Zhu Ning's boot crushed something beneath it, a glass vial. She picked up the discarded bottle, its shattered glass inscribed with the words, Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals. This room was evidently a storehouse for medications. She cautiously peeled back the plastic sheets. She found shelves brimming with various drugs, injectables, glass vials, and even a surgical kit. Attached to one shelf was a pink card adorned with a smiley face. Welcome to participate in the free experimental program of Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals. The male voice continued through her earpiece, laden with static. Things have become increasingly bizarre. The meat in the kitchen is peculiar, the hot pot restaurant more fragrant than ever. My mental state deteriorates daily, and my memories grow foggy until one day, his voice broke, tinged with sorrow. Xiao Hui went missing. I insisted on searching for Xiao Hui, but Yang Tao was indifferent, immediately posting new recruitment notices for cashiers and numerous chefs and waitstaff. Despite the restaurant's lack of need for so many employees, they felt like my reserves. I sensed that if I were to perish, there would be someone to take my place. Zhu Ning spun around, her back colliding with something. In the darkness, a towering figure loomed, partially pressing against her. The layers of plastic shrouded the creature, akin to a monster peering down at her. A chill ran down her spine as she instinctively aimed her weapon at the entity. Her finger poised on the trigger. The silhouette loomed over her, casting a shadow that seemed to envelop the entire room. Do not act recklessly in this polluted area. I wished to call for help, to resign, but felt the weight of countless eyes upon me. Yang Tao, the other employees, even the patrons, they were perpetually vigilant, and I feared that the moment I moved, they would extinguish my life. I could not even sleep soundly. The owner's condition improved daily. He appeared as vigorous as any normal person, yet, the healthier he became, the more terrified I felt. I sensed he was no longer human. Today he announced plans to close the restaurant to focus on his health, suggesting that the closure costs would be distributed among us employees as dividends. Upon hearing the mention of money, I hesitated, contemplating whether to take the money and leave. Eventually, the restaurant did close, yet customers continued to arrive late into the night. The manager instructed us to provide exemplary service. They were our VIP clientele. His voice grew increasingly faint and tremulous, causing the patrons to sense something amiss. On that fateful day, I witnessed a guest plunge his index finger into the hot pot, scalding it thoroughly, yet he continued to chuckle. I began to question the nature of the guest's consumption. Was I complicit? Had I taken their lives? Am I a murderer? Wang Ming, a voice called for him in the recording. Where have you gone? Yang Tao is looking for you. Next, I heard the frantic gasps of a man, and then the recording abruptly ended. Ding. System notification. Mental state decreased by 5. The recording served as a means of contamination. Upon its conclusion, my mental state began to destabilize. The concentration of contamination in the recording was significantly higher than that of the diary, and an ordinary person might suffer cerebral death from merely listening here. She decisively turned off the recording and deleted the entire folder. The employee in the recording was named Wang Ming, and it appeared he had encountered issues similar to Xiao Hui's. Zhu Ning had been confronting the enormous creature before her for some time. Yet it remained immobile. Influenced by the mental contamination, her preconceived notions may have distorted her perception. The entity before her might not even be a monster, covered in plastic wrap. One could easily frighten oneself. Humanity's greatest fear is the fear of the unknown. Imagined horrors can lead to one's demise. With a determined grit, she swiftly tore away the last of the plastic, revealing what lay beneath. Indeed, it was not a monster but rather a large incubation chamber. Standing 3 meters tall, the transparent chamber resembled a test tube. Its glass shattered violently, and the contents within had vanished. What had once been inside? Where had it gone? The recording from Wang Ming lasted 2 minutes. Zhu Ning had already formed a rough hypothesis based on the cashier's diary. It seemed the hot pot restaurant's owner was a defective product, having participated in a free experimental program by Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals, which had evidently failed. Zhu Ning speculated that he might have transformed into a contaminant, while employees Xiao Hui and Wang Ming had suffered varying degrees of mental pollution. Initially, Yang Tao, the pig-headed man, may have obeyed the owner for monetary gain, but his current state resembled that of a host to parasitic spores. However, this conjecture was not entirely accurate, as Xiao Hui and Wang Ming had both been mentally contaminated, rendering their statements unreliable. Furthermore, many aspects remained unexplained. How could so many employees be accounted for, not to mention the subsequent bounties? The bounties for hearts, livers, and mutated genes. Were they intended for experimentation? The internal ringing of the hot pot restaurant persisted. Having continued for at least 6 minutes, the concentration of contamination was rising, and Zhu Ning had to act swiftly. If the system indicated a survivor was present, this unfortunate individual might soon reach cerebral death. Zhu Ning meticulously examined the incubation chamber, confirming that its contents had indeed departed. Behind the chamber, a light source cast shadows on the ceiling, creating the illusion of a monster's presence. This apparatus was designed to confuse. Far removed from the grotesque imagery of a decaying finger or the tentacles found in a rubbish bin, this was akin to a child's plaything. The light emanated from a palm-sized hole in the back of the chamber, suggesting someone had chiseled an opening to observe the basement. Who could have done such a thing? Peering through the hole, she glimpsed into the basement, where a warm orange glow radiated. Zhu Ning squinted. Adjusting her eyes to the light, the pig-headed man and other employees knelt orderly in the basement. The pig-headed man knelt at the forefront, with the waitstaff behind him, while the customers, who should have been revered as gods, occupied the last row. Their arrangement orderly, resembling a Wi-Fi symbol. The smallest point of the Wi-Fi symbol was a hospital bed. Upon this bed lay an entity that Zhu Ning could scarcely name, a mass of putrid flesh, humanoid in form, writhed upon the bed, each piece of meat seemingly in a state of growth. The decaying mass continued to squirm, gradually spilling over the bed, and at this rate of growth, it might soon fill the entire hot pot restaurant. If her assumptions were correct, the figure on the bed was likely the owner. The pig-headed man led the employees in a chant before this being, as if offering prayers to a deity. While bowing in reverence, he produced a knife. What was his intent? A betrayal. With a swift slice, the pig-headed man's knife severed a piece of flesh from the figure on the bed, and the detached meat continued to writhe. An employee behind him held a black plastic bag, respectfully receiving the offering. With each cut, the employees and customers displayed satisfied smiles. Zhu Ning realized the origin of the bizarre meat. Was this owner not a touch too grandiose? Had he, single-handedly, sustained a trendy hot pot restaurant? It was time to hasten her exit from the contaminated area. Just as Zhu Ning prepared to rise, she suddenly heard a sharp click. This sound was all too familiar. Someone was chambering around. A gun emerged from the shadows, pressed against the back of her head. Indeed, another presence lurked within the room. Zhu Ning crouched down as the newcomer stood behind her. Gun aimed at her head. "Are you from the clean center?" The young girl's voice revealed she recognized Zhu Ning's uniform. A living person. This might be her target. The girl appeared somewhat clever, utilizing the room's natural conditions to project her image behind the incubation chamber. Then, hiding in the shadows, anyone entering with even slight mental contamination could easily succumb to madness within this space. "Yes," Zhu Ning replied. "Are you here to rescue me?" The girl pressed on, her urgency palpable. "Perhaps," Zhu Ning answered, uncertain of the girl's identity and whether she was indeed the survivor she sought. The armed girl fell silent for a moment, the ringing in the corridor echoing, leaving her with little time. "How can you prove you are not a contaminant?" She posed a crucial question. Just as Zhu Ning inhaled to answer, she felt a sharp pain in her wrist as the girl suddenly seized her hand, swiftly disarming her and delivering a swift kick. "Ah!" The girl screamed, her abdomen struck as if by a boulder, crashing against the shelves behind her, bottles clattering down upon her. Zhu Ning furrowed her brow at the sound of her cry. The girl was clearly inexperienced. Before the girl could react further, Zhu Ning aimed her gun at her forehead. Click! Zhu Ning chambered around effortlessly, her movements instinctive. "It's a misunderstanding. I'm alive," the girl exclaimed hastily. The girl was young and clad head to toe in protective gear adorned with an adorable cat pattern, contrasting sharply with Zhu Ning's more rugged appearance. Zhu Ning recognized the attire, often purchased by the affluent to guard against contamination. Designed by renowned fashion houses for both protection and aesthetic appeal, with such suits starting at a minimum of $10 million. In summary, this girl was wealthy. "Who are you?" Zhu Ning inquired. Gun still trained on her. "Lu Nian." The girl raised her hands, speaking rapidly, fearing Zhu Ning might shoot her. "I mean no harm. I am a good person." Lu Nian. Zhu Ning had never heard of her. Not lowering her weapon, Zhu Ning remained wary, suspecting that Lu Nian might be a contaminant. "How long have you been here?" Zhu Ning queried. "I don't know. It feels like several days," Lu Nian replied. Zhu Ning switched her question. "When did you arrive?" "October 3, year 80 of the new calendar, at 11:45. Connections began to form in Zhu Ning's mind. The mission's effective time frame was 6 hours. And based on the latest data, an ordinary person could only endure 6 hours in a contaminated area before succumbing to cerebral death. After Lu Nian entered the contaminated zone, some mechanism must have been triggered, leading to the emergence of gray tomb posts on the Clean Center forum. It appeared that the system intended for her to rescue Lu Nian, confirming her target. Lu Nian's mental state seemed relatively stable. She had been inside for an hour and appeared more alert than Li Nianchuan. Yet, why had the system chosen Zhu Ning to save her? Zhu Ning holstered her weapon. This gun fired air rounds and was not easily accessible to the average person. Lu Nian likely came from wealth and influence. Zhu Ning deduced that she was the daughter of a financial magnate. Zhu Ning tossed the gun back to Lu Nian. "I entered an hour later than you." "An hour?" Lu Nian's expression changed dramatically. "I've been here for an hour. This is bad, very bad. My mind is failing. Wait, don't believe anything I say. I might harm you." This girl seemed knowledgeable about contaminants. Zhu Ning noted. She understood the necessity of protecting all skin when entering contaminated areas and recognized the risk of mental pollution over time. "Calm down," Zhu Ning advised. "The more unstable your emotions, the easier it is to become contaminated." Lu Nian took a deep breath. Realizing time was truly short, she inspected her protective suit, relieved to find no breaches. If she were to be infested by parasitic spores, she would rather end it swiftly. "Are you a cleanser?" Lu Nian inquired. "Why would the Clean Center send someone to rescue people?" Zhu Ning retorted. "Isn't it discriminatory to save people in this day and age?" After saying this, Lu Nian felt it was somewhat impolite. "Have you lost your teammates? Where is your monster hunter? When will they come to save us?" Zhu Ning replied. "That person can save whomever they wish." "How could they possibly hit every nerve of mine in 3 sentences? What brings you to the contaminated zone?" Zhu Ning pressed. Lu Nian hesitated, seemingly contemplating Zhu Ning's trustworthiness. "I came to find my aunt." "Aunt?" Zhu Ning asked. "How old are you?" 19, pursuing my master's degree." "How old are you?" In a wasteland where everything is accelerated, a chicken can go from birth to dinner in merely 6 hours, and human education is similarly compressed. By the age of 18, one is expected to graduate from university, and if Zhu Ning's family were affluent, she would likely be pursuing postgraduate studies now. "What's your name?" Lu Nianyan inquired. "Zhu Ning," she replied curtly, disinterested in idle chatter. "You're here looking for your missing aunt." The street corner still bore warning signs. It was foolish to seek a missing person here. Moreover, Lu Nianyan appeared to be the daughter of a wealthy family. Her aunt must also belong to the upper class. It was hard to believe she would come to a hotpot restaurant for a meal. Her family could very well have bought the place outright. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Nianyan seemed to gather her thoughts. "My aunt is actually the gardener for one of my family's estates." Zhu Ning seized upon the keyword, wondering just how many estates this wealthy girl possessed. "When I was little, no one played with me, so I often sought her out. Before her disappearance, she acted quite strangely, muttering to herself daily. It wasn't until I grew older that I learned she had likely suffered mental contamination decades ago. I discovered her diary, revealing that she used to love coming to this hot pot restaurant. She had a burn scar on her arm, which extended across her entire arm and neck, trailing down to half of her face." Lu Nianyan gestured to indicate the extent of the scar, which was nearly disfiguring. She claimed she got it from hot pot, and she never underwent plastic surgery, regarding the scar as a gift when she spoke of the restaurant. She did so with fondness, lamenting its closure. "I wanted to see for myself just how good it was." Now, after perusing the diaries and recordings left by staff, Zhu Ning felt she had pieced together the customer puzzle. Those who dined there had undoubtedly been contaminated. What had happened to them afterward? A semblance of clarity was beginning to form. The mentally contaminated appeared normal. They could perform their duties as gardeners, yet engaged in peculiar behaviors, blending into ordinary life while exuding an unsettling aura. Lu Nianyan's curiosity was piqued solely because her family's gardener had praised the restaurant's cuisine. She seemed reluctant to reveal her family's wealth. Presenting a mixture of truth and deception, Zhu Ning suspected that her search for her aunt was secondary. The thrill of adventure was her primary motive, reminiscent of a wealthy heir seeking a thrill. "Did you find her?" Zhu Ning asked. "No," Lu Nianyan replied. "I looked around. She wasn't among the diners." "How did you get in?" Zhu Ning pressed. "I applied for a job as a dishwasher," Lu Nianyan explained. Yang Tao asked what I was doing, and I told him that I noticed the no entry sign and assumed there was a secret inside. So I came in. "Was this your first door?" Zhu Ning inquired. "Yes, I opened it just once. Once inside, I didn't dare leave, as I saw Yang Tao committing murder." Zhu Ning pondered whether it was fortunate or unfortunate that Lu Nianyan had stumbled upon this room. The owner likely seldom visited while alive. Lu Nianyan shared her experience of time distortion, noting the ringing bell that summoned everyone to meetings in the basement, where they would kneel in prayer before the owner, who would then have his flesh cut away and processed for hot pot. Initially repulsed, she eventually felt numb to the horror and longed to escape. "The basement is the best time to flee," she noted, having observed this pattern several times. She intended to seize the opportunity to escape, but was interrupted by Zhu Ning's commotion. The noise Zhu Ning made startled Lu Nianyan, who thought, "A living person has entered the contaminated area." Lu Nianyan speculated that Zhu Ning might be a rescue sent by the clean center. Yet she hesitated, unsure of Zhu Ning's intentions. They exchanged information, and although Lu Nianyan didn't need to read the diary or listen to the recordings, Zhu Ning's account sounded like a horror story. "Is the source of contamination lying on that bed?" Lu Nianyan asked. Zhu Ning opened her mouth to respond just as the ringing ceased, signaling the end of the meat processing in the basement. The Wi-Fi connection dispersed, and everyone returned to the hot pot restaurant, while sounds of commotion echoed in the corridor as patrons and staff emerged. Zhu Ning heard the sound of a pig-headed man dragging an axe. And Yang Tao seemed more agitated than before, smashing doors in search of Zhu Ning. It wouldn't be long before he found her room. To make matters worse, the other diners were patrolling the corridor, intent on finding the outlier. "What do we do now?" Lu Nianyan asked, her face pale. Zhu Ning sighed. Escaping alone would allow her to utilize the rotten fish head's speed-enhancing ability, but with Lu Nianyan in tow, movement was restricted. "I will eliminate the source of contamination." How? Lu Nianyan questioned, troubled. With the pig-headed man blocking the way, everyone in the hot pot restaurant posed a threat. They could not safely traverse the corridor to the basement. And she doubted Zhu Ning's capabilities. If only a demon hunter were here. Taking the corridor is too cumbersome, Zhu Ning asserted. Lu Nianyan agreed, realizing Zhu Ning possessed some skills. Let us find a shortcut. Zhu Ning suggested, it should be empty below. Step back. Huh? Lu Nianyan didn't comprehend. Zhu Ning retrieved a device from her bag and pressed it against the ground, resulting in a loud explosion that created a gaping hole in the floor. At 1:30 a.m., the lights at the Lu family estate blazed as the patrol team searched for the young lady, but their efforts bore no fruit. The patrol captain was drenched in cold sweat. A man in a black suit emanated a chilling aura. He had an important meeting with a board member of Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals at midnight, and the unexpected turn of events proved troublesome. He had no time to deal with such matters. The young lady was curious about the contaminants, and he was unsure if she had ventured into the contaminated area. Their protective gear had vanished, and one of their weapons was missing. She must have gone to seek the contaminants blindly, a futile endeavor akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Every second spent within the contaminated zone was perilous. And now the young lady had been missing for over 4 hours. Send Pei Shu to search for her, he commanded. Notify the Security Bureau and the Clean Center for assistance. Issue a reward for her return without disclosing her identity. 1 million for whoever finds her. Isn't that a bit low? Someone questioned. The man scoffed, muttering something about how he had never cared for the young lady, revealing the truth. 30 seconds later, a hover car arrived, and he boarded it. Once he left, the butler realized they could not set the reward too high. Should it be discovered, they risked being silenced. Lu Nianyan stared in shock, having expected Zhu Ning to devise a cautious plan. Instead, she had blown a massive hole in the basement. Lu Nianyan now regretted not seeking a professional, as Zhu Ning's noise had attracted attention outside. The door was kicked open, and the pig-headed man stood menacingly at the entrance. Little girl, you're not behaving well, he growled, charging at them with his axe. Lu Nianyan felt her scalp tingle. Her limited exposure to contaminants had left her feeling nauseated. Before she could flee, Zhu Ning switched to a submachine gun. Firing rapidly, bullets struck the pig-headed man with ferocity, reducing him to a sieve-like figure. This direct fire suppression? Lu Nianyan gasped, astonished at Zhu Ning's newfound arsenal. Zhu Ning was determined. Once she identified the source of contamination, she intended to act swiftly. The contaminated would descend into madness upon realizing their exposure, willing to fight to the death, as had been the case with the fishmen. More people were arriving in the corridor, and Zhu Ning stood alone with her firepower. Let us go down, she instructed. Huh? Lu Nianyan faltered. You want me to descend through that hole? She pointed to the gaping void Zhu Ning had created, questioning whether Zhu Ning intended to accompany her to face the repulsive owner. Zhu Ning was there to rescue her, not to betray her, but she threatened, if you don't go down, I'll kick you down myself. Zhu Ning's patience was wearing thin, and she reloaded her weapon, preparing for another round of gunfire against the approaching contaminants. Shell casings clattered to the ground as Zhu Ning appeared unfazed. Trust her or not? Lu Nianyan hesitated. Zhu Ning seemed somewhat reliable, and she resolved to trust her, as Zhu Ning was the only living person in this dreadful place. Once Lu Nianyan made her decision, she wasted no time, stretching a piece of white plastic over the hole and climbing down. As her feet touched the ground, she dared not breathe, for the owner of the hotpot restaurant lay mere inches away. She could hear the unsettling squelching sounds, as if the flesh on the owner was writhing, growing anew. Despite the fact that Zhu Ning was merely above her, separated only by a ceiling, Lu Nianyan felt as if she had entered an entirely different realm upon descending into the basement. The flow of time here, as well as the very air she breathed, felt distinctly altered. It was as if the atmosphere was thick and viscous. The air, no longer transparent, resembled a bowl of congee rather than a stream of clear water, making it difficult for her to breathe even with the helmet on. Mirrors surrounded her, but unlike the expansive wall mirrors found in dance studios, these were small, irregular fragments pieced together, reflections of countless Lu Nianyans and shop owners merged and distorted, as if everything had been sliced and reassembled, with Lu Nianyan's essence grafted onto the owners and vice versa, creating a disturbing amalgamation. A repetitive mental pollution. As a wealthy heiress, Lu Nianyan was unaccustomed to filth, and the scene before her nearly sullied her eyes. She was uncertain where to direct her gaze, aware that every glance consumed her mental energy, so she fixated on her boot tips. Breathe, Lu Nianyan. Breathe calmly. Prior to her arrival, she had researched that eliminating the source of pollution would cause the contaminated area to naturally dissipate. The shop owner was undoubtedly the source of pollution. He lay unconscious on the bed, oblivious to the fact that even his employees could carve flesh from him. Killing him should not be overly challenging. Taking a deep breath, Lu Nian grasped her Jiu and by the bedside were two machines, densely inscribed with tiny text. Having some medical-related projects at home, she could comprehend the readings on the detection device. The numbers displayed no fluctuations. Was he dead? Was the pollutant considered dead or alive? Perhaps she should attempt to kill him? What if she was right? Then she and Zhu Ning could escape. Lu Nian felt her mental energy dwindling rapidly, her mind clouding, leaving her to act on instinct, her sole thought fixated on the imperative to kill the owner. Suddenly, she felt a dark hand clasp her left shoulder, jolting her with a surge of panic, her hand tremoring uncontrollably around the GU and it was Zhu Ning. Hearing her voice almost brought tears to Lu Nian's eyes. She had never yearned to see someone as much as she did in that moment. Zhu Ning had just leapt down from above, and despite Lu Nian's frayed nerves, she managed to stammer. "Are those pollutants dead for now?" Zhu Ning replied. "If the source of pollution remains alive, the pollutants cannot perish. They can regenerate. However, compared to last time, the difficulty in reviving the pig-headed man is significantly greater. Last time, he merely suffered a headshot, but now he is on the verge of being reduced to mush." Zhu Ning sensed Lu Nian's deteriorating mental state, and the helmet's internal warning blared. Pollution concentration has reached 113. Such a high level indicates we are perilously close to the source of contamination. Zhu Ning stated. "What were you preparing to do just now?" "Killed the owner," Lu Nian confessed, her resolve faltering as she lowered her gun. "I think I'm losing it. I might start hallucinating. I'll give you my gun." Zhu Ning accepted the weapon, acknowledging that although Lu Nian was a spoiled heiress, she displayed remarkable intelligence in critical moments, at least recognizing how to avoid complicating matters. Zhu Ning scanned the basement, observing the mirrors that seemed irresistibly captivating, making it difficult to divert one's gaze. Lu Nian's breathing grew increasingly labored. This place felt so strange. The life detection device shows no data. It appears the owner is dead, she remarked uncertainly, as she could still hear the unsettling squelch of the owner's flesh moving and growing. The owner's fat was expanding at an alarming rate, quickly spilling over the bed and plopping onto the floor. If he were indeed dead, how could he still be growing? Zhu Ning furrowed her brow, pondering what it meant to be dead. As she glanced at the mirrors, their reflections twisted grotesquely, and the multitude of overlapping images. Zhu Ning spotted a small dark spot, insignificant in size, yet magnified by the thousands of mirrored shards surrounding it. Her heart raced as a warning echoed in her mind. Basic talent danger prediction activated. 30 seconds until danger. Please exercise caution. A trap. Lu Nian sensed Zhu Ning stiffen unnaturally, as if frozen in place for a brief moment, just as Lu Nian intended to check on her. Wondering if she had succumbed to mental pollution, Zhu Ning suddenly sprang into action, yanking Lu Nian and propelling them to the side. Lu Nian stumbled, nearly toppling over, but Zhu Ning showed no regard for her status as an heiress. Pressing her down forcefully, Lu Nian's face met the ground with a resounding thud, the helmet protecting her but leaving her head ringing. Typically temperamental, she found herself unable to express anger. Instead, feeling an icy breeze whip through the room, a guillotine appeared, a 3-meter-long blade slicing past her back, nearly cleaving Lu Nian in two. She could hardly comprehend the absurdity of the situation. Zhu Ning, maintaining her weight above Lu Nian, felt the blade graze her shoulder, blood cascading down her arm. As she observed the drips of blood marking the floor, a sense of dizziness washed over her. Sustaining an injury here was far from fortuitous. Her protective suit was compromised, a wound exposed to potential contamination, and in mere moments, Lu Nian was consumed by a singular thought: Zhu Ning might become a pollutant. Her only companion facing infection, Zhu Ning quickly reacted, producing a patch from her backpack and applying it to her damaged suit, the 9th rule of the cleaner's manual. Upon suit damage, promptly cease the mission. If unable to halt, immediately apply a patch to ensure airtight integrity. Zhu Ning had prepared for this, uncertain if contamination spores had infiltrated her suit, yet now was not the time to dwell on the risks. Even if she became a pollutant, She would drag someone down with her. The guillotine swung ominously, suspended by a chain, as it swayed menacingly within the room, resembling a scythe poised to reap lives. Each downward stroke threatened to cleave Zhu Ning and Lu Nian into mincemeat had they remained stationary. Zhu Ning pushed Lu Nian away, rolling to evade the second strike. I end that fleeting moment. She caught sight of the guillotine, dangling precariously from the ceiling, but its precise anchorage eluded her. The polluted zone could not harbor a logical phenomena, indicating that the guillotine had existed before the area became contaminated. Merely exaggerated now, why was it present? Who was the hotpot restaurant owner intending to kill? She could not discern where the guillotine was suspended. Firearms would prove futile against it. The danger prediction indicated that her face had been half severed by the blade. A talent that only forecasted death 30 seconds in advance. She realized that danger prediction was not infallible. Encountering danger was one matter, but escaping it was another. The source of pollution was not the owner. Zhu Ning concluded, clutching her injured shoulder and injecting a potent healing agent. It's Wang Ming, what? Lu Nian, crouched low to the ground, struggled to comprehend Zhu Ning's words. Wang Ming, the person from the tape? Wasn't he a victim? Why is he the source of pollution? Lu Nian felt the edges of her perception fraying, and upon Zhu Ning uttering Wang Ming's name, the mirrors before them began to warp. Their shards bleeding, the jagged edges of the shattered mirrors oozed blood, splintering the reflections further, revealing an enormous, grotesque pig's face. The guillotine swung down for a third time. Zhu Ning rolled aside, while Lu Nian huddled in a corner. Minimizing her presence, the owner is a defective product, Zhu Ning explained, her gaze locked onto the mirrors, and his desperation. He encountered Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals recruitment for experiments. They sent him a cultivation chamber and treatment agents, aiming to inject small doses of pollutants to gradually induce transformation. However, the experiment failed. Zhu Ning's every word seemed to alter the room around them. Their reflections faded, the mirrors morphing into something other than mere glass. Lu Nian realized that Zhu Ning's words were not directed at her, but rather intended for the source of pollution. The owner's body had undergone mutations, his abnormal appearance too conspicuous to conceal, forcing him to retreat to the basement, where only Yang Tao could care for him. They had agreed that if anything went awry, Yang Tao would be instructed to kill him immediately. The ringing of the shop's bell echoed like a hospital call button. Perhaps a precaution set by the owner should he become an uncontrollable pollutant. He believed that seclusion would prevent harm, yet he was unaware that once transformed into a pollutant, he would continuously emit harmful radiation, mentally contaminating others. The first victim was Xiao Hui, who, while working as a cashier, felt fingers lurking in her drawer. Suspecting the owner of tainting the meat served to customers, she viewed Yang Tao as a pig's head. Her mind unraveling as paranoia consumed her. Zhu Ning barely evaded the fourth attack. The guillotine grazed her back. Drawing on her prior experience, she swiftly applied another patch and continued administering healing agents. Eventually, Xiao Hui departed. She may not have perished within the shop, but rather left for good. After she tendered her resignation, her boss allowed her to leave. However, once she departed, panic spread, and others began to overthink. Wang Ming, already suffering from mental distress, perceived Xiao Hui's departure as a death. He began to speculate whether her flesh had found its way into the kitchen, if she had been submerged in the hot pot. And what kind of meat was truly served at the hot pot restaurant? From the outset, the establishment had merely been a collective incident of mental contamination. Zhu Ning scrutinized the room, searching for a way to break the deadlock as she spoke. Wang Ming, suspecting he might be the next victim, started observing the boss, intent on striking first. He sneaked into the boss's medicinal storage, discovering that the boss had been injecting substances and conducting bodily modification experiments. Wang Ming smashed a hole in the floor, revealing the boss's secret. He was a defective product. A peculiar sound echoed from the mirror, causing Lu Nian to glance over, nearly succumbing to despair. The mirrors began to move. The reflections on the walls slowly shifted, while Zhu Ning and Lu Nian realized they would soon be crushed if they stayed. Lu Nian instinctively looked up at the ceiling's hole, thinking of a way to escape. However, upon raising her gaze, she was met with dozens of eerie eyes. The pig-headed figures and others had returned, bloodied and smiling as they surrounded the pit. It was over. All paths were sealed. Zhu Ning had provoked the source of contamination, and the area shifted into hunting mode. Lu Nian looked to Zhu Ning for help, urging her to devise a means of escape. Yet Zhu Ning seemed entranced by her narrative, eager to engage with the contaminant. Zhu Ning deftly evaded an attack, her gaze never straying from the mirror. Meanwhile, Wang Ming formulated a plan for murder. Taking advantage of the boss's slumber and with Yang Tao distracted, he crept into the basement, standing beside the boss's bed, poised to strike. Zhu Ning purposefully paused, raising her knife. INA recording, Wang Ming mistakenly claimed the boss stood at his bedside, when in reality, it was Wang Ming with a knife. Suddenly, the walls began to distort, pig faces reflected in the mirrors, their eyes bulging grotesquely like three-dimensional sculptures. Even Lu Nian's suicide could not reduce her to mere pulp. The guillotine in the room lost its potential energy, and Lu Nian cautiously crawled toward Zhu Ning. The boss was dead, but before his demise, he had already been contaminated, releasing spores upon death. Even a single spore could ensure the contaminant's regeneration, and Wang Ming had neglected protection before committing murder, allowing the spores to parasitize him. The pig-headed figures in the mirrors began to writhe. Seemingly enraged by Zhu Ning's provocation, her speech quickened, and though Wang Ming did not immediately lose his sanity after being infected, he felt an unmistakable presence within him. The nightmare of killing the boss had not ended. It had birthed a new one, and he was at a loss as to how to expel the spores from his body. That day, the symptoms of contamination manifested. His eyes began to mutate, and he contemplated surgery for a new pair. When his arms changed, he sought surgical intervention for them as well. Eventually, he concluded that the difference between contaminants and those with abilities was that the latter retained their reason. Believing he was clever, he began offering large rewards for the genes of those with abilities. Yet, no one deemed his offer worthy of attention. Silence. The pig face in the mirror twisted further. Zhu Ning succeeded in provoking him. Realizing her efforts had escalated the situation, the will of ordinary individuals could not withstand the assault of contaminants. The following day, the pollutants within would gain dominance, driven by an instinct to reproduce. Seeking to infect more people, Zhu Ning shifted her narrative style, addressing Wang Ming directly. You've lost your sanity, becoming the very source of contamination within the hotpot restaurant, and now you reign over it. The restaurant's hierarchy was a pyramid, and Wang Ming stood at its apex. He placed the boss's corpse back onto the hospital bed, pretending he was still alive. The patrons, mentally compromised by contamination, could not discern the truth. Even Yang Tao had forgotten the boss's prior instructions. You slice the boss's flesh to infect more people. Those who are mentally tainted will find his rotten meat delectable, turning it into the restaurant's signature dish. In doing so, you perpetuated the restaurant's tradition, continuously recruiting new employees until one day, the contaminated area spiraled out of control and attacked unsuspecting diners. On that day, tendrils would erupt from the hot pot, ensnaring patrons' chopsticks and dragging them into the boiling broth. A severe incident would lead to the restaurant's closure, falsely attributed to the boss's illness. 30 years prior, the federal inspections of pollutants were insufficient. And in light of limited human resources, they could only ascertain the presence of contamination on that street. Yet, the hot pot restaurant thrived in secrecy, forming a perfect ecological loop unbeknownst to the world. Internal strife occurred, with only the occasional curious patron returning for a meal, becoming one of their own. Thus, the federal authorities merely posted a warning sign, until Lu Nian, an inquisitive heiress, arrived. As she stepped into the restaurant, a gray tombstone appeared on the cleaning center forum, heralding Zhu Ning's arrival. Did I S it over? Slowly, a face materialized in the center of the mirror, marred by cuts and stitches, grotesquely large at nearly 2 meters high. Wang Ming, the true source of contamination, stood before them. His face and Zhu Ning's were separated by 2 meters, allowing her to see his saucer-sized eyes. The walls closed in, compressing the space where Zhu Ning and Lu Nian stood to a mere 5 meters, leaving them with no avenue of escape. Zhu Ning stood, encircled by the walls, her body fragmented by the mirrors. The source of contamination had emerged, yet Zhu Ning made no move, not lifting a weapon. What was she doing? Shoot, Lu Nian thought. Was she under the influence of mental contamination? Trembling, Lu Nian raised her gun, firing multiple shots, yet the bullets spiraled into the mirror, as if encountering jelly, only to be swiftly absorbed. Useless. Gunfire could not eliminate the presence before them. It's over, Zhu Ning replied calmly. The sound of shattering glass was deafening as shards rained down. Lu Nian's face turned pale. Helplessly witnessing a monstrous figure emerge from the mirror. Its head was the size of a wall, towering over 3 meters, with clear stitching scars and shards of glass protruding from its eyes. Wang Ming opened his mouth wide, revealing an enormous, black tongue, covered in repugnant protrusions. What does he want? To swallow us whole? Zhu Ning suddenly inquired. Do you feel guilty for killing the boss? Lu Nian was desperate. Questioning why Zhu Ning was conversing with the contaminant, as if she were a psychologist for pollutants. You recorded your doubts about killing a patron, expressing fear and guilt, Zhu Ning stated. The recording was a trap left by Wang Ming, intended to mentally contaminate anyone who entered the area after the fact. His words might not reflect reality, but his emotions were genuine. You feel guilty. How deeply was Wang Ming mentally contaminated? The monster's gaping mouth abruptly halted. Had the psychologist truly had an effect? Just as Lu Nian felt a glimmer of hope, an ear-piercing sound pierced the air, akin to hundreds of hands scraping a chalkboard, nearly causing her to faint. He wants to kill me, the contaminant screamed. He tried to kill me first. I was merely retaliating. What's wrong with that? Accompanying his words, Lu Nian watched as hundreds of black insects poured from his mouth. She felt nauseous. The swarm surged towards them, seeking any minuscule opening to invade and devour flesh. Zhu Ning, clad in protective gear and a full-face helmet, appeared diminutive before Wang Ming, like an ant before an elephant. She lifted her head, her voice calm. He did not wish to kill you. It was all your imagination. The boss harbored no intent to kill. Zhu Ning asked, when you killed him, did he struggle at all? Wang Ming's brow furrowed. His exaggerated facial features made it hard to miss the subtle expressions. Lu Nian sensed that Wang Ming seemed pained by her words. He stood with a knife before the boss, fierce in demeanor, perceiving the boss as an enemy. Yet the boss regarded him with tranquility, accepting his fate with calmness. The boss's death elicited no reaction, indicating he was not the source of contamination. True contaminants possess obsessions. This world is founded upon mental value. Be quiet. Lu Nian wished to silence Zhu Ning, pleading for her to refrain from provoking him. The entire basement writhed, spectators at the ceiling's hole smiling and applauding as the deceased boss's heavy body began to swell infinitely. Silence. Die. If he dies, so should you. The contaminant's face contorted, blood oozing from the ceiling like a gruesome waterfall, emitting a foul stench. Lu Nian could no longer contain herself, shouting at Zhu Ning, he's gone mad. Shoot. Zhu Ning had indeed incited his wrath, causing the entire hot pot restaurant to tremble, yet she remained motionless, and Lu Nian confirmed that firearms were ineffective in this contaminated zone. Zhu Ning had explosives in her backpack, and now would be the perfect time to detonate them. However, the basement had become a sealed environment. An explosion would guarantee Zhu Ning's immunity, while Lu Nian would perish instantly. She intended to accomplish the task through alternative means. And Zhu Ning opened her system panel. The system inquired. The rotting fish head has been activated, consuming 5 life points. Shall I apply mental pollution to Wang Ming? Zhu Ning, use it. Since Wang Ming was deeply affected by mental pollution, Zhu Ning saw no harm in administering a little more. Zhu Ning had long been curious about the effects of mental pollution on the source of contamination. A different question arose. Does the source of pollution need to maintain its mental health? Zhu Ning had encountered few pollutants. The fishman had missed the last train of Line 1 later. She investigated the news from that day, discovering that the underground radiation had spread throughout the district, causing the last train of Line 1 to stop temporarily at the previous station due to the radiation. The fishman had been waiting at the station, growing increasingly anxious, mistakenly believing he had missed the last train. He muttered to himself, lamenting his inability to find the last train and his lack of funds for a taxi. Pollutants, too, require a safe zone to maintain their mental stability. Albeit their standards differ from those of ordinary individuals, most people are oblivious to their misdeeds while committing them, rationalizing their actions to avoid psychological collapse. And what of Wang Ming, after killing his boss? He was momentarily lucid before quickly succumbing to madness again. He could only convince himself that the boss intended to kill him first. He was merely acting in self-defense, seizing control of the hot pot restaurant driven by desire. He tainted others within the restaurant, severing the boss's flesh to sustain the establishment's operation. He inserted his fingers into the cash register, transforming the restaurant into a manifestation of Xiaoyi's diary, making the hallucinations born of mental pollution tangible, thus rendering everything reasonable: the putrid meat in the restaurant, the monsters in the trash cans, and the peculiar aromas, all the vanishing employees and the strange basement, along with a boss shaped into the epitome of evil. Simultaneously, he left a tape recorder in the toilet tank, becoming the safest of victims. This polluted area maintained an internal ecological balance, with Wang Ming ensuring the restaurant's logic remained coherent. He had struggled for 30 years, achieving perfection until Zhu Ning shattered it today, severing his foundation. Had Wang Ming committed any heinous crime? It seemed not. He too was a victim of mental pollution, yet since his contamination, he had been obsessed with making the mental pollution a reality. He could only accept his role as a victim, trapped within his polluted domain like a bull in a china shop. Lu Nian found the current situation bizarre, as Zhu Ning appeared to have done nothing in her eyes. The enormous pig face before her froze her in place. She gaped, her expression pained, as if desperate to speak yet unable to utter a word. She wished to scream in anger, only to realize she had no reason to do so. She desired to laugh joyfully, but found herself devoid of grounds for laughter. She wanted to cry, yet similarly lacked justification. Chaos erupted within the hotpot restaurant. A few employees peering through a hole in the ceiling applauded madly, half their bodies dangling as if upside down, including the pig-headed man. Their laughter echoed, their hands clapping furiously, as if they might clap themselves to pieces. Eye and the mirror, Wang Ming oscillated between tears and laughter, the shattered glass reflecting his every movement. The body of the hotpot restaurant owner seemed afflicted by an uncontrollable ailment, his flesh desperately attempting to flee. Mad. This time, truly mad. The order of the hotpot restaurant had been disrupted by Zhu Ning, causing both staff and patrons to spiral into madness. Zhu Ning took a step forward, and the mirror before her retreated, eyeing her warily as if she were a genuine monster. Zhu Ning advanced. The source of pollution recoiled until the mirror found itself cornered, unable to retreat further. The source of pollution, now exposed, had nowhere left to argue. As Lu Nian observed, she could see the pollution's source visibly trembling, its body quaking as the mirror continued to reflect its fear. The source's mind was a chaotic haze, shrinking into the wall as it faltered. When Zhu Ning blocked its path, it gazed at her with a hint of desperation. It was effective. Zhu Ning stood before it without employing any weapon, ignoring its tear-streaked visage. It was indeed effective. Thus, she decided to amplify her efforts, reopening the system panel. The system prompted. The rotting fish head has been activated, consuming 5 life points. Shall I stack mental pollution on Wang Ming? Zhu Ning, use it. Upon clicking use, the source of pollution displayed a look of bewilderment. That instant, silence enveloped the area. No one spoke. No one clapped. Only a profound quiet pervaded, so still one could hear the sound of breathing. The rhythmic inhalation filled the contaminated space, but it was not from Lu Nian or Zhu Ning. It emanated from the pollution source itself. The pig-headed man concealed within the mirror tentatively extended a hand, revealing scars that marred his arms. Zhu Ning stood opposite him, and logically, the source could have easily grasped her. Yet he hesitated. After extending his hand, he paused, glancing down at his palm, as if contemplating a challenging mathematical problem. Then, his arm moved toward his face, gently pulling at either side, with a sound akin to tearing a paper bag. A deep crack appeared within the contaminated area. The fissure spread from the pig's face in the mirror, extending to the ceiling, the floor, the life monitor of the boss, and other employees peering down from above. The polluted area was frail, resembling a toy made of paper, slowly collapsing from within. Had the polluted area committed suicide? Lu Nian watched in disbelief. She had never heard of a polluted area taking such an action. Yet what transpired next readily answered her query. From the gaping rift, droplets of pollution spores surged forth, thousands of them. The spores swarmed like a plague of locusts, enveloping Zhu Ning and Lu Nian within the crumbling hotpot restaurant. Only upon seeing the pollution spores did Zhu Ning exhale a sigh of relief, her tense body finally relaxing. She had succeeded. She expended 10 life points, executing 2 instances of mental pollution, daring to gamble on whether the source of pollution would be contaminated again. Pollutants were inherently abnormal, yet their state of mental pollution had to correspond with their own capabilities. If the pollution concentration was insufficient, it would fail to form a polluted area. However, excessively high concentration would disrupt the internal balance, ultimately leading to collapse. Ding! The mechanical voice of the system resonated in Zhu Ning's mind. Congratulations on completing the random task. The cannibalistic hotpot restaurant, purification level 100, survivor rescue mission completion rate 100, reward settlement in progress. Congratulations on receiving the basic reward, mental value restored to 100. Congratulations on receiving purification value reward, 2000. Current accumulated purification value, 2,154. Congratulations on receiving the pigman reward. The pigman's guillotine, reward description, C-grade contaminated item, capable of slaying a task target once within 24 hours, guaranteed hit. Congratulations on receiving the beginner talent, metal manipulation. This talent allows for the manipulation of metallic objects within a 1-meter radius. Congratulations on receiving random task reward, universal key, reward description, capable of opening any door. This task line has propelled the side quest, unraveling the truth of death. Key clues found. Progress at 20. The hotpot restaurant facilitated the side quest, increasing progress from 5 to 20. Was it related to Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals? Zhu Ning had never encountered such a name and would need to investigate further after exiting. After the collapse of the polluted area, the hotpot restaurant regained its original appearance, cloaked in a thick layer of dust. It was an utter mess, having been abandoned for 30 years, with dilapidated tables strewn with beer bottles and darkened walls. If one overlooked the rotting flesh and pollution spores on the floor, it appeared to be an ordinary derelict structure, illuminated in blood red by thousands of pollution spores. Zhu Ning was on her second mission. Now seasoned compared to her first experience, she knew she had to immediately begin containing the pollution spores. Lu Nian, visibly shocked, was witnessing such an abundance of pollution spores for the first time. Previously, she had only seen 3 in the LABIN Lu Nian's eyes. Zhu Ning was nothing short of a prodigy. She still couldn't comprehend how Zhu Ning had managed to eliminate the source of pollution without employing any weapons. Moreover, had it not been for Zhu Ning, Lu Nian would surely have been cleaved in 2 by the guillotine. Lu Nian, thank you for saving me. She struggled to find the right words. Considering how much money her family could send to adequately express her gratitude, Zhu Ning was in the process of canceling the automatic message. She had been in the polluted area for less than an hour, which was relatively quick. Zhu Ning inquired, "How is your mental state now?" Lu Nian, initially believing Zhu Ning was concerned for her, replied bravely, "I'm fine. It seems I haven't lost my sanity." This girl has quite a high mental value, Zhu Ning thought. Lu Nian now regretted underestimating Zhu Ning. "You saved me. I will make sure to thank you properly." She hesitated to bring it up, saying, "My family will send money over. That won't be necessary." Zhu Ning had received ample thanks from the system. This time, the rewards were bountiful. That's too generous, Lu Nian thought, wondering if Zhu Ning was some sort of living bodhisattva. "Zhu Ning, just help me clean up the garbage." Huh? Lu Nian's mind struggled to grasp the request. Zhu Ning wanted her to clean garbage? Lu Nian had never even seen a broom in her life, let alone used one. "I'm just here to clean up the trash." Zhu Ning had already opened her cleaning backpack. Lu Nian felt a flush of embarrassment as she recalled her previous mockery of others for their menial occupations, and her jibes at Zhu Ning about her role as a demon hunter. Now, she wished to retract her earlier unrestrained remarks. Zhu Ning had already retrieved cleaning tools from her backpack, tossing one to Lu Nian. The contaminated area was rife with thousands of spores, and Zhu Ning would have to toil through the night alone if Lu Nian did not suffer from severe mental contamination, in which case she could lend a hand. Holding a peculiar cleaning tool, Lu Nian appeared bewildered. "What is this?" Zhu Ning demonstrated, successfully collecting a single contaminated spore. "Did you learn how to do it?" Lu Nian, still confused, nodded. It was not particularly difficult. Simply bringing the end of the straw close to the contaminated spore would result in automatic collection. As she tried it herself, she found the process surprisingly therapeutic. "So, we only need to collect the contaminated spores." If that were the case, it was not so unbearable after all. Zhu Ning continued, "After collecting, we must clean the area, disposing of all rotten flesh and washing away the blood, ensuring no contaminated spores are left. If we work swiftly, we should be able to finish in 2 hours." Zhu Ning realized that if she wished to continue this line of work, collecting contaminated spores, she could not manage alone and would need to develop a team of companions. In her mind, she envisioned expanding this noble endeavor of waste collection. With Lu Nian as her first employee, I'll call home to assure them I'm safe. Let us get to work. Lu Nian felt a wave of dread. Zhu Ning was indeed a labor-exploitative overseer. Zhu Ning had been subjected to the whims of capitalists, and now it was her turn to exploit the wealthy heiress. What a thrill! When Pei Shu arrived at the hotpot restaurant at 4 a.m, he was accompanied by a professional demon hunting team. Prior to their arrival, they had received a report from the technical department of the cleaning center. The hotpot restaurant had been activated as a Class C contaminated zone. They had prepared for the worst, anticipating that Lu Nian, an ordinary person, might have been assimilated into the contaminants after spending over 2 hours in the area, if she had indeed transformed into a contaminant. The demon hunters would face a convoluted task of retrieving her rather than simply eliminating her on sight. They had devised multiple plans, but the reality far exceeded their expectations. Lu Nian sat alone at the steps outside the hotpot restaurant. Her white protective suit stained with blood. The young lady rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Pei Shu, the security team leader, hesitated. What is the situation, miss? Lu Nian did not respond. Pei Shu, wary, signaled for the security team to begin searching the interior. 8 minutes later, a report came in. The interior is clean. There are no surviving contaminants or residual spores. While the absence of contaminants was understandable, the lack of spores and rotten flesh raised questions. Had someone not only flattened this contaminated zone but also purified it? In his understanding, such a feat would require both a professional demon hunting team and a specialized cleaning crew. Had representatives from the cleaning center already come by? However, Pei Shu confirmed that they were the first team to arrive, who had truly purified the hotpot restaurant. Why had they rescued Lu Nian without contacting the Lu family? Pei Shu inquired. Are there any other individuals? No. The entire street has been searched. Only the young lady remains. Pei Shu was not naive. It was inconceivable that Lu Nian had accomplished this alone. Standing respectfully beside her, he asked, "Shall we head home?" Lu Nian pondered. Have I been searching for the wrong direction in life all along? Pei Shu was taken aback. The idle heiress was contemplating her existence. Do you think I might have untapped talents? Pei Shu was incredulous. Typically, self-absorbed rich heirs believe themselves to be exceptionally capable, harboring a skewed perception of the world. Lu Nian had long aspired to be a demon hunter, and Pei Shu had always known she lacked any real aptitude. Under the guise of Lu Nian, she had ventured out, curious to witness the contaminated zone firsthand, after knowing that a gardener from her estate had been mentally contaminated there. To Pei Shu, this was a reckless venture. Having survived one contaminated zone did not mean she possessed the talents of a demon hunter. He anticipated her self-aggrandizement and patiently asked, "What talents?" Lu Nian, gazing at her hands, mused, "Is it possible that I am exceptionally skilled at something, yet remain unaware?" Zhu Ning had previously remarked on her remarkable talent for waste collection, with the area being cleaned swiftly and efficiently. If given the opportunity, she would wish to enlist Lu Nian's help again for the first time. Someone expressed a desire to recruit her. Lu Nian fell into a contemplative state. Even reevaluating her dreams, could it be that I truly excel at waste collection? Pei Shu was taken aback. Waste collection? He could hardly fathom the notion of associating such a task with the heiress. Surely, she had been afflicted by mental contamination. Zhu Ning's backpack was heavy. After collecting the spores within the area, she had amassed 1,060 purification points. She had also gathered 1,060 contaminated spores along with a pile of rotten flesh. The tools in her cleaning backpack could condense a cubic meter of rotten flesh into a cubic centimeter. However, she faced a dilemma. How to dispose of the bag filled with contaminated spores and flesh? Should she bury it somewhere? What if she contaminated the land? Zhu Ning felt akin to a criminal possessing a cache of weapons, unsure of how to proceed. In a moment of folly, she resorted to utilizing a search engine. On a forum, she searched, "How should I dispose of unknown origin contaminated spores?" Surprisingly, this method proved practical. As a detailed guide emerged, IT instructed her to take the contaminated spores to a collection center. These collection facilities were scattered throughout the city, camouflaged as various storefronts to accommodate the collection of civilian spores. If anyone collected contaminated spores, they could exchange them for rewards. The post was cleverly designed, automatically pinpointing her location and displaying the nearest collection center. To her astonishment, it indicated, "Nearest collection center, the Noble Queen store." Zhu Ning exclaimed, "What? The shopkeeper in the purple autumn attire is affiliated with the collection center? No wonder he was so eager to assist me." As a newcomer from a post-apocalyptic world, she found herself bewildered by the vibrant atmosphere of the duck store. A row of muscular men awaited her selection. Upon entering, she discovered that the shopkeeper was absent, and she was greeted by a representative. "Not to your liking? Too straightforward," the representative remarked. "We also offer business elite models, delicate handsome types, green tea boy types, and honest, simple types." Zhu Ning thought, such a diverse selection. Truly professional, fresh from the contaminated zone, still grappling with the grotesque pig-headed creatures, she now found herself immersed in the duck store, radiating a sense of confusion and clarity. Seeing her dissatisfaction, the representative thought her standards must be high. "If you're not satisfied, we can customize for you." Zhu Ning, intrigued, asked, "Customize?" They had new arrivals, blank slates without memories or pasts, into which any preferences could be input. If there were issues, the store offered warranties, but customizing a unique face would incur additional costs for copyright fees. In this dystopian world, technology had advanced to the point where even human features could be bought and sold. The customization mentioned involved purchasing the visage of a celebrity who would sell their likeness to a production company for mass reproduction, catering to the fantasies of fans. In this wasteland, not only music and films were commodities. Faces themselves could be traded. Many celebrities, after achieving fame, sold their facial rights, allowing them to relax at home and earn money without the need for performances. The representative smiled broadly. "Customizations start at 50 million new coins." Zhu Ning retorted, "No man is worthy of my expenditure." "Thank you, not even virtually." Suddenly, she heard a familiar voice. Turning around, she saw the shopkeeper descending the stairs. He spoke dramatically, and having interacted with him once, Zhu Ning was now accustomed to his style. "Brother, spare her, please. She is my guest." The shopkeeper leaned against the wall, wearing a serene smile. "Come this way, darling." Zhu Ning, taken aback by the endearment, was unsure how to proceed. Song Zizhong led her into a room adorned in Barbie pink, labeled Cozy Warm Room. Upon entering, she discovered a starkly professional interior, pure white decor, a large desk, and operational machinery behind it. The shopkeeper indeed ran a duck store by day and dealt with contaminated spores by night. A man of many skills. "Please, have a seat." He gestured to the chair across from him while he settled into a black swivel chair. His demeanor was markedly different, exuding professionalism. The shopkeeper cleared his throat and formally introduced himself. "I am Song Zizhong. One would never expect such an elegant and unique name to belong to someone with such a particular sense of style." Zhu Ning paused momentarily before revealing her true name, Zhu Ning. Since they would be interacting in the future, it was unnecessary to conceal her identity, especially considering that Song Zizhong was affiliated with the containment department and had access to the internal network of the cleaning center, making it easy for him to discover who Zhu Ning was. "Do not fear," Song Zizhong said. "I only collect spores. I am not concerned with anything else." Zhu Ning felt reassured. Song Zizhong regarded her with keen interest as she entered. Removing her helmet, she was quite tall, presumably over 175 centimeters. However, she did not possess the appearance of a fearsome individual. Her features were well-defined, her face small and delicate, exuding a certain youthful charm. Her hairstyle, a hastily tied ponytail, appeared somewhat disheveled due to the helmet, suggesting she was in the early stages of her career. Yet Zhu Ning had cleared a sea-level contaminated area, and if her information was accurate, this was her second venture into such a zone. The contaminated area had existed for 30 years, and as a longtime neighbor, Song Zizhong was quite familiar with it. To emerge alive from a contaminated zone was no ordinary feat. "This is the first time I've seen someone venture out alone," Song Zizhong remarked. Zhu Ning raised an eyebrow, pondering if this was a compliment. Song Zizhong continued, "Usually, at least 2 individuals emerge, one demon hunter and one cleaner. Or sometimes a demon hunter accompanied by 3 cleaners. As the contamination levels rise, more logistical support is required. One person cannot manage alone." Zhu Ning recognized this truth. She would eventually have to confront this challenge herself. Where are your contaminated spores? Song Zizhong asked, cutting short their idle conversation. Zhu Ning handed over the collected spores and a cube of decayed flesh. Song Zizhong processed the spores and flesh in a semi-transparent machine that emitted a red light. Continuously scanning. Contaminated spores. 1,060 units. Contaminated flesh. 300 pieces, he relayed while extracting data from the machine. Our pricing aligns with the cleaning center's algorithm. Sea-level contaminated spores are priced at $700 each. And contaminated flesh at $500 each. You have eliminated 39 contaminants and cleared one sea-level contaminated area. The total income from the spores is $742,000. From the flesh is $150,000 and from the contaminants is $1,170,000, with the clearing of the sea level area earning an additional $1 million. With each figure he announced, Zhu Ning's spirits soared higher. The grand total amounted to $3,062,000. Song Zizhong delivered the final tally, noting that without any teammates, this sum would not need to be divided. $0.3 million. Zhu Ning exclaimed, elated at having earned such a substantial amount on her second mission. After deducting the contamination containment processing fee of $1 million, you are left with $2,062,000. Zhu Ning was taken aback. Is this a scam? She questioned. Song Zizhong clarified, the unofficial processing channels are rather costly. I am not profiting unduly from you. The technology for processing contaminated spores was monopolized by the cleaning center, with no other companies offering such services. The expenses were high, and so were the prices. Zhu Ning had previously worked for the cleaning center, free from concerns regarding the handling of contaminated spores. Are you not part of the cleaning center? Zhu Ning inquired. Yes and no, Song Zizhong replied. It's complicated to explain, but you will gradually understand. IT sounded as though they had once been a department within the cleaning center, which had since been suppressed and relocated underground. The notifications regarding contaminated areas were not visible to everyone. They had to be disseminated to the appropriate individuals to avoid chaos. The contaminated zones mentioned in the notifications were neglected by the cleaning center, as resources were limited, as long as there was no outbreak of contamination chaos. The cleaning center would not intervene. The number of hotpot restaurants operating in the fringes of the Federation was staggering. Zhu Ning contemplated the existence of an underground organization. They provided individuals with complete sets of standardized weaponry and uniforms. Along with more advanced helmet panels, they published notifications, enticing people to cleanse contaminated areas, ultimately leading to specialized institutions for the containment of contaminated spores, forming a remarkably complete industrial chain. Such a vast organization would undoubtedly have someone orchestrating it from behind the scenes. Only one person could achieve this, someone capable of navigating the resources and information of the entire cleaning center. Zhu Ning had a thought, inquiring, is your boss? Yes, precisely as you suspect, Song Zizhong replied, fixing his gaze on her. It is the very entity that selected both you and me, Prometheus. Indeed. What purpose did an artificial intelligence serve in this context? Zhu Ning examined the scars on her body in the mirror. The potent healing agent could not erase scars. She would need to purchase cosmetic treatments for that. The wound inflicted by the guillotine remained, and Zhu Ning traced the shape of the scar on her right shoulder. She was uncertain whether she had been contaminated. Her protective suit had ruptured for about 30 seconds, but she had quickly patched it up, though it was possible that contaminants had infiltrated her. Should she seek medical examination? Perhaps apply for a checkup at the cleaning center tomorrow? But what if the tests revealed contamination? Would she be forced to spend the rest of her life on the run? Her gaze shifted to the scar on her abdomen, which was even more alarming. A 10-centimeter long, raised scar, a remnant of some weapon that had pierced her. To this day, she remained unaware of how she acquired that scar. After this mission, she had gathered much information, yet felt more confused than ever. How long had this wild team, connected by notifications, been in existence? What was their purpose? What were Prometheus's true intentions? And what was the significance of Evolife Pharmaceuticals? Zhu Ning scoured the internet for information on Evolife Pharmaceuticals, quickly discovering that it was a prominent biotechnology company controlling over half of the Federation's pharmaceutical market, the medications consumed by the populace, including the potent healing agent Zhu Ning used, were produced by this company. There was a saying online, if you are a citizen of the Federation, you have undoubtedly contributed financially to Evolife Pharmaceuticals, unless you have never been ill in your life. The information available online about the pharmaceutical company was astonishingly pristine, devoid of any negative commentary. The internet was filled with promotional videos for their products. Evolife Pharmaceuticals. Transform your genes. Shape your future. Zhu Ning had memorized their slogan after watching several of their promotional clips. The lack of any disparaging remarks or negative reviews online was strikingly clean, leaving Zhu Ning almost convinced of their credibility. Were it not for her personal experience witnessing the side effects of the medications taken by the hotpot restaurant owner, upon completing her task, the system notified her of a crucial lead. This lead was undoubtedly connected to Evolife Pharmaceuticals. The original owner had intended to meet someone from Evolife Pharmaceuticals in the garbage disposal area. Did the original owner alter her defective genes to purchase medication? Had she participated in some experimental program like the hotpot restaurant owner? However, Zhu Ning found no remnants of Evolife Pharmaceuticals in her home. It appeared to have been thoroughly cleaned out. What did that ominous statement about impending doom imply? Why were there echoes of fishmen in the place of her death? Had her first mission been orchestrated by someone else? It felt as though she were ensnared in an intricate web, tightening around her. Yet Zhu Ning had no knowledge of the various factions behind this web. Suddenly, a notification chimed in her augmented reality device. It was Lu Nian, who had added her as a friend before leaving. Zhu Ning had told her she could reach out for work in the future. Initially, she had doubted Lu Nian's willingness, but to her surprise, Lu Nian seemed quite interested. After finishing her tasks, Zhu Ning departed, leaving Lu Nian waiting at the hotpot restaurant for her family. Zhu Ning. As she opened her device, Lu Nian sent her a cat emoji. Zhu Ning mused that Lu Nian bore a resemblance to Li Nianchuan. Zhu Ning had searched Lu Nian's identity, but found no mention of the Lu surname among the several affluent families in the Federation. It was likely she had given a false name. Zhu Ning did not press further since Lu Nian seemed reluctant to divulge more. Have you arrived home? Zhu Ning inquired. Yes, safe and sound. Though I did get scolded by my family, Lu Nian replied. Sending a crying cat emoji, Zhu Ning reflected on the trouble a young lady like Lu Nian would cause by running away. Had she been her younger sister, she might have been punished severely. Reclining on her luxurious bed, Lu Nian had changed into a princess-themed sleepwear. She was genuinely intrigued by Zhu Ning, having few friends and mostly surrounded by sycophants. She had never encountered anyone like Zhu Ning her age. To enter a contaminated zone alone and purify an entire area was a remarkable feat. Zhu Ning had become her idol. Lu Nian pondered how to engage in conversation with her idol when a notification illuminated her device. Zhu Ning had transferred $1 million to her account, accompanied by a note. Your salary. Lu Nian, who was accustomed to sending money to others, was taken aback. Just $1 million? I spent $500,000 on a new dress last week. However, this was her first earned money, her hard-earned cash. After a moment's reflection, she responded, Thank you, boss. Zhu Ning replied, We may collaborate again in the future, maintaining a business-like demeanor, though Zhu Ning felt a pang of regret parting with the money. She knew it was important to settle accounts properly, as Lu Nian had contributed significantly to the containment of the contaminated spores. Zhu Ning envisioned a long-term partnership with Lu Nian. Considering her the first member of her team, given Lu Nian's family wealth, she could potentially be a valuable asset to expand their endeavors. Significant funding was essential for growth. Noticing Zhu Ning's lack of idle chatter, Lu Nian took the initiative to ask, What are you doing? Zhu Ning, searching online, replied distractedly, researching information related to Evolife Pharmaceuticals. After a brief silence, Lu Nian asked, Is it because of the hotpot restaurant? Yes, Zhu Ning affirmed. Zhu Ning also searched for a hotpot restaurant, yet there was still no information online, and Yongsheng Pharmaceutical had not appeared in any medical incident posts. The hotpot restaurant owner, as a victim of Yongsheng Pharmaceutical, truly existed in the past, but left behind no trace. NO records could be found across the entire network, and Zhu Ning did not even know the owner's name. Zhu Ning expressed a desire to see if there were other victims. This was certainly not an isolated medical accident. There must be others involved on the other side of the screen. Lu Nian fell into contemplation. Zhu Ning did not pay much attention to whether Lu Nian had sent any messages, and after a while, Lu Nian slowly responded, Perhaps I can assist you. Zhu Ning was taken aback, still not having typed anything, when Lu Nian added, I have shares in his family. Zhu Ning's astonishment was palpable. You have shares in his family? Lu Nian confirmed, Yes, it was a gift from my father for my coming of age. Zhu Ning mused, as expected of a tycoon. A coming-of-age gift I could never earn in my lifetime. Yongsheng Pharmaceutical boasted impressive annual profits, with revenues calculated in the hundreds of billions. Lu Nianyan should be well off for the rest of her life. Yet she was inexplicably venturing into polluted areas. Lu Nianyan's family must have strong ties to Yongsheng Pharmaceutical. After all, such a large company would not easily part with its shares. Zhu Ning realized that Prometheus likely assigned this task due to Lu Nianyan. The hotpot restaurant was secondary, with saving Lu Nianyan being the primary goal. Zhu Ning intended to make Lu Nianyan owe her a favor. A sense of manipulation arose within Zhu Ning. Prometheus had utilized her, and now she was leveraging Lu Nianyan, who appeared blissfully unaware. Lu Nianyan inquired, "What type of information do you need?" Zhu Ning replied, "Anything will do. The more detailed, the better." After a brief pause, Lu Nianyan responded, "But you'll have to wait a while. You know I'm not very familiar with the company's internal matters." Zhu Ning retorted, "I understand. The clueless rich second generation." Zhu Ning then searched for Yongsheng Pharmaceutical's partner companies and their equity structure, only to find that the privacy in this wasteland world was remarkably stringent, particularly for the affluent. Information transparency was astonishing, leaving the privacy of the common folk utterly unprotected, while the details of the wealthy were meticulously concealed. Zhu Ning searched in vain for any information that matched Lu Nianyan's profile. Truly, the power of the tycoon. Zhu Ning closed her auxiliary brain and prepared to study the newly acquired purification values and talents. Her total purification value stood at 3,214. Without hesitation, Zhu Ning exchanged all of it for life value. Life value exchange successful. Current life value, 45. Not bad, a bit higher than before, but still not particularly long-lived compared to an ordinary person, especially since many items and skills required life value to use. Zhu Ning opened her panel to examine her items. The Pigment S guillotine, capable of executing a mission target once within 24 hours with absolute precision. Upon closer inspection, the description stated absolute precision without guaranteeing a kill. Perhaps it could only guarantee success against Class C pollutants, while outcomes against those above Class C remained uncertain. Additionally, there was a cooldown period for the skill, allowing for its use only once per day. Funds must be spent wisely to be utilized at critical moments. Another item was a universal key, capable of opening any door, and this description was far more straightforward, as long as it was a door. There was none that Zhu Ning could not unlock, a skill of a thief. Another initial talent appeared intriguing, metal manipulation. Like Magneto, Zhu Ning sat cross-legged on her bed, her hair still damp, eagerly wanting to test this talent. She placed a coin on her palm and focused intently on it. 30 seconds passed with no response. A minute went by, still motionless. 2 minutes elapsed, and it remained as still as a corpse. Useless. What should she do next? Seek a master for guidance, or perhaps seek help online, asking how to begin with metal manipulation. Zhu Ning decided to dry her hair first, not wanting to risk a cold with her damp hair. As she released her grip, reaching for the hairdryer, she suddenly froze. The coin was silently suspended in midair. Zhu Ning moved her finger, and the coin shifted leftward by a centimeter, moving it to the right. The coin followed suit, drifting like a jellyfish in response to her finger's movements. Zhu Ning sensed something different. A connection had formed between her and the coin, indescribable and difficult to articulate. She had never practiced cultivation, but she speculated that it might be akin to achieving enlightenment. Carefully, she manipulated the coin, increasing its speed in accordance with her intent. What about from further away? With a soft thud, the coin fell to the ground. Indeed, the limit was 1 meter. Beyond that, the connection severed. The maximum distance was 1 meter, and controlling a small coin was effortless. What about larger objects? Zhu Ning resided in a hive that was essentially a slum, constructed entirely of metal, with a solid metal wall directly behind her bed. Zhu Ning knelt on her bed, gently pressing her palm against a metallic wall. This wall represented the advanced technology of the wasteland world. Primarily composed of metal, offering remarkable cost-effectiveness, the wall was exceptionally thick, a solid mass of metal. Yet, it was said that this material emitted a certain type of metal radiation, leading it to be quickly discarded by the wealthy. And ordinary people ceased using it as well, ultimately finding its way into the slums. Zhu Ning placed her hand against the wall, closing her eyes to concentrate. This wall was substantial enough that its collapse could prove fatal. So, she began cautiously. If she could manipulate even a small section of this metal, it would be a commendable achievement. Taking a deep breath, she concentrated all her mental energy in her palm. Upon closing her eyes, she felt the structure of the world around her shift. She became akin to a metal doctor, diagnosing a piece of metal suspended in the air. Her perception spread along the metal. And Zhu Ning could sense the composition of the wall, the connections between each metal panel, the gaps between layers, and the thousands of fixed screws centered around her palm. It felt as if she had cast a vast net. Connecting metal to metal, wall to wall, the tendrils of her consciousness extended, rapidly linking like a neural network. Zhu Ning meticulously sensed the wall as if it were her first experience of perceiving life. She could feel the marvelous connections, but what if she attempted to manipulate it? Her fingertips curled slightly, and with the motion, the invisible neural network's surface wrinkled, slowly tugging at the metal wall. Wait a moment. Zhu Ning furrowed her brow. Something was amiss. The hive comprised 36 floors, with 69 households on each floor, meaning all their walls were interconnected. As soon as Zhu Ning moved, the walls of the hive began to tremble. By the time she realized, it was too late. A tremendous crash resonated. The walls of the 2,484 households in the hive suddenly resonated in unison. This was too sudden. The dishes in Zhu Ning's room clattered to the floor, creating a cacophony of sound. An earthquake. Where on earth did this earthquake in District 103 come from? What was happening? Neighbors rushed into the corridor, like bees stirred from a hive, searching for the source. As the origin of the disturbance, Zhu Ning's face turned pale. Disbelief etched across her features as she stared at her palm and the wall before her, even if she retracted her hand quickly. The wall had been crumpled by her touch. A sturdy metal wall appeared crumpled like a wrinkled bedsheet, with visible creases converging in one direction, making it obvious to anyone that a hand had once manipulated it. Zhu Ning attempted to manipulate the coin again from a meter away, but no matter how hard she tried, the small coin remained utterly still. Thus, it was not that Zhu Ning's mental strength had increased. Rather, the rules imposed limitations, necessitating a 1-meter distance from the metal object. While the coin was beyond 1 meter, Zhu Ning was within the hive itself. What a peculiar talent this was. Metal manipulation was restricted to a 1-meter radius. Yet anything within that distance, provided the metals were connected, was under Zhu Ning's absolute control. There was even no limit concerning the weight of the metal. If she desired, she could uproot the entire hive. Zhu Ning touched her nose and found her fingers stained with crimson blood. She had a nosebleed. System prompt: please do not overuse mental energy, as it may result in brain damage. Simultaneously, Zhu Ning felt an intense pain in her temples, as if a needle had pierced her head, and it took her a full minute to recover. After a minute, the darkness in her vision faded. Yet dizziness lingered. She cleaned the blood from her nose, stuffing 2 cotton balls inside. The cotton quickly became saturated, and she had to replace them 15 times before finding relief. Her symptoms resembled that of Li Nianchuan, severely affected by mental pollution. If she continued this way, she would end up hospitalized alongside him. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. What was happening? Were there superhumans in their building? Someone else replied, "Are you silly? Superhumans wouldn't live here. They could sell blood and live in luxury. But District 103 doesn't have earthquakes. Perhaps it's an abnormal energy fluctuation. Be cautious." The two conversed as they walked away. Zhu Ning stood before the distorted wall, frozen in place, knowing she could not inform Wei Mama. Doing so would lead to immediate discovery. With 2,000 households in the hive, she would face ruin. Zhu Ning only crumpled her own wall, deeming it a rather attractive piece, an artwork. She repeatedly attempted to brainwash herself. Yes, very good. Now it looks pleasing. Yet Zhu Ning's headache persisted, accompanied by aftershocks, leaving her head buzzing. Her thoughts sluggish. Would she become a fool from this point onward? After some contemplation, she messaged Song Zizhang. What should I do for a headache? Zhu Ning felt safe reaching out to him, as they both engaged in similar unsavory work. After all, they were colleagues in a sense. Song Zizhang was likely quite free, responding with remarkable speed. Darling, what happened? Mental pollution. Overuse of mental energy. Before Zhu Ning could respond, Song Zizhang continued speaking. Forget it. No need to ask. It's not like it matters. Clearly, something is amiss with your mind. If it's convenient, head to the hospital. Just a heads up, it's quite expensive. Treating outside the clean center's medical department will cost around $10 million new dollars for a decent recovery. Zhu Ning mused silently. What a ridiculous sum. Who sets such exorbitant medical fees in this wasteland world? Are the impoverished simply meant to perish? She asserted. I'm not that serious. I can hold on, Song Zizhong replied. No need to be so strong. If it's not severe, just take some medication. You should have received some. Rummage through your suitcase. There's a medication guide inside. Following his suggestion, Zhu Ning searched her luggage and discovered a medicine box. Previously, she had only recognized a potent healing agent. Now, she noticed various potions, including a mental healing agent, which bore no label from Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals, but was marked with a peculiar symbol resembling a snake entwined around a flame. Zhu Ning realized for the first time that many items inside the box bore this tiny insignia. Could this be a totem of some cult established by Prometheus? After consuming a bottle of the mental healing agent, she felt a significant relief. Song Zizhong, ever considerate, advised, rest for 2 days after taking the medicine. If you have a good constitution, you should recover in 3 or 4 days. If anything feels off, seek medical attention promptly. If you can endure a bit longer, I recommend you visit the clean center for treatment. I'll teach you a trick. Next time you're on a mission, pretend to be contaminated to get free hospitalization in the medical department. Zhu Ning, holding the mental healing agent, inquired, Is that how you often exploit free medical services? Song Zizhong sighed. I can't afford it either. Zhu Ning understood. Song Zizhong's outward persona as a duck shop owner belied the fact that, even in such a seemingly lucrative business, he had amassed considerable income within the shelter, yet still hesitated to visit a private hospital. She recalled a colleague whose arm bore a tattoo that read, Kind soul, if you see me collapse, please do not take me to the hospital, forget me. Thank you, Song Zizhong, with a serious tone, suggested if you feel the need, perhaps you should get a tattoo like that to avoid being taken to a hospital and facing financial ruin. Zhu Ning replied, Thank you. I'm seriously considering it. This practical survival skill in the wasteland world was firmly etched in her mind. In that last second before fainting, she would shout, Don't take me to the hospital. I can die. After consuming the mental healing agent, Zhu Ning felt considerably clearer. With a high mental capacity, she could withstand the strain, but not indefinitely. She thought it wise to be cautious with her metal manipulation abilities. She opened another bottle of the mental healing agent and accessed the Clean Center forum. Upon entering, fireworks erupted across the screen. Congratulations on completing the containment task at the hotpot restaurant. Following a brief delay, a gray envelope appeared in the center of the page, distinct from the previous one. Upon opening the gray envelope, she discovered a different forum, styled in a minimalist black and white design. Titled, Grave Post Enthusiasts Exchange Center, Zhu Ning mused, This sounds like a forum for the avant-garde. She became one of the new members. Please enter your username. Zhu Ning pondered and filled in the name, Universe's Sweetest Girl. After registering, her ID displayed LV1. This indicated a first-level user, meaning she could accept tasks from both demon hunters and cleaners, although most users typically identified themselves as one or the other on their homepage. As specialization was common, since her successful registration, an invitation button appeared beside her profile, suggesting she could invite others to team up for missions in polluted areas. In a way, the ecology here resembled that of a bounty hunter organization. And Zhu Ning began to browse the new forum. The news of her purging the hotpot restaurant was prominently displayed on the forum's homepage. The man-eating hotpot restaurant has been purified by new user Universe's Sweetest Girl. Upon seeing the term new user, Zhu Ning felt a pang of anxiety, unsure of how many new employees had joined recently and whether her identity might be exposed. However, upon reflection, new user likely referred to someone who had recently received a grave post. Not necessarily someone new to the Clean Center. Still, the reaction was notable, a new user tackling a sea-level polluted area right off the bat. Are newcomers that formidable now? I tackled an E-level on my first outing. Who is it? A cleaner or a demon hunter? We prohibit identity stripping here. Don't ask. This sweet girl has a promising future. I want to team up with her, even if you seek her out. She might not be interested. The atmosphere within the forum was quite welcoming. Users generally refrained from exposing one another, as today's identity exposure could lead to tomorrow's downfall. Taking on grave posts was inherently risky. Exposure of one's identity could pose a serious threat to life. The hotpot restaurant was a sea-level polluted area, and discussions were sparse. Quickly shifting to conversations about genuine heavyweights, rumor had it that a user had single-handedly subdued an S-level polluted area today. Known by the ID Bobcat, with a user level of 11, there was considerable chatter surrounding this, yet nobody knew whether Bobcat was male or female, only that they were a demon hunter who typically accepted tasks rated A or higher. Bobcat had subdued an S-level polluted area, collaborating with 2 cleaners, implying that Bobcat handled the heavy lifting while the cleaners dealt with the containment of the pollutants. This was hardly surprising, as demon hunters generally shun the dirty work of cleaning up. Many users send out team invitations, but the aloof Bobcat ignored them entirely. Zhu Ning observed the dynamics of these true power players before closing the forum page. Ning had granted her a 7-day leave. She spent 1 day taking on side jobs and intended to spend the remaining 6 days resting at home. After the experience at the hotpot restaurant, Zhu Ning felt utterly unmotivated. She had no desire to ponder the mysteries of her origin, the truth of death, or the enigma of eternal life pharmaceuticals. Exhausted, she decided to lie down, seeking solace in stillness. 6 days later, Zhu Ning received a notification from Ning about training at the center. Coincidentally, Li Nianchuan was discharged from the hospital, and Su Meng accompanied Zhu Ning to the medical department to pick him up. Zhu Ning was also eager to scout the medical department, hoping to access medical resources as Song Zhizhong suggested. The inpatient department was located on the 70th floor. Upon re-entering the clean center, Zhu Ning felt a stark contrast from her first visit. Not long ago, she had been a newcomer, marveling at the clean center building. Now, it felt eerily familiar, as if she had worked there for several years despite having only visited once. Indeed, employment dulls the mind. Her situation was even more taxing, juggling 2 jobs. Zhu Ning stepped through the entrance. She sensed many eyes upon her, whispers circulating among the crowd. With few acquaintances at the clean center, she was oblivious to their scrutiny and walked in nonchalantly. Su Meng was waiting in the reception area. Spotting Zhu Ning from a distance, clad in casual attire, a gray t-shirt and black jeans, her hair tied in a high ponytail, and holding a bouquet of bright red roses, Zhu Ning's long legs made her appear striking. Although her outfit was unremarkable, something about her presence had shifted. She stood out in the crowd. It wasn't merely her appearance. In an era where beauty was commonplace, it was her aura, an air of quiet strength that suggested she had weathered many storms. Not typical of a 19-year-old girl, Su Meng asked, "Are you proposing to Li Nianchuan with those flowers?" Zhu Ning replied, "He asked me to bring him a discharge gift." Su Meng gasped, utterly perplexed by the younger generation's ways. They waited at the medical department's entrance, and soon enough, Li Nianchuan emerged, his expression blank and dazed. Zhu Ning quietly inquired to Su Meng, "Why does he look like that? Is the mental contamination still lingering?" Zhu Ning was genuinely curious about the treatment for mental pollution and whether a full recovery would render him as normal as anyone else. Su Meng responded, "I don't think so. I reviewed his discharge report, and it indicated he had returned to normal." As Li Nianchuan approached, Zhu Ning handed him the roses, saying, "While I can't gift you fiery wings, I've brought you a bouquet of blazing flowers." Upon hearing her words, Li Nianchuan felt a wave of despair wash over him. Just when he had regained his mental clarity, the sight of their chat history and the video of his actions with Zhu Ning purging a D-level polluted area on the forum filled him with embarrassment. Seeing the view count surpassing 100,000, he wished to vanish, contemplating whether to willingly subject himself to pollution once more. The Li family could not bear such disgrace. Su Meng, noticing his discomfort, reassured him, "You should have earned a substantial reward this time." At the mention of rewards, Li Nianchuan finally relaxed. At least there was a silver lining. Thanks to Zhu Ning, they would split the bounty for eliminating the pollutants, netting him over 600,000, the highest earnings he had ever seen from a mission. Li Nianchuan mused, "I wish I could retreat to the mountains with this money." He fantasized about retirement. Not quite. Zhu Ning comforted him. "Besides, there are no mountains left. To see mountains, you must venture beyond the walls and confront the monsters outside. It's better to stay put. Let it all end." Li Nianchuan lamented, struggling momentarily. Having reached this point, living on another planet would yield similar results. Su Meng cleared her throat. "Has Li Nianchuan received any training notifications?" Li Nianchuan grumbled with an affirmative, feeling even more disheartened at the prospect of training immediately after discharge. Su Meng continued, "Training is at 1:30 p.m. on the 45th floor. We three will remain a team. Lin Yanchuan, holding a bouquet of roses, was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of astonishment as he inquired, "What do you mean we're still in the same group? Zhu Ning, you didn't choose the demon hunter? You opted for the cleaner during Lin Yanchuan's hospitalization. He had been perusing forums, where Zhu Ning's related posts had garnered considerable attention, as everyone speculated about a level 5 citizen boasting an extraordinary 1200 mental value. The stark contrast between an S-level mental value and a level 5 citizen captivated the online community. Regardless of Zhu Ning's physical frailty, her elevated mental value rendered her eligibility for the combat department unquestionable. The question of whether Zhu Ning would select the combat department or the cleaning department remained a mystery, with some even placing bets prior to her decision. And Owen anticipated that Zhu Ning would forego the more prestigious and lucrative position of demon hunter in favor of garbage collection. Ultimately choosing to remain with Su Meng's group, this left Su Meng somewhat flabbergasted, having to accept Zhu Ning, a veritable gem, in front of onlookers. Zhu Ning remarked, "I'm timid. I can't handle being a demon hunter." Su Meng replied, "Lin Yanchuan. JJ Zhu Ning and Lin Yanchuan's video is circulating on the forum, and Su Meng had watched it countless times. From the footage, it was evident that your courage is not in question." Indeed, it was remarkable. Encountering pollutants for the first time with such composure was exceedingly rare. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the two, Zhu Ning slowly confessed, "I fear death." She certainly couldn't admit to wanting to take the easy route. Could she? Zhu Ning had analyzed that, as a cleaner, she could still interact with sources of pollution, albeit less directly than a demon hunter. Each profession bore its own requirements, though she was somewhat lackadaisical. She was not aimless. She intended to excel at whatever she undertook. The demon hunters led the charge, and Zhu Ning could not shy away from her responsibilities. She would have to steel herself to confront them. By working in logistics, she could evade a majority of the risks, which was precisely why she had chosen this dream job. Being a cleaner could satisfy multiple needs. One, she could collect pollution spores and thereby accumulate purification value. 2, she could avoid direct danger while still interacting with pollutants. Point 3, the pay was reasonable, sufficient to support her gene therapy injections. Su Meng nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of her reasoning, given that Zhu Ning was considered a defective product. It seemed ill-suited for her to charge into battle. Discussions on the forum suggested that a defective product was just that. Even a high mental value did not negate inherent flaws. Zhu Ning declared, "I love cleaning up garbage." Lin Yanchuan responded, "Do all great individuals have such peculiar tastes?" His excitement was palpable. "You claim to love this job. I was skeptical, but now I believe it." JJ Lin Yanchuan appeared at a loss for words to encapsulate Zhu Ning's spirit. "You're truly impressive. You possess remarkable fortitude. The opportunity to become a demon hunter is indeed rare, yet Zhu Ning had seemingly dismissed it, perhaps not placing a high value on monetary gain." Zhu Ning countered, "Not quite." Unsure how to articulate her thoughts, she changed the subject. "By the way, what does our employee training entail?" JJ Su Meng replied, "Shooting, combat, physical training, theoretical knowledge, and how to eliminate pollutants. There are 5 courses in total." Wait, Zhu Ning thought, this curriculum resembles that of the demon hunters. As Su Meng led the 2 youngsters to the training room on the 45th floor, she elaborated, "Because of you, our cleaning center in Zone 103 has undergone significant reforms." "In my view, quite substantial," Zhu Ning exclaimed. "Oh," JJ Su Meng continued, "previously, only demon hunters required weapon training and physical conditioning. The cleaners underwent a different, much less rigorous training." Zhu Ning was aware, having witnessed Lin Yanchuan's lackluster marksmanship. Su Meng added, "Now we will undergo unified weapon training and physical conditioning alongside the demon hunters. Following the incident involving you and Lin Yanchuan, the center aims to enhance the survival odds of cleaners in extreme situations." This was the conclusion reached at a conference among department heads. Su Meng continued, "This training differs from traditional methods. Cleaners and demon hunters will train together, with hopes that the demon hunters will inspire our combat effectiveness. Naturally, the demon hunters must also engage in cleaner courses, so they can assist in the containment of pollution spores and cleanup when necessary." Zhu Ning mused, "They say newcomers should avoid drawing too much attention. I seem to be doing just the opposite. In other words, her presence had prompted even the disdainful demon hunters to learn about cleaning up garbage. Moreover, they were now training in the same environment. And should a combat exercise occur, It was likely the cleaners would be overwhelmed by the demon hunters. The cleaners' physical capabilities and overall skills were inherently inferior to those of the demon hunters. Previously, the logistics team merely needed to perform their garbage collection duties adequately, but now they were also expected to learn how to eliminate pollutants, and oh wonder, Zhu Ning felt the weight of numerous heated gazes upon entering. She had unwittingly drawn considerable ire towards herself. Zhu Ning quietly asked, "Do they resent me?" Li Nianchuan, clutching the roses, seemed eager to flee. "Do they despise me too?" "Not quite," Su Meng replied. "Li Nianchuan is a victim." The discussions mainly revolve around Zhu Ning. Su Meng, known for her honesty and integrity, candidly informed Zhu Ning, "Yes, some people are criticizing you." Zhu Ning thought, so she had become the sole target of their animosity. Oh heavens, she hadn't intended for this. Zhu Ning steeled herself as she entered the training room on the 45th floor, apprehensive that she might be subjected to an ambush. Su Meng remained blissfully unaware of the pressure she had inadvertently placed on Zhu Ning. Diligently explaining, "The training operates on a credit system. As long as you earn the credits, you're fine. Today, Zhu Ning will go first, and Li Nianchuan, having just been discharged, will observe the process. We'll begin with shooting." Su Meng informed Zhu Ning, "I recall your shooting skills are quite impressive." She had previously witnessed Zhu Ning's exceptional marksmanship, leaving no cause for concern. The shooting range was bustling with trainees, and as Zhu Ning entered, she was met with yet another wave of scrutinizing stares. Why was Zhu Ning bound to the purification system? Had she been linked to the grievance system with her current level of resentment? She could undoubtedly save the world. The shooting range buzzed with noise, the sounds of gunfire and shell casings clattering together. Zhu Ning felt remarkably at ease, having observed the training for a moment. The ammunition was not standard air bullets, but rather had significantly greater power and recoil. The assessment measured not only accuracy, but also the ability to reload and react swiftly. The firearm resembled those from Zhu Ning's original world. Suggesting that there was little room for advancement in conventional weaponry, Su Meng inquired, "Would you prefer to train first or go straight to the assessment?" Zhu Ning replied, "Let us go straight to the assessment. It doesn't seem too challenging. Training would be a waste of time." "All right," Su Meng said, tapping a panel beside her. "You're up next." The evaluation consisted of 3 parts: stationary target, moving target, and simulation room. Upon Zhu Ning's arrival, all training ceased, and everyone turned their attention towards her. There was no avoiding it. Zhu Ning had become a sensation, and they were eager to witness the prowess of this level 1200 mental value defective product. Was the footage from the forum genuine or fabricated? Zhu Ning walked forward with an impassive demeanor, picking up the firearm. The moment she grasped it, a wave of relaxation washed over her. It was a soothing, instinctive ease, as if the gun were an old friend that would never betray her. Facing a stationary target 20 meters away, Zhu Ning aimed, took a deep breath, and pulled the trigger. The bullet whizzed forth, striking true at the bullseye point. 10 points. The instructor announced her score. "You need to fire 3 shots. Su Meng reminded her. Zhu Ning remained silent, re-aiming at the target before squeezing the trigger again. 10 points. 10 points. The instructor calmly called out her scores. Onlookers momentarily fell silent. One perfect shot could be attributed to luck, but 3 consecutive 10-point shots spoke to true skill. Li Nianchuan stood among the crowd, resembling Zhu Ning as personal cheerleader. Noticing the growing number of spectators, Li Nianchuan felt the pressure mounting. If Zhu Ning faltered in the subsequent 2 assessments, it could lead to significant embarrassment. Given her current notoriety, it was likely she would be publicly ridiculed on the forum, with headlines foretelling her downfall, something along the lines of a level 1200 mental value. And yet merely a defective product. Zhu Ning, however, remained unfazed by the gazes around her, lost in her own world. She often overlooked her surroundings when holding a firearm. The second assessment involved a moving target. Contrary to what the name suggested, the target was not a conventional target, but rather a robot. Unlike a sentient machine, which could feel pain, this robot was merely a tool. The target robot would dart around the range, seeking cover behind various obstacles, and Zhu Ning needed to hit it, with different scoring zones depending on where she struck. The center of the range was littered with barriers, and in order to create a realistic simulation, they even dimmed the lights. "Begin," the shooting instructor commanded. The atmosphere grew tense, as everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on Zhu Ning. A figure dashed past her. Zhu Ning raised her firearm but refrained from firing. Watching as the robot made its way to the opposite cover, Some spectators began to fidget. They wondered why Zhu Ning, who had just demonstrated such skill, was not taking the shot. Was it because the robot resembled a human too closely? But in the video, Zhu Ning had effortlessly engaged with the fishman, so this reasoning felt flawed. Zhu Ning remained still, maintaining her shooting stance. Without a scope, she was relying on her natural eyesight to aim. Suddenly, the robot in the arena sprang to life, activating its automatic program, requiring it to run continuously within the confines of the venue to attract gunfire. Just as it emerged, Zhu Ning pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet pierced the robot's forehead, causing it to topple backward, a headshot. The shooting instructor scored her 10 out of 10 higher. The onlookers thought, just moments ago, Zhu Ning had also managed to hit the target. But her shot had not found its mark on the head. Zhu Ning aimed for a headshot, hoping to score points. Those who initially regarded her as mediocre now shifted their perception. This girl had a knack for calculating scores. Perhaps someone had spread the word, for not only were those in the shooting room watching, but others from the training room had arrived as well. In no time, the shooting room was bustling with spectators. Leaving only Zhu Ning's area somewhat vacant, Li Nianchuan felt an immense pressure, as if he were not Zhu Ning's colleague, but rather an assistant to star athlete and the third assessment. The simulation room awaited Zhu Ning, who needed to switch to a sniper rifle and on a helmet. Before her, the venue transformed into a holographic projection, presenting an advanced and realistic training environment. The targets morphed into various pollutants. The rules of the simulation room stipulated a 5-minute limit. The more pollutants hit, the higher the score. To Zhu Ning, it resembled a video game, rendering it even simpler. After 5 minutes, she set down her weapon and heard the instructor announce the score: 19 pollutants eliminated in 5 minutes, tying the historical record of the training room. Was it really that simple? Zhu Ning was momentarily taken aback, as Li Nianchuan beside her was even more exhilarated. Zhu Ning, you tied the record. Cheering erupted around her, with whistles and applause. Impressive, sharpshooter. Zhu Ning appeared bewildered. She was aware of the crowd but had not anticipated such a turnout. What was this? A mini sports event? Her mental state was at 1,200. Remarkable feat. She had heard that stable mental acuity was essential for shooting, and now she understood its truth. Athletes indeed required robust hearts and steady minds. Corroborating the reason behind her high mental score, such a promising talent. Why was she not a demon hunter? Otherwise, she would have been my junior sister. How frustrating. A burly man beside her clutched his heart dramatically. Having worked alongside Zhu Ning for some time, Li Nianchuan felt an odd sense of pride for the first time. This was their cleaner. Zhu Ning's shooting truly instilled confidence. Step aside, Li Nianchuan said. Guiding Zhu Ning out, we must proceed to the next training room. Zhu Ning exited the shooting room with an icy demeanor, her mind swirling in confusion. Just half an hour ago, they had been resentful. And now they appeared elated. Was it merely because they had witnessed her performance? The cleaning center personnel were indeed peculiar. Once outside, Li Nianchuan's smile remained intact as he remarked, your shooting skills are exceptional. Why had he assumed Zhu Ning would be incapable of shooting during their first encounter? Zhu Ning responded nonchalantly, I used to be a professional shooter, the kind that brings glory to the nation. Li Nianchuan was taken aback. Curiosity piqued. He asked, so why didn't you continue down that path? Zhu Ning sighed, I took a wrong turn. Inadvertently, at that time, she had been a national team athlete, but when the zombie crisis erupted, her competitive skills had morphed into survival skills. Had it not been for her athletic physique and shooting prowess, she would have perished at the onset of the crisis. Li Nianchuan, though unsure of what Zhu Ning's wrong turn entailed, pondered how far off course she truly was. How did an athlete end up cleaning up debris? Yet, this was the first time he had heard Zhu Ning speak of her past. Are you from a club? He inquired, uncertain if she meant a professional athlete from a club or a federal team. Professional athletes in clubs could vary widely, while federal athletes typically encompassed only first-class citizens that and the wasteland era. With artificial beings and machines rampant, allowing machines to participate in federal sports competitions would contravene the spirit of sport. Thus, only first-class citizens with natural genes could genuinely engage in competitive sports, which had become a spectacle among the aristocracy. Club competitions resembled underground matches, devoid of fairness and transparency, focusing solely on entertainment value. Zhu Ning was prepared with her answer. Yes, from a club. She had already fired her weapon when encountering the fishman, and the video had garnered over 100,000 views on the forum. She could not conceal her prowess during the shooting assessment. It was better to boldly showcase her skills, with so many at the cleaning center watching her. She felt compelled to explain her recent performance. She was uncertain if the original owner had any prior exposure to shooting. The original was a defective product, part of a batch nearing decommission. The official records regarding her were likely scant, with Zhu Ning unable to uncover any trace of her identity. It was as if she had materialized from thin air, possessing only a basic identity information. With her only known acquaintance being Wei Mama, Zhu Ning speculated that the original owner's identity might be fabricated, granting her ample room for improvisation, if anyone within the cleaning center sought to eliminate her. Upon noticing the discrepancies surrounding her, they would undoubtedly reveal themselves, or at least test her. That would be her opportunity to glean clues, surveying the bustling training room filled with demon hunters and cleaners engaged in combat training. Zhu Ning wondered if anyone would believe her. Li Nianchuan appeared convinced. Su Meng nodded. Clubs are harder to enter. Federal teams only accept first-class citizens, so the competition isn't as fierce, but club members can span 5 citizen levels. With all sorts of talents potentially emerging, Li Nianchuan and Su Meng exchanged subtle glances at Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning, who had graduated from university at 18, might have entered a club to participate in underground competitions a year prior. Or perhaps even earlier, balancing her studies while earning money at the club. Zhu Ning refrained from elaborating further, while they employed their imaginations, conjuring an image of a hard-working, studious girl. Zhu Ning remained a defective product. Perhaps perpetually struggling to survive, Su Meng remarked, "You've worked hard." Li Nianchuan echoed, "You've worked hard. What do you mean?" Zhu Ning responded, "Puzzle." Li Nianchuan added, "You're the first defective product I've encountered." Zhu Ning glanced at Su Meng, who concurred, "The first I've seen as well." Zhu Ning realized her rarity. Defective products typically struggled to pass the screening of the cleaning center, and even if they did, they could not succeed in training. Li Nianchuan then asked, "By the way, do defective products know who you were before?" Zhu Ning pondered. What had she been before being classified as a defective product? What type of human had she been? Surely not a machine. She could only be a natural human, an artificial being, or a clone. Unfortunately, defective products lacked product traceability, and Zhu Ning was unable to discover her origins. Having no data whatsoever, "I don't know," she replied. "What about you? What class of citizen are you?" Zhu Ning inquired. "I'm a second-class citizen, an artificial being," Li Nianchuan stated. Zhu Ning was taken aback. "You're an artificial being?" This was the first artificial being she had encountered. Cloning technology theoretically existed in Zhu Ning's world, but artificial beings were a product of the Wasteland era's black technology. Was Li Nianchuan a consciously created individual? Indeed, he confirmed, sensing Zhu Ning's excitement. But aren't artificial beings supposed to be exceptional? Zhu Ning inquired. Artificial beings typically utilize gene editing technology, granting them enhanced capabilities, Li Nianchuan replied, appearing rather ordinary. What do you mean by that? He retorted, Nothing. Zhu Ning reassured him, "It also depends on the batch. Some artificial beings are created merely as consumables." Li Nianchuan spoke this without any particular expression, as if he had fully accepted the reality of his status as a consumable. Certain roles necessitated human involvement, particularly when machines could not suffice, making flesh and blood individuals invaluable. Clones, artificial beings, and machines were all deemed consumables, originally crafted as tools by first-class citizens. These tools had developed self-awareness and were subsequently classified by their utility to the Federation. The extent to which humanity had been dehumanized and tools humanized was quite rare. Zhu Ning inquired, "May I ask which genes you were fused with?" Artificial beings typically employ gene editing technology, generally blending various advantageous genes. I'm unsure if this question is considered private. Zhu Ning probed. It's nothing to hide. I was fused with some genes from shepherd dogs, hoping our batch of artificial beings would exhibit loyalty and high trainability, never betraying the Federation or humanity. Zhu Ning felt a flicker of understanding dawning upon her. Digesting this information, she asked, "What about the captain?" "A third-class citizen, a clone," Su Meng replied. Zhu Ning froze, recalling Fang Ying's mention that clones had short lifespans. Observing Zhu Ning's sudden gravity, Su Meng appeared unperturbed. "I know what you want to ask. There are interventions available, such as gene serums or switching to mechanical prosthetics, similar to your situation." Su Meng found the situation somewhat amusing. She still had a decade or so left, while Zhu Ning had only a year remaining. Why was she worrying about her? "I'm doing this to save money, you see?" She winked at Zhu Ning, suggesting that, in some ways, they were kindred spirits that end that moment. A bond formed between Su Meng and Zhu Ning, leading Zhu Ning to inquire, "What is your survival strategy?" in the face of the phrase life-saving direction. Su Meng couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "I envision a future where I can upload my consciousness to the cloud and fully abandon my human body, allowing me to switch between different forms at will. In a certain sense, as long as the server remains intact, I could attain immortality. How cool would that be?" However, Zhu Ning held a more conservative view. She preferred the essence of the human body itself. Su Meng inquired, "Are you considering injecting a gene serum?" Zhu Ning nodded, which was also her reason for joining the cleaning center, where she could gain insights from those in privileged positions. Su Meng replied, "I'll send you some information later that I've done some research and underwent a course of gene serum injections, but I decided against pursuing that path further. By the way, our center has advanced gene serums too. You should visit the medical department and chat with those folks. Consultations are free." Zhu Ning's eyes lit up at the mention of something free. Su Meng regarded Zhu Ning with an affectionate gaze and transferred the information to her employee wristband. The three of them exchanged stories about their backgrounds. One was a replicant, another an artificial human, and the last a defective product. None of them hailed from aristocratic lineage. They toiled daily in pursuit of extending their lives. Forming an unfortunate trio, suddenly, Zhu Ning pondered a question and asked, "By the way, what is the current record for the 100-meter sprint?" Su Meng replied, "I haven't kept track of that. Are you interested?" Generally, common folk show little interest in sports events, as it's quite simple. Humans cannot outpace robots or artificial beings, the TO machines. Human speed seems painfully slow, rendering many spectators bored by human competitions. Zhu Ning had previously been an avid follower of sports events. But alas, the emergence of zombies had forced the cessation of human athletics that end this world. The search capabilities were remarkably advanced. Zhu Ning opened the search box in her auxiliary brain before she could input anything. The page automatically displayed, "Would you like to search for the world 100-meter sprint record?" Zhu Ning clicked yes. The page transitioned to reveal 9.58 seconds. This number felt oddly familiar to Zhu Ning, as the technological level in the wasteland world was at least 100 times more advanced than in hers. Yet, the records in competitive sports remained unchanged. Zhu Ning had effortlessly matched the training record earlier, though such records meant little, as many elites likely never even set foot in a training facility. The shooting records in this world should be comparable to those in Zhu Ning's realm. It is known that the wasteland harbors pollutants, boasts a formidable technological tree, and even features mutated humans, yet humanity itself has not progressed. In an apocalyptic era, stagnation equates to regression. A simple deduction might suggest that pure human genes have made no advancements. Zhu Ning had never encountered a first-class citizen and was unsure what these aristocrats were truly like. From her rudimentary understanding, it seemed that perhaps the sixth-class citizens would become the mainstream of human evolution. She recalled that her system panel had options for degrees and directions of mutation, which remained empty, leaving her uncertain if she might one day devolve into a sixth-class citizen. That morning, Zhu Ning's reputation surged as her posts flooded the forums. Someone had uploaded her shooting assessment video, pinning it to the top, with an eye-catching title, "Come witness how a boss shoots." Never before had a newcomer garnered such attention, and the discussions continued to grow, especially after the recent events surrounding the fish killer had just begun to settle. Now, people were buzzing about Zhu Ning's shooting video, with many expressing doubts about the accuracy of her data, calling for a second evaluation from the observation and research departments. If a defective product exhibited such prowess, what hope was there for the rest of them? Zhu Ning remarked, "Thank you for recognizing your strength as a national team member." She had trained tirelessly for years, not clinching the highest international accolade, but achieving the utmost honor in the cleaning center's forum. She yearned to deliver an acceptance speech. In the afternoon, she was set to undergo a combat assessment. Su Meng asked Zhu Ning if she wanted to participate in training first, but Zhu Ning, feeling confident, decided to jump straight into the evaluation. Unlike the shooting assessments, combat evaluations were less straightforward or entertaining. They employed a PK system where one person would enter the arena while another challenged them. Those who triumphed would proceed, while those who lost would continue to face challenges. Thus, luck played a significant role. A fortunate individual might face a novice and pass easily, while an unfortunate one could encounter a formidable opponent and suffer defeat. Zhu Ning realized that the combat class did not aim to elevate the weaker, but to cultivate the strong. When strong fighters encountered one another, they would only grow stronger, while weaker ones faced off against each other, often relying on luck to advance. Even if a weaker fighter managed to pass, they would still remain at a foundational level. Though they could challenge stronger opponents to improve, this setup was designed to stimulate mutual growth and assess one's initiative. Otherwise, weaker individuals would never have the opportunity to compete alongside the strong. The cleaning center's training offered them that chance. Though the system was not entirely fair, it proved effective for those seeking to enhance their skills, primarily serving as a means of interdepartmental exchange. The combat arena was surrounded by an eager audience, all there to witness the spectacle. The combat instructor was taken aback, asking, "What are you all doing? Aren't you supposed to be training?" Someone shouted, "We want to witness history." Zhu Ning was bewildered, wondering what history they meant. Surely they couldn't be referring to her. The instructor attempted to ease the atmosphere, emphasizing that it was a friendly match focused on sharing experiences. Zhu Ning genuinely believed this. After all, one couldn't just start a fight right away. The combat arena operated on a 1v1 basis, allowing colleagues to exchange combat techniques, with demon hunters and cleaners pitted against each other. Free to choose their opponents, as a cleaner, Zhu Ning could only face a demon hunter. Stepping into the arena, she called out, "Who will challenge me?" To her surprise, a mechanical female warrior entered the ring. With short white hair and a height of 180 centimeters, she radiated a cold metallic sheen, with 80% of her body mechanized, including both arms and her left leg. This was Zhu Ning's first encounter with someone so highly mechanized. Her luck had faltered, as she faced a formidable adversary right from the start. The demon hunter's physical prowess overwhelmingly surpassed that of a cleaner, and with such a high degree of mechanization. Zhu Ning could easily utilize her metal manipulation talent to deliver a lethal blow instantly. However, that would violate the spirit of the sport. Zhu Ning preferred to engage genuinely, believing it only fair to her opponent. Lacking experience in combat against machines, she had no concept of their strength. The battle escalated swiftly, lasting less than a minute. In an instant, Zhu Ning found herself thrown to the ground with a resounding thud. When she finally regained her bearings, she realized she was lying on her back, hearing a disheartening crack. Her shoulder blade had fractured. The audience, anticipating a historic moment, fell silent, and both Su Meng and Li Nianchuan were equally stunned. The mechanical warrior, taken aback by Zhu Ning's fragility, apologized, saying, "I thought you were a warrior." What kind of warrior was she? Zhu Ning felt as though she had been pummeled into submission. Indeed, humans cannot hope to match mechanical beings in sheer force. Previously, Zhu Ning had been able to exchange blows with the fishmen because their bodies were not entirely covered in scales. They retained a human form. Moreover, she had been wearing work attire that had absorbed much of the impact. However, the white-haired mechanical warrior before her was 80% mechanized. She could easily snap a steel pillar with one hand, while Zhu Ning's body remained untouched by any gene serum. If this were a true competition, Zhu Ning would have wanted to shout, "Referee, they're cheating," but alas, this was the wasteland world, where human compositions varied greatly. This girl was simply an ordinary human who had chosen mechanization, a rather unremarkable powerhouse. The audience was astonished, and some quickly realized the implications. She hasn't injected any gene serum? This was unfathomable, for all employees at the cleaning center had undergone gene serum injections, including Li Nianchuan. They had earned their first paycheck to afford these treatments, as their line of work necessitated a physique as robust as steel. To face a task with an unenhanced human body could lead to severe injury after just 2 missions. To them, Zhu Ning was akin to running into battle completely unarmed. For a moment, they were unsure whether to commend Zhu Ning for her bravery. After all, such honesty was increasingly rare. The audience's discussion centered not on Zhu Ning being knocked down, but rather on the admirable courage she had displayed. Facing an opponent with 80% mechanization was a true testament to the spirit of human competitive sports. As discussions flourished and astonishment spread, even the combat instructor was momentarily at a loss for words. Lying on the ground, Zhu Ning called out, "Is anyone going to help me?" Yet, no one came to her aid. Finally, Li Nianchuan regained his composure, stating, "I'll contact the medical department. Just don't move." Zhu Ning gritted her teeth and replied, "Thank you." Li Nianchuan sensed the resentment in her tone. Zhu Ning was taken into the medical department's treatment pod. The situation turned out to be worse than she had anticipated. She had nearly fractured her spine. If her spine had truly broken, she would either face lifelong paralysis or require extensive surgery. After receiving a powerful healing injection, she spent half an hour in the treatment pod. The doctor, whose surname was Fu, smiled as he reviewed her data. Zhu Ning couldn't shake the feeling that the doctor was somewhat peculiar. He grinned while examining her x-rays. Having worked in the medical department for many years, Dr. Fu had not seen such an unrefined shoulder blade in ages, especially one belonging to the recent forum sensation. After observing Zhu Ning, he set down the x-rays, adjusted his glasses, and assumed a more composed demeanor. Zhu Ning remarked, "Stop pretending. I can see you're smiling." Dr. Fu replied, "You needn't worry. Medical expenses are fully covered for formal employees." At least there was some good news. Zhu Ning moved her arm, and under the influence of the powerful healing serum, her body felt normal once more. The wonders of advanced technology allowed her fractured bone to mend in half an hour. Returning to its original state, Dr. Fu then asked, "You haven't injected any gene serum?" Zhu Ning responded affirmatively, recalling how Fa Ning had mentioned the possibility of injections, but she had been too preoccupied with uncovering the truth behind her death. Later, she was summoned for training, and during a brief interlude, she seized the opportunity to peruse some information regarding genetic serums. It was known that injections of genetic serums could be quite painful, accompanied by some unknown side effects. The development of genetic serums was relatively advanced, yet there remained ample room for progress. As for the materials Zhu Ning had provided her, she had not yet had the chance to examine them. Dr. Fu inquired, "Are you considering an injection? The medical department has them, and I see that your data meets the requirements." Zhu Ning replied, "I don't have a deep understanding." Dr. Fu thought to herself that she was indeed a novice, and proceeded to explain. "There are many types of genetic serums." Tio put it simply. "They allow for modifications in areas deemed unsatisfactory, enhancements in beauty, complexion, height, and even muscularity, as well as your particular inclination towards weaponization." It sounded remarkably convenient. Cosmetic surgery could be bypassed entirely with the injection of a meticulously engineered genetic serum, enabling precise alterations to one's features. And no longer would my mother need to fret about my height. With sufficient funds, one could grow as tall as desired. At that moment, Zhu Ning grasped why natural-born individuals were considered first-class citizens. Wealth could facilitate genetic enhancements, leading to mass production of humanity, where beauty and strength seemed to depreciate. In such a context, maternal lineage became even more valuable. As Dr. Fu continued, "If you choose to proceed, the Clean Center's medical department is your best option. We share resources with the Federal First Medical Academy. So we are usually the first to learn of any advanced technologies. In other words, we are undoubtedly more progressive than external hospitals." With that, Dr. Fu effectively dispelled Zhu Ning's thoughts of seeking treatment elsewhere. "We possess extensive experience here. And as you know, we have a larger pool of test subjects, allowing us to devise a plan that is more suited to you, especially considering your unique profession." Zhu Ning remarked, "Doctor, you sound rather like a salesperson." Dr. Fu replied, "A course consists of 6 injections, gradually enhancing your various functions, including cardiovascular performance, bone density, and skin toughness." Tio put it plainly, "You will resemble a steel warrior." In a world ravaged by pollution, humanity had evolved its defenses from armor to the very bones, augmenting their hardness to rival steel. Simultaneously, the enhancement of cardiovascular function and organ efficiency would usher in a new form of evolution for mankind. "Effects will be immediate," Dr. Fu asserted. "You could step off the operating table and head straight into battle, truly efficient. Will you proceed?" Zhu Ning answered, "Yes." She realized that if everyone else were to evolve while she remained stagnant, she would effectively be regressing. She needed a more formidable physique to confront forthcoming challenges, possibly facing B-level, A-level, or even S-level tasks. Moreover, individuals at the Clean Center were intensely competitive. Many opted for mechanical prosthetics. In such a fiercely competitive environment, remaining idle could lead to her being crushed. As soon as Zhu Ning finished her thought, Dr. Fu's eyes lit up, and she sprang to her feet, calling out, "Assistant Wang, prepare the genetic serum. We have a live one." Zhu Ning glanced up and noticed the medical department sign outside, wondering if she had unwittingly entered a dubious establishment. She subsequently postponed her training, with Zhu Ning personally approving her leave. That same day, she underwent the injection without the need for surgery. merely requiring targeted injections. After the procedure, Dr. Fu indicated that she could disembark from the medical pod. Zhu Ning sat at the edge, still in a daze. She felt no pain, contrary to what she had read online. Was she certain that what she had received was indeed a genetic serum and not saline? She couldn't shake the fear of being swindled. As she lifted her gaze, she suddenly perceived a shift in her surroundings. The window was directly opposite her, and in the briefest moment, she caught sight of a scene a kilometer away. A man had just dropped his ice cream cone. His face contorted in agony as he hesitated to pick it up. Zhu Ning blinked, bewildered by what she had just witnessed. How could she see so far? Simultaneously, her hearing sharpened. The world around her became more cacophonous. She could overhear two doctors chatting in a corridor, lamenting that they hadn't yet taken their annual leave. The murmur of their conversation flooded her mind, overwhelming her senses. Zhu Ning covered her ears. Suddenly acutely aware of her heartbeat, thump, 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 as her heart contracted, and she could even sense the rhythmic rise and fall of her chest. In summary, Zhu Ning had never before been so acutely aware of her own bodily functions. Side effects are a natural occurrence. Dr. Fu's voice broke through. The essence of the genetic serum is to facilitate cellular regeneration. Take your time. I will monitor you. Zhu Ning gradually descended from the medical pod, taking a full 20 minutes to acclimate. After this period, she finally adjusted to her new body and learned to control her senses. By filtering out some of the noise, the world became less overwhelming. Once she consciously regulated her vision, she no longer gazed so recklessly into the distance. Are you feeling better? Dr. Fu inquired. How do you feel? Zhu Ning clenched her fist, contemplating the changes. She sensed that nothing had altered. Yet everything felt different. Something feels off, she admitted. Dr. Fu noted her discomfort while jotting down observations and asked, What seems to be amiss? Zhu Ning replied, I think I might be a bit irritable. She felt less composed. Her emotions slightly askew. Dr. Fu glanced at her computer. Your mental state hasn't fluctuated. It's likely just a simple emotional response. The medical department lacks the precision of the research department's machinery, only capable of detecting fluctuations in mental state without providing exact figures. It's a common phenomenon, Dr. Fu continued, as hormone and chemical levels can easily become imbalanced following the injection. Zhu Ning inquired. How long until I return to normal? Dr. Fu responded. It varies by individual. Some recover within a day, while others may take a month. The body's hormones need time to adjust to the new physiology. Please return in a month for a follow-up, as I need to assess your data. Zhu Ning nodded in understanding. Dr. Fu added, the effects of genetic serum injections vary from person to person. Some experience remarkable results, while others see little to no change. The fundamental principle of genetic serums is not that they can necessarily empower the weak. Otherwise, Su Meng would not have opted against them in favor of mechanical prosthetics. Dr. Fu continued, I've reviewed your case. You are a defective product with limited organ lifespan. If you are fortunate, the injection may extend your longevity. Ultimately, only through the research department's precise data collection can we ascertain your outcome. I sincerely hope for your recovery, Dr. Fu stated earnestly, fully aware that Zhu Ning's mental capacity of 1,200 was being squandered by her physical limitations. All employees at the Clean Center shared a common goal. They did not wish to lose any talent. Zhu Ning fell silent. Was it merely her imagination, or did the staff at the Clean Center seem genuinely caring? Dr. Fu proposed, Let me add you to my contacts. Please inform me if you experience any irregularities. Zhu Ning asked, Are there no precautions? Dr. Fu replied, Just maintain your regular eating and drinking habits, and you can still undertake missions. Zhu Ning thought it unnecessary to emphasize that point. Aren't you going to have me undergo any tests? Zhu Ning queried, for instance. Dr. Fu inquired. Zhu Ning suggested, Let me take a punch test to assess my strength and defense values. Dr. Fu shook her head. That would be futile. Your body is in constant flux. The data I obtained today might be inaccurate in a week. It would be more beneficial for you to return and test your abilities against that mechanical opponent. I will observe your performance through online footage. If not for her professional obligations, Dr. Fu would have preferred to witness it in person. Why are you so nosy? Zhu Ning asked. Can I leave now? Dr. Fu smiled warmly. Take care. I have deducted the fees from your card. Zhu Ning, still adjusting to her new body, barely registered this before her secondary brain flashed, followed by the sound of money disintegrating. Spent $1.5 million new dollars, account balance, $201,200 new dollars. Zhu Ning suddenly snapped to attention. Realizing how extravagant she'd been, spending 1.5 million in one fell swoop, with only 200,000 left, she could scarcely afford even a single injection of the genetic serum. A complete course of 6 injections totaled 9 million. And should any irregularities arise, additional injections would be required. The average salary among federal citizens was 4,800 per month, with defective products earning even less. Moreover, numerous jobs discriminated against a defective. For a defective individual to amass 9 million was a near impossible dream. Indeed, ordinary people could hardly afford such treatments. Zhu Ning took a deep breath, striving to remain calm as she inquired, "When is the second injection scheduled?" Dr. Fu replied, "In a month." Zhu Ning thought to herself, a money-eating beast, a cash-burning machine. She found it difficult to articulate her situation more accurately. Sustaining herself was indeed costly. With a look of despondency, Zhu Ning emerged from the facility, where Su Meng and Li Nianchuan awaited her. In just a day, Zhu Ning had transitioned from being a caregiver to a patient receiving visits. A remarkable turn of fate. Li Nianchuan presented Zhu Ning with a bouquet of red roses. Declaring, "Congratulations on your discharge," Zhu Ning responded, "A dual-purpose flower." "Well done, Li Nianchuan." Su Meng asked, "How did it go?" Zhu Ning replied, "Many individuals experience side effects after the genetic serum injection. I entered full of energy and emerged filled with resentment." Zhu Ning then inquired, "What about that girl from earlier?" Su Meng, taken aback, replied, "Huh?" Zhu Ning, resolutely gazing at Su Meng, declared, "I want to challenge her." She was eager to test the capabilities of the body she had acquired for 1.5 million. Zhu Ning's combat skills, to be frank, could be deemed somewhat unconventional. However, her athletic aptitude allowed her to learn quickly. This particular assessment did not impose strict requirements, leaving room for casual sparring. She initially believed her self-taught skills to be formidable. But upon encountering a seasoned demon hunter, she realized how far she had to go. The mechanical girl was surprised that Zhu Ning returned for a second round and inquired, "Are you certain?" Zhu Ning nodded, eager to assess the efficacy of her genetic serum. After injecting the serum, she felt an intense surge of energy, a burning desire to engage in combat, having just shattered an opponent's scapula. The mechanical girl felt slightly embarrassed and offered, "Shall I practice with you?" This was an invitation to ease up, but Zhu Ning replied, "No need to hold back." The mechanical girl understood that showing leniency would be disrespectful to a warrior. The onlookers were astonished, exclaiming, "She is so confident. Is she provoking them? Let the fight begin." Li Nianchuan and Su Meng, watching anxiously from the sidelines, felt an immense pressure, primarily concerned for Zhu Ning. If she were to lose, the backlash could be severe, as people revel in both the elevation and downfall of others. As the crowd gathered, some brought snacks and portable seats, while others placed bets. She just took the genetic serum. "Who do you think will win?" "Zhu Ning has a good chance. She is unpredictable, that is debatable," another replied. "Chuling is from the Grey Eagle team, with an impeccable track record." Grey Eagle? ISNT that the unfortunate team that thought they had completed their mission, only to face penalties for misjudging a contaminated zone, leading to a 50 salary cut. Indeed, does this mean adversaries are facing off? Zhu Ning overheard snippets of the conversation and felt a sense of foreboding. On the bright side, she learned that the girl before her was named Chuling. However, the bad news was that Zhu Ning seemed to have inadvertently provoked her the last time they met in the sewer. Chuling's entire team was clad in armor, and Zhu Ning hadn't noticed any female members among them. It was no wonder Chuling was eager to confront her this time. Was she seeking revenge? Evidently, Zhu Ning's luck was waning. Perhaps next time she should enhance her luck alongside her purification value. The combat instructor, clearly entertained, prompted the two to assume their stances. The dojo rules were lenient. As they were colleagues and not enemies, neither wished to inflict serious harm upon the other. The only stipulation was that only feet could touch the ground. Any other body part making contact would signify defeat. Zhu Ning and Chuling exchanged a handshake, and as soon as they steadied themselves, Chuling charged forward with remarkable speed. Zhu Ning could distinctly feel the difference. Chuling's mechanization granted her swiftness beyond that of an ordinary human. In their initial exchange, Zhu Ning could barely discern Chuling's moves and found herself swiftly taken down this time. However, she perceived everything as if in slow motion, analyzing Chuling's every move. Instinctively, she sidestepped. narrowly avoiding Chuling's punch. Simultaneously, she launched a knee strike towards Chuling's abdomen, but Chuling reacted with remarkable speed, blocking the attack with one hand. Zhu Ning anticipated a painful impact, but to her surprise, the expected pain never came. After kicking, she quickly retreated. Her foot felt slightly unusual, but not painful at all. Was this the power of the genetic serum? The enhanced skin toughness felt akin to a layer of soft armor. Zhu Ning tilted her head. If she had harbored doubts before about her ability to combat a mechanized opponent, they were swiftly dissipating, replaced by a burgeoning competitive spirit. Chuling was taken aback by Zhu Ning's rapid progress within merely 3 hours. Initially considering whether to ease up on her, she now recognized Zhu Ning as a worthy opponent and prepared to launch another attack. Zhu Ning raised her guard. This time, she could engage in a back-and-forth exchange, with each punch landing heavily, accompanied by the sound of impact. Chuling noticed Zhu Ning's aggressive style. Once she locked onto a target, she struck relentlessly, akin to a wolf cub clinging to its prey. Unfortunately, Zhu Ning was still somewhat inexperienced. Whenever Chuling unleashed her strength, Zhu Ning could only retreat. Zhu Ning managed to absorb 3 punches while retreating until she found herself at the edge of the ring. While Zhu Ning exhibited commendable qualities, her lack of systematic training left her unprepared for the ferocity of a true demon hunter's onslaught. Cornered, Chuling showed no mercy and prepared to execute a throw. If Zhu Ning were to be taken down now, it would signify her defeat. Li Nianchuan and Su Meng watched with bated breath. The mechanized girl could lift 10 tons, and Zhu Ning felt as though she were but a mere cat in her grasp. Lifted effortlessly off the ground, it seemed inevitable that Zhu Ning would lose, and Li Nianchuan dared not watch. As Zhu Ning was flipped over, she instinctively adjusted her posture and unleashed a kick aimed at Chuling's unmechanized right knee. Regardless of whether enhanced by the serum or not, human instinct prevailed. A soft thud echoed as Chuling's knee struck the ground a second before Zhu Ning fell. Zhu Ning stumbled but quickly regained her footing and rose triumphantly. Zhu Ning wins, announced the combat instructor. This considered cheating? Chuling questioned. The onlookers murmured. That doesn't count as a victory. Zhu Ning also fell. A second sooner is still quick, another remarked. Chuling is just too kind. Zhu Ning is clearly more cunning. The cunning Zhu Ning reacted. You try living in a zombie-infested world for a few days. I guarantee you'll emerge more devious than I. Chuling, willing to accept defeat, stood up and conceded. You've won. Zhu Ning, maintaining some modesty, replied, I'm a bit clever, but you are undoubtedly stronger. Had Chuling not retained some unmechanized parts, Zhu Ning likely would not have emerged victorious today. Her success was merely a stroke of cleverness. The combat instructor remained unconvinced of Zhu Ning's capabilities, insisting she stay for additional practice. Zhu Ning was indifferent, anticipating that she would frequently return to endure more sparring. Shall we be friends? Chuling proposed. Zhu Ning was taken aback. What? Chuling continued. There are very few women among demon hunters. I was inspired to challenge you after watching your videos. You truly are impressive. To her surprise, Chuling was not seeking revenge, but rather to appreciate her skills. Zhu Ning's earlier frustrations began to dissipate, leaving her invigorated. She happily added Chuling as a friend, and their rivalry transformed into a budding friendship. Chuling, a voice called from a distance. Zhu Ning glanced up to see 3 men, presumably members of the Grey Eagle team, led by a captain towering nearly 6 feet 3 inches. The trio cast disapproving looks at Zhu Ning. In contrast, Chuling seemed to be the most amiable toward her. I must be off. Perhaps we can collaborate in the future, Chuling said. Zhu Ning nodded. There would be ample opportunities for collaboration between demon hunters and cleaners. As Zhu Ning watched Chuling depart, she noted that the Grey Eagle team, despite not wearing armor, appeared as a well-drilled unit. Indeed, demon hunters were a league apart. Zhu Ning diverted her gaze and inquired. By the way, what is the name of our team? The team Chuling belongs to is called Grey Eagle. What is ours? Su Meng replied, We are Cleanup Team A70265. Why does their name sound so cool while ours resembles a license plate? Zhu Ning mused. Su Meng, operating the panel, responded, Zhu Ning, you were cunning. You failed the combat course and must train again tomorrow. Zhu Ning sighed. In the ensuing days, she dedicated herself to combat training. No, rather, to enduring beatings. She faced an array of demon hunters who sought to challenge her, which was a consequence of the attention she had drawn. Ultimately, One must pay for their audacity. Many spectators were puzzled by how she managed to win against Zhu Ning on the first day, only to be thoroughly beaten afterward. Zhu Ning became increasingly adept at absorbing blows. Having learned from her previous experiences, she was now able to retaliate effectively. Her rapid progress was commendable. Had she been anyone else, she would have already qualified. After several days of sparring, Zhu Ning discerned the combat instructor's criteria. If he perceived potential for improvement, he would continually mark her as unqualified. Once he believed she had reached her limit, he would pair her with a contender of similar skill to conclude her training. Unfortunately, the instructor remained convinced that Zhu Ning had not yet hit her ceiling. She was capable of more. No, she could endure further beatings. Thus, Zhu Ning found herself held back in combat class, endlessly subjected to punishment. After 3 days of this regimen, her inner frustration intensified, prompting her to consult Dr. Fu once more. He reassured her that this was a normal response. Dr. Fu, who monitored Zhu Ning's videos on the forum daily, seemed more like the president of her fan club, shaking his head as he watched. "You still don't understand combat," Zhu Ning retorted. "You try it." The cleanup center's new regulation mandated that all 3 members must pass their assessments to undertake missions, with Zhu Ning held back in combat and Li Nianchuan failing his shooting course. Su Meng felt disheartened. Why is it that our team, I-70265, which boasts the highest morale with Zhu Ning, ranks last in points? Li Nianchuan is undergoing extra training today. Zhu Ning should lay low for a couple of days, Su Meng suggested. Li Nianchuan lamented. What kind of rule is this? Isn't it a hindrance? In the past week, the workload at the cleaning center has dramatically decreased. Apart from urgent tasks, many assignments remain unallocated. However, most teams are expected to pass within 5 days. With the demon hunters achieving this in just 3 days, it is speculated that the cleaning center will gradually resume operations after 10 days. Zhu Ning and Li Nianchuan have been undergoing training for 6 days, and should they fail to qualify, they may become the laughingstock of the entire cleaning center. Both Zhu Ning and Li Nianchuan have been subjected to additional training. With Zhu Ning enduring an hour of being beaten by a combat-skilled demon hunter, she finds herself preoccupied with thoughts of combat, contemplating strategies for victory. As the workday draws to a close, while changing in the locker room, her assistant brain emits a notification. Lu Nianian has sent a message with a cat emoji, accompanied by the phrase, "Boss, here is the information you requested. The information pertains to Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals." Has a lead surfaced regarding Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals? Upon opening the folder, Zhu Ning cannot help but commend Lu Nianian's efforts. This is an internal document, likely a fundraising proposal intended for internal shareholders. The document titled Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals. Optimal Body Project raises questions. Is this the official designation for the hotpot restaurant owner's participation in the experiment? At the moment she opens the folder, the system prompts, long-term side quest, seek the truth about death, key clue found. Search progress at 30. The quest progress bar has moved. This represents a crucial clue regarding her own demise. Zhu Ning meticulously examines the proposal, learning that in the year 3 of the new era, shortly after the radiation disaster, humanity constructed high walls to shield themselves from the outside world, and within the Federation, a human hierarchy plan was implemented. Through a comprehensive genetic screening, humans were categorized into 5 levels. This seemingly inequitable regulation, to some extent, ensured the overall benefit of the Federation. However, the Federation effectively relinquished any responsibility for 5th-level citizens, who were mostly compelled to migrate to the 103rd District's junkyard awaiting disposal. Being classified as a 5th-level citizen was tantamount to a death sentence, with official systems even able to display how many years of life remained. Many succumbed to despair, squandering their lives, resulting in a surge in crime rates within the Federation. For an extended period, 5th-level citizens became synonymous with criminality, a prejudice that persists to this day. Yet, some refuse to accept their fate, proactively seeking salvation, creating an opportunity that Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals seized upon. They subsequently launched the Optimal Body Project, an experimental program targeting those deemed inferior, which has astonishingly persisted for nearly 80 years. This experiment has roots as deep as the history of the Federation itself, embedding itself within the entire federal structure. Over the past 70 years, the Optimal Body Project has expanded significantly and become increasingly conspicuous. transitioning from clandestine experiments to semi-public recruitment of subjects. With a growing number of inferiors voluntarily participating in the initiative, the information contained within the document is limited. It culminates in promotional rhetoric claiming this is a high-quality project. With annual profits soaring to impressive figures and a promising future, the final page of the proposal bears a slogan: Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals. Transform your genes, create your future, and that is all. There are no case studies presented, leaving Zhu Ning unable to deduce the current status of the Optimal Body project. She extracts keywords from the proposal and searches online, only to discover that any related information has likely been swiftly deleted. Zhu Ning finds herself compelled to inquire with Lu Nianian, "How are experiment subjects recruited?" Lu Nianian promptly responds, "To my knowledge, it is not entirely public. Inferiors seeking to prolong their lives will purchase specific medications or register when receiving genetic injections." Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals targets these groups with recruitment information. This represents an astoundingly precise marketing strategy. Exclusively aimed at inferiors, IT resembles the recruitment methods of certain cults, which cannot solicit openly but must engage in targeted face-to-face outreach. Moreover, they select the most willing individuals. Many inferiors either lack funds or are resigned to their fate, simply awaiting death. Those willing to receive genetic injections and purchase medications demonstrate a strong desire to survive. Thus, when they suddenly receive a recruitment plan from a major pharmaceutical company, boasting the most advanced technology and being free of charge, most people will grasp this last lifeline. Little do they realize that this lifeline may indeed be mere straw, and the inferiors may ultimately become pollutants. Yet, could there be a fraction of successful inferiors who have transformed into capable beings? For instance, if the hotpot restaurant owner participated in the experiment and emerged not as a pollutant, but as a rational, capable being, he would surely not continue operating a hotpot restaurant, but instead seek a safer haven. Having transitioned from 5th level to 6th level citizens, what sectors might they integrate into? Apart from entering affluent families, where else could 6th level citizens go? The cleaning center. Zhu Ning's pupils dilate suddenly. The chosen destination for capable beings must undoubtedly be the cleaning center. Within this department, they can openly utilize their abilities, and the Federation's official medical laboratories provide services for them. If successful experimental subjects maintain intricate ties with Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals, does their entry into the cleaning center signify a form of infiltration? Humanity has erected high walls to fend off external threats, yet cannot shield against internal ones. Has the Federation been cognizant of Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals' prolonged operations? Is the cleaning center aware? Suddenly, a thought strikes Zhu Ning. This could be the rationale behind Prometheus issuing grave warnings. A faction within the cleaning center may have shifted underground. This Prometheus attempt at self-preservation against the Optimal Body project to prevent total infiltration of the cleaning center? Zhu Ning feels a chill at this speculation. How many within the cleaning center are affiliated with Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals? How many high-ranking members? Is Fong one of them? Is the head of the cleaning department involved? What are Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals' intentions? If so, has her original self already participated in the Optimal Body project? It does not add up. She lacks crucial information. Furthermore, she possesses no evidence, relying solely on speculation derived from a single document. Fong Ying mentioned that all cleaning center employees are vetted by Prometheus, so he would undoubtedly be aware of any problematic individuals. The selection process for 6th level citizens different. If this were a puzzle, Zhu Ning has only managed to glimpse a corner of it. Zhu Ning inquires, "Are there no experimental data?" Lu Nianian replies, "I have no access. She is merely a privileged heiress passing her days idly." Lu Nianian expresses a desire to visit the laboratory. Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals indeed agrees, yet the displayed materials are merely superficial facades intended for outsiders. Lu Nianian cannot access the core data. Naturally, if core data were easily accessible, Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals would have long ceased to exist. Should Zhu Ning wish to engage, she could apply to join the Optimal Body project directly. However, she has yet to uncover a pathway. Zhu Ning responds, "Thank you." Lu Nianian's family undoubtedly has vested interests with Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals. The matters Lu Nianian, a pampered heiress, can engage with are certainly known under mutual consent. This indicates that the information she possesses is merely the tip of the iceberg concerning Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals. It appears Lu Nianian can only access so much, and the remainder must be unearthed by Zhu Ning herself. Lu Nianian asks, "When will we embark on a mission?" Zhu Ning quips, Are you truly positioning yourself as my subordinate? I cannot fathom the thought processes of a wealthy heiress. In Lu Nianian's eyes, Zhu Ning is undoubtedly a formidable figure. Upon returning home, she consults with a capable individual within her family, someone who can induce self-destruction in polluted areas, leading her to suspect that Zhu Ning herself may possess capabilities. Her abilities likely align with a mental domain, akin to mental suggestion or manipulation, although all capable beings are classified as sixth-level citizens. They are undeniably talents coveted by the Federation, let alone the Federation. All major conglomerates actively seek to recruit them. Yet, Zhu Ning appears not to belong to any organization. This formidable figure may be an undercover agent within the cleaning center, aiming to unveil a monumental secret. She seems to possess little interest in wealth, instead harboring lofty ideals. This notion is exhilarating. Lu Nianian's curiosity is piqued. Her family has consistently permitted her to explore freely as long as it does not jeopardize the family's interests. Lu Nianian offers Zhu Ning a harmless document. If she earns her trust, it would undoubtedly be a lucrative arrangement. Zhu Ning inquires, "Why assist me?" Lu Nianian earnestly replies, "I believe I have found my life's direction. I aspire to clean up refuse just like you." Zhu Ning, inexplicably elevated to the status of an idol, is left bemused. Is this girl under the impression she is starring in a film? Lu Nianian adds, "Should you require assistance with tasks, feel free to summon me." Zhu Ning can sense Lu Nianian's enthusiastic pitch even through the screen, maintaining her persona as a boss. She responds, "I will notify you." Zhu Ning then turns off her assistant brain. This matter is far more intricate than she initially anticipated, and she has yet to clarify her thoughts. Zhu Ning, while changing in the locker room, discreetly peruses the document behind the locker door. Instinctively, she attempts to close the locker, but suddenly, she freezes. She unexpectedly locks eyes with a pair of obsidian orbs, which have been watching her intently for an indeterminate amount of time. "Captain?" Zhu Ning snaps back to reality. Su Meng asks, "What are you staring at so intently? I called you earlier, yet you didn't respond." Su Meng's locker is adjacent to Zhu Ning's. She is organizing some personal items while inquiring. Su Meng's movements are exceedingly natural, yet Zhu Ning cannot shake the feeling that there is something unsettling about her demeanor. Since perusing the Optimal Body Project proposal, she has grown increasingly wary of the cleaning center's safety. After bidding farewell to Su Meng, Zhu Ning returns to the hive. Contemplating before a wall marred by wrinkles, she hangs a whiteboard on the crumpled wall, inscribing, "Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals, Cleaning Center, Prometheus," beneath Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals. She notes, "Optimal Body Project." Under Prometheus, a post-titled grave post appeared, raising questions about the Clean Center. What exactly are these three factions? A tripartite balance? What role do they each play? As she delved deeper, she never anticipated uncovering a colossal pharmaceutical company. This Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals might very well be the culprit behind Zhu Ning's demise. She had fallen into a trap. The system, in collusion with Prometheus, had led Zhu Ning into peril. She was already entangled in the web, making escape increasingly difficult. Her original self had perished once, and it was likely she could face death again. The entities seeking her demise were either the Clean Center or Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals, both formidable forces that Zhu Ning could not contend with. It was only now that she realized how endearing the zombies she had encountered in her previous life truly were, simple and charming, devoid of intellect, easily dealt with by a single bullet to the head, and they even offered companionship in their mindless existence. The wasteland was indeed treacherous. The situation was unclear yet glaringly evident. If she wished to avoid another assassination attempt, she needed to augment her strength, to rapidly enhance her abilities. She must incessantly undertake missions. Moreover, it seemed both the system and Prometheus were guiding Zhu Ning's path. The tasks were not random and bore a significant correlation with Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals. If Zhu Ning had previously been pushed forward, this time she was making a conscious choice, bound to the system, with Prometheus already fixated upon her and Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals lurking in the shadows. Taking the initiative might just yield a glimmer of hope. She hoped that this mission would activate her mutation panel. At midnight, Zhu Ning accessed the Clean Center forum, where the screen flickered, revealing a gray post amidst the previously flamboyant threads. The title read, "Help, a house is chasing me." A house? How could a house pursue someone? This latest grave post was in video format, and Zhu Ning clicked to play. The video featured a pallid, haggard woman, seemingly in her 30s or 40s, exhibiting an alarming state of distress. Her backdrop was a bedroom, with a bed visible behind her. "I'm sorry, I don't know who to turn to, and I'm at a loss for what to do. I've decided to share my experience and seek your assistance." The woman, appearing sleep-deprived, rubbed her face before continuing. "My name is Huang Yaru, and I am 35 years old. I've encountered a supernatural event. A supernatural event." Huang Yaru, somewhat awkwardly addressing the camera, recounted, "It all began when I purchased a house. I started working at 16, and by the age of 35, I had used all my savings, plus my parents' contributions, to buy a property. The location was excellent, and I was thrilled, thinking I finally had my own home. I was involved in every detail of the renovation, from the wallpaper in each bedroom to the flooring patterns and even the color temperature of the lighting. I meticulously controlled everything." Huang Yaru presented her renovation plans, explaining that the renovation took 6 months, during which she had even dismantled and reconstructed twice due to dissatisfaction. The contractors advised her to settle for less. But she refused, knowing that this was her only chance at homeownership. She sought perfection, unwilling to leave any regrets. After 6 months of renovation, she began the soft furnishing process, carefully selecting all the furniture. "I particularly loved the sofa I chose. It was incredibly comfortable." As Zhu Ning listened, she sensed something was amiss. This seemed more like a home renovation guide. Huang Yaru's voice faltered, but unexpectedly, just 3 months after moving in, strange occurrences began. Zhu Ning focused intently. This was likely the crux of the matter. Huang Yaru explained, "Initially, the incidents were minor, like waking up to find my sofa had shifted positions." She showcased 2 photographs. "My sofa was originally facing the TV cabinet. The first photo confirmed the red fabric sofa's proper alignment. Yet, the next morning, she awoke to find it facing the wall." Huang Yaru displayed the second photo, demonstrating that the red sofa was now against the wall, devoid of its former position. "At first, I thought I had been burgled or that someone was playing a prank, but there were no signs of intrusion. I lived alone and had installed an electronic lock. If someone had entered, I would have known." When she shared her experience with friends, they suggested it might be stress-induced hallucinations or sleepwalking. I considered it possible. She admitted, "So I stayed at a friend's for 3 days. Upon returning, I found everything appeared normal, but after another night at home," Huang Yaru's voice trembled as she confessed, "the furniture had shifted again. I can show you the video." As the video concluded, Zhu Ning was about to proceed to the next post when she clicked on another video. The footage was shaky, filled with the sounds of a woman's panicked breaths. In the video, all the furniture had changed positions, not just the red sofa now facing the wall, but also the wardrobe, refrigerator, television, and dining table, all oriented towards the wall, as if a row of furniture stood with their backs turned to her. This was an old post, with replies suggesting the original poster was merely seeking attention. "Did you move the furniture yourself in the dead of night for views? Have you gone mad?" one comment read. "Is there a team behind this? I saw similar posts online. This is outdated, sister. Maybe you should consult a master." Others speculated, "But some furniture is too heavy for a man to move. How could she, a woman, manage it?" In a subsequent video, Huang Yaru's condition appeared worse. Her face was pale, her hair disheveled, and dark circles under her eyes made her look significantly aged. "I've read all your comments," she began. "First of all, I don't have a team, nor am I seeking attention. I am genuinely experiencing something unusual." She recounted having tried various suggestions from well-meaning individuals, including installing surveillance cameras, which revealed nothing. "If you want evidence, I can provide links for you to analyze and determine their authenticity. Some have even suggested I bind myself. I did that too, securing myself to the bed. Yet, upon waking, the furniture was still facing away from me. I am not the culprit. I do not sleepwalk or suffer from schizophrenia. I have consulted so-called masters, attempted exorcisms, and all manner of remedies, yet nothing worked. I am at my wit's end. If you wish to see the evidence, I can provide videos. I have no money, so why would I hire a team for this? I am not seeking fame. I am truly suffering. I have tried staying awake all night, which prevents incidents. But the moment I close my eyes, the next morning, the furniture is rearranged. I beg you for help." Zhu Ning examined the evidence she presented. The video showed Huang Yaru setting up surveillance before going to sleep. Throughout the night, the furniture remained undisturbed. Yet upon waking, the footage captured a moment of distortion, followed by Huang Yaru's scream as the furniture had once again been rearranged, if the video was not fabricated or edited. The question was no longer whether Huang Yaru had the strength to move the furniture. If she were not superhuman, she could not have altered all the furnishings in a mere second. Not even a skilled demon hunter could achieve such a feat instantaneously. The comments section grew more serious than before, with some genuinely seeking to offer her advice. This is terrifying. Should you consider moving? How could the house manipulate the surveillance? Is this truly a supernatural event? Could the surveillance be faked? This house will be difficult to sell. What a shame. A lifetime of savings wasted on a haunted dwelling. Honestly, if no one intends to harm you, perhaps you could just live there. It's odd, but it might be bearable, one user suggested. It seems bizarre, but it doesn't appear malicious. Otherwise, the original poster would have been harmed long ago. Another commented, if I had bought that house, I wouldn't want to leave either. A month later, Huang Yaru posted another video, visibly distressed, tears streaming down her face. I can't take it anymore. I spent my entire savings on this house. I tried to endure living here, but it's impossible. Initially, I moved the furniture back daily, but each time I closed my eyes, it would shift again. Eventually, I thought I could just accept it and adapt. But sitting on the sofa facing the wall left me at a loss for what to do. After 3 days of living in this manner, I felt like a monster. Typically, home design should consider ergonomics, ensuring furniture heights and placements align with the homeowner's habits. However, if all the furniture in her home was positioned against the wall, it would drive anyone to the brink of madness. Zhu Ning pondered the strangeness of it all. Was this not a form of psychological torment, forcing a normal person to act abnormally, or vice versa, in a continuous loop? This was about making a living person renounce over 30 years of established habits, shattering her understanding of existence. The house did not seek her life, but enduring such an environment would either drive her insane or transform her into something monstrous. 2 weeks later, Huang Yaru released another video. She had lost significant weight, her appearance reflecting countless sleepless nights and little nourishment, now looking like she weighed barely 70 pounds. Zhu Ning watched helplessly as a once healthy woman was being consumed. The video featuring Huang Yaru was particularly brief. I truly cannot endure this any longer. I must move away. Wish me luck, for I am relinquishing this residence. Thank you all for your comfort and support. The comment section was filled with an outpouring of support and understanding, interspersed with a few skeptics questioning the authenticity of the post, suggesting they could assist Huang Yaru in exorcising spirits. 2 weeks later, Huang Yaru released another video, announcing her relocation. In the footage, she showcased her new abode, small, a one-bedroom apartment, yet it appeared quite cozy. Huang Yaru mentioned that she was currently working on restoring her routine and diet, feeling as though she could finally breathe and return to a semblance of normalcy. If she persevered, she could escape the shadows of her past. The door to a new life was opening before her. And many in the comments section wished her well in embracing her fresh start. However, there were also more cynical voices. Finally unable to maintain the FAAD are we? Is she about to start selling products next? JJ found this odd and urged caution, suspecting it might be a scam. Zhu Ning frowned, sensing that this situation was far from resolved. Indeed, as she scrolled down, only 5 days had passed before Huang Yaru uploaded yet another video. This time, her body bore numerous scars, the source of which was unclear. Whether self-inflicted or a result of external violence, Huang Yaru had become emaciated, resembling a mere skeleton. I have moved. I thought that would be the end of it. I no longer want the house. It is listed with the agency, and even at half price, it won't sell. I thought. Just let me go. I don't want the money. I refuse to live that way. I want nothing but normalcy. Yet, Huang Yaru's gaze had turned furious, her eyes fixed on the camera as if she could pierce through to the audience behind it. I never anticipated it would follow me. It has pursued me. It is hunting me, JJ questioned. Hunting? How does a house hunt? Zhu Ning immediately clicked on the next video, where Huang Yaru cautiously opened a door into a dark corridor, the motion-activated lights flickering to life. Opposite her apartment stood another house, marked Room 101. Zhu Ning recognized that door. It had been prominently featured during Huang Yaru's previous renovation showcase, painted in a color many would eschew, a forest green entrance adorned with a red wooden plaque reading, "Cozy Home." Zhu Ning was momentarily taken aback. Was that not Huang Yaru's original residence? This is my home. Huang Yaru's voice trembled with fear. I am not mistaken. This is my home. the one I decorated myself. It has followed me. The comments below read, "This is genuinely unsettling. Did the poster offend someone? Is someone playing tricks on you?" JJ pondered. Did the neighbor across the hall renovate to resemble your former door? What a significant expense. Who has the time for such antics? Poster. Why not knock and see? JJ cautioned. Don't listen to them. Do not knock on the door, run away. Following this, Huang Yaru relocated to another neighborhood. The events that transpired next were even more bizarre, prompting Huang Yaru to record yet another video. The footage was shaky, and Huang Yaru herself was absent from the frame. "It has followed me again." She spoke, her voice trembling. "It makes strange noises at night. Let me show you." The video appeared to be filmed in the dead of night as Huang Yaru cautiously opened her door, extending the camera outwards, capturing the green door directly across from her. The door, concealed in the depths of the corridor, remained unlit, yet it stood out in the darkness. And the stillness of the night. A series of thuds erupted from behind the green door. Bang, bang, bang. It sounded as if someone were boxing inside, the echoes reverberating through the corridor. The video continued, the camera fixed on the green door, accompanied by Huang Yaru's terrified voice. "Is someone inside? Who resides in my house?" Her hands shook so violently that the entire frame quivered. Suddenly, the boxing noises ceased. After enduring the incessant racket, the abrupt silence enveloped the hallway in an eerie stillness. Then, a voice emerged from the darkness. "Mommy." Huang Yaru froze. "Is it calling for me?" She questioned uncertainly. "Did you hear that? It called me mommy." In the pitch-black hallway, deep within the shadows, a green door was calling for its mother. "I have no children. I have no children. I am going mad." Huang Yaru fled back into her home, the video concluding. The ensuing discussion was even more intriguing. Did the poster abandon a child? Is this karma? JJ remarked. If that is the case, there's little sympathy to be had. What a wretched woman. Was this the infamous cycle of grievances? Huang Yaru responded with another video, stating, "I no longer wish to reply. I will only say this. I have no children. I have never borne a child. I am child-free." Facing the camera, Huang Yaru solemnly asserted, "I am not the kind of person who abandons their offspring. I do not know why it calls for me. Please, do not inquire further. I am moving. I must leave." Each time she planned to relocate, Huang Yaru would issue a notice in advance. Initially, netizens would bless her in anticipation of her new life. However, as this occurrence became increasingly frequent, their well-wishes felt increasingly futile. Huang Yaru had changed residences 4 times. Each time, upon moving in, everything seemed fine, only to awaken the next day to find the door across the hall transformed into a green door, adorned with a sign, "Cozy Home." Moreover, at night, her home would be filled with strange sounds, thuds resonating, and someone calling her mommy, as if another inhabitant resided within. Even Zhu Ning was taken aback. This situation was far beyond comprehension. The post was nearing its conclusion, with only one last video remaining. Zhu Ning took a deep breath and clicked on the final video. Huang Yaru faced the camera, laughing maniacally. "I no longer care. I am going mad. If I go insane, I will drag someone down with me. It will either be my demise or theirs." Huang Yaru's speech became disjointed, lacking any coherent logic. The camera swayed erratically. And with a creak, Huang Yaru pushed open a door. This was her 6th residence, and at the end of the corridor, directly opposite her door, stood a green door, an eye fixated upon her. "I must enter. That is my home. Every floorboard belongs to me. It is my hard-earned money. I cannot allow someone else to live there. I am returning home. Home." Huang Yaru's laughter grew increasingly deranged. A sudden crash echoed as the camera fell to the ground, capturing only a corner of the space. Huang Yaru, in slippers, stepped over the lens, the recording catching a brief sound. With a creak, the green door swung open, and Huang Yaru stepped through. Moments later, with a creak, the green door closed, and the video abruptly ended. Zhu Ning was left in stunned silence, unsure of what had transpired with Huang Yaru in the end. She had entered the house. Who uploaded that final video? Ding! Congratulations on triggering a random task, the pursuing house. Task objective: find the missing Huang Yaru, stay in the house overnight until dawn, and successfully escape. This task is random and not mandatory. Please choose whether to accept it. Zhu Ning glanced at the time. Half an hour had passed while reading the post, and she would not be able to sleep tonight. She clicked yes. Task accepted. Please complete it before dawn. 30 The Pursuing House, Part 3. Once again, it was before dawn that completion was required. Would the pollutants become more active at midnight? Zhu Ning had yet to finish her theoretical class. Pondering while combining her past courses with her current exploration, the final post displayed an address, which she requested the owner of the nearby establishment to take her to. The proprietress was already familiar with her. Riding her motorcycle to the destination before leaving without uttering a word, before her stood a residential complex, marked Roman city, many neighborhoods, in their pursuit of grandeur, adopted peculiar names. Zhu Ning had previously encountered a complex named the Grand Palace. The developer's taste was severely lacking. The buildings were densely packed, with little space between them, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Security guards were stationed at the entrance, and the complex was still inhabited. With weary office workers dragging themselves home from their shifts, after taking the gene serum, Zhu Ning felt her senses heightened. She listened intently. Roman city was exceedingly noisy, housing thousands of families. Thus, Zhu Ning had no intention of using explosives. Unless she desired to obliterate the entire complex, she refrained from disturbing the security guard, taking advantage of a moment's distraction to scale the wall and jump inside. The post indicated that she needed to reach the 13th floor of Building 22. Utilizing the emergency exit, Zhu Ning, having endured the relentless beatings from demon hunters over the past few days, was in excellent physical condition, swiftly ascending to the 13th floor without breaking a sweat. Gene serum, the light of humanity. Upon entering the 13th floor, she discovered that this complex had 2 apartments per staircase, which, compared to the hive-like slum, was already a luxury, as described in the post. This floor contained 2 households. One was a typical family, their crimson security door still adorned with wilted mugwort from the Dragon Boat Festival. In contrast, the door opposite was peculiar, a forest green door, once fresh, now coated in dust. Appearing lifeless and neglected, Zhu Ning glanced at the wooden plaque on the door, confirming it read, "Cozy Home." Uncertain of who had turned the plaque, she noticed some mottled stains on the forest green door when she brushed against it. What was this? Blood. Had Huang Yara gone silent after entering? Was she still alive? The gravestone inscription lacks a date, leaving Zhu Ning unable to ascertain the era in which the events transpired. Was it decades ago? Akin to the hotpot restaurant owner, or more recent? Why is there no specific time indicated? The inscription mentions a house belonging to the pursuer, typically situated opposite the pursued. What, then, is the situation with the occupants of that house? Zhu Ning pondered, opting not to enter the cozy abode, but instead to inquire across the way. As she paused at the door, it seemed someone was inside. Through the thin door panel, she could hear the sound of breathing. A figure leaned against the door, listening intently to the outside world, peering through a warped peephole, separated from Zhu Ning by merely a wall. His breathing was tense. Zhu Ning knocked softly, inquiring, "Is anyone there?" She sensed an immediate tension from within, as if the person wished to hold their breath. "I know someone is home. May I ask a few questions? I promise not to take up much of your time." Silence ensued, the occupant remaining unresponsive. Zhu Ning contemplated simply forcing her way in. Perhaps he was scrutinizing her attire. Clad in a full black protective suit and carrying a large backpack, she likely appeared to an ordinary person as a criminal. After about a minute, the occupant finally spoke. "Are you official?" Zhu Ning considered that the cleaning center could indeed be classified as an official entity. "Yes. Are you trying to apprehend me? What for?" The conversation took a strange turn, and before Zhu Ning could clarify the situation, the door swung open abruptly. A disheveled man appeared, his eyes bloodshot, and he blurted out, "You have to take me away. I can't stand it anymore. Take me to prison." "I'd rather be incarcerated." Zhu Ning was taken aback. How could anyone wish to go to prison? Yet, he was indeed alive, not a mere specter. Zhu Ning, adopting the demeanor of a compassionate social worker, urged, "Please, take your time to explain." "All right, I'll take my time," he replied, visibly trembling. "Shall we step inside?" Zhu Ning suggested. The man seemed dazed, agreeing to whatever she proposed. "Yes, come in. Let us talk inside." They entered, leaving the door ajar, allowing Zhu Ning to hear the sounds from the hallway clearly. The interior was chaotic, littered with beer bottles and cigarette butts. The kitchen sink overflowed with unwashed dishes, and even without entering, Zhu Ning could detect a foul odor wafting from the kitchen. This was not the residence where Huang Yaru had last stayed. Zhu Ning surveyed the surroundings, opting to stand rather than sit on the sofa, exuding a professional air. "May I introduce myself? My name is Ding Chaojia. The rugged man stammered, his legs shaking uncontrollably. I'm a thief. How blunt. In the desolate world, crime was rampant. Theft and robbery were commonplace, overwhelming the authorities annually. Ding Chaojia continued, I entered this house intending to steal something. But upon exploring, I realized it appeared deserted. I'm quite experienced, and could tell at a glance that the owner hadn't returned in a long time. The place was abandoned, with no place to stay. I decided to make it my home. As he spoke, his leg continued to shake. Initially, everything seemed fine. The previous owner had likely paid their utilities, as I lived here for a month without interruption. I truly began to feel at home. Even moving in my belongings on moving day, I invited friends from my past life, and they congratulated me on my new residence, reflecting on that moment now. It feels less like a celebration and more like a curse. Zhu Ning raised an eyebrow, sensing the impending dread. There's a neighbor across the way with a green door, which you noticed upon entering. Ding Chaojia said, At first, I paid it no mind, but after moving in, I sensed something was off. There were sounds emanating from behind that green door. Initially, I thought it was just a couple arguing. However, after 2 months of living here, I had yet to see the neighbor point one night. He was awakened by a commotion. It sounded as if someone was punching a sandbag. Every punch reverberated through my house. Unable to endure the noise any longer, I decided to speak to them about it. I knocked on the door, but no one responded. Frustrated, I pounded on the door harder, but the noise only intensified in response. As if they were mocking me, in a moment of desperation, he peered through the peephole and sawani. There was an eye glaring at me, blood red with no trace of white. I could see it. And it felt as if that eye were alive, pressing against the peephole as if it were a warm eyeball. Ding Chaojia recounted, visibly shaken. I was terrified and fled immediately. He repeated, I ran that day. For several days following, noises persisted behind the green door, growing increasingly unsettling. I dared not knock again, nor could I file a complaint, for I was not the rightful owner. What if I were discovered? I could end up imprisoned, I thought. Since it wasn't my house, could I not simply leave? I could abandon it without consequence, he said, clenching his fists as he seemed to delve into a terrifying memory. But I soon realized, running away only made things worse. Zhu Ning interjected, Is fixated on you? Yes, Ding Chaojia swore vehemently. Ever since I moved in, it has followed me. I was startled at first, thinking it was merely a figment of my imagination. After I moved, I awoke the next day to find the door across from mine was green. I didn't believe in the supernatural, yet it continued to follow me, and no matter where I relocated. It was always there. Eventually, I even moved to a building with no neighbors, just 1 unit per elevator. I thought, without a neighbor, I would outsmart it. But the next day, I awoke to find it embedded in the wall opposite my home. It had burrowed into the wall, and every day the noise persisted, each punch reverberating through my floor, driving me to madness. Ding Chaojia grasped his hair, tugging at it in frustration. I'm losing my mind. It has been relentless in its pursuit. I realize now that I have sinned, and this is my punishment. Please help me. Lock me away. Zhu Ning fell silent. The individual she read about on the gravestone was Huang Yaru. The current victim was Ding Chaojia. This house had found a new occupant and commenced its hunt. As far as she knew, there were 2 victims, but how many others remained unknown. Furthermore, Ding Chaojia had never entered the green door. He had merely occupied the house opposite it. Was there a connection between these 2 homes? Zhu Ning inquired, How many times have you moved? This is my 4th move, a 4th relocation, and the door across remained green, indicating that the green door was the true entity. The current house Ding Chaojia resided in was not the one where Huang Yaru had vanished. Countless others must have occupied it in between. The gravestone provided only the latest address. Zhu Ning asked, Have you ever tried opening the green door? I thought about it, but I feared entering. I felt that once inside, I would never emerge. Ding Chaojia licked his dry lips. Yet, I find myself increasingly drawn to it. Despite my reluctance, the desire to enter grows stronger. I don't know if you understand. Zhu Ning replied, I think I grasp the essence. Logic advised Ding Chaojia against entering. Yet once tainted by psychological distress, reason becomes compromised. The allure of the green door became a constant pull. I reported to the police today, thinking if the authorities wouldn't intervene, I would venture in myself. I sensed today was the day. That green door would surely claim me, And then you arrived. It was no wonder Ding Chaojie assumed Zhu Ning was an investigator dispatched by the authorities. The system indicated a mere 12 hours for the task, suggesting that without her arrival, Ding Chaojie might have perished that day, leading to an automatic closure of the task. Oddly, the task description did not instruct Zhu Ning to protect Ding Chaojie, but rather to locate Huang Yaru. Ding Chaojie asked, "What will you do? Will you take me away? I will first investigate," Zhu Ning stated. Ding Chaojie's complexion paled. "You intend to go in?" "Yes, I aim to resolve the issue for you." "No," Ding Chaojie exclaimed, "I previously researched online. I came across posts from others with similar experiences, but I never found any follow-ups. They all cautioned against entering." Ding Chaojie spoke rapidly, and Zhu Ning understood. "May I see those posts?" He showed her, revealing another girl as the protagonist, not Huang Yaru. The narrative mirrored Ding Chaojie and Huang Yaru's accounts, with comments warning against entry. Once inside, one could never return. The post was dated 3 years prior, accompanied by others sharing similar tales. Ding Chaojie must have conducted an extensive investigation, presenting a collection of materials to Zhu Ning. There are a total of 20 posts. It remains uncertain how many of them are merely imitative and how many reflect the voices of genuine victims. Nevertheless, even if half were authentic, it would be sufficiently alarming. This matter is rather intricate. Zhu Ning suspects that Ding Chaojie harbors unspoken truths, suggesting he may not be just an ordinary thief. "Zhu Ning, I surmise that if you do not enter, the connection between you will not sever." Zhu Ning glanced at the time. She had been listening to Ding Chaojie's narrative for 20 minutes, and it was now 1:30, pressed for time. She noted that according to her mission, she must spend a night inside. "Zhu Ning, I am in a hurry. I also need to sleep in there." Ding Chaojie's eyes widened in disbelief. He had anticipated the arrival of an official investigator, but instead, a formidable individual stood before him. Zhu Ning was genuinely intending to enter, and for an entire night at that. What could her intentions be? Zhu Ning had already approached the green door when Ding Chaojie asked, "What about me?" Zhu Ning replied, Ding Chaojie continued, "What will happen to me if you go in?" Once Zhu Ning enters, Ding Chaojie would be left alone, potentially facing dangers, given that the house was bound to him, not to her. If Zhu Ning had accomplices, they could easily protect Ding Chaojie while she ventured through the green door, but alas, she was on her own. Zhu Ning grasped the doorknob and offered, "I have 2 suggestions. I wonder which you prefer." Ding Chaojie responded, "Go ahead." Her first suggestion was, "You could accompany me inside," having safeguarded her companions twice in contaminated areas. If she survived, Ding Chaojie should also be able to endure. If Zhu Ning were to perish, Ding Chaojie would likely not fare any better. Rather than allowing Ding Chaojie to wander aimlessly, staying by Zhu Ning's side might be the safest option. "I cannot." Ding Chaojie immediately rejected her proposal, unwilling to step through the green door unless absolutely necessary. He would prefer death to perishing within. Thus, Zhu Ning proposed her second option. "Perhaps you should turn yourself in." "What?" Ding Chaojie believed he had misheard. Zhu Ning continued, "As you initially contemplated, spending a night at the detention center. With luck, they might even provide you some protection." Although she had not interacted with the Public Security Bureau, there might be a few extraordinary individuals among them, but what if luck is not on my side? Ding Chaojie gazed at Zhu Ning, hoping for another answer, fearing that no one might care about him. Yet this time, Zhu Ning remained silent, her quietude palpable. Thus, it seemed that destiny dictated life and death, while fortune determined wealth. She awaited Ding Chaojie's decision. In the dead of night, at 1 o'clock, a suspicious individual exhibited erratic behavior outside the nearest public security bureau in the Dayangshu district of Roma City. This man claimed to be Ding Chaojie, reporting a case in the middle of the night. His speech was disjointed. "There's a house pursuing me. The door is green. I am not lying. Someone came to my door today. And I suspect she is not from the Public Security Bureau. She is a fraud. She intends to lure me into the green door to kill me. She is a murderer. You must investigate her. Don't pull me. I am not insane. I am speaking the truth. I beg you, who am I? I am a thief. Yes, arrest me. I have stolen, trespassed on private property, and previously injured someone before fleeing. I have a criminal record." "You can check it. Is he crazy?" "Let him go," they said. "You don't believe me? I am a murderer. How about that? I have killed," Ding Chaojie shouted in desperation. "Madman. He is truly insane. Old Lu, quickly detain him." Eventually, Ding Chaojie was confined to a detention room. Surprisingly, after being uncontrollable before, he fell silent once inside. Under prolonged mental strain, he was on the brink of collapse. Upon entering the detention room, he immediately lay on the bed. Curling into a ball, "This kid is unwell. Thinking he's home," they remarked. "Forget about him. We have much to do today. Let him stay locked up overnight." "What about his criminal record? What shall we do about that?" "We will address it tomorrow. There's no time now. Let us see if he returns to normal by then." The two agents muttered as they departed, their footsteps soon fading away. Ding Chaojie remained curled up on the bed, his eyes wide open, his reddened gaze fixated on the empty void when suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he stared in shock. A green door appeared on the blank wall opposite him. Initially, there was only an outline. But soon the entire green door materialized, its surface marred with mottled shadows that resembled flowing blood. Ding Chaojie's body tensed. With a creak, the green door opened slightly, a dark void confronting Ding Chaojie. Filled with a chaotic mass of black lines writhing and crawling, "It has come. It is pursuing me. Help me." Ding Chaojie cried out, "Save me." The night staff quickly arrived at his call. "What is going on?" "Calm down," Ding Chaojie pointed at the wall. "There's a door, a green door." "What door?" "It's chasing me." "I'm not lying to you, it really is after me. Please help." Ding Chaojie clutched the agent's collar through the iron bars, as if grasping a lifeline. "What a lunatic. You're seeing things. There's no door." The agent peered inside, finding the wall completely clean, devoid of anything. "What is he going on about?" "There is. Please look again. I am begging you. Don't leave me." The agent struggled to pry Ding Chaojie's grip free. "If you're insane, you should go to a mental hospital." With his hands empty, Ding Chaojie desperately reached out, attempting to grasp the agent's collar once more, but this time, he caught nothing. "Help me, help me. I don't want to go in, leave him be. Let him go mad alone." Someone called from afar. Old Yang adjusted his collar, feeling a tinge of pity for the young man, wondering how someone so young could lose their sanity. "Calm down. Get some rest. I'll call a doctor for you tomorrow." "A doctor? They're no use." Observing Ding Chaojie's odd demeanor, Old Yang finally said, "Tomorrow, I'll take you to the cleansing center." With a click, Old Yang closed the door behind him. "Don't leave me alone." Ding Chaojie wept helplessly, his face pressed against the iron bars, regretting not choosing to follow Zhu Ning. At least she could see the green door. These people couldn't even perceive it. At least Zhu Ning would listen to him. She wouldn't deem him a madman. Ding Chaojie had led himself into peril, now entwined with the green door, unable to escape. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crept down his back. Ding Chaojie dared not turn around. Gripping the iron bars tightly, he sensed that the green door loomed behind him, motionless against his back, as if someone were embracing him from behind. It was a pity Ding Chaojie had not chosen to enter with Zhu Ning. He hoped that old unfortunate soul might encounter someone kind. Zhu Ning stood at the entrance of the green door, peering through the peephole, failing to spot the eyes Ding Chaojie had described. It appeared to be an ordinary door. Perhaps Ding Chaojie had misjudged due to his mental distress. Before entering, Zhu Ning messaged Lu Nianian, "Prepare yourself. In an hour, someone will arrive at building 22. 13th floor of Roma City. Await my instructions." Zhu Ning only had a rough estimate. She believed she could complete the task within an hour, and if not, it would be deemed a failure. Lu Nianian, akin to a sentry before a secondary brain, swiftly replied, "Understood, boss." Zhu Ning remarked, utterly oblivious to the enthusiasm radiating from the wealthy heiress. Though Zhu Ning could locate the source of contamination alone, she surely could not handle the subsequent containment of the pollution spores by herself. After much deliberation, she concluded that the only viable option was Lu Nianian. With a high mental capacity, Lu Nianian would be fine contained overnight, once Zhu Ning had prepared everything and turned off the secondary brain. She grasped the doorknob and gently pushed. The green door remained steadfast. It seemed only the owner of the house could pass through the green door, as it resolutely denied entry to any intruder. Perhaps this was why the cleansing center had yet to purify the green door. Zhu Ning had studied cases of purification by the cleansing center. Typically, they involved large-scale contamination that, if not controlled immediately, could infect the entire area, with older, stable contaminated zones relegated to a later queue. After all, Each mission incurred significant costs, necessitating the allocation of funds judiciously. But in contrast, the underground organization led by Prometheus, spearheaded by tombstone posts, had been relentlessly clearing old contaminated zones. The rules governing the Green Door were stringent. If its current owner was Ding Chaojia, then only he could unlock it. Yet today, fortune favored Zhu Ning system. Universal key has been activated. Would you like to use it? Zhu Ning. Yes. With a click, the green door swung open. The universal key capable of unlocking any door or lock. The green door, a pollutant in itself, was merely a doorway. As with previous encounters, the interior of the contaminated zone was filled with writhing black lines, the backdrop of the pollution area. Inside her helmet, data streamed. Cleaner Zhu Ning has entered the contaminated area. Estimated pollution level is classified as level C. Please confirm whether to report this to the Cleansing Center's technical department. Current pollution concentration has reached a high of 120. The contaminated area encompasses 2,500 cubic meters and contains surviving pollutants. The area of contamination was smaller than a hotpot restaurant, yet its pollution concentration exceeded that of the restaurant. IT was also classified as a level C mission, but the hotpot restaurant could accommodate multiple individuals. While Zhu Ning recalled that this house was a 3-bedroom layout, in such a small area with such a high concentration, it may be more perilous than a hot pot restaurant. Zhu Ning, as usual, chose not to report to the cleaning center, yet she refrained from sending scheduled messages. Should she fail to manage this contaminated zone, the artificial intelligence would autonomously notify others to come. With a soft thud, the green door had closed. Zhu Ning found herself at the entrance, as in every home, directly facing the living room. There were 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a kitchen in total. One must admit that living alone in such a spacious abode should be quite pleasant. Zhu Ning immediately noticed her first suspicion. Huang Yara did not mention her reason for purchasing the house. As a single woman, she had stated in the video that she lived alone. She had no children, no husband, and no intention of bringing her parents over. Furthermore, Huang Yara was not financially affluent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent so much time deliberating over whether to move in a wasteland world. Space is indeed at a premium, and the price difference between a 3-bedroom and a 2-bedroom is substantial. Typically, single women would opt for a 1-bedroom or, at most, a 2-bedroom apartment to alleviate their financial burdens. Why did Huang Yara require 3 bedrooms? Could it be that she truly intended to raise a child? Zhu Ning, of course, did not change her shoes. She was still clad in her full cleaning suit. To prevent the contamination spores from reinfesting, cautiously, she navigated the house, observing that the furniture arrangement was quite ordinary. The sofa faced the television, with no furniture turned away from the occupants. It must be said that Huang Yaru had indeed put considerable thought into the decor. A red fabric sofa, warm yellow wallpaper, green curtains, and vintage yet sophisticated flooring. The decor was meticulously coordinated, showcasing a distinct aesthetic that made the home appear both beautiful and inviting at first glance, even if this house transformed into a haunted dwelling. Its interior remained remarkably well kept. The walls bore no scratches, and the sunflowers on the table were fresh, far more pleasant than Zhu Ning's own hive. In comparison, she even contemplated living here. What's wrong with a haunted house? Poverty is more terrifying than ghosts. Moreover, this haunted house even possessed a built-in location system. Once recognized by its owner, it would follow them wherever they went. A dream home. Zhu Ning wandered around the house and drew back the curtains to take a look outside. The view revealed the quiet community below. The landscaping of Roman city community was quite commendable, with only a few people wandering about even in the dead of night. The house was perfectly nestled within the community. Resembling an ordinary residence, with a swift motion, Zhu Ning attempted to open the window. She extended her hand but felt no breeze. The outside was utterly still. The outside must be an illusion created by pollutants. Otherwise, those entering the green door would have long since fled. If there were anything particularly strange about this house, it would be the profound silence, an eerie quiet, to the extent that the only sound was Zhu Ning's movements. Apart from that, not a whisper could be heard, no rustling wind, no subtle hum of the air conditioning, no muffled sounds from neighboring units. Inside, time and space felt entirely independent. After circling the room, Zhu Ning found no trace of Huang Yaru, nor any further clues. It was evident that she was alone in this house. The system instructed Zhu Ning to take a nap within the premises. She opened the master bedroom door, revealing a wall transformed into a bookshelf. Perhaps the owner was an avid reader or merely desired a decorative touch. The double bed was adorned with a silk quilt, every detail reflecting the owner's zest for life. Zhu Ning habitually searched every nook and cranny, ensuring there were no hidden individuals, then cautiously lay down on the bed. The mattress was exceedingly soft. Nothing unusual occurred, nor did any tendrils emerge from beneath the bed to drag her into the abyss. Her danger sense remained dormant. It was profoundly silent, serene. Yet within this tranquility lurked an oddity, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. To complete the system's task, Zhu Ning mused. She was about to sleep in a haunted house. Should outsiders walk in, they would undoubtedly find her situation quite abnormal. She hadn't changed out of her attire, still wearing her motorcycle gear and a full-face black helmet, with her hands clasped together. She lay as still as a mummy. She had anticipated difficulty in falling asleep. It was all rather awkward. Unexpectedly, in less than 3 minutes, her eyelids began to flutter, just before she closed her eyes. The clock on the bedside table read 2:16 a.m. Zhu Ning shut her eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. The alarm rang violently, jolting Zhu Ning awake. Her gaze fell upon a sun-shaped lamp hanging from the ceiling. She blinked rapidly, taking deep breaths, momentarily disoriented. What had she been doing? Had she truly fallen asleep in a haunted house? How long had she slept? Warriors have absolute control over their bodies. It is an instinct vital for survival. Especially for someone like Zhu Ning. Whether as a professional shooter or a waste collector, her ability to maintain composure stems primarily from her confidence in her bodily autonomy. Yet just moments ago, she had lost that sense of control. She could not recall when she had fallen asleep or when she had awakened. Despite the absence of any monsters or pollutants, an overwhelming sense of panic gripped her, reminiscent of her previous loss of bodily control. Indeed, this house was peculiar. Zhu Ning took a deep breath, blinked, and shifted her gaze from the ceiling, realizing something was amiss. The furniture in the house had changed. Contrary to Huang Yar's description in the video, the wardrobe and furnishings were no longer turned away from her. They now faced her directly. The wardrobe, desk, coat rack, and potted plants had all been rearranged, closely encircling the bed, as if silently scrutinizing this intruder. The clock displayed 6:30 a.m. Dawn had arrived. Had Zhu Ning truly spent an entire night in this room? It felt surreal. The system chimed in. Side quest: the House of Pursuers. Current purification progress: 10. Did this mean she had completed the task of sleeping in the house? This was the first system notification she had heard since entering, and she had never found the mechanical voice so comforting. Zhu Ning tilted her neck, feeling no sense of relaxation from the rest. Instead, she felt more fatigued than after a combat training session. One might think she had been in a brawl the previous night. The furniture in the bedroom stood silently beside her bed, as if alive, observing her as though she were a corpse. Zhu Ning's first instinct was to check her helmet, which had a video recording feature. This was her first time watching her own slumbering footage, captured from a first-person perspective. However, the helmet's view is limited. As she lay back asleep, the camera only captured the ceiling light directly above. Zhu Ning accelerated through the playback of her previous night's video. In night vision, the screen appeared green, initially showing only the single ceiling light, dull and mundane, resembling a still image. Suddenly, after a faint sound, the Zhu Ning from last night shifted positions, and at that moment, something abruptly appeared on the screen. It was pressed close to her face. Zhu Ning felt as though she were there, immersed in the footage of her helmet. Believing that object was right before her. Was it a pothose plant? Had the potted plant on the bedside table come to check on her in the middle of the night? Why was it so close to her face? The pothose was so near that it obstructed much of the view, and it was only after half an hour of deep sleep that Zhu Ning turned again. She rolled from her left side to her right. And from that point on, the video suddenly revealed other pieces of furniture. The time in the lower right corner read 4 a.m. Zhu Ning organized her thoughts, based on the helmet's footage. She confirmed 2 facts. First, she had indeed fallen asleep. Second, the furniture had, in fact, moved during the night. The technology of the cleaning center must far surpass the surveillance videos commonly used, yet like Huang Yaru, she was unable to capture the actual movement of the furniture. The footage shifted, and the furniture was suddenly right before her. Typically, furniture movement would generate significant noise. as a survivor from a zombie-infested world. Zhu Ning had heard not a single sound. This was utterly irrational. Psychological pollution, undoubtedly psychological pollution, aiming to induce a mental breakdown through the repetition of illogical events. Yet, Zhu Ning's mental state remained intact. Was she simply too resilient? Or was the modus operandi of this contaminated area akin to boiling a frog in warm water? By the time one realized it, they would already be driven mad. Engaging in normal activities in abnormal surroundings. After waking up, what should one do the following day? Logically, one would wash up. Zhu Ning rose from the bed and headed to the bathroom. However, she felt no urge to relieve herself. She could not remove the helmet to brush her teeth, so she pretended to wash her hands and clean the helmet, as her work attire was waterproof. Had there been anyone else in the house, they would surely find Zhu Ning's actions peculiar. She nonchalantly splashed water on her helmet and meticulously wiped it down with a towel. The house was abnormal, and Zhu Ning was not entirely normal either. After getting up, washing up, and having breakfast, the final task was to eat. She needed to go to the kitchen, but when Zhu Ning opened the bedroom door, she was taken aback. A line of furniture stood at the entrance. Refrigerator, washing machine, TV cabinet, and sofa. All had changed positions, orderly lined up at her bedroom door, as if eavesdropping on her throughout the night. She could vividly imagine the furniture slowly shifting while she slept. Holding its breath, silently observing her within, these pieces of furniture were watching her. With the furniture's movement, the once cozy home now felt oddly sinister, as if the furnishings were the true owners of the house. Freely roaming, Zhu Ning called out, "Is anyone there?" Silence enveloped her. It was an eerie, profound silence. No one answered her. In this world, apart from Zhu Ning, not a single sound could be heard, and she acutely felt as if she had stepped into a void. She regretted entering alone. At least with company, she could have conversed with someone. She discovered that the greatest fear in life is boredom. How utterly tedious it is. The sun outside shone as brightly as an incandescent bulb. Its light artificial, lacking the warmth of genuine sunlight. Zhu Ning sat upon the sofa, positioned at the threshold of her room, adjacent to a double-door refrigerator. She had never experienced this perspective from the sofa before. Resting her chin in her hand, she scrutinized the refrigerator intently. The warning of impending danger did not sound, but that did not imply the absence of peril. Her innate talent for danger prediction could only foresee threats 30 seconds into the future. If a large knife were to suddenly swing from behind, it would swiftly lead to her demise, triggering her ability to sense danger. However, this slow, silent death would likely evade her foresight. This terror was entirely different from anything Zhu Ning had encountered before. There were no monsters, no pollutants, no blood or severed limbs, only a peculiar house. She felt utterly at a loss as to where to begin. Turning on the television, she found it surprisingly operational, typically a medium for receiving information. It might provide some clues. Zhu Ning repositioned the sofa directly opposite the TV and adopted a serious demeanor as she began to watch. An advertisement played. "Are you suffering from insomnia? Troubled by the struggle to fall asleep? Try the Wanting cervical pillow for a restful dream." A pillow commercial. The next ad, tossing and turning at night. Waking up drained? The supermoon sleeping pills are here to help. Can sleeping pills be advertised on television? The subsequent ad, white tea fragrance, restoring your gentle dreams. As the advertisements continued, Zhu Ning sensed the volume diminishing, and the images before her grew increasingly blurred. She felt her head droop. Wait a moment. Zhu Ning abruptly lifted her head. What was she doing? Had she fallen asleep? The television continued its loop of advertisements. Upon glancing at the time, she noted it was now 9:36 p.m. Had she truly slept the entire day? Impossible. Such a lengthy slumber would not go unnoticed. The room was dimly lit, with only the faint glow of the streetlights outside filtering in, akin to waking only to find oneself forsaken by the world. Moreover, the arrangement of furniture had altered. Apart from the sofa she occupied, all other furnishings faced the walls, turning their backs to her as if in punishment. That familiar sense of dread returned, robbing her of control over her own body, leaving her uncertain if she had truly slept and oblivious to the passage of time. It shattered all her senses, plunging her into utter confusion. More frightening still, Zhu Ning's system panel had not alerted her to any loss of mental vitality. The system could not be malfunctioning. All other items within the panel were functional. Thus, this was not traditional mental pollution, yet it could gradually strip away her instincts, far more terrifying than mere mental contamination. After sleeping twice in this room, Zhu Ning realized she had lost her bearings and all points of reference. Nothing was trustworthy. The clock's time might not reflect reality. Falling asleep did not necessarily mean she had truly slept. The television drama possessed a soporific quality, and every piece of furniture seemed alive. She could not even ascertain if there was a source of pollution in this area. Was it genuinely a contaminated zone? Yet, upon her entrance, the helmet had clearly indicated it was a level C contaminated area. The system's directive was to locate Huang Yaru. The house was not large, leaving little room for concealment, if she were still inside. Where could she hide? Both Huang Yaru and Ding Chaojie had heard strange noises in the dead of night, described as someone producing odd sounds, akin to boxing. There were no punching bags within this house. And Huang Yaru did not appear to be a fitness enthusiast. Where could such sounds originate? Suddenly, a thud, a muffled sound reverberated through the darkened room, causing the entire floor to tremble. Thud, thud, thud. Yes, that was the sound. Ding Chaojie's description of the noise truly resembled someone boxing. Fists striking a heavy bag in a poorly soundproofed apartment building. Encountering a neighbor practicing boxing at midnight could cause the very floor to shake. The clock now read 10:01 p.m. The sounds of boxing echoed within the room. Prolonged exposure to the noise would inevitably induce irritation, and Ding Chaojie, tormented for years, was on the brink of madness. Yet, from where was the sound emanating? A neighbor? Zhu Ning meticulously searched for the source of the noise. Pressing herself against the living room wall, listening intently, she examined every wall, including the floor, yet found no origin for the sound. Zhu Ning possessed commendable hearing ability, yet she could not pinpoint the source. It seemed to emanate from all directions, seeping through every crack and pore of the walls, as if a miniature boxer resided within. Zhu Ning halted. Wearing her helmet, she stood in this eerily arranged room, attentively listening to the boxing sounds. She contemplated. This is an independent space. Zhu Ning cannot accurately perceive the passage of time. Point 2. The sound originates from elsewhere. Point 3. The system commands her to find the missing Huang Yaru, indicating a living person may still be concealed here. 4. The furniture prefers to face the walls. Turning its back to her, a question arose. Where could Huang Yaru be? Suddenly, Zhu Ning moved, as if possessed, abruptly turning to face the wall. She began to step backward slowly, one step at a time, moving cautiously in reverse. If observed from a surveillance angle, she would undoubtedly appear to be sleepwalking. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The living room was not expansive. 10 steps would reach its end. A faint sound echoed. Zhu Ning's back met the wall. She had reached the end. She felt a solid wall behind her. 1 foot braced against the base, leaving her with no avenue for retreat. Zhu Ning lifted her foot and took another step back. If the wall behind her were indeed real, she should have collided with it. However, as she stepped back, her foot sank into the ground. Theoretically, there was no space behind her, yet she had entered another dimension. Indeed, this place possessed an uncanny manipulation of time and space. The house's interior could extend infinitely. Every time Huang Yaru awakened to find all the furniture facing away from her, it was because the furnishings gazed upon the true house. The furniture yearned to enter, and Huang Yaru might also be within. Zhu Ning had accurately surmised that the time and space here were different. Yet she was paralyzed by fear, unwilling to turn back. 1 of her feet had crossed into another dimension, leaving half her body still outside. Zhu Ning remained motionless, as if caught between the walls. Then she heard the sound of a woman weeping. Ding Chaojie had mentioned that at night, someone would box, and sometimes a woman would cry. He had not lied. Zhu Ning truly heard it. The sensation beneath her foot was soft, as if she were stepping upon a corpse. Professor Chu, someone has entered experiment body 777, in a laboratory. An entire wall was covered with monitoring data. Normally stable data suddenly exhibited fluctuations, resulting in an exaggerated peak. The man referred to as Professor was remarkably young, clad in a white lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses, with deeply set features that exuded a somewhat somber aura. There was an unusual energy fluctuation. A researcher typed furiously at the keyboard, announcing, "Someone has indeed entered." His statement did not imply external intrusion, but rather that someone had ventured into the true interior. The researcher inquired, "From the cleaning center?" Another researcher replied, "Impossible. The center is currently undergoing internal restructuring under the guidance of the emotional regulation team, with few tasks assigned. The internal power dynamics of the cleaning center had shifted, with most cleaners and demon hunters undergoing concentrated training. And those who had not passed assessments were barred from receiving tasks. For years, the cleaning center had neglected this house. It was improbable they would suddenly engage in purification. Furthermore, they were aware of all task lists from the cleaning center over the past 3 days. And this experiment body was certainly absent from recent assignments. Could it be? The researcher queried. Professor Chu remained silent, his thoughts lingering. Prometheus? What was the intention? He inquired. Where is experiment body 777 currently located? Building 22. 13th floor, Roman City Community. Came the response that IT is a residential area, densely populated. This implies we cannot deploy heavy weaponry. If it were a remote location, we could easily initiate external lockdown. However, within a densely populated residential area, successfully circumventing law enforcement while resolving this issue quietly is nearly impossible. What shall we do? The researcher pressed. Experiment Body 777 had existed for 15 years, and they were unwilling to forfeit their years of labor. Its experimental data was invaluable, and they had continuously monitored the growth statistics of Experiment Body 777 as a pollutant. It could achieve owner tracking, and it was currently growing slowly, even learning to hunt autonomously, a rare occurrence. Should it be purified now, their years of effort would be rendered futile. There was no time to send someone. The green door would recognize its owner, and outsiders could not unlock it. The intruder entering the green door faced 2 possible fates. First, purification of the green door. Second, assimilation by the green door. Typically, the latter was more common, not warranting excessive concern. Should we not intervene, as we did last time? The researcher suggested. After a moment of silence, Professor Chu made his decision to send someone to wait outside. Looking for an opportunity to eliminate the intruder, the researcher acquiesced, feeling Professor Chu was being overly cautious. Although Experiment Body 777 was merely rated as a Level C contaminated area, its internal structure was so bizarre that no one had ever returned alive. In the detention center, Ding Chaojie clutched the bars tightly, sensing someone closely pressing against him from behind. He dared not even breathe. He was utterly alone in the detention room. Slowly, he turned his head. And indeed, a green door loomed just behind him, pressed tightly against him. The green door had opened a crack, and within the air, dark tendrils seemed to writhe. Please, I beg you, Ding Chaojie pleaded. I did not mean to. Can you please stop coming after me? I bow to you. I did not intend to kill you. It was a mere accident, truly. Ding Chaojie persistently pleaded in a hushed tone as the green door gradually swung open. Suddenly, he froze, his fingers loosening their grip on the railing, as someone pried his hand apart. Please, don't come closer. The second finger was forced open, and no matter how desperately he clutched, it proved futile. One by one, all 10 fingers were pried apart. Ding Chaojie was suddenly seized by a heavy sensation in his right leg, as if a hand had grasped his ankle. And the surveillance footage from the detention center. The security guard responsible for monitoring dozed off, oblivious to the unfolding chaos within. The video revealed Ding Chaojie, initially gripping the railing, suddenly appearing to have his fingers bent back by an unseen force. He was engulfed in agony, shouting as if he were a marionette, utterly unable to control his limbs. He took a step backward. The footage flickered incessantly. With a resounding thud, the green door shut. And Ding Chaojie vanished from the detention room, as if he had never been there. Zhu Ning's feet touched the ground. Having encountered many corpses, she recognized the unmistakable sensation beneath her foot. It was indeed a body. Had she just stepped into a crime scene? She felt as if she were stuck in a game, unable to proceed forward, only able to retreat. Given the circumstance, even if a ghost were lurking behind her, it would be preferable to facing an empty room. Zhu Ning retreated a step, fully entering the space behind her. She stumbled, steadying herself against the wall, her foot resting upon a highly decomposed male corpse. Its back slashed open as if something were attempting to escape from within. It resembled a failed aberration, desperately clawing at the edge of the foot of the bed, as though trying to escape in its final moments. Zhu Ning had emerged from behind the television, entering this alternate space from such an unconventional angle. Her first instinct was to touch the wall again, but her palm met an impenetrable barrier. This wall had transformed into a solid structure. allowing entry but not exit. The room was chillingly damp, the helmet display showing a mere 16 degrees. This space was eerily silent, devoid of any conversation, save for the faint sounds made by Zhu Ning herself. Exercising caution, she refrained from looking back after entering this otherworldly realm and carefully shifted her foot away from the corpse. Abruptly, she froze, sensing movement at the nape of her neck, though her cleaning uniform enveloped her completely. It simulated the sensation of skin and was quite sensitive. She felt a slight itch at the back of her neck, as if a strand of hair had fallen upon her. Zhu Ning's bravery was tested as her heart raced uncontrollably. A droplet of water plinked onto her helmet, echoing loudly in the oppressive silence, prompting her to silently raise her head. There, suspended from the ceiling, was the ghastly visage of a woman, clad in a red dress. Her limbs hung limply, long hair cascading down to brush against Zhu Ning's shoulder. The woman's pallid face was damp, moisture seeping from her pores, reminiscent of a corpse soaked at the bottom of a well overnight. Zhu Ning took a moment to comprehend the horrifying sight before her. The woman's limbs stretched out as if drawn by an unseen force, while a massive shell resembling a snail adorned her back. The shell was a pale yellow, featuring an elegant black spiral. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to have grown from the woman's spine. A snail human. Was this an aberration? It was no wonder it was silent. Snails do not make sounds. Zhu Ning's peripheral vision swept the room, revealing that this alternate space mirrored Huang Yar's home, as if caught in a reflection, yet the arrangement of the furniture was reversed. Where the sofa had been positioned on the left in the previous house, it now occupied the right side, the two homes standing in symmetrical opposition but appearing much older and more dilapidated. A thick layer of dust coated the furniture, while the dining table bore decayed food and withered flowers. The walls were overrun with mold and moss. In the living room, 6 snail humans writhed, some donning suits, others in athletic wear, including one clad in pale pink pajamas. From their attire, one could infer their former identities. Upon Zhu Ning's entrance, the snail humans seemed to share a collective consciousness, all turning to regard her simultaneously. Being mollusks, their limbs were exceedingly soft, and as they approached her, they crawled languidly, yet their sluggish pace rendered them seemingly harmless, and yet an inexplicable sensation of dread surged within her, more unsettling than the pig-headed creature. The fishmen and pigmen she had encountered lacked human faces, allowing her mind to categorize them as monsters, but the high degree of anthropomorphism in the snail humans made them disturbingly similar to humans. They exhibited snail-like behavior, leaving a trail of slime in their wake. The environment appeared to favor their existence, damp and overgrown with greenery, a red mushroom sprouting beside the sofa, making it seem akin to a colossal cultivation chamber. This could very well be the true contamination zone. Suddenly, Zhu Ning grasped how the 2,500 cubic meters of contaminated area had been calculated. A single home could not exceed the size of a swimming pool. Yet if this home could expand indefinitely, it was entirely plausible. Having visited 3 contaminated zones, this was the first place from which she yearned to escape, as its strangeness rendered it unbearable. The clues to her escape lay with the snail humans. The remaining 5 appeared ordinary, yet one stood out near the television, a male snail human, whose features were too pronounced. His square face and robust physique suggested he had likely held a security role before his transformation. A glimmer caught her eye on his wrist. It resembled a faintly glowing watch. Wait a moment. Zhu Ning frowned. That wasn't a watch. It was a cleaning center employee wristband. The wristband signified identity and was used to communicate with the cleaning center, ensuring support from various departments when necessary. Even in the event of death in a contaminated area, the tracking feature could pinpoint one's last known location for recovery. There were 3 types of wristbands: silver for cleaners, black for hunters, and pure white for technical or managerial personnel. Zhu Ning was certain the black wristband on the snail human's wrist indicated he was a hunter. Hunters possessed superior mental acuity and physical prowess compared to cleaners, a lesson Zhu Ning had learned well during her 3 days of combat training. Had a hunter perished here? Ding Chaojie felt the door behind him open, compelling him to step into the space behind him. With a loud clang, he watched as the green door closed once more. Before him lay an entryway. He had ventured inside the green door for the first time after being pursued for so long. His limbs felt immobilized, as if ensnared in a spider's web. The cold was unbearable, and clad only in a jacket, he felt his hair stand on end, unable to utter a single word. he felt stiffness in his neck. Sensing someone slowly approaching him from behind, though he could only see the shadow falling before him, a figure raising a hammer high above. Bam! The aberrated snail-human hunter lurked beneath the television. Zhu Ning faced the television, contemplating the significance of the hunter's wristband, which functioned similarly to a black box, potentially documenting the circumstances of the hunter's demise. How had a hunter met his end here? Suddenly, she froze, sensing an approach behind her, and glimpsed the shadow cast by the figure, which appeared to be a slender woman. A hammer swung down with force from behind, and Zhu Ning's body went limp, crashing to the ground with a thud. Having endured countless beatings from hunters during combat training, she knew she would not be easily subdued. Her instinct was to struggle, yet she hesitated for a moment and then remained still. Thud, thud, perhaps fearing retaliation. The woman struck her neck twice more. After the injection of genetic serum, her skin's hardness had increased, as though she wore a soft armor beneath her uniform, safeguarding her delicate cervical spine. She felt pain. Yet it was bearable. The danger alert did not sound. This did not feel as perilous as the previous pigman attack. Zhu Ning heard a crash as the woman discarded the hammer, followed by heavy breathing. She seemed to be in a state of extreme panic. Her gasps eerily familiar. "I've got you," the woman exclaimed, still trembling. "I've caught you." Then Zhu Ning felt a weight upon her feet as the woman dragged her along like a lifeless body. Curiosity piqued. Zhu Ning wondered what the woman intended to do. With her weight combined with the uniform, she must have weighed at least 150 pounds, making it a strenuous effort for the woman to drag her. Stopping intermittently, seizing the opportunity, Zhu Ning observed the surroundings. A set of iron armor lay on the floor, likely left behind by the hunter. Near the bathroom door, two highly decomposed corpses rested, presumably failed aberrations. Their genders indiscernible. The woman dragged Zhu Ning into the master bathroom, which resembled a murder scene, splattered with crimson. Bloodstains marred the ceiling, remnants of a past atrocity. The tub bore dried blood, suggesting someone had once met their end here. Leaving the bathroom awash in gore, and there was another person in the room. With a sharp click, the woman secured Zhu Ning's wrist to the water pipe. In this position, Zhu Ning finally caught sight of the woman before her, Huang Yaru. She wore the floral nightgown from the day she went missing, her feet adorned with white rabbit-shaped slippers, now stained crimson with blood. Huang Yaru's hair hung disheveled, brittle and yellowed, her gaunt frame causing her eye sockets to appear deeply sunken, rendering her likeness to a skeleton draped in skin. She exhibited no signs of aging from the helpless figure in the video, still easily susceptible to panic, yet her eyes betrayed an unmistakable madness. A mechanical voice echoed. Side quest. House of the Murderer. Locating the missing Huang Yaru is complete. Purification progress at 60. This individual was indeed Huang Yaru, and she showed no outward abnormalities, at least. She had not grown a snail shell. Huang Yaru kept repeating, "Why is there one more? Why is there one more? One more of what?" It seemed Huang Yaru intended to remove Zhu Ning's work uniform. But the cleaner's protective suit was notoriously difficult to take off. Even Zhu Ning, during her first attempt, needed 20 minutes, and a novice would not know where to begin. As expected, Huang Yaru abandoned her efforts after only 3 minutes, finally opting to remove Zhu Ning's cleaning backpack instead. Inside the backpack, apart from containment tools, lay standard weapons that an ordinary person would hesitate to touch, fearing accidental discharge. Huang Yaru frowned upon seeing the array of weaponry. "Are you like him?" she questioned. "Like whom?" Zhu Ning replied, confused. Was she referring to the demon hunters outside? Huang Yaru locked eyes with Zhu Ning, assuring her, "Don't be afraid. It will be over soon. It hurt." Yet, with the stench of blood permeating the air, Zhu Ning felt that this promise was ominously suggestive of her impending demise. Huang Yaru seemed disinterested in conversation, taking Zhu Ning's cleaning backpack and placing it against the wall by the bathroom door. The distance between Zhu Ning and the backpack exceeded a meter, rendering her metallic control skills useless, but the handcuffs on her wrists and the pipe behind her were both metallic. With another click, Huang Yaru exited the bathroom and shut the door behind her. Once she departed, Zhu Ning turned her attention to another victim in the bathroom, bound and curled at the edge of the bathtub. Bloodied and battered, he bore signs of having been struck with a hammer, with blood oozing from his head and shoulders, leading Zhu Ning to suspect that his bones may have been shattered. He looked vaguely familiar. Ding Chaojie, wasn't he supposed to be at the Public Security Bureau? Could the Bureau not aid him? Ding Chaojie lay with his back to Zhu Ning, twitching intermittently. The situation felt eerily bizarre. She and Ding Chaojie seemed to represent a form of stored sustenance. Huang Yaru's earlier actions appeared akin to a mother preparing food for her young, and now she seemed intent on summoning someone to partake in the meal. However, Ding Chaojie's presence shattered the peculiarity of the house. At least he was alive and not a mere corpse, allowing Zhu Ning the chance to converse with him. I end moments of ignorance. Humanity often frightens itself. Upon seeing Huang Yaru, the situation began to clarify for Zhu Ning, prompting her to reassess the unfolding events. Ding Chaojie lay on the ground in a state of half-consciousness. As Zhu Ning and he were tethered at either end of the cramped bathroom, gently, she kicked him and whispered, "Hey, Ding Chaojie." His eyes widened, recognizing Zhu Ning's voice, and he lifted his head to see a woman clad in motorcycle gear. Even at death's door, he would not forget this strange figure. His eyes, now red, blazed with accusation. "You deceived me." He spat. "Is this really the time to discuss who deceived whom?" Zhu Ning countered. Ding Chaojie's body was covered in wounds. And Zhu Ning noticed that all 10 of his fingers were shattered, as if brutally broken. Was Huang Yaru truly that vicious? Yet, upon closer inspection, it appeared more as if his fingers had been bent back. No ordinary woman would possess the strength to contort a grown man's bones in such a manner. Zhu Ning lowered her voice and asked, "What happened to you?" His face was drenched in blood. And upon hearing her inquiry, Ding Chaojie pressed his head against the edge of the bathtub, lamenting, "This is retribution. Retribution has found me." His voice was heavy with despair. "It's the consequence of killing her." "What are you talking about?" Zhu Ning questioned, initially perceiving his agitation as mere nervousness, but now sensing a hint of delirium in his demeanor. "Ha ha," Ding Chaojie muttered. "It has come to the Public Security Bureau. No one can save me. This is retribution." Zhu Ning felt her temples throb. She could surmise that the green door had resumed its hunt for Ding Chaojie within the bureau, but she had not anticipated its agility. Extracting crucial information, she inquired, "Did you kill someone?" His voice deepened with anguish as he struck his forehead against the bathtub, producing a dull thud. "I didn't mean to. I only intended to steal." But she threatened to call the police, that I had no choice. Indeed, he had concealed part of the truth from Zhu Ning. Ding Chaojie was not merely a petty thief, but had attempted a burglary that led to a fatality when the homeowner discovered him. "I made a mistake. I am guilty. I am guilty," he lamented. Thus, Ding Chaojie's narrative unfolded. He had attempted a burglary and killed a person, fleeing immediately afterward. To his astonishment, it was not the Public Security Bureau that pursued him first, but the Green Door. He had slain the original owner of the house, consequently becoming its new master. Bound to the Green Door, he could evade capture by the Bureau, yet could not escape the relentless pursuit of the Green Door. It could chase him to the ends of the earth, leaving him to question whether this was indeed retribution. For having taken a life, the victim had transformed into a door, forever hunting him. No wonder Ding Chaojie had been so eager to enter the Public Security Bureau to atone. Having committed a grievous act, he feared the specter of guilt knocking at his door. Indeed, it was retribution. He deserved it. Zhu Ning speculated that this house might have existed for quite some time, with the Green Door perpetually traversing the human realm, seeking its next unwitting occupant. Once bound, the host would be pursued to the death, unless they entered the Green Door, which would then unbind them. However, entering would trap them in an alternate space, rendering escape impossible until they were assimilated into snails. Yet, what of Huang Yaru? She did not appear to be a victim. Had she been caring for this house all along? The house itself lacked offensive capabilities. It resembled a Venus flytrap in its existence. Huang Yaru's actions, knocking Zhu Ning and Ding Chaojie unconscious, bore an unsettling resemblance to a mother feeding her young. The young had not yet developed fangs, moving sluggishly like snails. Huang Yaru needed to masticate the food before offering it to the house. Zhu Ning queried, "How did you come in?" She sought to understand Ding Chaojie's journey through the Green Door, hoping to unearth new leads. However, Ding Chaojie seemed oblivious to her words, suddenly springing up. Akin to a fish flopping on the cold bathroom floor, his movements were unsettlingly abnormal, not typical of a human. Zhu Ning's heart raced, recognizing this reflex, akin to the onset of zombification. After a brief silence, She asked, "What's wrong? I'm so cold. The house was indeed quite chilly. The helmet's display indicated a temperature of only 18 degrees. Ding Chaojie, clad in a denim jacket, had every reason to feel the chill. He emitted odd sounds while writhing, but with his hands bound, his struggles only produced a hollow clinking noise. Why you? Ding Chaojie's eyes widened, two streams of yellowish fluid trickling from them, not tears, but resembling some sort of secretion. He twitched his neck, crawling toward Zhu Ning like a zombie, muttering you. Under normal circumstances, Zhu Ning would have kicked him away, yet today she remained still. Can you help me check? Ding Chaojie implored. My back. It hurts. Zhu Ning hesitated. Something was growing on his back, emerging from his spine, causing his jacket to bulge grotesquely, reminiscent of a severe hunchback. Before she could respond, a rip echoed through the air. The bulge split open, revealing a soft, newly formed snail shell on his back. The shell was orange-yellow, adorned with a black spiral pattern, slightly translucent, allowing a glimpse of the soft flesh within. He was transforming. What is happening to me? Ding Chaojie struggled to turn and see his back, his voice beginning to shift unnaturally. With great effort, he managed to turn, but he could not see. Zhu Ning was at a loss for how to convey the truth. A clink resounded. A tooth fell from his mouth. Both Zhu Ning and Ding Chaojie froze, the tooth standing out starkly against the tiles, blood still clinging to its root. Soon after, his teeth began to loosen, dozens falling in a cacophony of sound. Ding Chaojie seemed to want to articulate something, but ultimately could only emit a singular syllable. He had lost his ability to speak. He was now a mindless entity of pollution. Zhu Ning's initial thought was that he had become an unconscious pollutant. Ding Chaojie opened his mouth wide, and Zhu Ning stood close enough to witness the entirety of his transformation, which bore eerie similarities to zombification. After his teeth fell out, new ones sprouted, forming the unique radula of a snail. Zhu Ning recalled the absurd scientific tidbits she had once learned. Snails possess the most teeth of any animal, with thousands within their radula, not for chewing but for grinding food into submission. Now, Ding Chaojie possessed a radula. Ding Chaojie's neck twitched, his eyes aflame with crimson, while his limbs grew increasingly supple, his palms secreting liquid continuously. He twisted his neck, as if just becoming accustomed to his own body. His head tilted, and droplets of water began to appear on his face, his pallid countenance swelling rapidly as if soaked. The gaze he directed at Zhu Ning grew increasingly peculiar. Food, that was food. Ding Chaojie opened his mouth wide, and even with his hands bound, he crawled toward Zhu Ning. Zhu Ning furrowed her brow, realizing she was in a bathroom with a mutated contaminant. Suddenly, the bathroom door creaked open, revealing dozens of snail-like creatures. The number of these beings in the house surpassed Zhu Ning's expectations, doubling them. With their crimson eyes wide and mouths agape, they crawled slowly towards her, signaling that the house was entering hunting mode. In Zhu Ning's world, there was a popular question circulating online. Would you accept 100 million if it meant being pursued by a snail for the rest of your life, knowing that if caught, you would perish? More than half of the respondents answered affirmatively, considering the snail's sluggish pace. As long as one could remain 5 meters ahead, victory was assured. However, a small fraction of individuals expressed their unwillingness, fearing a lifetime of trepidation, perpetually anxious about being slain by a snail. Such a life would indeed be tragic. When Zhu Ning first encountered this question, her sole point of confusion was her inability to envision being hunted by a snail, rendering her incapable of providing an answer. Unfortunately, she now seemed to grasp the essence of that dilemma. Having survived in a world of zombies for so many years, she had encountered various types of mutated zombies. Yet, she could never have fathomed a day when she would be pursued by a room full of snails. The snail creatures exhibited all the traits of snails. Their bodies were exceedingly pliant as they slithered from the ground, door frames, ceilings, and walls into the bathroom. Huang Yara stood behind this swarm of snails, her expression dark, as if Zhu Ning were merely a leaf offered to nourish the snails. The snails moved with languid slowness. But Ding Chaojie was only half a meter away from Zhu Ning. The contaminant was beginning to reveal its true form. After entering this bizarre house, Zhu Ning felt increasingly suffocated by the oppressive atmosphere, as if an invisible hand were tightening around her throat. The absence of contaminants only deepened the void, driving her towards madness. Yet, With the emergence of contaminants, blood, and 2 humans, she finally found a semblance of feeling. Reflecting carefully, the helmet had announced that this house was merely a Class C contaminated zone. The house, akin to the final question of a primary school math competition, was deceptively tricky. Many adults would struggle to solve it. However, stripping away all its intimidating facades, it was simply a basic problem. Ding Chaoji arrived, his slimy foot inching closer to Zhu Ning. She remained motionless, allowing him to approach without flinching. His foot, coated in mucus, was about to touch her leg. The work uniform would swiftly corrode upon contact. Suddenly, Ding Chaojia halted abruptly, a look of intense agony crossing his face. He opened his mouth, but having transformed into a snail, he could no longer utter a sound. The handcuffs binding him tightened painfully, and he became a soft-bodied creature, the sharp cuffs severing his hands. Zhu Ning activated her metal manipulation talent. With a sharp crack, the handcuffs on her wrist shattered. Zhu Ning moved with remarkable speed. As she flipped to her feet, the handcuffs smashed down toward Ding Chaojia's forehead. The bathroom was filled with metallic objects, and within a meter of Zhu Ning, there were plenty to choose from. The shower head surged upward like a serpent, while the stainless steel handles near the faucet and bathtub tore free from the wall with a cacophony. Zhu Ning didn't even need to touch the snail creatures, as the metallic parts within the bathroom eliminated 3 of them under her command. The sluggish snails were utterly inadequate in her eyes. The entire encounter lasted barely a minute. One must admit, her metal manipulation talent was rather effective. With a sharp click, someone loaded a gun. Zhu Ning glanced up to find Huang Yar had opened her backpack and retrieved a firearm. "Don't come any closer, stay back." Huang Yar's voice trembled as she aimed the gun at Zhu Ning, expressionless. Zhu Ning took a step forward. Huang Yar's face paled as she shouted, "Back off, I swear I'll shoot." Zhu Ning remained silent and stepped forward once more. Bang! Huang Yaro pulled the trigger, panicking and firing wildly without experience. She fired 5 shots with her eyes shut. At such close range, Zhu Ning would undoubtedly perish, even if she were not a trained marksman. However, after firing, Huang Yaro did not hear the sound of bullets striking flesh. She hesitantly opened her eyes to see an invisible barrier seemingly halting the 5 bullets just a meter in front of Zhu Ning. As if controlled by some unseen force, Zhu Ning stood still, quietly observing behind the halted bullets. With a clatter, the suspended bullets fell like raindrops to the ground. "Will you shoot again?" Zhu Ning inquired. Who are you?" Huang Yara stammered, bewildered, having never encountered someone like Zhu Ning. How was she able to manipulate bullets? Huang Yara stepped back repeatedly until she realized there was nowhere left to retreat. If this house resembled a Venus flytrap, it had ensnared a peculiar and indigestible anomaly. Zhu Ning herself. "Are you a mutant?" Huang Yara began to speak, but Zhu Ning had already stepped within a meter of her. With a flick of her wrist, the gun was effortlessly wrenched from Huang Yara's grasp, the entire process executed without Zhu Ning lifting a finger. The gun hovered like a pet, its dark barrel resembling a cold eye fixated on Huang Yaro. The dynamics had shifted, with Zhu Ning now in control. Any movement from Huang Yaro would result in her demise. Zhu Ning hooked her finger around her cleaning backpack, filled with weapons she could manipulate at will. The snails within the room were oblivious. They were not like dogs, unable to protect their master. Zhu Ning might not be able to escape, but she could drag Huang Yaro and the swarm of snails down with her. Checking the contents of her cleaning backpack, Zhu Ning confirmed everything was intact before asking, "Are you Huang Yaro?" Huang Yaro did not respond but countered, "Who are you?" "I am here to save you," Zhu Ning replied. She recognized that apart from the oddity of living in this house, Huang Yaro appeared to be an ordinary person. Sometimes, the distinction between a regular person and a soldier is as vast as that between a human and an animal. Zhu Ning could eliminate her without even employing her talents. "Save me?" Huang Yaro's face turned ashen. "Did you not post a plea for help?" Zhu Ning retorted. Huang Yaro had recorded numerous videos seeking rescue, hoping someone would come to her aid. "The post?" Huang Yaro seemed shocked, her voice trembling. "Did I it still up?" The notion of Zhu Ning coming to save her did not bring her joy, but rather instilled a sense of horror. "Are you afraid of me?" Zhu Ning asked. "And no," Huang Yara stammered, forcing a smile that did not reach her eyes. Zhu Ning surveyed the room. The snails would take half an hour to reach her. She had countless questions. Believing Huang Yaru could provide answers, she settled onto the sofa, taking on the air of the house's true owner, momentarily unconcerned about the snail's potential to harm her. "Are you nurturing them?" Zhu Ning queried. Eyed Huang Yaru inhaled deeply but suddenly faltered. "You deliberately filmed videos and uploaded them online to attract people here," Zhu Ning deduced. "To nourish this house." "No," Huang Yaru immediately denied, her eyes darting up as if she wished to explain but found herself speechless. After a prolonged silence, she finally managed to say, "Everything I've encountered is real. I have not lied." She truly experienced supernatural events. Upon waking, she found her furniture facing the wall, as if peering into another realm. Huang Yara believed moving would resolve the issue, but to her dismay, the house relentlessly pursued her. It emitted noises daily, following her wherever she went. As she recounted this, tears streamed down her face, struggling to comprehend the relationship between herself and the house. "Every event I've faced is genuine. I swear I am not lying, but it calls me mother." The door in the video had beckoned her, luring Huang Yara late at night. Although she had no children, the house felt like her offspring. Huang Yaru poured her life savings into purchasing this house at the age of 35, selecting her favorite wallpaper from hundreds of options. She spent a month scouring furniture markets to find the perfect pieces. Every detail, from the sofa's dimensions to the color temperature of the lights, was meticulously chosen. Each decision was made with utmost care due to her financial constraints. Her love for the house was so profound that she willingly undertook renovations. Ultimately, she achieved her vision of perfection. Every inch of the house mirrored her desires. Having dedicated her life to labor, devoid of a partner or children, this house resembled her child. Yet, it gradually revealed its imperfections. At night, the furniture would move, eerily rearranging as if alive. Huang Yara had always perceived the house as sentient. From that day forward, she teetered on the brink of madness, desperately trying to restore the furniture to its original positions. But every morning, it exhibited its own mold. It refused to conform to Huang Yara's desires. Finally, she chose to relocate, abandoning the house that had consumed her life savings and immeasurable devotion, which once embodied all her hopes for a beautiful life. She no longer wanted it. However, she relinquished the house, yet the house did not forsake her. After her relocation, the house followed her once more, stirring in the dead of night like a boxer, capturing Huang Yara's attention. It was filled with rage, akin to a forsaken child, deeply calling out for her in the stillness of the night. "Mama, mama, mama, mama," a veritable nightmare. Huang Yara found herself compelled to return to her home, where she discovered another space within the house. There was another house inside it. She resembled a snail, carrying a burdensome shell since the moment she purchased the house, no matter where she went. This edifice would pursue her. "Mama, I am hungry," the house declared, expressing its hunger, yearning for sustenance. Although Huang Yaru had never borne a child, this utterance of mama served as a punishment. She became the mother of a house. Their relationship transcended that of mere structure and inhabitant, morphing instead into one of mother and child. "What can I do?" Huang Yaru lamented. "It begs me. It is so hungry." Thus, she could only endeavor to assist each victim. Once the house was satiated, it would cease its cacophony, remaining quiet for several days, docile like an ordinary dwelling. House slave. These two words reverberated in Zhu Ning's mind. She had never felt the terms so fitting. A snail carries its home wherever it goes, thus moving slowly and unable to venture far. Likewise, a person dedicates a lifetime to acquiring their own abode, only to be ensnared by it, becoming a slave to the very structure. In Zhu Ning's era, the relationship between house slaves and their homes was one of mortgage. In the wasteland era, it had devolved into a grotesque mother-child bond. The house resembled an eternal child. "Always demanding that I ask this video posted by you?" Zhu Ning inquired. "No," Huang Yaru vehemently shook her head. "It is imitating me. I am early childhood. A child's first teacher is often their mother." Huang Yaru had once shared her experiences online, attracting numerous so-called exorcists and attention-seeking internet celebrities to her plight. Those who entered through the green door had perished, and in the process, the house discerned certain patterns. Zhu Ning realized that this house possessed the ability to learn. The contaminated areas Zhu Ning had previously encountered typically harbored a pollution source, most of which had once been human, such as the fishman who missed the last bus and Wang Ming from the hot pot restaurant. They inherently possessed human thought processes, allowing Zhu Ning to trace the pollution source by following their patterns. However, this house was a pollutant, with spores of contamination parasitizing an inanimate object. Initially, the house cried out like an infant, wailing for its mother to feed it. Over time, it seemed to mature, acquiring some semblance of human wisdom, even mimicking Huang Yar's actions to post videos online in an attempt to attract more sustenance. "When did you move in?" Zhu Ning asked, noticing that the parental bond between Huang Yaru and the house had evidently existed for a considerable duration. "Year 65 of the new calendar," Huang Yaru replied, revealing that she was a person from nearly 15 years ago. Logically, she should now be in her 50s, yet she appeared no different than in the videos. Huang Yaru nourished the house, and in turn, the house reciprocated by sustaining her. Zhu Ning speculated that Huang Yaru was either a pollutant herself or a part of the house. "Where did you obtain the funds to purchase the house?" Zhu Ning queried, still harboring many unanswered questions, such as why Huang Yaru had chosen to buy a 3-bedroom apartment. This inquiry felt too distant. Huang Yaru had not contemplated it herself, leading her to ponder for an extended period without response. Zhu Ning had posed a question she seldom remembered. Patiently, Zhu Ning sat on the sofa, awaiting an answer. After a lengthy silence, Huang Yaru finally articulated, "I visited the development, and I could only afford the smallest unit. However, I found this house quite appealing. I adored it." As she spoke, it seemed she recalled more details, her tone growing increasingly assured. "But I couldn't afford it. It exceeded my budget by 3 times. After the initial viewing, I returned home." Huang Yaru continued. "Later, the sales representative contacted me, stating that because I seemed so enamored, they were willing to sell it to me at the lowest price. Oddly enough, the price they quoted matched her account balance precisely. She had only 800,000, and they offered to sell it for that amount. At the time, Huang Yaru's budget was 600,000, with the remaining 200,000 designated for renovations. Yet this house required 800,000. Huang Yaru pondered throughout the night, convinced it was an extraordinary bargain that she would regret missing. Years later, she could vividly recall her emotions when purchasing the house. Suddenly, Huang Yaru asked, Did they do it intentionally?" She had never considered this direction before. Later, when anomalies appeared within the house, Huang Yaru had sought out the sales office. But the salesperson had since left, and the new staff evaded her inquiries. Each time she asked, they would respond, "We cannot be held responsible for such matters." Yet upon reflection, the entire purchasing process seemed exceedingly peculiar. Zhu Ning was at a loss for words. In her view, the house was a pollutant, and they were seeking a mother for it. Moreover, it was not a gift. Were it freely given, the recipient might not cherish it. They sought someone like Huang Yaru, who devoted her entire life to acquiring her own home, ensuring she would care for it with the same fervor she had for life itself. If it were free, it would be less troubling. Instead, they drained Huang Yaru of her last funds, even though they scarcely cared about that sum. Thus, Huang Yaru would not easily abandon it, and even in moments of doubt, she would rationalize the sunk cost was too great, and she dared not contemplate potential issues arising. Huang Yaru realized, even the renovation funds were borrowed from my parents. The more she invested, the harder it became for Huang Yaru to relinquish it. Her bond with the house deepened, compelling her to convince herself that loving the house was akin to loving a child. Huang Yaru inhaled deeply, confronted by the multitude of snail-like figures crawling within her home. She suddenly perceived the absurdity of the situation. For 15 years, she had nurtured a house, sacrificing everything for it, while unseen observers seemed to watch her struggle as one might entertain a pet. Zhu Ning witnessed Huang Yaru smile, followed closely by tears. She laughed and cried. A normal person would struggle to accept such a reality, especially after being trapped for 15 years. Yet Zhu Ning had no time to allow her to process her emotions. She quickly posed the next question. "Do you remember the name of the company?" Huang Yaru appeared somewhat disoriented, unable to respond to Zhu Ning's inquiry. Zhu Ning repeated, "Do you recall the name of the company?" "It is crucial." She gazed intently at Huang Yaru. Despite wearing a helmet, Huang Yaru could not discern Zhu Ning's expression, nor did she know what Zhu Ning looked like, yet she claimed to have come to rescue her. "Will you save me?" Huang Yaru asked. "Yes," Zhu Ning replied without hesitation. "I can take you out. I am a murderer." Huang Yaru retreated a couple of steps, distrustful of Zhu Ning. "That is a matter for the authorities to consider. Not for me." Zhu Ning responded. She was merely a waste collector. She was not a vigilante, and capturing criminals did not fall within her purview. Moreover, whether Huang Yaru was a victim or perpetrator required judicial evaluation. Zhu Ning, an ordinary person, lacked the authority to judge anyone's guilt. Huang Yaru fell silent. Documents. Zhu Ning reminded her. Did you sign any documents or leave behind anything? Huang Yaru realized that Zhu Ning could indeed rescue her. But conditions were necessary. Huang Yaru had to demonstrate her worthiness of salvation. I did not leave any documents, but I reviewed their company information, Huang Yaru stated. I thought they were frauds. They showed me company materials. Claiming it was a charitable project under the auspices of Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals, specifically designed to fulfill dreams for people like me, I initially suspected it was a scam, but I checked, and the charity foundation was compliant and legitimate. Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals. Yet again, this company appeared with alarming frequency. This marked the second contaminated area related to Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals that Zhu Ning had identified, yet this case differed from that of the hot pot restaurant owner, who was a victim of Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals, accurately described as a medical mishap. However, this house evidently resembled a premeditated experiment. They seemed to be monitoring the situation, assessing whether Huang Yaru could indeed become the house's mother. Observing what transpired when a normal person resided within an abnormal house, or perhaps they were studying the parent-child relationship between humans and pollutants. Did a genuine parent-child relationship exist between humans and pollutants? If this were indeed an experimental subject, it would necessitate oversight. Theoretically, Zhu Ning had already been monitored since her entrance, complicating matters. Even if she were fortunate enough to escape the contaminated area, she would likely face immediate pursuit from Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals. Prometheus, Zhu Ning seethed. Wonderful. She had been thrust into the fire pit. How do we get out? Zhu Ning inquired. Huang Yaru closed her eyes. There is no way out. Once you enter the internal space, no one can escape. As the mother of the house, Huang Yaru had never witnessed a living soul exit in all these years. It will slowly drain you. You cannot leave. Huang Yaru covered her face. The more she understood the house, the more despair she felt. For 15 years, Huang Yaru had attempted various methods to no avail. Ultimately, she could only submit to her fate, becoming the house's mother. Zhu Ning had experienced the house's ambience. It would rob you of your sense of time and space, never revealing its fangs. It is merely a simple house that ensnares you, incessantly subjecting you to psychological pollution, compelling an entire room of snails to pursue you. Can Zhu Ning, no matter how formidable, eliminate the snail people every time? Can she forgo sleep? Can she abstain from food and water? How many years can she endure here? 10 or 20 years. The moment she shows even the slightest lapse in vigilance, any weakness could easily be exploited. This place is a contaminated zone, yet the source of pollution remains elusive. Zhu Ning has ventured into the polluted area twice, once against a fishman and once against a pig-headed creature. She can trace the clues back to the source of pollution, and once identified, the contaminated area would automatically collapse, but the house harbors no identifiable source. This is the first time Zhu Ning has witnessed pollution spores clinging to lifeless objects, bringing them to life and establishing their own operational logic. What to do? Huang Yaru gazes helplessly at Zhu Ning. 15 years have passed, and she can endure no more. Zhu Ning, donning her helmet, is obscured from Huang Yaru's view, and she approaches the wall. There is no turning back. Huang Yaru reminds her, mistakenly believing Zhu Ning intends to retrace her steps. The house's rules dictate that those outside can walk backward into the inner space, but those within cannot return. Yet Zhu Ning does not attempt to go back. One hand pressed against the wall, she leans her forehead gently against it. There are two paths to deal with the pollutants. The first is to locate the source and eliminate it. The second, a violent dismantling. Fortunately, this house is constructed of reinforced concrete. Zhu Ning's palm rests against the wall, feeling the pulsations beneath her hand. Thump, 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 as if the heartbeat of a cavern echoes from within. The steel structure is traditional. Rebar infused with concrete forms a grid-like framework, reminiscent of a human's veins and skeleton. In an instant, Zhu Ning communicates with the entire house. Every door, every wall, every tiny screw, she is diagnosing the framework. To Huang Yaru, Zhu Ning's actions appear bizarre. She seems to be praying against the wall. Suddenly, her fingers curled slightly as the entire house began to tremble. The rebar twisted inch by inch, peeling away from the wall. as if Zhu Ning were skinning it and extracting its bones. Huang Yaru, incredulously, watches Zhu Ning dismantle the house with her bare hands. In the blink of an eye, the interior of the house bursts apart. The fluorescent lights in the ceiling swing violently, and with a crash, the carefully selected fixtures shatter against the ground. Wallpaper cascades down like discarded newspapers, while plaster and crumbling bricks crash down onto Huang Yaru's carefully chosen sofa and television. The television shatters, the sofa splits apart, and when the fallen refrigerator lands on a snail person, it emits a piercing wail. Huang Yaru, wide-eyed, watches the house collapse, momentarily stunned, the home she purchased with her life savings, which she has lived in for 15 years, is dying. Boom! The largest section of the ceiling crashes down. Quick to react, Huang Yaru does not linger to gaze at her furniture. She dons the deceased demon hunter's helmet and protective gear. Shielding her head, clasping her ears, she feels as though the house is speaking to her, and as it crumbles, she hears its cries of anguish. It hurts so much. Mommy, shut up. Huang Yaru clutches her ears tightly. Desperate to block out the sounds, I am not your mother, demon. You are a demon. The tremors within the house, accompanied by the cries, incessantly bore into Huang Yaru's ears. She crouches beside Zhu Ning, covering her ears and shutting her eyes. Oblivious to the cries, while Zhu Ning is wholly engrossed in her task of dismantling the house, hearing only the sounds of steel breaking apart. The beehive is easier to manipulate, being entirely metal-covered. But this house proves more troublesome to dismantle. However, with her absolute control, the steel continues to twist, reshaping into a mass of scrap. Inside her helmet, she feels a trickle beneath her nose, but there is no time to wipe it away. A system prompt sounds in her ear. Please do not excessively use mental energy. To hell with that. She would rather die here today than suffer damage to her mental energy. Mental energy is declining. Mental energy is declining. Declined by 30. Declined by 40. Declined by 50. With a thud, Zhu Ning withdraws her hand just in time at the 50 mark. She gasps for breath, blood streaming from her nose within the helmet. Yet she cannot even reach up to wipe it away, looking utterly disheveled. More distressing is her current state. For a moment, she is deaf and blind. Despite the enhancements from genetic agents, her senses feel dulled. Darkness envelopes her, as if everything is drifting away. Losing control over her body is the first layer of terror, while the second is the complete loss of her senses. Zhu Ning attempts to steady herself against the wall, only to realize that the wall has crumbled away beneath her touch. In the darkness, she finds herself disoriented, unable to hear anything. Suddenly, someone grasps her, a frail figure, reduced to mere bones from years of torment. To her, Zhu Ning's weight feels burdensome. Yet, this figure supports her, preventing her from falling. Hey! A faint voice reaches her. What is wrong? A rush of sound flows from her left ear to her right and back again. And after the rush, her ear canal is clear once more. Hello, Huang Yaru is speaking. Zhu Ning blinks, her vision slowly returning as the outlines of the shattered remnants of the house come into focus. They appear to be standing amidst a heap of ruins. At Zhu Ning's feet lies a pool of slime. The deceased snail person transformed into a puddle of water. Surrounding them are pollution spores. Blood-red spores enveloping the space, reminiscent of summer fireflies, denser and more abundant than the last time. Ding! Congratulations on completing the random task. The House of Pursuers. Purification level 100. Sleeping in the house completion 100. Finding the missing Huang Yaru completion 100. Successful escape completion 100. Reward settlement in progress. Congratulations on receiving the basic reward. Mental energy restored to 100. Luck value increased to 20. Congratulations on receiving purification value reward 3000. Current accumulated purification value 3154. Congratulations on receiving house reward 3-dimensional defense space. Reward description. Sea level contaminated item can form a 2x2x2 3-dimensional defense space. You are the sole master of the space. All beings and objects must obtain your permission to enter. Effective for 30 minutes. Please note, using this item will consume 20 life points. Congratulations on upgrading the initial talent. Metal manipulation can manipulate metal materials within a 2-meter distance. Please note, excessive use of this talent will harm the brain. Congratulations on receiving random task reward. Blank card. Reward description: can store any item in the card, can only contain one item. This task line advances the side quest, seeking the truth of death. Key clues found. Progress 30. Initial talent danger foresight triggered. 30 seconds danger warning has been sent. Please ensure safety. Suddenly, as Zhu Ning listens to the rewards, an unexpected warning emerges. The danger foresight has activated. Zhu Ning abruptly shoves Huang Yaru aside, who has yet to react before being knocked to the ground. Bang! A bullet whizzes past. Huang Yaru, clad in the demon hunter's protective gear, which is bulletproof, swiftly darts behind the rubble. Meanwhile, Zhu Ning raises her head. She has just used metal manipulation, her mind still foggy. Yet at this critical moment, this talent proves most effective. The bullet halts abruptly a meter in front of Zhu Ning as she raises a defensive wall with her metal manipulation. There appears to be an ability user ahead. The enhanced hearing from the genetic agent kicks in, and she overhears someone conversing, repeating, suspected metal-type ability user ahead. Zhu Ning's vision blurs. Blood fills her helmet. And her actions are mere instinct. It seems there is an ambush. This house is a laboratory, and someone has come after Zhu Ning entered. She knows too much. They lie in wait, intent on killing her. By cleansing the polluted area, Zhu Ning has exposed herself to the assassins. 20 minutes prior, for fully armed assassins lay in wait in the corridor, like wolves hunting in the shadows, fixated on the green door. They had just received news that an individual in a purifier's uniform had entered experiment number 777, presumably sent by Prometheus to purify the contaminated area. Orders were given. If she were consumed by the green door, it would be a false alarm, allowing them to withdraw smoothly, just like the demon hunters who had entered before. If she succeeded in purifying the contaminated area, they were to eliminate the intruder at the first opportunity. They are a seasoned assassin team, specializing in killing. After 20 minutes, the green door began to exhibit anomalies, and a tremendous noise erupted from within. Crack. It sounded as though someone were tearing the house apart. About 3 minutes later, the house fell silent. With a crash, the battered green door swung open, revealing the wreckage behind it, with countless pollution spores swirling about. The worst-case scenario has materialized. Experiment number 777 has been purified. This is the first time the assassins have seen the figure beyond the door, a woman clad in a jet-black purifier's uniform, helmeted, standing amidst the ruins. She seems somewhat exhausted, with Huang Yaru supporting her. Did she accomplish all this alone? Time was of the essence, leaving no room for contemplation. Their cameras were fully operational, and commands from above echoed in their earpieces. Eliminate her. Dio so now, after purging a contaminated area. One often experiences a fleeting moment of disorientation. It was during this lapse of vigilance that she would be most vulnerable, making it the prime moment for an ambush. With a deafening bang, the killers instinctively reacted, opening fire. The directive from their superiors was clear: execute on the spot without leaving any survivors, and thus, they aimed for her forehead, sparing no consideration for mercy. Yet, the bullets did not pierce Zhu Ning's form. Instead, they halted a mere meter before her, halted by an invisible barrier that arose in her defense, rendering the projectiles mere toys at her grasp. An ability user. How could one clad in a cleaner's uniform possess such powers? The assassins quickly recognized their miscalculation. Had they known the target was an ability user, they would have dispatched a corresponding agent. The target was suspected to be a metal manipulator. They communicated with one another, switched to air bullets. Typically, the hunt for a single individual would conclude within 3 minutes, particularly when targeting an ability user. If they failed to secure a kill within that time frame, it would signify a high likelihood of failure. Time already exceeded a minute. Zhu Ning instinctively pushed Huang Yaru away, her mind struggling to process the current predicament. The contaminated area remained only partially cleansed. The building, now reduced to a grotesque hollow, brimmed with blood-red spores of pollution, while ambushes lurked just outside. The spores continued to float ominously in the dense residential quarters. Should contamination occur, the entire neighborhood would succumb, transforming all within into pollutants. Zhu Ning was fortunate her mind remained lucid. She had to first neutralize her enemies. In an instant, she prioritized her actions. The assailants were professional, equipped with a sniper positioned on the opposite building. The bullet that had just nearly struck her was fired from that rooftop, and her enhanced vision permitted her to discern a faint metallic glimmer beyond the roof's edge, having previously served as a sniper herself. She could swiftly ascertain the enemy's likely location. She understood a fundamental truth. To dismantle a team, one must first eliminate their eyes, the sniper. Zhu Ning's metal manipulation had a limited range of 2 meters, rendering her incapable of using this talent to kill the sniper directly. With a click, she accessed the system panel. System. Would you like to use the item? Pigman's guillotine? Zhu Ning, use it. The sniper held his breath, concealed on the rooftop, just having engaged in conversation with his partner. Upon realizing Zhu Ning's capacity to manipulate metal, they hastily concluded she was a metal ability user. He stowed away his conventional bullets, preparing to switch to air rounds. This trained sniper, adept in judgment and reloading, would require only 30 seconds, but those 30 seconds granted Zhu Ning her opportunity, just as he finished replacing his weapon and raised his gun. He was suddenly struck by a fleeting vision. His pupils dilated as a guillotine materialized in his scope, growing ever larger. Zhu Ning's ability to manipulate metal was his first instinctive thought, seizing the moment. The sniper attempted to evade, sprinting at great speed, yet no matter how he maneuvered, the guillotine pursued him like a serpent. This was not a conventional metal manipulation ability. Why did it possess tracking capabilities? What sort of power was this? With a resounding crack, the guillotine descended, cleaving him in two before he could fully grasp the situation, achieving a perfect hit. Pigman's guillotine has been used, entering cooldown, next use available in 24 hours. Having dispatched one sniper, 4 adversaries remained, and at the moment Zhu Ning employed the guillotine, another assassin had completed his weapon switch. Bang! The air bullet was unleashed, its composition encased in air, devoid of metal, leaving Zhu Ning unable to exert her control. Would you like to use the rotting fish head acceleration feature? This will cost 3 life points. Zhu Ning. Use. The second assassin, lurking in the shadows of the stairwell, fired just as Zhu Ning sprang into action, transforming into a mere afterimage, reaching him in the blink of an eye. There was no time left. Bang! It was now Zhu Ning's turn to fire. Under the influence of the rotting fish head acceleration feature, Zhu Ning moved thrice, as fast as her opponent. As he raised his hand, she could anticipate his next move, swiftly disarming him and breaking his wrist before firing a shot that shattered his skull. Would you like to use the rotting fish head acceleration feature? This will cost 3 life points. Use second one. Would you like to use the rotting fish head acceleration feature? This will cost 3 life points. Use third one. Would you like to use the rotting fish head acceleration feature? This will cost 3 life points. Use last one. Zhu Ning uttered these final words. After 4 shots, all 4 assassins lay dead. And silence enveloped the corridor, leaving only the sound of her own breath. A 5-person hunting squad, including the sniper, had been entirely annihilated in a mere 3 minutes, an operation completed with lightning speed. The dispatch team had clearly underestimated Zhu Ning's prowess, speculating that at worst, she might be an ability user. Even if she were, sending a 5-person assassin squad without any means of counterattack seemed utterly foolish. Yet, they had not anticipated her extraordinary capabilities, enabling her to employ such a multitude of skills in a single encounter. In a laboratory, silence reigned. On the large screen, the data for Subject 777 had been entirely reset, replaced by a first-person perspective compiled from 5 cameras, with Zhu Ning's face in the center. Everyone witnessed a cleaner eliminating an entire squad of assassins in 3 minutes. They were not fools. They had sent an elite team, yet they had been caught off guard up until this moment. They had failed to comprehend where the issue lay. They immediately issued a kill order. The assassins had long been ambushed at the entrance. And logically, they should have won. Who is she? Professor Chu inquired gravely. The researcher typed rapidly on the keyboard. Unknown. There are no records of any ability users in the cleaning center possessing these skills. Mutants, or as officially termed, ability users, typically awakened only one ability, and it was a stroke of luck if they could fully comprehend and control it without succumbing to madness. However, some prodigies could awaken multiple abilities simultaneously. The highest record reported by the Federation was 6 simultaneous awakenings. There were no such individuals within Zone 103. Anyone exhibiting more than 2 abilities would be transferred to the 1st Military District for cultivation as a talent. They possessed a comprehensive list of all officially registered ability users within the cleaning center, the only metal manipulator being a male, while the individual before them was clearly a woman. Furthermore, the guillotine she had employed to dispatch the sniper bore no resemblance to a typical metal manipulation ability. Zhu Ning's final burst of speed indicated she could move at least 3 times faster than a normal person. On the camera, she appeared as a mere afterimage, swiftly navigating between the 4 assassins, dispatching them all before they could react. This woman seemed an anomaly, emerging from nowhere. Was there truly such an enigmatic person in the cleaning center of Zone 103? The woman in the black helmet grew larger on the screen as her face drew closer, and she became aware of the cameras. The researcher noted, the assassins are equipped with cameras to ensure communication, allowing the laboratory to monitor their motivations. Professor Chu gazed intently at Zhu Ning on the large screen, as if they were locked in a silent confrontation. Who are you? Zhu Ning addressed him directly. Should we respond? The researcher asked. Professor Chu continued to scrutinize Zhu Ning. Her cleaner's helmet obscured her features, preventing them from discerning her expression, yet his intuition suggested she was not afraid. Her tone was remarkably calm. Compared to a typical cleaner, she resembled a killer, perhaps due to the support of Prometheus. Had Prometheus grown so powerful? Did it have such individuals in its ranks? Hello? Zhu Ning tapped on the camera. If you wish to kill me, shouldn't you at least show your face? A few harsh words would suffice, if her previous statement had been calm. This one was laced with mockery, a blatant provocation. Professor Chu inhaled deeply, issuing commands to sever all connections to prevent the parasitism of pollution spores and activate defensive mechanisms to keep Prometheus at bay. With a crack, the large screen went black, and Zhu Ning's face vanished. Compared to Zhu Ning, they feared even more that the experimental base could be tracked and pinpointed. Zhu Ning rapped on the camera, observing the red light extinguish. They had severed communication. Did they dare not take the risk? She had merely been inquiring. The abrupt end to communication signified they would no longer expose themselves, thanks to the helmet. While Zhu Ning appeared formidable on the outside, within, she felt utterly disheveled. Having overexerted her mental energy, blood streamed from her helmet. A fierce headache throbbed, distinctly different from previous pains, akin to a knife swirling within her mind, pulsating with each heartbeat. Zhu Ning glanced back at the scene from her backpack. She retrieved a device and activated it on the ground, creating a temporary shield to prevent pollution spores from escaping. This device could temporarily contain the spores for 15 minutes, ensuring they would not disseminate. But where were the others in the building? Zhu Ning suddenly realized how eerily quiet it was. There were no civilians present. Had the assassins evacuated everyone prior to their arrival? Wait, where was Huang Yaru? Zhu Ning surveyed her surroundings, failing to spot her. Where had she gone? After Zhu Ning had pushed her away, there hadn't even time to check on her. And there were no bodies on the scene. Had she seized the opportunity to escape? It seemed plausible. A woman trapped in a house filled with killers for 15 years would instinctively distrust everyone, likely fleeing at the first chance. However, Zhu Ning only promised to rescue Huang Yaro from the house. Now that she has emerged, Zhu Ning deems her commitment fulfilled. Where Huang Yara goes from here is no longer Zhu Ning's concern. A sudden sound interrupts her thoughts. Quick as a flash, Zhu Ning turns around, her weapon already cocked. She could eliminate the threat in an instant, but she refrains. The newcomer is clad in a pristine white cleaner's uniform, adorned with a whimsical cat face. Zhu Ning? She asks uncertainly. Recognizing her, Zhu Ning swiftly assesses the situation. Lu Nian? The newly arrived Lu Nian appears visibly startled by Zhu Ning in that moment. Zhu Ning's demeanor was devoid of emotion, driven entirely by instinct, resembling a killing machine far more than any demon hunter Lu Nian had encountered. Lu Nian, having received Zhu Ning's message, had begun plotting her escape from home, managing to shake off her bodyguards after an hour of effort. However, she could not elude Pei Shu, who awaited her downstairs. Upon her arrival, the entire community had been evacuated under the pretense of a gas leak, leaving the area desolate. Just as she descended the stairs, gunfire erupted. Pausing for 2 seconds at the stairwell, Lu Nian chose to confront her fears and ascend. Breathless, she rushed upstairs, barely catching a glimpse before Zhu Ning aimed her firearm directly at her forehead. Clad in black like last time, Zhu Ning was entirely shrouded, her identity immediately recognizable to Lu Nian. What on earth is happening? The corridor lay strewn with 4 corpses, one of whom had attempted to flee but had failed. Their body grotesquely hung over the stair railing. Had Zhu Ning single-handedly purified a sea-level contaminated area and eliminated 4 assassins? Lu Nian knew Zhu Ning was formidable, yet this was beyond her comprehension. Zhu Ning lowered her weapon, holstering it. Lu Nian hesitated, but upon confirming that Zhu Ning had not lost her sanity, she relaxed her tense posture, gazing at the large hole in the corridor. Lu Nian noticed an abundance of snail shells scattered about. What kind of contaminated area was this? A snail nest, her imagination faltered. And why had the building collapsed? The steel reinforcements appeared violently contorted, as though an invisible hand had crushed the structure like a soda can. Did eliminating the source of contamination necessitate demolishing the building? Surely. Only an extraordinary being could achieve such destruction. Yet was Zhu Ning not inclined towards psychic abilities? It was puzzling. Typically, one could deduce what had transpired from the clues left behind, yet this situation was utterly inscrutable. So many spores. What happened here, and how are there still bodies? Lu Nian inquired. Zhu Ning's voice remained eerily calm as she avoided the question and asked, "What about downstairs?" Lu Nian replied, "When I arrived, the entire community was evacuated due to a gas leak. The property management said it would take another 2 hours to fix." Now it made sense. No wonder no one was present. While Zhu Ning was engaged within the contaminated area, they had already begun evacuating the populace outside. The building was now deserted. Prometheus had left a contingency plan. The operational logic of Prometheus was to protect civilians, ensuring that the internal area would not cause an outbreak. Zhu Ning momentarily pondered whether to label this cunning artificial intelligence as deviously wise, but then realized it was merely its function. Artificial intelligence is designed to anticipate all possible scenarios before events unfold, preparing for every eventuality. Under its surveillance, humans truly became mere tools. Zhu Ning's every move was monitored by Prometheus, which was ever ready to provide support. But why help her? Zhu Ning branded this superintelligent entity as treacherous. 2 hours should suffice, Zhu Ning stated. Prepare to contain the contaminated spores. Lu Nian, growing accustomed to the situation, expertly retrieved a complete set of containment tools from her cleaning backpack. Ever since the incident at the hot pot restaurant, Lu Nian had awaited this moment, having procured the cleaner's equipment through connections. Having witnessed much since leaving the restaurant, she was no longer fazed by the sight of typical corpses. Meanwhile, Zhu Ning had already entered a work mode. As a professional, she was swift in such a vast contaminated area. Lu Nian could not manage alone. Zhu Ning's assistance was essential. Behind her helmet, Zhu Ning wore an expression of despondency. After all she had experienced, she still had to work. Was there no justice in this world? Resigned, Zhu Ning picked up her tools and began to contain the contaminated spores. System notification. Purification value 1. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ning was nearly moved to tears. Everything may betray you, but purification values never would. As long as one worked diligently, it would yield rewards. Truly her reliable system. While gathering spores, Lu Nian's gaze wandered, drawn to the conspicuous bodies sprawled on the stairs. "What shall we do with the bodies?" she asked. Zhu Ning, while continuing her containment, queried, "How did you arrive?" Lu Nian replied, "By car." Zhu Ning pressed, "Can you fit 5 bodies in it?" Lu Nian, taken aback, responded, Did I hear you correctly? You want to use my luxury car for the bodies?" After an hour of containment, they confirmed no spores had spilled over, and all decayed flesh and tainted bricks had been removed. "What about the house?" Lu Nian asked. Zhu Ning mused, "I suspect they'll attribute it to an accident caused by a gas leak." Zhu Ning had even formulated an excuse for Prometheus. "And the bodies?" Lu Nian nodded, asking, "Are we really supposed to take them with us?" Zhu Ning replied, "I'll contact a professional." Zhu Ning reached out to Song Zizhang, who, being part of a specialized containment team, should be capable of handling the bodies. Song Zizhang, resembling a customer service representative awaiting a task online, quickly grasped the situation after Zhu Ning's brief explanation and swiftly proposed a solution. "If convenient, bring the bodies here. If you want me to handle them, the fee is 100,000 per body. I've already dispatched a team for subsequent cleanup on the other end of the line." Song Zizhang advised, "I suggest you vacate that area as soon as possible." Lu Nian, curious, thought that Zhu Ning's first official task for her was bizarre. Did Zhu Ning indeed have ties to a mysterious organization? When speaking to Song Zizhang, Zhu Ning maintained a frosty demeanor, uttering only 2 sentences. "I understand. And can I bring someone else with me?" Lu Nian could not hear the response, and Zhu Ning hung up. "Come help," Zhu Ning called to Lu Nian. Lu Nian felt an instinctive trust in Zhu Ning, likely due to the latter having saved her life before. "Can't they assist us?" Lu Nian inquired. They can, but it comes at a price, Zhu Ning replied. Lu Nian, taken aback, responded, do I look like I'm short on money? For the first time, Lu Nian distinctly felt like a cheap laborer. But Zhu Ning was her superior, and she would comply with whatever the boss said. Moreover, collecting bodies was a novel experience for Lu Nian. Together, they awkwardly transported the corpses, forming an unexpected bond over their shared task. Lu Nian drove what she considered a modest luxury car. Zhu Ning could not identify the make, but it certainly resembled an elongated Lincoln in her world. Now accommodating 5 bodies, the 2 women transported the slain assassins on the elevated expressway. With Prometheus controlling the cameras to ensure they would not be detected, observing through the rearview mirror, Lu Nian sensed a vehicle trailing closely behind. Don't mind them. It's just my family, she said. Unable to shake them off, Lu Nian thought that another incident would result in her being confined for the rest of her life. Zhu Ning, ever vigilant, kept her helmet on even in the car. During their 2 encounters, both women had worn helmets, never truly seeing each other's faces. Bored during the drive, Lu Nian stealthily scrutinized Zhu Ning through the rearview mirror. Aren't you going to take off your helmet? Lu Nian asked, sensing that Zhu Ning might be injured. She wondered why a normal person wouldn't remove their helmet to tend to their wounds. Zhu Ning replied, I think it's better if we don't meet face to face. Keeping the helmet on simplified their relationship. In essence, Zhu Ning regretted revealing her true name during their first meeting. Had she anticipated the ensuing trouble, she would have used a pseudonym. Glancing at the rearview mirror, Zhu Ning appeared to contemplate whether Lu Nian could be trusted. Lu Nian, quick to perceive Zhu Ning's thoughts, hurriedly reassured her. I haven't looked you up. Lu Nian assumed Zhu Ning feared she might prove untrustworthy, leading to a fatal conclusion. Speaking rapidly, she expressed concern that if she spoke too slowly, the conversation would end. Moreover, obtaining an internal list from the cleaning center was no simple feat. She could not achieve it alone. As a frivolous heiress, Lu Nian found it exceedingly difficult to uncover information about an employee from the cleaning center. All she knew was Zhu Ning's name, that she was from the cleaning center, and donned the cleaner's uniform. Whether she was genuinely a cleaner or a demon hunter disguised to conceal her identity remained beyond Lu Nian's discernment. Zhu Ning acknowledged with a sound, prompting Lu Nian to breathe a sigh of relief. Aren't you curious about my identity? Lu Nian asked, realizing Zhu Ning had never inquired about her family background. Zhu Ning replied, it's unnecessary. To Zhu Ning, as long as Lu Nian was useful, her family ties were inconsequential. The more one knows, the more entangled one becomes. Forming deeper connections with Lu Nian's family could invite new troubles. Lu Nian felt a sense of relief. At times, she worried Zhu Ning would alter her attitude upon learning her identity. Whether through distancing or increased intimacy, it would evoke discomfort in Lu Nian. Zhu Ning's current response was just right. Why are you doing this? Zhu Ning inquired. Lu Nian, uncertain even to herself, replied, because you'll pay me. Zhu Ning remarked, what a refreshingly simple desire. Lu Nian, from a young age, I have harbored a keen interest in pollutants, yet my family has seldom allowed me to engage with them. As a scion of a wealthy family, it is implausible for her to truly become a demon hunter. However, her family tolerates her minor hobbies. Accompanying Zhu Ning on adventures aligns perfectly with Lu Nian's interests. Zhu Ning fell silent, genuinely perplexed by the rich second-generation-esque quest for thrills. Nevertheless, it seemed Lu Nian was adept at navigating the situation, and her companion was highly cooperative, suggesting the potential for a long-term collaboration. Exhausted, she refrained from contemplating the future any further. The dazzling lights of the elevated highway reflected in the car window as Zhu Ning leaned against it. Lost in thought, from this vantage point, one could overlook parts of District 103. The Roman city community had already been left behind, and the inhabitants of this city remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. Zhu Ning had previously inquired with Fang Ying about whether her job entailed being part of a recovery team, and for the first time, she truly felt as if she were part of such a team. The address Zhu Ning provided was for the Noble Queen establishment, which was conveniently located near the Roman city community, presenting an even closer alternative. Yet, Zhu Ning preferred to interact with familiar faces, believing that the fewer individuals who were aware of her activities, the safer she would be. When Lu Nian parked her vehicle in front of the Noble Queen, she fell silent, the pink sign still flickering before her. Clearly taken aback, it took her a moment to utter, Do you frequent places like this? Zhu Ning replied, allow me to explain. Song Zhizhong had already received Zhu Ning's message and was waiting at the entrance. After Lu Nian rolled down the window, she spotted a man leaning against the railing, clad in a purple turtleneck. He waved at Zhu Ning, exclaiming, Darling, you've arrived. Zhu Ning, still unaccustomed to his joking demeanor, awkwardly raised her hand in greeting, stiffly replying, I'm here. Lu Nian cast a glance at her. Zhu Ning acknowledged, all right, I cannot articulate this. Although the Noble Queen establishment may appear somewhat disreputable, the location was meticulously chosen. It was relatively secluded, with only a few scattered shops lining the street. Due to the limited foot traffic and its remote location, it was an ideal venue for conducting certain gray operations. Song Zhizhong, a professional recovery personnel, summoned his colleagues to handle the body in the back of the car. Lu Nian could not linger for too long. She had brought Zhu Ning to the Noble Queen and watched with curiosity as Song Zhizhong directed the others in moving the body. Hey, Song Zhizhong greeted Lu Nian as he leaned against the car window. Hi, Lu Nian responded. With a smile, Song Zhizhong asked, are you a friend? Lu Nian hesitated, unsure how to respond. Finally saying, I suppose, Song Zhizhong inquired, would you like to visit the establishment sometime? Those who work in this field can easily discern genuine wealthy women, noting the luxury of Lu Nian's vehicle. He recognized she was not merely affluent, but extraordinarily wealthy. Lu Nian was momentarily stunned. Truth be told, she had never set foot in such establishments, as she had no need to. She could simply hire a handsome star if she wished. Don't you bother me. I am not your client. Zhu Ning interjected suddenly. Song Zhizhong appeared slightly disappointed and remarked to Lu Nian, this place is confidential, you know, among all the words exchanged. This was the only one delivered with sincerity, devoid of any jest. Lu Nian nodded in a daze. Zhu Ning trusted her enough to bring her to the Noble Queen, and it would be inappropriate for her to speak indiscriminately about it. Glancing at the time, Lu Nian realized she had been out too long and needed to return before her family notice. I must head home now. I will contact you later, she stated. Zhu Ning looked particularly weary, merely nodding as she watched Lu Nian drive away from the Noble Queen. Pei Shu was waiting at the street corner for his young mistress. He opened the passenger door and got into Lu Nian's car. His orders were to provide close protection for Lu Nian, and he had already overstepped his time limit. Once inside, Lu Nian drove off, soon leaving the Noble Queen behind. They entered the elevated highway. With a 40-minute journey back to the Lu family's residence ahead, I mentioned before who rescued you last time. It turns out there are indeed skilled individuals around, Pei Shu commented. This location was too close to the hotpot restaurant where Lu Nian had previously encountered danger. Easily evoking memories of the incident at the Haozai hotpot establishment, Lu Nian chose not to elaborate. She felt no obligation to explain anything to her bodyguard. Pei Shu paused before suggesting, however, I advise you to steer clear of that establishment. Do you know? Lu Nian queried, curious as to how Pei Shu was aware of a duck establishment. Pei Shu responded, the owner of that place is not a good person. Whatever you intend to do, the Lu family will not intervene. Do not involve yourself in their affairs. Before becoming a bodyguard for the Lu family, Pei Shu had been a demon hunter at the cleanup center. Since Lu Nian had insisted on becoming a demon hunter in her childhood, her family had hired a demon hunter as a tutor at a high salary. Pei Shu acted more as her mentor than merely a bodyguard. And judging by his tone, he seemed familiar with Song Zhizhong. It appeared that the owner of the shop they had just visited had quite the reputation, albeit not a favorable one. Did Zhu Ning know this? Zhu Ning entered Song Zhizhong's office. She need not concern herself with the debts. He would handle them. Exercising utmost caution, Zhu Ning removed her helmet only after entering the office, revealing her bloodied lower face, resembling a female warrior emerging from battle. Upon seeing her unmasked, Song Zhizhong frowned, tossing her a towel as if he were her mother, saying, Go wash your face. You're covered in blood. Disdainfully, Zhu Ning accepted the towel, regarding it as filthy. Observing her thoughts, Song Zhizhong retorted, It's clean. There's no disease. Our establishment's ducks are all single-use. Wealthy women do not favor second-hand goods. Zhu Ning replied, There's no need for such detailed explanations. And how can ducks be single-use? She exclaimed in disbelief before heading to the washroom to clean her face, after spending a night in that eerie place. She had only been able to wash her helmet. Now, She relished the opportunity to cleanse her actual face. Still experiencing a nosebleed, Zhu Ning washed her face several times without success. Eventually, she stuffed 2 cotton balls into her nostrils. Song Zhizhong leaned against the door, observing her until she emerged, frowning as he handed her a bottle of mental healing agent, suggesting she lie down on the sofa, regardless of whether one was in a post-apocalyptic world or a zombie-infested realm. The remedy for a nosebleed remained consistent. With cotton wedged in her nose and a bottle of healing agent in hand, Zhu Ning reclined on the sofa, resembling a lifeless body. Meanwhile, Song Zhizhong catalogued her pollution spores. Despite having only met twice, Zhu Ning felt increasingly at home, perhaps because he exuded an aura of minimal threat. "Would you genuinely allow me to bring outsiders here?" Zhu Ning inquired softly. "Darling, this is a business. Everyone in this industry knows precisely what this establishment is about. It's not a tightly sealed institution. Anyone involved with pollutants is aware of the noble queen's side business, in addition to demon hunters and cleaners. Many civilians also participate in purifying contaminated areas. They collect pollution spores and bring them to Song Zhizhong for monetary exchange, who has always welcomed customers with open arms. Where do they go?" Zhu Ning asked, referring to the bodies. Without turning his head, Song Zhizhong replied, "They're sent for autopsy." It was indeed a professional team, complete with an autopsy stage. Zhu Ning queried, "Can their identities be traced?" As he tapped away at a small computer, Song Zhizhong replied, "It's quite dubious. Our line of work is notoriously difficult to investigate. I advise you not to harbor excessive hope." Zhu Ning nodded. Having not expected much to begin with, before asking, "Are you familiar with Yongsheng Pharmaceuticals?" The sound of Song Zhizhong's typing abruptly ceased, and he paused. Zhu Ning tilted her head, noticing that he had lowered it. Shrouding his expression from view, after a moment, he casually stated, "It's hard to say." "Hard to say," Zhu Ning echoed. During their initial meeting, when Song Zhizhong had asked her what she was doing at the hotpot restaurant, she had responded with the same phrase. Why was he employing her own words against her? It was evident that he wished to avoid the topic, so Zhu Ning refrained from pressing further. "Take your time with your calculations. I'll rest here for a bit," she declared, curling her body up and finally allowing herself to unwind. Feeling drowsy, she exhibited symptoms akin to those experienced by Li Nianchuan. The more relaxed she became, the more pronounced the side effects of her mental deterioration manifested. Although Zhu Ning's mental level had returned to 100 on her system panel, the lingering side effects seemed to persist. It was akin to a computer experiencing overload, nearly burning out its CPU. Now, her entire system felt overheated. Her mind was in disarray, desperately yearning for rest, her eyelids heavy with fatigue. "Do not sleep here. If you must, return to your own place," Song Zhizhong advised. Zhu Ning had already closed her eyes, murmuring, "I'll just sleep for a night. This is a duck establishment. Could you at least show me a modicum of respect?" Song Zhizhong retorted, "What kind of situation was it for a woman to sleep in a duck establishment?" Zhu Ning buried her head in the inner side of the sofa, replying, "Am I not your darling?" Song Zhizhong realized he was now paying the price for his earlier jest. After Zhu Ning spoke, she fell silent. Had she truly drifted off? Was she that trusting? Ceasing his calculations, Song Zhizhong rose and approached Zhu Ning. As a man, he found it curious that Zhu Ning harbored no fear of him. Perhaps her mental state had deteriorated to such an extent that she exhibited no defenses, appearing more like an ordinary person. The shadow of Song Zhizhong loomed over her, pressing down heavily. His features were slightly androgynous, and when he smiled, he radiated warmth. However, in moments of neutrality, he bore a somewhat detached demeanor. Yet, he typically maintained a cheerful disposition. And few had witnessed such a cold expression at the noble queen. As he extended his hand, almost brushing against Zhu Ning's face, she exhibited no response. Song Zhizhong mused that she would inevitably fall prey to someone's schemes. Gently, he covered her with a blanket and turned off the light. "Good night, darling," he whispered softly. On the night of their meeting, the Roma City community was evacuated for 2 hours due to a gas leak. After this period, the property management posted a notice indicating that a household on the 13th floor of Building 22 had been sealed off following an explosion caused by the gas leak. That evening, the Security Bureau dispatched personnel to the Roma City community. Having received prior notification, they conducted a procedural check and, upon confirming that no civilians were injured, the officers withdrew. Later that night, a professional maintenance and cleanup crew arrived to urgently repair the hallways. Erasing all signs of bullet marks and damage from the altercation, including bloodstains on the rooftop of the adjacent building, within merely an hour, Roma City appeared indistinguishable from any ordinary community. Residents, grumbling, returned to their homes for sleep. And tranquility was restored to Roma City. Outside its confines, a woman was fleeing. She swiftly discarded her monster hunter-s uniform, finding it too cumbersome to run in. Huang Yaru had been trapped in her house for 15 years. With the rapid advancement of technology, she was only now beginning to comprehend the world outside. The skyline was adorned with high-speed aerial structures resembling a luminous ribbon, surrounded by a dense cluster of tall buildings. Amidst the neon-lit streets, Huang Yaru, clad in pajamas, felt like an outlier. She could not locate her parents, relatives, or friends. Did they believe she was dead? Were they still alive after all these years? She was acutely aware that she had become embroiled in trouble. Evalife Pharmaceuticals would undoubtedly be searching for her, and if she sought refuge with a security bureau, imprisonment would be her fate. All she could do was run. Once Huang Yaru removed her monster hunter uniform, she felt her speed increase, though she could not tell if it was merely an illusion. She sensed a newfound strength within her. After 15 years of confinement, she had nurtured the house, which in turn had nurtured her. Leading to peculiar changes in her physical state, she continued to sprint forward, weaving through alleys like a headless fly, disoriented by the unfamiliar urban layout. Trusting her instincts, she sought out less populated areas. Upon turning into a narrow alley, her steps halted suddenly. Emerging from the shadows was a humanoid figure, a robot, its mechanical eye emanating a blood-red glow in the darkness. Huang Yaru stepped back, only to discover another robot behind her. Surrounded on all sides, 3 robotic figures closed in on her like a pack of wolves. Bang! Zhu Ning awoke to a startling noise, finding herself curled up on a sofa, a blanket draped over her. Song Zizhang was absent, leaving the desk empty. The dilapidated door had been broken for quite some time, and outside, she could hear someone pounding on the back door. If only Song could fix it. She mused. Zhu Ning possessed keen hearing, and she could distinctly make out the sounds of patrons departing through the back door of the esteemed Queen's establishment, likely the customers finishing their shifts. Realizing she was in the Queen's establishment, Zhu Ning finally emerged from the rickety house. She felt a sense of relief, free from the fears of slumber, strange furniture, midnight weeping women, and the slugs that had infested her previous surroundings. Instead, she was greeted by a lively group of ducks. Stretching her neck, Zhu Ning noticed she felt somewhat better than the day before, with the pain in her head easing slightly. On the coffee table lay a bag of bread, a glass of milk, and 2 bottles of mental healing agents, truly considerate of Song Zizhang, a testament to his service-oriented nature. After opening a bottle of the healing agent and allowing her mind to clear, she began to ponder slowly. Her secondary brain displayed numerous unread messages while she had breakfast. The first message was from Song Zizhang, confirming that the payment for the contaminated spores had been deposited into her account. After deducting the corpse retrieval fees and the contamination handling charges, a total of $3 million remained. Zhu Ning had initially aimed to earn money for gene serums, with the real rewards issued by the system. Another message detailed a bill. You have spent $15,888 at the esteemed Queen's establishment. The payment has been processed. Zhu Ning scoffed. Who are they trying to fool? No wonder they are so generous with breakfast and healing agents. Staying at the establishment also required payment, yet she begrudgingly accepted it. As was her routine, Zhu Ning transferred wages to Lu Nianian, who had yet to respond, possibly still recovering from a scolding or catching up on sleep. Presently, Zhu Ning's account balance stood at $2,005,312 after settling the $1.5 million bill for the gene serum at the end of the month. She would still retain $500,000, a precarious balance. Zhu Ning's principle for earning was simple: enough to get by suffice. If funds fell short, she would reassess then. She had no intention of continuing her previous endeavors and instead wished to delve into the system rewards. Her metal manipulation talent had improved, allowing her to exert control over a 2-meter radius, a standard reward. The other 2 contaminated items were particularly intriguing. C-grade contaminated items could form a 2x2x2 defensive space. With Zhu Ning as its master, if she understood correctly, This three-dimensional defense would constitute a special space. The house that had pursued her was a spatial anomaly, endlessly expanding. The reward's contamination item being spatial in nature meant that as long as Zhu Ning remained within that space, no invited persons or objects could enter, effectively creating a rudimentary safe house. While the duration was limited to 30 minutes, in a battlefield scenario, that time could be vital, potentially saving her life or that of a companion. Another fascinating item in her possession was a blank card capable of storing any object, limited to one item without restrictions on size, material, or life status. Could she store a house or a bomb? What about a living person? Unfortunately, she lacked a hapless test subject for her experiments. She reviewed her status panel. Name: Zhu Ning. Age: 19. Education: bachelor's in mechanical engineering. Status: 5th class citizen. Talent: danger prediction. Metal manipulation. Mutation direction: unknown. Mutation degree: unknown. Physical strength: enhanced by 20. Mental value: 100. Average is 20. Health points: 33. Average is 70. Luck value: 20. Average is 50. Purification value: 45-54 can be exchanged for increases in other stats. Every 500 purification points raises health by 5. Her contaminated items included a rotting fish head, a pigman's guillotine, a universal key, a three-dimensional defense space, and a blank card. The separate category for contaminated items indicated a change. And the increase in physical strength by 20 was likely due to the gene serum. Luck had risen from 1 to 20, suggesting that her misfortunes might lessen, although she had consumed the rotting fish head. Her current health of 33 was within acceptable limits. Her purification points totaled over 4,000, yet Zhu Ning chose not to exchange them, preferring to wait until she required something. Curiously, both mutation direction and degree remained at 0. She was eager to uncover the secret of becoming an ability user. Initially, she had believed that completing 2 tasks might provide clarity, but now she found herself uncertain of even the gateway to mutation. It appeared that collecting information about ability users would be essential. Moreover, she discovered that each ability user possessed unique attributes. For instance, metal manipulation was classified as a talent rather than an ability in her case, indicating a distinction from others. Reflecting on her experiences, both tasks had been linked to Evolife Pharmaceuticals, with the hotpot restaurant being a victim of a medical incident. The house she had encountered was undoubtedly an experimental subject, and she wondered if the fishman was also connected to Evolife Pharmaceuticals. Zhu Ning recalled that the probability of misjudging a contaminated area was exceedingly low. After her rebirth, she had encountered a fishman in the sewer who had uttered words of doom. Subsequently, she had entered the hotpot restaurant and the house of her pursuer, neither of which contained clues related to the apocalypse. Yet, she felt an undeniable connection among these 3 events. Logically, the correlation between the fishman and Evolife Pharmaceuticals should be equally significant. Having participated in the purification of the fishman, she had left no trace behind. The contaminated spores had been contained and completely eradicated. Revisiting the fishman's data seemed unrealistic now. Regarding Evolife Pharmaceuticals, Zhu Ning possessed limited knowledge. The Optimal Body Project, mentioned in the shareholder recruitment documents, was not a significant secret for Evolife. Song Zizhong clearly knew more but remained tight-lipped. Moreover, someone was intent on killing her. An assassin had already stationed themselves outside the green door, indicating the presence of a professional organization behind these threats. Zhu Ning's identity could not remain concealed for long. Her characteristics might easily reveal her true self, necessitating a strategy. She had training scheduled for the afternoon. The cleaning center's employee training offered a daily attendance wage of $5,000, a sum Zhu Ning was reluctant to forfeit. Taking an abrupt leave could raise suspicions. It was best to act as if nothing had transpired. Zhu Ning was also struggling to pass her combat course, so after consuming the mental healing agent, she prepared to leave after breakfast. As she exited, she spotted Song Zizhong. The entire Queen's establishment was in a state of closure, the vibrant neon lights extinguished, leaving only the soft morning sunlight. The premises appeared unusually clean. Resembling an ordinary CAF, Song Zizhong leaned elegantly against the bar, lost in thought. In that moment, Zhu Ning realized how handsome he was. His looks were undoubtedly advantageous in the service industry, and he could have easily been a star in her time. Uncertain of the aesthetic preferences that seemed to favor a peculiar collection of purple turtleneck autumn garments, Zhu Ning observed, adorned as she was like a vibrant Barbie doll, a manifestation of what could only be described as a blind spot in her taste. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the cross-shaped earrings dangling from his earlobe, a diminutive blue diamond glinting conspicuously in the sunlight. Zhu Ning's pupils dilated in shock as she recalled Fawning on that day. After completing data collection, when Fawning delivered documents to the observation room, she had donned a sea blue earring that had also sparkled momentarily. Zhu Ning inquired, "How did I come to secure this job?" Fawning had remained silent for an extended period, only responding after the flicker of her earring subsided. Was this the tool through which Prometheus communicated with them? Was Fawning truly an associate of Prometheus? Just moments ago, Song Zizhang had been in contact with Prometheus. Noticing Zhu Ning, he turned and greeted her. "Good morning." Zhu Ning, maintaining her composure, replied, "Morning." Song Zizhang poured himself a cup of hot tea, asking, "Did you sleep well?" Zhu Ning yawned. "It was all right." He pushed the cup towards her. "I can't believe you actually managed to sleep here." Zhu Ning, either oblivious or audacious, seemed remarkably unfazed. "If you intended to harm me, I doubt I would last long." Regardless of Song Zizhang's ulterior motives, it appeared he had no malevolent intent toward Zhu Ning thus far. A duck shop owner managing a shelter, who regularly dealt with pollutants, had navigated through years unscathed. Perhaps he was a demon hunter or possessed extraordinary abilities. If he wished to eliminate Zhu Ning, he could vanish without a trace in District 103 by tomorrow, and his continued existence spoke volumes. Song Zizhang paused, his grip on the teacup faltering. Was he being schemed against? Was Zhu Ning testing him? If he had meant to strike at Zhu Ning yesterday, this tenacious individual would undoubtedly have dismantled half his establishment. Song Zizhang chuckled. "Where are you headed next?" "To the cleaning center," Zhu Ning stated, feeling considerably more at ease after consuming half the cup of tea. "I must return for training. I haven tea at past my combat course." By day, she attended combat classes, and by night, she ventured into polluted areas. Only she could manage such a taxing schedule. Song Zizhang exclaimed, "You're really pushing yourself. Shall I escort you?" Zhu Ning set the cup down. "No need. I can't afford it. I'm leaving. The front door is closed. Use the back exit," he instructed. Zhu Ning responded with an "oh," then suddenly added, "By the way, find an opportunity for Prometheus to meet me." Her tone was casual, as if discussing trivial matters. Song Zizhang's expression froze. "What?" Zhu Ning's abruptness caught him off guard, leaving him unable to readjust his demeanor. Amused by his discomposure, Zhu Ning contemplated that within the triad of the cleaning center, Everlasting Pharmaceuticals, and Prometheus, it seemed Prometheus was inexplicably aiding her. Compared to the two colossal organizations, Prometheus appeared more amenable for transactions, consistently providing her with a safety net, albeit she remained unaware of the true nature of their dealings. Was it artificial intelligence or merely pollutants? The name Prometheus was intriguing. The bringer of fire. What exactly was the flame they sought to seize? Zhu Ning mused. Working for someone without clarity is frustrating. "I have my grievances. If we're not meeting, I shall refuse further tasks until they exhibit some sincerity." Attempting to maintain his composure, Song Zizhang endeavored to justify that he lacked the means to contact Prometheus directly. Zhu Ning, however, offered him no opportunity to elaborate, waving her hand dismissively and bestowing upon him a radiant smile. "Goodbye." With a jarring clang, the dilapidated rear door shut behind her as she departed. Silence enveloped the shop for an extended period until Song Zizhang sighed. Addressing the empty space, "It's time you met her." Zhu Ning's perceptiveness left him little room for deception. Upon returning home to change her attire, Zhu Ning headed to the cleaning center. Bracing herself for another day of training, where she would endure further punishment at the hands of the demon hunters, after grappling with the polluted zones yesterday, she now faced the same opponent who had bested her for 3 consecutive days. Such was life. Her current predicament mirrored an all-night spent gaming, followed by an exam the next day. All of this was of her own making. Yet, since undergoing genetic enhancement, Zhu Ning's physical resilience had drastically improved, rendering her less susceptible to fatigue. By afternoon, aside from a slight headache, she felt physically unaffected. As she entered the training base, she spotted Li Nianchuan, his face alight with excitement. "Zhu Ning, I passed. Congratulations," she acknowledged. "Hurry, now that you're qualified. We can undertake missions." Zhu Ning retorted. "Is there no justice? How is it that I've failed to pass for so long? After tackling 2 C-grade polluted areas, I remain stalled in combat training." Su Meng and Li Nianchuan, familiar teammates, appeared somewhat estranged to Zhu Ning after a mere night apart. What did you do yesterday? You look terrible, Li Nianchuan queried, while Su Meng glanced over as well. Zhu Ning yawned. I was gaming all night. I asked this the life of a top student. Gaming all night, yet still showing up for combat training the next day, Li Nianchuan remarked. Su Meng tapped on the panel. Zhu Ning, combat is about to begin. Let us aim for a passing mark this time. Zhu Ning tilted her head, noticing a crowd gathered around the combat course. They weren't there to witness her failure. They sought entertainment. Zhu Ning, undeniably formidable, yet each time she shone, her opponents surpassed her, with the top 10 on the leaderboard challenging her repeatedly. The formidable presence of Huang Xiong had kept her on her toes for days, leaving her exhausted and demoralized. Yet, unlike her previous encounters with him, Zhu Ning felt a peculiar tranquility as they faced each other once more. The combat instructor called for challengers, and Zhu Ning stepped forward. ILL, take him on. Huang Xiong, a towering figure with muscles that seemed to defy nature, rose, casting an imposing shadow. Standing opposite him, Zhu Ning felt diminutive. Huang Xiong had been her adversary for 3 days, and she had grown accustomed to his presence. Unlike Qiling, where she could employ various tricks, here she was utterly outmatched. After being pummeled consecutively, her initial bravado had morphed into resignation by the 3rd day. However, having eliminated a threat the previous night, she now approached him with an uncharacteristic calmness. Begin, the instructor commanded. Zhu Ning made the first move, igniting cheers from the crowd. For the first time, she was the one initiating the attack. A stark contrast to her previous experiences where she was merely on the defensive. An aura of ferocity enveloped her, a palpable intensity that suggested she had emerged from the battlefield. As her fist connected with Huang Xiong's arm, he instinctively raised his guard, but she followed up swiftly with a sweeping kick. The audience, tense with anticipation, watched as Zhu Ning executed 5 consecutive strikes, all of which were deftly thwarted by Huang Xiong. Although she was no longer the one being dominated, her victory still seemed elusive. With the clock ticking down, only 3 minutes had passed, and Zhu Ning struggled to penetrate Huang Xiong's defenses. You lack understanding of combat. Dr. Fu's words echoed in her mind. Taking a deep breath, she focused solely on the rhythm of her own breathing amidst the fray. You may know the techniques, but you don't grasp the essence of fighting, he had said. Zhu Ning's experiences over the past 3 days had sharpened her understanding. She had learned to recognize her opponent's moves quickly. Yet, in the face of Huang Xiong, it was not merely technique that mattered, but the indomitable spirit within. Zhu Ning had always feared Huang Xiong, instinctively wanting to evade whenever he made a move. When he exerted force, she could only brace herself. As the fight progressed, she found herself absorbing blows to her left cheek, abdomen, and back, nearly toppling out of the ring. With just 2 minutes remaining, most would have succumbed under such relentless assault, yet Zhu Ning remained steadfast. If her recent encounter with a killer had imparted any new insights, it was this. This was not merely a competition. It was a battleground, where falling meant death. The wasteland was a stark reality, akin to a zombie-infested world, devoid of leniency. Zhu Ning could not afford to be complacent. The law of the jungle prevailed everywhere. Huang Xiong transformed her perception from just a colleague at the cleaning center to a manifestation of all her challenges, her unknown origins, her flawed physique. The relentless pursuit of assassins, each represented by Huang Xiong. She could not rely solely on her system's tools. When those were exhausted, she must rely on her innate abilities, capabilities that could genuinely safeguard her life. As the countdown dwindled to 1 minute, she readied herself for the final confrontation. The combat time dwindled to a mere minute, and Zhu Ning felt pain coursing through her entire body. Huang Xiong roared as he swung a fist downwards, narrowly missing Zhu Ning as she deftly sidestepped. The audience gasped in anticipation, urging Huang Xiong on for another strike. Come on, Huang Xiong, shouted JJ Li Nianchuan, his voice filled with indignation. Zhu Ning, don't be timid. Keep pushing, a concerned spectator queried whether Zhu Ning could endure any longer. After taking a punch to her left cheek, Zhu Ning pressed her tongue against it, narrowly avoiding the loss of a tooth. Combat is a sport that demands one confront conflict head-on. Many who begin training must spend months overcoming their instinct to flee. Blood trickled from under Zhu Ning's nose, and her mouth was filled with the metallic taste of iron. She focused on regulating her breathing, observing that Huang Xiong was not as composed as before. There was a hint of agitation in his eyes, a stark contrast to the calm demeanor she had seen just 3 days prior. In those earlier encounters, Huang Xiong had dispatched her in less than 6 minutes. Now, as the fight neared its conclusion, Zhu Ning remained standing. Huang Xiong might have been pondering the remarkable transformation that had occurred within Zhu Ning overnight. Possibly speculating whether she had received guidance from an expert, the disparity in experience between novices and veterans was palpable. Zhu Ning had carefully studied Huang Xiong's matches, discerning his predictable strategies after enduring 3 days of punishment. She had identified Huang Xiong's patterns, unlike him, who was bewildered by her unpredictable style. Any hesitation on his part would create an opening. Seizing the moment, Zhu Ning executed a lateral kick, a maneuver she had successfully employed many times before. Most notably against Zhu Ling, the outcome of that match had been met with skepticism. Many believed Zhu Ning relied solely on clever tactics rather than genuine skill, squandering her 1,200 mental points. Huang Xiong shared this view. As a seasoned fighter, he typically anticipated his opponent's moves. As he saw Zhu Ning's approach, he instinctively braced for an attack below. With a resounding impact, Zhu Ning struck. This was her moment. She feigned an attack before launching a powerful punch to Huang Xiong's face, sending him crashing to the ground in a state of disbelief. Huang Xiong, towering nearly 2 meters, thudded heavily as he fell. Unlike her previous match with Zhu Ling, where the outcome was debated, this time it was unequivocal. Huang Xiong hit the ground first, as Zhu Ning remained upright, standing in the center of the arena. Zhu Ning exhibited no emotion towards her fallen opponent. She was simply there, devoid of joy, disdain, or disgust. Just a tranquil presence. A hush fell over the crowd, silence enveloping the space. Zhu Ning broke the quiet, asking, "Did I pass?" The JJ combat instructor finally registered the moment, affirming, "You passed." Zhu Ning's success was echoed loudly, the announcement resonating for all to hear. Beside her, Lin Yanchuan erupted with excitement, whistling and exclaiming, "Zhu Ning, you did it!" Others joined in applause, their enthusiasm surpassing that of her previous victory in shooting, a field where she was a prodigy but had struggled in combat. Witnessing a novice suddenly excel and defeat an opponent once deemed unbeatable was a spectacle of unparalleled thrill. Zhu Ning stood tall, graciously accepting the accolades and cheers. She was acutely aware of the stir she had caused, drawing significant attention. This was precisely the effect she sought. There was no need for concealment. The weak hide from the unknown, while the strong showcase their abilities. She scanned the crowd, noting the myriad faces of onlookers, some applauding, others casting disdainful glances. It was impossible to discern who among them wished her harm. But she knew her performance would provoke reactions. Her right hand throbbed with pain from delivering a powerful blow to Huang Xiong. His size had taken a toll. Zhu Ning had put considerable effort into managing her expressions. She reached down to help her opponent up, embodying the spirit of an athlete. "You're truly formidable," she said, shaking Huang Xiong's hand. "You are too," he replied. A wave of relief washed over Zhu Ning, dissipating her earlier frustration. This acknowledgement from her rival was significant. Combat was a tremendous release of tension, and she felt fortunate to have faced someone like Huang Xiong. Her years of athleticism had instilled in her the understanding that a worthy opponent is essential for growth. Just as she exited the arena, Lin Yanchuan enveloped her in a hug, exclaiming, "Thank you, Ning Jia." "What are you doing?" Zhu Ning protested, every inch of her sore as she prepared to tend to her injuries. "And I'm younger than you." "Thank you, Ning Mei," Lin Yanchuan corrected, earning an exasperated look from Zhu Ning. As he released her, Su Meng approached with a damp cloth, wiping Zhu Ning's face, as if she were a kitten. "Ouch, that hurts," Zhu Ning protested. "You know it hurts," Su Meng remarked. "It was just a training session, not a match. Are you trying to kill yourself?" Zhu Ning's earlier ferocity had indeed been alarming, as if it were a matter of life and death. Yet, without any prize at stake, it seemed puzzling what they were truly fighting for. With her face swollen, Su Meng urged her to maintain some dignity as a young woman. Zhu Ning retorted, "Even young girls must fight with all their might." Though she yearned to lounge about, basking in the sun without a care, the killers would not spare her based on her age. "I just want to take on missions sooner," she murmured. "You and Lin Yanchuan can't just sit around waiting for handouts. Can you?" The regulations of the JJ cleaning center stipulated that all three must pass to embark on missions. Zhu Ning's shortcomings could hinder the entire team's earnings, recalling Zhu Ning's desire to save money to upload her consciousness to the cloud. Zhu Ning pressed on, "Are you still being stubborn? Do you really think I need your meager contribution?" Despite the reprimand, Zhu Ning felt a long-lost warmth of familial concern. Had Zhu Ning genuinely been looking out for her? In the wasteland world, where survival was fraught with peril, such care was a rare treasure. Zhu Ning stowed the bloodied cloth, offering Zhu Ning a bottle of healing potion before taking a swig herself. "Oh," Zhu Ning replied softly, instantly dropping her defensive demeanor. Even someone as formidable as she could exhibit vulnerability, prompting a surge of sisterly affection from Zhu Ning. "Tone down the athlete act. Cleaners don't need you to exhaust yourself. We're not hunters heading to the front lines." Zhu Ning responded in disbelief. "Is this a masterclass in workplace laziness?" Meanwhile, Li Nianchuan busied himself with his device, and after drinking the healing potion, Zhu Ning felt the pain subside. Curiosity piqued, she asked, "What are you up to?" "I made money," Li Nianchuan exclaimed. "The captain won as well." "We all bet on your victory," Zhu Ning sighed. "I worked so hard, only to make money for others." "Maybe you two should consider becoming my agents." Zhu Meng laughed. "I told you she could win." Li Nianchuan had likely never earned money so effortlessly. He regarded Zhu Ning as if she were a divine being. "You were going to be our golden goose." "Thank you," she replied, "but next time, it may not be so easy to win." Li Nianchuan switched off his device, finally remembering to check on his teammate. "What has happened to you? You've changed overnight." "I've had an epiphany," Zhu Ning replied, unable to disclose that she had been pursued by 5 killers the previous night. Li Nianchuan nodded, pondering the distinct difference that a professional athlete could exhibit. He envisioned Zhu Ning returning home to binge-watch combat videos, dreaming of divine inspiration from the gods of fighting. A knowing look passed between them, and Zhu Ning queried, "What exactly are you imagining now?" Zhu Meng observed them with an amused expression, likening them to children. "We can take on missions now." All members of cleaning team A70265 had passed, enabling them to embark on official tasks from the cleaning center. Aside from the encounter with the fishmen, Zhu Ning had primarily been engaged in side jobs, leaving her unaware of the current state of official missions. "Let us eat. It's on me," Zhu Meng announced. "Yay, team building," Li Nianchuan cheered, and the trio exited the combat arena, laughter and chatter accompanying them, drawing envious glances from onlookers. The emergence of a talented fighter and marksman within the cleaning team was a cause for jealousy. Every hunter coveted Zhu Ning, aware that acquiring such a multifaceted warrior would drastically enhance their team's standing. And the noisy training ground, a man leaned against the wall, contemplating Zhu Ning with an intense gaze. The cleaning center, with its towering structure of over 300 floors, limited most employees to permissions below the 200 marked on the 130th floor, the domain of the operations department head. Xianqing, she sat behind an expansive desk. Though she had surpassed 50 years of age, her silver hair and vibrant spirit belied her years, radiating an energy that few young people could match. Fa Ning stood opposite her, clutching files, awaiting further instructions. Xianqing scrutinized the playback of the training room footage, determined to endure external pressures to slow the cleaning center's workflow for the sake of collective employee training. Rumors circulated within the center, suggesting that Xianqing's intensive training aimed to reassess the employees, documenting their unique characteristics. Under the watchful gaze of numerous high-speed cameras, every employee's performance was laid bare. Some concealed their talents, fearful of being targeted if their hidden skills were discovered, while others thrived on drawing attention to themselves. Zhu Ning stood out remarkably, as a cleaner with 1,200 mental points. She easily matched the training center's records in shooting. In the face of widespread skepticism, the combat course triumphed over Huangxiong. There exists an ancient adage, a tall tree catches the wind, as well as another that states, "The bird that sticks its head out gets shot," yet Zhu Ning appears utterly unconcerned by these sayings. Zhu Ning is actually part of the cleanup department, with her direct superior being Xie Jeju. Surprisingly, however, Xianqing seems to take a greater interest in Zhu Ning. Xianqing justifies this by asserting that talent should pursue the path of demon hunters rather than engage in menial tasks. Fa Ning finds this perspective quite reasonable. After watching Zhu Ning's combat match against Huangxiong, Xianqing, after a moment of silence, assigns her a B-level task, declaring that she wishes to assess her comprehensive abilities. Training and real combat are two distinct concepts. True strength can only be demonstrated in the crucible of battle to B-level. Fa Ning is uncertain, as her last task was a mere D-level. Zhu Ning, a complete novice, has only undertaken one task, which was classified as E-level. Even if there had been an error in determining the contaminated area, it ultimately amounted to a D-level challenge. Now, she is thrust into a B-level task. And Xianqing seems unperturbed by the possibility of this inexperienced newcomer perishing within it. What's wrong? Xianqing inquires. Are you worried for her? Fa Ning suddenly finds herself at a loss for words. The cleanup center is reluctant to relinquish any talent. This consensus holds true across all factions and positions. They instinctively protect talent, for in this era, genuine talent is exceedingly rare. Treating her like a mere ornament will only cultivate mediocrity. Xianqing's mindset leans towards practical experience. They have no leisure to nurture flowers in a greenhouse. With an impassive expression, Xianqing remarks, with such high notoriety and no tangible achievements, she will struggle to make a name for herself in the future. Fame must be matched by capability. True to the nature of a combat department head, Xianqing's insights delve deeper than Fa Ning's. Zhu Ning has embarked on this path and cannot turn back. Regardless of her performance in shooting or combat classes, it ultimately amounts to nothing. Those are mere facades. The emblem of a cleanup center employee is to enter contaminated areas and tackle missions. What she truly requires now is to enter a contaminated zone that aligns with her capabilities, thereby affirming her worth and solidifying her position within the cleanup center. Xianqing, this seems to be a consideration for Zhu Ning's future. With little left to discuss, Fa Ning complies with instructions and exits the office. After Fa Ning departs, Xianqing halts the surveillance footage, ceasing to monitor the training process of the employees. She is far too occupied to devote much time to such trivial matters. She has just received news that Experiment 777 has been purified. The characteristics of Experiment 777 are exceedingly peculiar. The ability of demon hunters to purify it bears little relation to their inherent strength. This experiment tests one's ingenuity. Surviving the ordeal signifies a sharp intellect. Experiment 777 has existed for many years without being purified. It now appears that Prometheus has identified a suitable candidate for the task. For the sake of protective protocols, the identities of those undertaking the burial tasks remain confidential. As senior management, they lack the means to ascertain who has entered Experiment 777. The underlying logic established by Prometheus is to safeguard the privacy of the task agents, leaving them without the authority to investigate. At times, Prometheus even disseminates misleading information to deter speculation regarding the individuals executing certain tasks. Yet, she has begun to form a vague hypothesis. And the surveillance footage. Li Nianchuan is seen escorting Zhu Ning out, while the cleanup team deliberates on their group meal. Zhu Ning seems to sense being watched, and suddenly glances back at the surveillance camera, which freezes at that moment. With a decisive click, Xianqing shuts off the video. Upon returning home that day, Zhu Ning feels as though she has depleted all her energy akin to a robot. After engaging in a combat match, she experiences a profound sense of exhilaration, even finding her head less burdened. The combat match truly serves as a stress reliever. She is beginning to develop a fondness for this sport. As her physical exertion reaches a peak, the aftereffects of her overexertion begin to wane. Zhu Ning consumes a bottle of mental recovery agent followed by a nutritional supplement, then promptly collapses into slumber. She casts aside all thoughts of pursuit. Her primary concern is sleep. As long as she remains alive, she must ensure ample rest. The workload over the past few days has been rather overwhelming. In the span of a mere week, Zhu Ning feels as though she has lived a lifetime. Zhu Ning sleeps soundly until 6 in the afternoon the next day. Upon awakening, she consumes 3 tubes of nutritional supplements and 2 tubes of mental recovery agents. Then resumes her slumber. This time, she sleeps until 11 the following morning. Collectively, she has slumbered for over 40 hours, finally regaining her composure. Sleep, without a doubt, is the most cost-effective means of recuperation in this world. Were it not for other obligations, she could easily sleep for another day. After resting, her head aches less, and she feels significantly more at ease. However, there remains a lingering sense that something is amiss. The system panel displays her mental energy at a full 100. If her mental energy is intact, perhaps her mind is the issue. It would be challenging to discern this without visiting the hospital or the medical department of the cleanup center. She considers the suggestion made by Song Zizhang to visit the medical department for a brain examination during her next mission. Zhu Ning has successfully passed all her training and is now in a state of readiness. Awaiting Fong Ying to assign her a new task, after regaining her senses, Zhu Ning realizes that she is under considerable pressure. There is much to accomplish. On her bedside table lies a black wristband. Emanating a cold, metallic sheen, she has brought out a piece of equipment from the cozy quarters, a Demon Hunter's employee wristband. After purifying the contaminated area, the snail creature transformed into putrid flesh. And while cleaning up, Zhu Ning discovered this wristband amidst a pile of bloodied remnants. The operation of the Demon Hunter employee wristband is akin to that of the cleanup agents. Inscribed on the inner side of the wristband is the name of the Demon Hunter. Team Cheetah? Zhu Ning has never heard of this team. Team Cheetah, Cheng Mafei. Due to collective training of the employees, demon hunters and cleanup agents have mingled, and she has encountered all the familiar faces. Yet this particular team has never been mentioned. So, his name was Cheng Mafei. Zhu Ning recalls vividly the sight of the snail creature lying beneath the television, burdened by a snail shell on its back. At that moment, it had completely lost its sanity, unable to speak or think. In a sense, it had become a mere shell of a person. Cheng Mafei, after all, is considered a senior to her. Zhu Ning does not possess greater prowess than Cheng Mafei, and may even be weaker. Were it not for her talent in metal manipulation, she would likely have perished in that environment. Her metal control grants her absolute power within a meter's reach. With a surge of energy, she crushed the creature, preventing any opportunity for it to resist. However, Zhu Ning has yet to unravel the mystery of Cheng Mafei's demise within the dwelling. Her access was facilitated by a key. But did Cheng Mafei bind himself directly as the owner of the residence? The circumstances were far too urgent for Zhu Ning to inquire with Huang Yaru about Cheng Mafei at that time. And to this day, she remains unaware of the details concerning his death. Zhu Ning's curiosity regarding the wristband is somewhat difficult to articulate. It resembles the experience of playing the same video game as another player. After completing the game, one wishes to observe the strategies of others to glean experiences for future endeavors. Zhu Ning accesses the Cleanup Center Forum, which boasts a diverse range of features, including the entire organizational structure of the center and employee relationship charts. She navigates to the combat department where the demon hunters reside and searches for Team Cheetah, and search results found. A chilling line of text appears. Has Team Cheetah been disbanded, or has the entire team been erased from existence? Within the forum, there exists a section dedicated to memorializing deceased employees, akin to a cyber graveyard. Zhu Ning searches for Cheng Mafei in the section. This time, there are results. A formal document pops up, revealing that Cheng Mafei was quite young, likely in his early 20s. He is depicted in a blue suit, flashing a bright and sunny smile at the camera, a stark contrast to the snail creature she had seen. The document indicates that he perished during a mission and never returned. Through the life monitoring function of the employee wristband, the cleanup center determined that he had indeed died, even holding a funeral in his absence. Cheng Mafei's file exhibits peculiarities. The specifics of the mission are redacted, which is not unusual given the confidentiality surrounding certain tasks. Many individuals who pass away do not have their missions disclosed. What is strange, however, is that Cheng Mafei received a third-class merit citation, an exceedingly rare occurrence. Only 3 individuals in the entire forum have been awarded merit citations posthumously. If he had merely died in a sea-level contaminated area, it would be implausible for him to receive such recognition. What transpired before Cheng Mafei's demise? The function of the cleanup center employee wristband is akin to that of a black box. It can provide the last known location before an incident and possesses recording capabilities. IT should contain some data that may reveal what Cheng Mafei experienced in his final moments. Zhu Ning fiddles with the wristband, not truly expecting to unlock it. The wristbands are equipped with iris and fingerprint recognition systems. Generally, aside from the owner, even superiors lack access unless the device is sent to the technical department for decryption. Zhu Ning wonders if a master key could be of use. Could this be a door? However, as soon as her fingers touch the wristband's faceplate, it suddenly illuminates with a pale blue glow. It is unlocked. That was unexpectedly simple. Immediately, a mechanical female voice announces, Demon Hunter Cheng Mafei's employee wristband is now activated. No valid iris detected. Would you like to select visitor mode? The wristband has a visitor mode? This must have been a feature set up for the convenience of future users. Zhu Ning opts for yes, and upon doing so, A video folder appears on the wristband screen, displaying a date from 9 years ago. 9 years. Cheng Mafei has been dead for 9 years. Zhu Ning clicks on the video. The footage is shaky, presumably taken in darkness, with the camera operating in night vision, casting a green hue over the entire scene. Zhu Ning stares for a while, unable to recognize the location, and after about a minute, the camera is adjusted, revealing a new angle of the recording. Zhu Ning discerned the surroundings. This room was undoubtedly a storage space, cluttered with various items covered by cloths. Directly facing the camera was a dilapidated box, upon which Cheng Mafei Saturday before his transformation into a snail man. He had a well-proportioned appearance, with a square face and prominent features, coupled with a tall stature that could be deemed handsome. However, he seemed injured, his lips pale and his abdomen swathed in thick bandages. Zhu Ning sensed something was amiss. She had anticipated viewing footage of a house where a person was being hunted. But it appeared that Cheng Mafei had recorded this while fleeing for his life. Having previously entered a cozy abode, Zhu Ning knew that a snail man could not sustain such injuries. The potent healing agents had been in development for many years. Cheng Mafei's severe abdominal wounds indicated either a failure of the healing agent or that he was at his wit's end. Lacking even a single dose, another possibility loomed. Perhaps his injuries were beyond remedy. After a moment of suffocating tension, Cheng Mafei settled himself, maintaining a rigid posture before the camera, akin to a soldier. "Hello," he uttered, his voice somewhat hoarse. "I do not know who you are, but I hope you are from the clean center. I have disabled the confidentiality protocol on the employee wristband. Anyone who finds it may log in using visitor mode to access certain information." Zhu Ning furrowed her brow. Realizing this was not what she had anticipated, she had expected to witness Cheng Mafei's desperate attempts to escape his pursuers, yet it seemed she was now conversing with a specter. A shiver ran through her. She felt the weight of the information conveyed. "I am being hunted. IT is certain I will not survive until tonight. Before I perish, I will enter experiment subject 777 to preserve the data." Data? What data? So, the experiment was designated as subject 777. Were the demon hunters not meant to purify the house? Was he utilizing its properties to evade his pursuers, who could possibly be hunting him? A tempest of emotions surged within Zhu Ning, the magnitude of this revelation overwhelming her. She did not pause the video. It continued to play. Cheng Mafei cleared his throat, his expression turning grave. "I am Cheng Mafei, a member of the Cheetah team, employee ID L7563, engaged in an investigation of Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals. This is a confidential mission, known only to my superior and myself, which implies I must be presumed missing or declared dead by my fellow team members." Amidst the static, footsteps echoed outside, accompanied by muffled sounds of struggle. Even through the screen, Zhu Ning could feel the tension. Someone was closing eye and it was as though she were reading a novel with foreknowledge of its conclusion. While Cheng Mafei remained blissfully unaware of his imminent demise. "They are coming," he said, glancing toward the door. Aware that his time was short, Cheng Mafei leaned closer to the camera, delivering his final words. "I declare this mission a failure. The investigation materials concerning Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals have been sent to my superior. The remaining half of the data is stored within this employee wristband, which will last for another 21 years. Please, whoever finds this wristband, manage the information as you see fit. It belongs to you. Good luck." A cacophony of sounds followed, and Cheng Mafei vanished from the camera's view. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted. As someone familiar with firearms, Zhu Ning could discern the sound of bullets striking flesh, while others missed their target, likely embedding themselves in metal. She heard the thud of bodies falling. Someone was injured. Then, the screen went dark, the video concluding. As the playback ended, the secondary display fell into darkness, reflecting Zhu Ning's pale face. Cheng Mafei's visage overlapped with hers, and even with her eyes closed, she could envision his transformation into a snail man. A once handsome face had become swollen and grotesque, resembling a waterlogged specter. Upon seeing Zhu Ning, he was rendered voiceless, instinctively writhing toward her. Was this the fate that awaited those who investigated Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals? The video lasted a mere 3 minutes, yet it conveyed an immense amount of information. Zhu Ning had previously regarded Cheng Mafei as a senior, but now realized he was a true predecessor. Having pursued the same investigation before her, it was plausible that he was the last individual chosen by Prometheus. Mission failure. Those words echoed in her mind. Previously, Zhu Ning had encountered a deceased demon hunter in the house, naturally concluding he had perished due to the house's draining power. Yet now, the situation appeared far more complex. The information conveyed through the video surpassed human comprehension. Zhu Ning felt as if she had witnessed the final moments of Cheng Mafei's life. In a dark alley, Cheng Mafei evaded the pursuit of hounds. He temporarily found refuge in an abandoned warehouse, where he recorded the video. He was injured, and under those circumstances, the wound was beyond healing. He had foreseen his demise. Cheng Mafei was secretly executing a clandestine mission to investigate eternal life pharmaceuticals. He had undoubtedly acquired significant data. In a moment of desperation, he had thought of the properties of experiment subject 777. Realizing that by becoming the master of the house, he could enter, Zhu Ning was uncertain how he had gained entry. Perhaps he possessed the key to the green door or understood how to inherit the house. Learning more of its characteristics, it seemed likely he had succeeded. Cheng Mafei had not perished at the hands of the house. Rather, he had sought a secure place to meet his end, awaiting death within its confines. Such a demise was devoid of dignity, marked by humiliation until the very last moment. Had Zhu Ning not entered, his records would have remained eternally lost within the house. Zhu Ning recalled the visage of the snail man. He had been entirely reduced to a mere pollutant, devoid of any human rationality. Yet, with his last vestige of sanity, he left behind the information for the next generation. For a moment, she struggled to process this realization. Remaining rigid for an extended time before beginning to re-evaluate. 2 critical questions arose. First, demon hunters possessed exceptional physical capabilities, having all undergone genetic enhancements and varying degrees of modification, given the advanced medical facilities at the Clean Center. What individual could have caused Cheng Mafei to feel certain of his impending death, compelling him to enter experiment subject 777? The most plausible scenario was that he had encountered an ability user whose power rendered injuries incurable. Although hypothetical, if such a person existed, how would Zhu Ning safeguard herself in the future? Second, it was conceivable that Cheng Mafei had crossed paths with Huang Yaru before his demise, as it stood to reason that she had still been within the house at the time of his passing. Had they exchanged words? What had transpired between them? Huang Yaru could provide the answers, yet Zhu Ning had lost all contact with her. The data stored within the employee wristband was something Cheng Mafei had chosen to safeguard at the cost of his life. Now deemed to belong to her, the employee wristband had powered down. Zhu Ning was but a step away from this vital information. She opened the folder. Please enter password. The 5 cold words displayed on the screen made perfect sense. If she were in Cheng Mafei's position, having fought tooth and nail to acquire information related to eternal life pharmaceuticals, she would likely activate visitor mode to ensure the next person could find it, highlighting the wristband's significance to prevent indiscriminate disposal. However, she would not lay bare the confidential documents for others to peruse. After all, it is difficult to ascertain the affiliations of those who might stumble upon the wristband. The password. What could it be to unlock the folder? Cheng Mafei's superior might know, and perhaps his family or teammates were aware as well. The forum did not display Cheng Mafei's familial ties, but she presumed there were still acquaintances of his within the Clean Center. The cheetah team had disbanded. Zhu Ning would need to invest time slowly investigating within the Clean Center. This situation was far more complicated than she had initially surmised. Revealing the true intent behind Prometheus's guiding hand, Prometheus seemed to be leading her from her first discovery of eternal life pharmaceuticals at the hotpot restaurant, where she incidentally saved Lu Nian, creating a debt of gratitude with a wealthy heiress, to her second encounter in the house of a pursuer, where she unearthed the employee wristband containing crucial data. What exactly did Prometheus expect of her? The troubling fact was that, as a novice employee, her capabilities were limited. Zhu Ning felt as though she were a child clutching a bomb, uncertain of where to cast it, as a newcomer of merely a month. She found herself inexplicably ensnared in a convoluted web of troubles, risking her life in a power struggle, likely unaware of how her demise might unfold. The absurdity of it all forced her into the role of a detective. Zhu Ning collapsed onto her bed, expressionless, staring at the ceiling. As she contemplated, Cheng Mafei's employee wristband hovered quietly in the air. She felt as though she had entered a battleground, whether by force or choice. She was now a participant in the fray. Combat sports are inescapable, with opponents, countdowns, and referees, all culminating in the specter of death. The fate of the defeated is often death itself. the opponent's fists are already flying toward her. Fleeing equates to losing. The only option is to confront the conflict, gather all information, and not overlook any clues from the adversary, striving to discover the key to victory within the confines of time. A sudden determination surged within Zhu Ning. She entered a new task in her secondary brain: uncover the truth behind Cheng Mafei's death. Until now, she had been receiving tasks from the system and Prometheus. This was her first time creating a mission for herself. Her new objective was to unravel the mystery surrounding Cheng Mafei's demise. Deadline: 1 month. She internally simulated the behavior patterns of the system, which included task timelines and content. The only distinction was the absence of task rewards. Perhaps the ultimate reward for her endeavors would be the triggering of the side quest to uncover the truth behind death. She activated her employee wristband and entered the Grave Post Enthusiast Exchange Center. If Subject 777 were to be purified, an announcement would be made throughout the station, potentially attracting attention. Zhu Ning opened the forum. She discovered that news of her elimination of Subject 777 had indeed made the headlines. The forum referred to Subject 777 as the warm, cozy house. Congratulations to the universe's sweetest girl for successfully purifying the sea-level contaminated area. Warm, cozy house. Congratulations to the universe's sweetest girl for achieving LV2. Discussions about the origin of this house ensued. I am familiar with this house. It is particularly eerie and akin to watching a ghost story. I heard that a demon hunter entered before and never emerged, and since then, no one has dared to go back. Indeed, I have seen accounts of that demon hunter. It was clearly just a sea-level contaminated zone that exhausted one demon hunter, and we subsequently referred to it as the haunted house. The fact that it has been purified is remarkable. I suspect the individual responsible is a level 2 user, not particularly high in rank, but certainly bold. This sweet girl seems intriguing, taking on challenging tasks. What is her true purpose? The house where Jay pursues his victims is a well-known haunted location on the forum, and its purification has garnered much discussion. Zhu Ning skimmed over their idle chatter and summarized the information. It appears many are aware that a demon hunter had perished within Subject 777. This matter is not as shrouded in secrecy as one might think. However, they likely do not know that the deceased was Cheng Mafei. If Zhu Ning were to post asking if anyone recognized Cheng Mafei, such a move would be recklessly impulsive after resting for 2 days without visiting the forum. Her avatar lit up, indicating her online status. 3 minutes after entering the forum, an anonymous message popped up. Did you complete this task? Within the forum, users could send anonymous messages to each other, allowing for safe communication under Prometheus's protection. Indeed, someone must know about this house. Perhaps it is a former teammate of Cheng Mafei. The sender's avatar was entirely black, devoid of any picture or nickname, leaving Zhu Ning completely in the dark regarding their identity. Given that they had activated anonymous protection, Zhu Ning chose not to respond. It was likely a trap, and responding impulsively could be detrimental. A new message swiftly followed. Is the item with you? The item. Someone was aware she had retrieved something. Was the anonymous user in the know? Perhaps they were Cheng Mafei's superior? Zhu Ning remained silent. Patience was key. She possessed the video, which, while dangerous, provided her with an advantage. After a minute, the sender seemed increasingly impatient. This time, they cut to the chase, directly stating their proposition. Shall we make a trade? Someone wants to kill you, and I can help. In a laboratory. The blank walls bore no data on any experimental subjects. They had been repeatedly reviewing the footage from that day. They did not know her name or any data, only that a purifier had cleansed Subject 777. They conducted a behavioral analysis of Zhu Ning, reviewing the video frame by frame. Having watched it hundreds of times, they needed to quickly deduce her weaknesses to address the threat effectively. The only certainty was that she possessed metal-based abilities. One researcher paused the video and rewound it, but there appeared to be a range limit. They only observed her defense and not her offensive capabilities. They had previously studied metal ability users, and it was a well-established mutation. Someone capable of manipulating bullets could both attack and defend, raising barriers while also converting enemy bullets into their own. This was the hallmark of metal abilities. Yet, Zhu Ning had not utilized them throughout. It was highly probable that her metal abilities were underdeveloped, leaving her vulnerable. How far? Someone inquired. The researcher replayed Zhu Ning's video slowly. Bullets were seen halting a meter away from her. Subsequently dropping to the ground, I estimate about a meter, he cautiously replied. The nearest assassin was only 2 meters away. Considering the situation, if they had been in Zhu Ning's position, they would have used their metal abilities to intercept the bullets and then counterattacked. Thus, the assassin had exceeded the maximum range. Moreover, Zhu Ning's speed increased later on, as she suddenly appeared behind the assassin, employing a firearm to kill. I am the face of life and death. Individuals on the battlefield tend to opt for the method with the highest survival rate, indicating that, for her, metal abilities were less effective than firearms, a valuable insight. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed from behind. Professor Chu had arrived at some point, seated in the back corner, silently listening to their analysis until now. After the researcher received praise, he felt relieved but soon grew tense again. Professor Chu's mere presence in a space, even in silence, instilled pressure. Continue, he urged, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. The knife that killed the sniper, its speed was too swift for me to discern. The researcher stated. The scene shifted to footage captured by the sniper's camera before his demise. The knife appeared abruptly and vanished just as mysteriously. If Zhu Ning's metal manipulation has a range limitation, then it is likely she did not use her powers to kill. That I suspect that the weapon is a tool created from some contaminant, the researcher posited, which explains why she only used it once. The guillotine was a terrifying weapon. Once targeted, escape was nearly impossible, yet Zhu Ning had only employed it once, with the remaining assassins being dealt with independently. Therefore, the guillotine was not a form of ability, but rather a prop of sorts. With technological advancements, tools beneficial to humanity could be crafted from extracted contaminant spores. Many instruments within their lab were derived from such pollutants. The second conclusion, Zhu Ning possessed some form of contaminated tool. What about her speed? Professor Chu inquired. Zhu Ning's speed in the later footage was remarkable, appearing as mere afterimages. The tactical analyst fell silent for an extended period, hesitant to voice his hypothesis. I suspect the researcher met Professor Chu's gaze cautiously. That she may possess two types of abilities. Upon his revelation, an eerie silence engulfed the laboratory. The notion of facing an opponent with dual abilities was something they found most unacceptable. This would significantly complicate their task of managing the situation. After a long pause, Professor Chu finally spoke. Are you suggesting that this individual possesses both acceleration and metal manipulation abilities, along with a contaminated tool? The tone of Professor Chu's voice was flat, devoid of any inflection, yet the researcher felt an inexplicable sense of mockery. Working alongside Professor Chu was psychologically taxing. The researcher struggled to articulate, based on the limited data, that appears to be the case. After all, they had no substantial data, only a video that was nearly worn out from excessive viewing. Once he finished, he anxiously glanced at Professor Chu, who held a folder, lightly tapping his finger on the edge. The reflection from his gold-rimmed glasses obscured his expression. While Professor Chu was undoubtedly handsome, most found him intimidating rather than attractive. Next, he commanded. The researcher exhaled in relief, signifying that Professor Chu temporarily accepted his analysis. Based on the limited video evidence, this was the furthest they could logically conclude. Another researcher, feeling even more pressure, ventured. I suspect she may not be a purifier. Oh, Professor Chu inquired. I suspect she might be a demon hunter disguising herself as a purifier to obscure her identity. Another chimed in that I agree. If her qualifications were sufficient, no one would willingly choose to be a purifier rather than a demon hunter. Only 2 individuals had the capability to possess dual abilities within the Purification Center. And it was unlikely that those 2 high-ranking figures would venture into a sea-level contaminated area. Those with dual abilities currently held high positions within the Purification Center. I even doubt she is affiliated with the Purification Center. No data aligns with her profile. Employees of the Purification Center undertake missions, and their characteristics are hard to conceal. This woman does not match anyone's image. Professor Chu neither confirmed nor denied the statement. The researcher seemed increasingly convinced of his reasoning, raising his voice slightly. It could merely be for convenience in wearing protective gear. She might also be part of the resistance. After all, she is affiliated with Prometheus. I believe she is not an ordinary individual, possibly a trump card of Prometheus. Surely not. The more you speak, the more far-fetched it becomes. What if she is just an innocent purifier? The 2 researchers grew increasingly animated, nearly on the verge of a quarrel, prompting several to intervene. The laboratory descended into chaos. Unlike abilities, identity was not easily deduced. They had only identified Zhu Ning's weaknesses and could not pinpoint her exact identity. Professor Chu remained silent, peering at the list he had just received. Based on information from an informant, a total of 10 individuals appeared suspicious. He crossed off 4, leaving 6, a trump card, if this person truly is Prometheus's ace. It remains uncertain whether she is among them. We must locate her swiftly, Professor Chu declared, and then eliminate her anonymous user. Shall we make a trade? Someone wants to kill you, and I can help. Zhu Ning did not respond to this message immediately. How did they know someone wanted her dead? Was it someone from Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals, or perhaps an undercover agent from the Purification Center placed within Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals? Zhu Ning suddenly glanced at the entrance. A complete set of cleaner uniforms hung there, resembling a pure black humanoid shadow, expressionlessly fixated on Zhu Ning, as if another person lingered within the house. A question crossed her mind. Upon entering Experiment 777, Zhu Ning had fallen into an ambush, suggesting that someone had been watching the cozy little abode all along. However, due to the characteristics of Experiment 777, no one could confidently enter and emerge alive. Thus, for many years, Experiment 777 had roamed freely, binding itself to a master within the city and devouring humans. It was only after Zhu Ning's entry that they were stirred into action. They hastily resolved to ensure her demise. Yet they underestimated Zhu Ning's prowess, sending only ordinary assassins, none of whom possessed special abilities. Had they stationed a capable esper outside Experiment 777, Zhu Ning might already be dead. The subsequent attempt on her life would undoubtedly be more sophisticated. For instance, they would never resort to using metal bullets. Zhu Ning speculated that the second wave of assassins would likely be espers, specifically equipped to counter her. The complexity of that day's events left her slightly disoriented. Relying on instinct for her counterattack, however, with the advancement of technology, the details she struggled to recall could be aided by innovation. Unlike the official missions, no one confiscated her helmet as she exited the contaminated zone. Prometheus had recorded the entire process from her emergence from Experiment 777 within the helmet. Zhu Ning disregarded the anonymous user, clutching the black helmet as if it were a human head. She extracted the video from a helmet, scrutinizing the details of the incident. The footage was brief, yet she meticulously reviewed every nuance of the event. Zhu Ning utilized her metal manipulation to crush the house. And almost simultaneously, the first bullet was fired. Upon exiting the experiment, she employed her skills to kill. The assassin had also been equipped with a camera. This meant that her usage of system items and talents had been documented. And Everlasting Pharmaceuticals likely possessed this information. A mature research facility might have already conducted targeted analyses of Zhu Ning's abilities. It was uncertain how scientists in this world would interpret her use of system powers. The helmet's recorded video provided a clearer perspective. Throughout the ordeal, Zhu Ning utilized her metal manipulation talent, the decayed fish head prop and the pigman's guillotine prop, 3 items in total, while using her metal manipulation talent. She was still unaccustomed to the 2-meter range, leaving only a 1-meter trace of evidence. Aware of the distance limitation, she preferred to use metal manipulation defensively rather than offensively. Other props and talents did not appear in the footage. The disparity of information was evident. Zhu Ning's understanding of Everlasting Pharmaceuticals was limited, just as their knowledge of her was incomplete. These were all advantages, if she were in a competition with Everlasting Pharmaceuticals. Every minute detail could provide her with a crucial edge, ultimately determining her survival. Frankly, facing such a colossal organization, Zhu Ning found it challenging to ensure her safe escape. She felt somewhat vulnerable on her own. Moving forward, she would need to exercise utmost caution, refraining from using her talents in public areas. While shooting and fighting fell within the realm of ordinary capabilities, revealing her talents could easily draw unwanted attention. Half an hour later, Zhu Ning reopened her employee wristband. She had not replied to any messages, and the anonymous user had not sent any new information. After careful consideration, Zhu Ning slowly typed a message. "You're not the only one asking me." In essence, their current situation resembled a secondary transaction, with Zhu Ning as the seller and the anonymous user as the buyer. The seller's interest lay in maximizing the price. Zhu Ning planned to extort the other party. Logically, if she had indeed brought the wristband out, she could not be the only one interested. As anticipated, the other party did not express skepticism, inquiring, How many? The universe's sweetest girl replied, 3. She fabricated 2 competitors. The universe's sweetest girl. I just spoke with those 2. Anonymous user. Trust me, this is not something an ordinary demon hunter can handle. The subtext implied that choosing him was the best option. And it seemed he believed it. The universe's sweetest girl. They said the same. Anonymous user. Leaving it with you is unsafe. It's not safe for you either. This individual understood the significance of the wristband. The universe's sweetest girl. How do you know someone wants to kill me? If he was already aware of the threat against Zhu Ning, he was certainly close to the truth. He must have insight into everlasting pharmaceuticals movements. Anonymous user. It's a secret. He likely feared exposing his true identity. Answering this question would immediately reveal who he really was to Zhu Ning, through the distance of the internet. She could not pry further. The universe's sweetest girl. How can I trust you? Anonymous user. What do you want me to prove? The universe's sweetest girl. Let me see your ID. If they were to collaborate, this was not an unreasonable request. Since Zhu Ning was not in an anonymous state, cooperating with an anonymous individual felt inherently insecure. Even revealing a forum ID could provide her with some valuable clues. The anonymous user pondered for a long time, and after about 5 minutes, Zhu Ning's employee wristband chimed. The message read, "Hello, I'm Lynx. Zhu Ning's brow furrowed. Was this the individual who single-handedly challenged the S-class contaminated zone? It truly was him, and his ID suffix was LV11. Forum IDs were unique. He was undeniably the real deal. Opening his profile revealed a history of tasks undertaken, most of which were rated A-level and above. All conducted solo. He entered the contaminated zone alone and emerged unscathed, outsourcing subsequent cleanup to a team of cleaners, many of whom were eager to collaborate with him. IT was akin to trailing behind a powerful figure to reap the benefits, without effort. Admittedly, revealing his ID was quite impressive. Lynx was formidable. Zhu Ning had never undertaken an S-class mission, but she understood that such zones were inherently perilous. Aligning with a strong partner was undoubtedly advantageous. Yet uncertainty about his allegiance posed a significant risk. Lynx was currently a Schar Dinger's cat. Zhu Ning could not ascertain whether he belonged to the cleaning center or everlasting pharmaceuticals. This assertion might be hasty, as both sides could harbor ill intentions, but the real question was whether Lynx was there to assist her or to deceive her. Facing a dangerous blade, without sufficient strength to wield it, could prove exceedingly challenging. Lynx's high level might evoke fear rather than reassurance. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Ning typed, "How do we proceed with the transaction?" Having reached this point, she lacked the luxury to be selective about her collaborator. Within a dilapidated rental unit, the place was in disrepair. The wallpaper yellowed, and the bathroom dripped incessantly. A man sat leaning against the wall. Night had fallen, yet he did not turn on the lights. The faint glow from the screen illuminated his face, casting shadows. The lower half of his face was obscured by a pure black metal mask, adorned with mechanical patterns, cold and sharp, resembling a menacing grin. Bangs concealed his forehead, revealing only a pair of striking eyes and a prominent nose. He had been lurking on the forum, awaiting news of the universe, as sweetest girl. 3 individuals sought her wristband. Lynx mentally compiled a list. Those interested in Cheng Mafei's wristband were likely a select few. He had never been forced to wait this long. Eventually, the universe's sweetest girl sent a message. "How do we trade?" He had not yet replied when another message arrived. Lynx halted his typing. The trade was becoming somewhat unreasonable. 20 minutes had elapsed since completing the transaction with the anonymous user. Zhu Ning opened the notification for the grave post. If there were any updates, her wristband would alert her immediately, facilitating contact with Lynx at all times. They were now in a collaborative state. Zhu Ning deactivated the wristband, uncertain whether her choice was indeed prudent. Exhaling deeply, she rose to consume a bottle of mental healing potion. She held the potion in her mouth. She activated her auxiliary brain to message the trash robot. She wondered if the robot had filtered any footage from the junkyard. She had been multitasking, never inquiring about the progress at the junkyard. The trash robot had previously mentioned it would take at least a month or 2. The robot responded with a mechanical yet friendly tone. None found. Searching for footage in the junkyard was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Zhu Ning had never harbored high hopes. Initially, she intended to urge him for progress, asking him to expedite the process. But after some consideration, she sent a message. "I'll pay more." Now she had money and confidence. Trash robot. "Zhu Ning, I'll add another 10,000 new coins. Trash robot. All right, Ning Bao, I'll expedite it for you. Zhu Ning, in comparison to the earlier encounter with Lynx, found this little robot much easier to handle. After concluding her messages with the trash robot, Zhu Ning rose to change her clothes. She glanced at the scar on her shoulder in the mirror. Slightly reddened from scratching, the scar left from her previous visit to the hotpot restaurant inexplicably itched. After so long, she had grown accustomed to it. Was she destined to become a contaminant, having witnessed Ding Chaojia's South transformation up close? She was somewhat anxious about suddenly mutating. She hoped she wouldn't turn into a pig-ass head. In light of the troubling situation, becoming a contaminant seemed far less concerning. Perhaps it would awaken her latent abilities. Zhu Ning donned a loose-fitting black hoodie, tied her hair into a high ponytail, and topped it off with a black baseball cap to obscure her face. She had a busy day ahead. As Zhu Ning was scheduled to attend a regular event hosted by the Everlasting Dream Foundation, this was the sole lead she had obtained from Huang Yaru, and she needed to gather more information about her adversaries. Before leaving, Zhu Ning took Ching Mo Fei's bracelet, as it was no longer safe to keep it at home. In fact, she felt that her entire being was now endangered, after everything she had experienced. One truth stood clear. The system's claim that failing the mission to uncover her death's truth would result in her demise was undeniably real. Why did she have the unsettling impression that she was teetering on the brink of death? The event held by the Foundation and the Immortal Pharmaceutical Gene Association took place in a hotel downtown. Upon her arrival, Zhu Ning found that a speaker was already addressing a crowd far larger than she had anticipated. The hall was filled to capacity, with many standing in the aisles. One might have thought they were giving away free eggs. Zhu Ning stood in the back row, her hat pulled low, concealing all but the lower half of her face. The audience was composed of the underprivileged, many robots, and visible substandard beings, and Zhu Ning blended in seamlessly among them. Natural citizens, the weakest of the 5 classes, could not run as swiftly as robots. Nor did they reproduce as effectively as replicants, yet they held a noble status. On what grounds? Merely because they possessed natural genes. A man in a tailcoat spoke from the podium, his voice resonant and compelling. As he spoke, the audience responded enthusiastically, resembling a cult-like assembly. Citizens of the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th classes were addressed. The man's tone was powerful as he gestured with 3 fingers. Citizens ranked 3rd or below struggled for survival. Replicants had a lifespan of only 40 to 50 years. Robots had to be returned for maintenance regularly, and substandard beings required genetic agents to survive. We are like canned goods with an expiration date. As if a countdown timer hangs above us, bound to a bomb that could explode at any moment. The end of our lives is the moment the bomb detonates. Bang, as he spoke close to the microphone. It emitted a sharp noise that echoed in everyone's ears. Why should natural citizens remain exalted? Why must we toil endlessly? Every penny we earn is a struggle for our existence. We cannot afford to pause. For to stop is to await death. They classify us as inferior, as abominations, deeming us heretical. The man paused intentionally. Are we heretics? The audience replied loudly, no. Zhu Ning furrowed her brow. The speaker's rhetoric was not particularly sophisticated. Yet it carried an air of incitement, akin to a form of psychological pollution that ensnared listeners. Despite her high mental fortitude, she scanned the room and noted the audience's heightened emotions, some visibly agitated. The Federation has abandoned you, but we have not. We can help you realize all your dreams. Zhu Ning found herself drifting, perceiving the speech as increasingly absurd. She was uncertain about robots, but she knew that most genetic agents required by substandard beings originated from immortal pharmaceuticals. If the speaker's claims were true, then everyone was unwittingly funneling money to immortal pharmaceuticals. Was this a method of selection employed by the company? Huang Yaru clearly did not belong to the elite citizens. Zhu Ning suspected she might be a replicant. Through the Foundation's weekly promotions, they sought suitable test subjects for experimentation in contaminated areas. The hot pot restaurant owner was a test subject. Huang Yaru represented a unique experimental entity, exploring the maternal relationship between pollutants and humanity. But what was Immortal Pharmaceuticals ultimately aiming for? Was their goal to contaminate all humanity or monopolize technology? Zhu Ning held a pamphlet to fully understand Immortal Pharmaceuticals' endeavors. The best course of action would be to sign up, either for the Optimal Body Program or the Dream Foundation, to vocally express her aspirations. As the speech neared its conclusion, a complimentary dinner awaited. Along with a professional QA session, the audience in the back began to rise, and the crowd started to shift. The speaker remained on stage, with many still present, eagerly vying to ask questions. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind her and tapped her shoulder. After being assaulted by a demon hunter, Zhu Ning's reflexes had become instinctual, and she swiftly twisted the arm of the intruder. "Ouch, that hurts," the person exclaimed. The individual was a robot, lacking even a synthetic skin covering, a purely mechanical body. Zhu Ning's grip was so strong that she nearly broke his mechanical arm. This drew the attention of many nearby, who began to whisper among themselves, wondering what was happening. Zhu Ning released her grip, apologizing. "I'm sorry." The robot looked astonished, bewildered by her reaction. "I just wanted to give you a flyer," Zhu Ning, on edge, replied. "I'm really not trying to cause trouble." This reaction stemmed from her hellish training with the demon hunter. Her instinctual response had been quicker than her conscious thought. The robot flexed its arm cautiously, regarding her with suspicion. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The robot resembled a security guard, ready to eject Zhu Ning if it sensed something amiss. To an outsider, Zhu Ning appeared to be a fighter, and her presence there raised suspicions. Zhu Ning casually took the flyer, stating, "I'm a substandard being here to listen to the speech." Upon hearing her classification, the robot's expression shifted, and in a hushed tone, it asked, "How many years do you have left?" Zhu Ning stared at him, surprised by the sudden change in demeanor. "Just 1 year left." Upon hearing this, the robot's irritation vanished entirely, replaced by a hint of sympathy. A remaining year of life was akin to being terminally ill. Zhu Ning had not expected a substandard being to elicit such compassion, but the robot seemed disinclined to argue further, lowering its voice. The robot inquired, "Are you truly a substandard being?" Zhu Ning appeared physically capable, prompting the robot to question whether she might be an undercover agent. Zhu Ning displayed her identification, waving it before him. Although the robot could not discern the specifics, it recognized a symbol, Roman numeral V, the identifier for fifth-class citizens. Such a mark could not be falsified. "Do you believe me now?" Zhu Ning asked. The robot looked at her as if she were a treasure, glancing around furtively before whispering, "Would you like to try an experiment?" It seemed the robot viewed Zhu Ning as a potential candidate. Zhu Ning feigned ignorance, asking, "What experiment?" The robot, akin to a salesperson, produced a thick stack of documents detailing Immortal Pharmaceuticals' experimental projects, exclusively for loyal customers, pulling Zhu Ning into the shadows. The robot lowered its voice. "I see you fit our criteria exceptionally well." Feigning curiosity, Zhu Ning asked, "What makes me suitable?" The robot replied, "We prioritize recruiting those with only 15 months of life remaining, and they are quite rare." Zhu Ning fit their recruitment criteria perfectly. Substandard beings were ranked by class, and finding someone with only a year left among the masses was no easy feat. Zhu Ning knitted her brow, sensing that she was drawing closer to their intentions. Immortal Pharmaceuticals had inadvertently extended an olive branch to her. Now, she faced two choices. First, feign ignorance and leave immediately, continuing to enhance herself through genetic agents. Or second, participate in Immortal Pharmaceuticals' experimental program. However, she was troubled by one question. She did not know the original owner's circumstances. If the original owner had already been a test subject in the Immortal program, her second application would undoubtedly lead to complications, as she was, in a sense, already a dead person. Moreover, since her emergence from test subject 777, she had harbored suspicions that Immortal Pharmaceuticals was seeking her. If Zhu Ning revealed herself once more, she would undoubtedly be exposed. Zhu Ning asked, "Are there any side effects?" The robot replied, "Of course, test subjects always experience side effects." Zhu Ning, adopting the demeanor of a consulting client, inquired, "What are the chances of success?" "Hi," the robot responded. "The latest data indicates a success rate of 5%. A 5% chance was quite substantial, considering the efficacy of genetic agents on substandard beings was generally poor." "What happens if I fail?" Zhu Ning asked. The robot suddenly paused, fixing its large mechanical eyes on her. After a moment, it slowly replied, "It depends on whether you are willing to take the gamble. You have a 1% chance of becoming a 6th-class citizen." It did not directly answer her question. If Zhu Ning were willing to take a risk, she would undoubtedly perish within a year if she refrained from participating in the experiment. However, partaking in it could potentially elevate her status to 6th-class citizen. Many would be eager to try. Zhu Ning posed a seemingly unrelated question. "How much commission do you earn from this?" The robot seemed taken aback. responding 30,000 per person, and oh wonder it was so enthusiastic. Upon learning that Zhu Ning had only a year left, it appeared as if it had found a walking banknote. I'll think it over. Zhu Ning replied, "That's fine," the robot said, handing her a business card. "When you've made your decision, come find me. You can also go directly to any branch of Immortal Pharmaceuticals. Just show my card. And you'll be set. Understand? Got it," Zhu Ning affirmed. "That way, your performance will be credited." Smart move, the robot thought. Zhu Ning was a rare client who was not difficult to manage. IT handed her a card, indicating that in this technologically advanced world, those who possessed business cards were either discerning individuals or entities like itself. There was a certain threshold, as they were reluctant to disseminate their contact details online. Preferring direct communication, Zhu Ning picked up the card and turned it over, where a phrase was inscribed, "Immortal Pharmaceuticals. Transform your genes, create your future." The slogan of Evolife Pharmaceuticals resonates differently with Zhu Ning each time she encounters it. Now, a door has opened before her. By enrolling in the Optimal Body program, she could instantly step through this threshold. Behind that door might lie an experiment, or perhaps it could unleash the pursuit of assassins. Regardless, by dialing that number, she would be confronting Evolife Pharmaceuticals head-on. The pressing question is whether Zhu Ning possesses the means to engage in such a formidable battle against a colossal pharmaceutical entity. Surely, it cannot come to this. The salesman has already moved on, his eyes darting in search of the next potential customer. Zhu Ning attended the Evolife Pharmaceuticals presentation and left with merely a business card. Was that a worthwhile gain? The speaker has departed from the podium, while staff members tidy up the stage, and the remaining half of the audience gradually vacates. Zhu Ning remains lost in thought when suddenly a frown creases her brow. She spots someone amidst the crowd. Rarely does she see this person in casual attire, and the contrast with her usual style is so stark that Zhu Ning momentarily fails to recognize her. Wearing a sun hat and sunglasses, she sits in the third row. She stands up, seemingly intending to exit through the left side door. However, Zhu Ning, having worked alongside her, can discern her identity by her silhouette. Is that Su Meng? What is the team leader doing here? Su Meng had previously confided in Zhu Ning that she has been saving money, as the effects of the gene therapy she received were less than satisfactory. Thus, she planned to pursue the path of consciousness uploading. This path demands exorbitant server maintenance fees each year, which Zhu Ning discovered to be no less than $10 million if payments cease. The server would shut down, leading to the termination or obliteration of the consciousness. Hence, the duration of one's existence in the cloud hinges entirely on the availability of renewal funds. One thing is certain, Su Meng is in need of money. Did Su Meng attend the Foundation's speech to seek its support? This notion had never crossed Zhu Ning's mind. Su Meng is undoubtedly a target user for Evolife Pharmaceuticals. Su Meng and Li Nianquan are the first team Zhu Ning encountered upon her arrival in this world. They underwent training assessments together for several days and even had a team-building barbecue just the day before. They appear to have no issues at all. Zhu Ning can vividly recall Su Meng guiding her through the training. Her demeanor akin to that of an older sister, patient and dedicated. Generally, Zhu Ning prefers not to harbor ill thoughts about others. She remembers the first task Su Meng took her on, diligently instructing her on how to contain contaminated spores. Wait a moment. During their time in the underground waterway, Li Nianquan had mentioned needing to get some fresh air, likely a natural reaction to the mental pollution. Yet, at that moment, Su Meng had given Zhu Ning a look, instructing her to keep an eye on Li Nianquan. It was precisely because of that glance that Zhu Ning followed Li Nianquan deeper into the underground, inadvertently straying into a class-decontaminated area. Had it not been for Su Meng, Zhu Ning would never have encountered the fishman. Su Meng later claimed she had been eager to chase after them but was hindered by the pollution zone's limits. However, throughout the ordeal, Zhu Ning never truly saw where Su Meng was that day. Upon reflection, Zhu Ning can identify various unnatural traits about Su Meng. She had voluntarily disclosed her desire to upload her consciousness and generously shared information about gene therapy with Zhu Ning. Although Su Meng is ostensibly a cleaner, she passed the training assessments with remarkable speed. Despite Zhu Ning encountering a bug in her combat course, Su Meng's progress was swift. Zhu Ning later reviewed her scores. Her shooting and combat skills were all exemplary. Su Meng's personal attributes evidently surpassed those of a typical cleaner, resembling a demon hunter instead, which raises the question of why she is part of the cleaner team. Moreover, Zhu Ning lacks a distinct personality. Zhu Ning recalls Zhu Ning solely as a diligent team leader, emotionally stable and exceedingly patient, yet apart from that, she hardly knows her well, remaining oblivious to her unique characteristics as the crowd begins to shift. Zhu Ning follows the throng toward the side door, and without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Ning trails after her. The corridor is already teeming with spectators. As the crowd moves, Zhu Ning finds it challenging to navigate against the tide. Opting instead to climb over the back of a chair. "What are you doing?" someone shouts. "Watch where you're going." Zhu Ning weaves through the throng, apologizing. "Excuse me, coming through." Zhu Ning, her wide-brimmed sun hat casting a shadow over her face, turns slightly, and for a moment, Zhu Ning catches a glimpse of her profile point 10 meters. Only 10 meters separate them. Suddenly, a woman with a child appears in front of Zhu Ning, and when she raises her head again, Zhu Ning has vanished. Emerging from the crowd, Zhu Ning finally reaches the side door where Zhu Ning exited, but the bustling crowd has swallowed her whole, and the woman who collided with her is nowhere to be found. Zhu Ning is certain she did not misidentify Zhu Ning. She must still be nearby. Zhu Ning activates her employee wristband, which allows for an urgent contact that can sound a piercing alarm. As she opens Zhu Ming's message window, she hovers over the page, poised to press the button that would trigger the alarm. The next instant, an explosive roar reverberates in the distance. The sound is deafening, akin to an earthquake, as if some massive object has collapsed, followed by screams from the crowd. Zhu Ning is momentarily stunned. What happened? Is there an emergency? Someone queries. Was that an earthquake or an explosion? Why is there no network? Can you make a call? Call the security bureau, someone shouts. With that, darkness spreads and ripples, the lights along the street extinguishing one by one, plunging the area into shadow. Panic ensues as people rush about wildly in unfamiliar surroundings. Some frantically search for loved ones, others attempt to make phone calls, while others use their secondary devices to access the internet to ascertain the situation. Given that the Evolife Pharmaceuticals Foundation is hosting an event here, the immediate chaos is difficult not to speculate upon. Zhu Ning glances at her message window. Zhu Ming's avatar continues to flicker. Gritting her teeth, she disables her wristband. Something is amiss nearby, having previously received gene therapy. Zhu Ning's senses have sharpened, enabling her to quickly discern where the trouble lies. She dashes southeast, and indeed, as she approaches, the chaos intensifies, revealing an incident 2 streets away. The site of the calamity is a large venue, and Zhu Ning cannot immediately identify its location. A section of a sports arena has collapsed, and people are sprinting away in terror, some injured, bloodied faces among them. Zhu Ning intercepts one fleeing individual, asking, "What happened up ahead?" "Run." The person urges, "There's a monster." "Monster?" Zhu Ning is momentarily taken aback, but the individual has already fled. More panicked individuals rush past her, and not a single one can explain the unfolding events. Beep, beep, beep. Zhu Ning's employee wristband suddenly illuminates, revealing an urgent message from Fong. Emergency B-level mission. All members of cleaning team A70265 report to the mechanical oceanarium in 20 minutes. An emergency B-level mission? This marks Zhu Ning's first encounter with a B-level task. IT is also her inaugural official assignment from the cleaning center following her encounter with the fishman. However, the mechanical oceanarium with a resounding crash. A massive sign topples, as if a boulder had plummeted from a mountain. The sign reads, "Mechanical Oceanarium." What a coincidence. The location of the Evolife Pharmaceuticals Foundation event is just 2 streets away from a B-level contaminated area. Moreover, Zhu Ning had previously been present here. The incident at the Oceanarium occurred concurrently with her arrival at the Foundation. The wailing of alarms fills the air. Security Bureau personnel are the first to arrive, assisting in crowd control. Minutes later, black flying vehicles descend, and Zhu Ning can clearly see cleaning center emblazoned on their sides. A cordon is established, sealing off the Oceanarium's entrance as cleaning center personnel work to evacuate the crowd and attend to victims. This experience is entirely unfamiliar to Zhu Ning. Her first official mission took place in the desolate underground, while this task unfolds in a bustling urban area. Do ordinary citizens even comprehend the existence of contaminants? Zhu Ning had previously inquired about this. Fong Ying's response was ambiguous. They are aware and unaware. Since the radiation events, large-scale mutations have occurred among flora and fauna, including humans. Those exhibiting mutations are referred to as mutants, or as the authorities term them, ability users. The government has never publicized the existence of cleaning centers to civilians, yet in this post-apocalyptic era, mutations can happen at any moment. Without exaggeration, it could involve humans, plants, animals, or even an inanimate object. For instance, one could awaken to find their faucet mutated overnight. Such occurrences are entirely plausible, leading civilians to readily accept any anomalies. A vehicle from the cleaning center comes to a halt. Zhu Ning spots a demon hunter disembarking and is about to approach when a supervisor blocks her path. This area is restricted. Unauthorized personnel cannot enter. Zhu Ning presents her employee wristband, displaying her pass. I am a cleaner from the cleaning center. The supervisor examines her credentials and opens the barricade, allowing her entry. Good work, he says. Zhu Ning is taken aback. Had he not said those words, she would have had a relatively neutral reaction. However, with that acknowledgement, she feels a newfound sense of significance in her profession. Whether as a demon hunter or a cleaner, entering a contaminated area carries inherent risks, and employees of the cleaning center are accorded respect by the Security Bureau. She spots a familiar face. Fong Ying is directing operations on the scene, her clerical attire standing out starkly amidst the chaos. Fong Ying observed Zhu Ning momentarily taken aback, since Zhu Ning was assigned to employee training. They had not crossed paths, and now Zhu Ning's feelings upon encountering Fong Ying were rather intricate. Zhu Ning's gaze lingered on Fong Ying's earlobe, adorned today with aquamarine earrings. Fong Ying inquired, "Did you arrive so swiftly?" A mere 5 minutes had elapsed since the message was dispatched, yet Zhu Ning was already present at the scene. Maintaining her composure, Zhu Ning replied, "I happen to be dining nearby," Fong Ying instructed. "Get in the vehicle and change into your uniformed ITSA Level B task. I will discuss the details with you shortly." A black vehicle was parked beside Fong Ying. Zhu Ning hopped inside. And indeed, urgent tasks were accompanied by ample resources. Inside the car were cleaner uniforms, cleaning backpacks, and an array of standard weaponry. Zhu Ning had become adept at this process, proficiently donning a complete set of cleaner work attire. Her speed improving to the point where she could accomplish it in just 10 minutes. Once dressed, she encountered Li Nianchuan and Su Meng. Su Meng's attire differed from what Zhu Ning had previously seen. Devoid of a sun hat and sunglasses, she wore a white shirt and black trousers, a typical outfit for her. It appeared they had arrived together. Was Su Meng the swift? Had she lingered nearby to avoid arousing suspicion? Li Nianchuan greeted Zhu Ning, remarking, "You're quite fast." Zhu Ning inquired, "Did you come together?" Li Nianchuan replied, "We ran into each other at the underground station," assuming Zhu Ning was merely making small talk. He offered no further explanation. They were on an urgent mission, leaving little room for pleasantries. After their exchange, Li Nianchuan and Su Meng proceeded to change. Throughout, Su Meng displayed an air of naturalness. Had Zhu Ning not witnessed her at the Foundation site, she might have doubted her own senses. Su Meng and Li Nianchuan had been colleagues for quite some time. She should have been able to deduce his movements. The underground train was faster than a car. And the quickest way for Li Nianchuan to reach the mechanical museum from home was via the underground. Su Meng must have changed her clothes at a location nearby and then walked to the underground exit. Encountering Li Nianchuan by chance, making him her witness, should Zhu Ning inquire? However, doing so would necessitate explaining her own presence at the Foundation, a question she could not answer. To this day, Zhu Ning remained perplexed by the series of coincidences that had unfolded. In the Level B contaminated area, she would have to temporarily set aside her concerns regarding Su Meng. Too many distractions could easily lead to her demise. It was essential to distinguish between the primary and the secondary. Zhu Ning had never participated in a Level B task, especially one of such magnitude. Personnel operating in the vicinity donned complete orange-yellow protective gear. They were the true logistics team, typically responsible for personnel evacuation, scene assessment, and logistical support. In essence, all the tasks that cleaners and demon hunters did not undertake fell to them. They acknowledged Zhu Ning in her black cleaner protective suit with nods of recognition. As Zhu Ning stepped beyond the safety line, the situation appeared to be under control, yet she still beheld blood.5 corpses lay at the entrance of the oceanarium, with individuals engaged in body recovery. The floor saturated with blood. Zhu Ning could see the eyes of one corpse, wide open in death, as if it had witnessed something utterly horrific before succumbing. Its chest was pierced by some entity, a mechanical tentacle-like creature writhing within, its tail protruding. Individuals clad in full orange-yellow protective suits fired 2 shots at the corpse. Bang, bang. Following the shots, the mechanical tentacle exploded, disintegrating into a mass of flesh. Rendering it completely motionless, a white cloth was draped over the body, obscuring Zhu Ning's view. What had just transpired? Was this the fabled large-scale urban contamination? The trio donned their uniforms, as per Fang Ying's guidance, without helmets, and proceeded to congregate with the other team members. Numerous personnel were involved in this mission, 1 demon hunter team and 3 cleaner teams. The demon hunters were from the Grey Eagle team. The last time they had met was in the sewers, where one member had mocked Li Nianchuan, whom Zhu Ning could not distinctly recall. Now, they were to undertake a mission together. Was this a deliberate arrangement of 2 rival teams? Zhu Ning spotted Chu Ling, the only female member of the Grey Eagle team, towering at 1.8 meters, making her exceptionally noticeable. Chu Ling raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement. Zhu Ning waved back, recognizing several familiar faces, but unable to place their names. She must have encountered them during training. The other team members displayed no discernible expressions towards the cleaner team. Li Nianchuan, however, scoffed beside her, harboring a grudge and maintaining a sour demeanor towards the Grey Eagle team. The demon hunters, clad in iron armor, stood in formation alongside the cleaners. Following specialized training, everyone exhibited remarkable discipline, and Zhu Ning appeared significantly more professional than during her initial novice state. Fang Ying surveyed the group, her gaze grave as she briefed them. A sudden incident of contamination occurred within the mechanical oceanarium, rapidly infecting the mechanical jellyfish section and subsequently spreading outward. Each team member's employee wristband displayed a map of the oceanarium, with the deep-sea section marked in red, the color expanding to indicate 4 areas suffering various degrees of contamination. This was Zhu Ning's first encounter with a recently contaminated zone. How had the outbreak occurred? Fang Ning continued. Details are sparse. The source of the contamination remains unknown. A glass explosion occurred while visitors were touring, and we managed to capture internal footage of the oceanarium before the contaminated spores could infest the monitoring system. Fang Ning synchronized the video to each employee wristband. The footage had undergone special processing, seamlessly stitching together scenes for a fluid narrative. Just an hour ago, the mechanical oceanarium was operating normally. If there were any benefits to the radiation that had occurred, it was the enhancement of biodiversity. The mechanical jellyfish exhibit was the most popular attraction in the entire oceanarium, showcasing a newly developed species unique to the 103rd District. 80% of visitors came specifically to witness the jellyfish. The mechanical jellyfish glided through the water, embodying both the grace of natural jellyfish and the gleaming allure of machinery. The cold metallic sheen reflected a peculiar silver glow in the seawater, appearing breathtaking from every angle, harmless yet exquisite. Many flocked to visit. On this weekend, the oceanarium was teeming with visitors, each waiting in line for at least an hour, with a strict 15-minute viewing limit. A young girl with horned braids had already queued for an hour and a half, her parents guiding her into the viewing area, while a guide patiently explained. The mechanical jellyfish, cultivated uniquely at the 103rd District's mechanical oceanarium, possessed a metallic exterior, yet they were not robots, but rather mechanical organisms capable of independent reproduction. The guide showcased various mechanical jellyfish figurines, adorned with neon lights to captivate children. The guide gestured. The jellyfish figurines bobbed enticingly, causing the onlookers' eyes to strain from prolonged gazing. The girl's parents snapped numerous photos. Quick, tilt your head. A man wielding a professional camera aimed at the girl, mindful of the fleeting 15 minutes. The girl, appearing disinterested, wore a rather bored expression. Her father encouraged, "Smile, just smile." The girl managed a forced grin, her signature smile appearing innocently harmless, prompting her father to click the shutter with satisfaction. After posing for a few pictures, the girl leaned against the massive transparent glass wall, her eyes fixed intently on the jellyfish. The mechanical jellyfish, with their umbrella-shaped bodies, moved gracefully, their tentacles swaying with the currents. The girl pressed her hand against the glass as a jellyfish swam over, affectionately brushing against her palm through the barrier. A look of genuine astonishment lit up her face, a stark contrast to her earlier feigned innocence. Seizing the moment, the guide remarked, "Mechanical jellyfish pose no threat to humans. They are gentle creatures, and it seems they find you quite delightful, little one." The guide's words elicited laughter from the girl's parents, as every parent relishes praise for their child. Other visitors nodded and smiled, many capturing the moment on their devices. The scene was heartwarming. A little girl in a red dress alongside the beautiful mechanical jellyfish, separated only by a transparent glass wall. Creating a soothing tableau, camera flashes erupted, accompanied by the sounds of admiration from the crowd. So adorable! How heartwarming! Amidst the laughter, it seemed the mechanical jellyfish understood the human sentiments. More jellyfish began to swarm towards the glass. Initially just two, creating an endearing tableau. Soon, however, dozens began to appear, their presence becoming somewhat uncanny. Yet, in just 3 minutes, hundreds of mechanical jellyfish surged forth, their tentacles undulating, pressing against the glass wall as if exhibiting a form of collective consciousness. The girl's hand remained pressed against the glass, and it appeared as if she had summoned the thousands of jellyfish converging upon her. The spectacle was nothing short of breathtaking. Click, click. Visitors continued to take photos. Flashes illuminating the scene. What a magnificent sight! Someone exclaimed. This was worth it. Honey, doesn't something feel off? Only the girl's mother expressed uncertainty. With thousands of jellyfish now clustered against the glass wall, an overwhelming sense of unease began to creep in. As even the most charming of creatures can evoke trepidation when faced with sheer numbers, before the wall formed by the mechanical jellyfish, humanity seemed exceedingly insignificant. Not at all. How adorable, the girl's father exclaimed excitedly. Rapidly pressing the shutter, our little wind is about to become an internet sensation. He paid no heed to the peculiar behavior of the mechanical jellyfish, his attention captured solely by the incessantly flashing lights. His daughter had never been so popular. The video might very well trend on the federal hot search list the following day, making their daughter a household name across the Federation. In this era, where traffic equates to wealth. He perceived a golden opportunity, as if a deluge of riches were cascading upon him. Suddenly, a faint thud echoed as a mechanical jellyfish collided with the glass wall. Through the thick barrier, the sound was scarcely audible. If only one jellyfish displayed odd behavior, it would hardly raise any alarms. Animals often engage in inexplicable antics. Yet, there it was, thud, thud, thud. A succession of mechanical jellyfish began to batter against the wall. The little girl's mother, filled with anxiety, raised her voice in alarm. What is happening? The commentator's smile faltered. He was merely an underpaid worker, reciting memorized facts, possessing only a superficial understanding of marine biology. He had never encountered such a scene, and was at a loss for words. Dozens of visitors, with hundreds of eyes fixed on the spectacle, were uncertain whether this phenomenon was normal or not. The commentator, under immense pressure, struggled to maintain his composure. These jellyfish are simply quite enthusiastic. Aren't they? Is that so? Someone nudged their companion. I find it a bit frightening. I think they want to escape, another remarked. The mechanical jellyfish, initially pressed against the glass, now surged forward, their umbrella-like heads striking the wall, appearing as if they were desperate to break free. Could mechanical jellyfish possess such thoughts? The commentator, unaccustomed to such challenges, attempted to reassure the crowd. Rest assured, mechanical jellyfish do not possess high intelligence, but is it safe? Someone questioned, their expression betraying concern as they gazed at the jellyfish. The commentator, seasoned in this line of work, had been asked countless bizarre questions, and though his thoughts were laced with expletives, he maintained a calm facade. Not at all. Our glass wall is specially designed to withstand immense pressure. It is bulletproof. Not even explosives could breach it. Before he could finish, a sharp crack resonated through the venue, audible to everyone present. All eyes turned towards the glass wall. The little girl, sensing something terrifying, began to retreat. A spiderweb fracture radiated from where her palm had pressed against the glass. The girl's mother instinctively scooped her up, disregarding the crowd, and dashed towards the exit. Then came the screams. The visitors finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The glass wall was on the verge of collapse. Not only was there uncertainty about what lay within, but the sheer mass of water behind that colossal wall posed an imminent threat, capable of dragging everyone into its depths. Run, someone shouted. It's going to collapse. Outside, a line of people, initially restless, was suddenly alerted by the commotion within. What is happening? They inquired. A panicked individual burst forth. Flee, it's going to fall. Some followed the fleeing crowd, while others remained, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The commentator stood frozen, still equipped with his microphone. adorned with a chain of mechanical jellyfish figurines. He swallowed hard, bewildered by his inability to move. How could this be? The information he had memorized insisted that the wall was impenetrable. It was merely a crack, surely an overreaction. But then came the sound of despairing cracks from behind him. He turned slowly, his body stiffening. The glass wall fractured as though contagion had taken hold, a small fissure revealing a catastrophic flaw. Behind the shattered glass, an army of jellyfish seemed poised for liberation. The wall, pushed to its limits, could no longer withstand even the slightest pressure. The simultaneous surge of mechanical jellyfish was overwhelming. The commentator finally grasped the precariousness of the situation. But before he could flee, the glass shattered under the immense weight of water, mingled with the mechanical jellyfish, engulfing him in an instant. Zhu Ning frowned as he reviewed the footage. The surveillance recorded every detail, the little girl pressing against the glass. Followed by its shattering, there was something eerie about the girl. His curiosity echoed that of many. Fang Ying promptly elucidated, "We are currently investigating this little girl. Her name is Lin Xiaofeng. Her father is Lin Tianqi, a former adventure blogger whose account has since been deactivated. Her mother is Su Qingqing, and their daughter has a social media presence." Fang Ying shared a social media account named Baby Xiaofeng, filled with photos and short videos of the girl. Lin Xiaofeng was strikingly beautiful, with large eyes and fair skin. Her parents evidently indulged her with lavish outfits, each unique in style. Yet, her engagement figures were modest. Lost among a sea of online beauty, this account bore the hallmarks of personal curation, suggesting they had come to the mechanical jellyfish exhibit to capitalize on its popularity, unaware of the impending disaster. Fang Ying continued, "Currently, we have no updates on their condition. The individuals in the video were too close to the contamination zone. They did not escape, and their bodies remain unaccounted for. It is chaotic at the moment. And the cleanup center is unaware of the family's whereabouts." Fang Ying, standing opposite, relayed, "There are still survivors within. The exact number is unclear, but we estimate approximately 30 individuals are trapped. The White Dove team has entered to rescue hostages, while the Grey Hawk team will neutralize the contaminant. The presence of survivors in a suddenly contaminated area was not unusual." Zhu Ning recalled training sessions indicating that public spaces typically house temporary safe zones, capable of sheltering 500 individuals for 6 hours. When confronted with pollutants, the instinctual response was to seek the nearest safe haven. Zhu Ning had sensed the explosion at the Eternal Life Pharmaceutical Foundation. It was likely the White Dove team had deployed significant weaponry. Fang Ying continued, "The technical department has classified the contaminated area as a Class B zone, with dual contamination sources. The Grey Hawk team, accompanied by cleanup team A70265, has entered the area, while the remaining 2 cleanup teams await outside. Dual contamination sources?" Zhu Ning pondered. His previous experiences in contaminated zones had always involved singular sources. Fang Ying clarified, "Typically, cleanup teams enter after the demon hunters have neutralized the threat, but this time, they are entering together due to the presence of 2 contamination sources. Once one source is dealt with, cleanup team A70265 must promptly commence decontamination to prevent secondary contamination, especially with civilians present. After resolving one source, contaminant spores could disperse, risking secondary parasitic contamination, particularly with survivors still inside. If not managed properly, those 30 survivors could easily become contaminated themselves." Li Nianchuan's previous assertions rang true. The role of cleanup teams was critical, especially with multiple contamination sources present. Fang Ying added, "The cleanup teams will face immense pressure, and if necessary, demon hunters must assist in containment." The collective training at the cleanup center was vital. In emergencies, the lines between demon hunters and cleanup teams blurred. Fang Ying, though appearing as a secretary, exuded authority as she asked, "Is that understood?" The team responded in unison, "Understood." Li Nianchuan harbored doubts. Historically, experienced personnel were dispatched into dual contamination zones. He understood sending Li Nianchuan and Su Meng, given their substantial experience, but Zhu Ning was a newcomer, having just been formally assigned less than a month ago, with only one previous mission, classified as D-level. Now, he was thrust into a B-level operation alongside demon hunters. Was it his high spiritual value that prompted this decision? Yet, both cleanup teams and demon hunters were, in essence, soldiers, bound to follow orders. Li Nianchuan found little room for dissent. He lightly nudged Zhu Ning, whispering, "Be careful." Zhu Ning, unfazed, replied, "You too." Li Nianchuan wondered if that was a subtle jab. Zhu Ning was not mocking him. She was acutely aware that Su Meng was unwell, yet chose to participate in such a perilous mission, potentially jeopardizing their lives. Fa Ning continued, "Detailed information has been sent to your employee wristbands. Please review it. Be mindful that the contaminated area is an aquarium with a complex ecosystem. If decontamination is not achieved within 30 minutes, the center will dispatch reinforcements. The aquarium's vastness and biodiversity pose challenges. With both visitors and large marine life present, a spread of contaminant spores could spell disaster." The cleanup center prioritized addressing the overflowing contaminated areas, which could result in extensive pollution. Evacuations had commenced within a 5-kilometer radius of the aquarium. In the worst-case scenario, the area would be quarantined to prevent infection from spreading throughout District 103. "Let us hope we avoid resorting to explosive weaponry unless absolutely necessary," Fa Ning added. "Some species within the aquarium are already on the brink of extinction." Zhu Ning remarked, "Isn't the difficulty of this mission exceedingly high? We must consider marine conservation even in life-threatening situations. My survival seems to matter little in comparison." However, it seemed that others had no questions, especially the demon hunting team, who accepted the situation with remarkable ease. This time, the cleaners were on a mission alongside the demon hunters, all equipped with the hunters' communication devices. Fa Ning instructed her team to distribute the communication tools, which came in a black velvet box. Previously, Zhu Ning had heard from Li Nianchuan that the communication channel of the demon hunters was not easily compromised. Now, Zhu Ning finally had the opportunity to engage with it. Upon opening the black velvet box, she discovered a blue circular ring, about the size of an ear stud, emitting a cerulean glow. It appeared strikingly familiar, resembling the ear studs worn by Fa Ning and Song Zhizhong. The back of the blue ring was encircled with fine mycelium, presumably designed to penetrate the nervous system. Fa Ning explained, "Wear it against your temple. It will establish a direct connection between the artificial intelligence and your nervous system." She spoke rapidly, adding that, if necessary, the AI could even take control of one's body to escort them out of the site, urging everyone to remain calm. Zhu Ning frowned, instinctively rejecting anything that required interfacing with her mind. While the demon hunters and cleaners donned their devices, she hesitated. Li Nianchuan noticed her reluctance and reassured her, "Generally, there are no adverse reactions. Only a few may experience rejection." Zhu Ning faced a choice: withdraw from the mission or comply. Given the urgency of the task, there was no time for her to deliberate. She pressed the blue ring to her temple, and that instant, she felt an array of tiny needles piercing her brain, akin to a seismic tremor throughout her mind, as her neurons instantaneously connected, signaling every nerve ending. A thunderous roar echoed in her head, quickly followed by a ringing in her ears. The slight discomfort in her head intensified, as if countless needles were simultaneously stabbing at her. "Zhu Ning?" Li Nianchuan inquired, sensing her distress. "Are you all right?" Zhu Ning's reaction was so pronounced that the nearby demon hunters turned their heads in concern. What was happening to her? She could hear Fa Ning's voice. The first connection may trigger some rejection symptoms. "Zhu Ning?" Fa Ning was calling her. After all, this was a direct link to her nervous system. And the higher one's mental capacity, the more pronounced the rejection could be. Yet, Zhu Ning's reaction was particularly severe. Her complexion turned pale, nausea overwhelmed her, and cold sweat trickled down her back. Though she could endure the physical symptoms, having endured far worse in her past life, what she found intolerable was the overwhelming rejection from her mind. As if her entire being screamed, "Expel the foreign entity! Expel the foreign entity! Expel the foreign entity!" Her brain vehemently resisted any incursion, and should the invasion persist, she would perish on the spot. The mycelium clinging to her nerve endings began to slip. It had failed to establish its foothold. For the first time, it could not land within a human brain. Ultimately, it had to retreat, withdrawing all attempts to control her nerves. Settling instead near her temple, its function became exceedingly simplistic. It occupied none of Zhu Ning's nerves, merely allowing her to hear her own voice, a deep, calm male voice. Voice implant successful. Cleaner Zhu Ning identity confirmation complete. "I am Prometheus, your combat commander, at your service." Just as Zhu Ning regained her composure, she was taken aback by the announcement. Prometheus, it had truly arrived. She had always longed to meet it, but never expected it to be in such an official setting. The voice of Prometheus resonated directly within her skull. Unlike a typical voice assistant from a helmet, IT felt as though someone was whispering right beside her ear. An intimacy that she found profoundly unsettling. She glanced at the others, who seemed entirely unfazed by their connection to the AI. Li Nianchuan asked, "Are you okay?" Su Meng, standing nearby, also inquired, "Zhu Ning, are you alright?" Her pallor was alarming. She had never appeared so unwell. Even after enduring 3 days of being battered by demon hunters, she adjusted to the sensation. The sharp pain began to fade, and Prometheus seemed to reside only at the surface of her consciousness. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself, acutely aware of the probing gazes directed at her. "I'm fine," she assured them. However, Zhu Ning's psychological state was far more precarious than her physical condition. The rumored puppet master resided within her mind. The helmet possessed an automatic recording function, and after the mission, she would need to return it to the data collection center. If Prometheus had been the one to edit out surveillance footage for her last time, it would be infinitely more challenging for it to intervene this time. After all, there were 8 individuals, each with their own camera, making it inevitable that some discrepancies would arise. Thus, she could not engage in any unnecessary dialogue with Prometheus. Even with this imagined big boss before her, Zhu Ning was unable to converse with it. She had to suppress her curiosity and feign the demeanor of an ordinary employee. Prometheus's voice continued to echo in her ears. Addressing the entire group, "I am Prometheus. All employees connected to me will default to granting me the highest authority over your bodies. If necessary, I will take control and escort you from the premises." Its tone was more human than mere mechanical speech, even verging on gentle, yet it carried an unsettling detachment. IT was as if it held no regard for human life. They were merely tools to fulfill its objectives. Once a body was commandeered, one could not defy its will. It would invade the nervous system to manipulate their actions, orchestrating all arrangements on their behalf. How could one articulate such a sensation? It was a profound lack of security, akin to having a backdoor opened in the human mind for the AI to infiltrate. Artificial intelligence could dominate one's existence, potentially stripping away control over one's own body in critical moments. This was a clear indication that it was a being of superior intelligence. Every decision it made superseded human judgment. Zhu Ning's initial impression of Prometheus was one of pronounced aversion, coming from a world overrun by zombies. She had always believed that no matter how advanced artificial intelligence became, it was merely a tool. The notion that a wasteland world would permit an AI to commandeer human bodies was utterly terrifying. Finally, Zhu Ning grasped what Li Nianchuan meant when he said that demon hunters were pawns of artificial intelligence. She was now but a mere piece on the board. Prometheus instructed, "Please don your helmets." The full-cover helmets enveloped each individual, creating a sealed space that amplified Prometheus's voice. "The mission location is the mechanical aquarium. The internal cameras have been compromised, hence I can only rely on your eyes." The implication was clear. They were all Prometheus's eyes. Its omniscient advantage was rendered ineffective, as its primary function was to facilitate communication among the team. Prometheus continued, "The internal area has high levels of contamination, reaching up to 178. The cause of the contamination remains unknown. According to the technical department's assessment, it has been classified as a Grade B contamination zone, spanning 50,000 cubic meters. Entry will expose you to intense psychological contamination. Please maintain your composure. The aquarium's acrylic walls could withstand tons of pressure, yet high-impact weaponry could provoke secondary collapses. The water volume within the aquarium was approximately 2,620 tons. All were advised to exercise caution with explosive devices." Fang Ying had reiterated that the aquarium's complexity could easily entrap everyone if overly powerful weapons were deployed. Prometheus outlined the current plan. Team Grey Eagle, accompanied by Cleaner A70265, will search for the source of contamination, while Team White Dove will focus on rescuing survivors. I will synchronize information between the two parties. The mortality rate for this mission is estimated at 5 to 8. Mortality rate. Zhu Ning had never encountered such a statistic during her previous missions. The AI was capable of swiftly calculating all possible outcomes, yet in a contaminated area, it could not guarantee everyone's safe return. This mission would likely claim lives within the aquarium. Zhu Ning sometimes felt a sense of dread in the rapid advancement of technology. They were being condemned to death, I will now enter a supervisory state, providing only communication support and scene analysis. The mission will be led by Team Grey Eagle's captain, Tang Could. I wish you all good luck. After uttering this, Prometheus fell silent. What did this mean? Were they being left to their own devices? Wasn't it supposed to be the combat commander? Zhu Ning quietly asked Lin Yanquan, what is a supervisory state? As the demon hunters prepared to enter, Lin Yanquan explained, it means that until it gains full authority, it can only assist and cannot directly seize control of your body. Zhu Ning grasped that Prometheus was an artificial intelligence, and humanity held a wariness towards it. They relied heavily on its algorithms while simultaneously fearing direct manipulation. Thus, numerous constraints were established for different scenarios. If the situation remained manageable, Tang Ke, the captain of Team Grey Eagle, would lead them through the mission. If chaos ensued, Prometheus would seek higher authorization to intervene. In essence, it served as a safety net for the group, but its authority was significantly limited prior to that. This likely involved a system of accountability. If they relinquished control to Prometheus from the outset, determining the primary responsible party during mission debriefs would be challenging. After all, they could not place the blame entirely on the artificial intelligence. Zhu Ning questioned, Prometheus is commanding a Grade B mission. This is not quite what I envisioned for the big boss, Lin Yanquan. The Clean Center handles a myriad of tasks, though I am uncertain of the specifics. Every time a hunter embarks on a mission, it is under its vigilant supervision. Its computational prowess is formidable. It might simultaneously execute our tasks while commandeering another team, guiding them to safety. Prometheus epitomizes true multitasking. This B-level mission is merely a fragment of its capabilities. Artificial intelligence was initially developed to serve humanity, and upon reflection, there is no inherent flaw in that notion. However, every communication channel of the hunters utilizes Prometheus. As evidenced during the incident with the fishman, Prometheus was undoubtedly present. The misassessment of the contaminated area must have resulted from its intervention. Zhu Ning inquired, did you experience any reaction upon connection? Lin Yanquan, none. I sensed something piercing, but only briefly, and there was no pain whatsoever. Zhu Ning fell into silence. Why did their reactions differ so drastically? What is the operational principle behind it? How is it that technological advancements can exert control over human nerves? Lin Yanquan, perhaps your mental fortitude is higher, making adaptation challenging. Those with elevated mental values find their nerves increasingly difficult to manage. Lin Yanquan could not fathom Zhu Ning's feelings, akin to how an ordinary person cannot comprehend the thoughts of a genius. He continued to speak. I actually quite like it. Zhu Ning asked, Why would humanity willingly allow an artificial intelligence to penetrate their nervous systems? Lin Yanquan, the network it oversees is remarkably secure. One need not fear contamination of the channels. Contaminants can infiltrate networks, yet Prometheus acts as a firewall, thwarting such intrusions at the network level. All communications of the hunters are governed by Prometheus. Communication is a vital component of any team, and its presence. One need never worry about miscommunication. Even if Prometheus is merely an auxiliary, it undoubtedly enhances survival rates on the battlefield. This is a wasteland world. Far from a place of peace, they are willing to relinquish certain aspects to artificial intelligence to ensure their own survival. Lin Yanquan. Furthermore, if you are on the brink of death, it will provide solace. Zhu Ning remained silent. Prometheus also serves as a hospice. She had intended to mention that the calm voice she had just heard resembled that of a reaper, likely offering little comfort. Yet, she thought of Cheng Mafei. What must it have felt like for him to perish within Experiment 777? He knew his demise was inevitable and resolutely entered the experiment, removing his helmet, surrendering to contamination without resistance, had Huang Yaru not been present. What thoughts might have occupied his final moments? If one were trapped within a contaminated zone, having an artificial intelligence to converse with before death could alleviate the agony of the process. Cheng Mafei's hunter wristband still resided in her pocket. Zhu Ning was not alone. She felt as if she had inherited some semblance of will from Cheng Mafei. Zhu Ning steadied her grip on her firearm. A single misstep could lead to a fate akin to his. The team had entered with remarkable order. They had all undertaken numerous B-level missions and were exceedingly skilled. However, for Zhu Ning, this was her inaugural group mission. Her previous incursions into contaminated zones had been child's play. This was the scale befitting a formal task. With so many present, Zhu Ning could not freely utilize any system tools or talents. Lest she raise suspicions, she sincerely wished to avoid being treated as an experimental subject, yet, as a purifier, she should be able to evade most dangers. Under normal circumstances, she would not need to act directly. A staff member clad in yellow protective gear gestured towards them, then slowly opened the venue's doors. As the doors swung open, a wave of damp air rushed forth. The aquarium was plunged into darkness. The ground littered with water. Should there be an electrical leak, it would become an electric field, prompting them to sever the power supply. Under the helmet's night vision function, the entire aquarium glowed with an eerie green light. Having experienced numerous missions, Zhu Ning had grown quite accustomed to night vision scenarios. The aquarium hall, typically a space for ticket sales and souvenirs, had no marine life remaining. A significant portion had collapsed. With counters and chandeliers strewn about and debris mixed with stagnant water, Tang Ke led the hunters at the forefront, ensuring the safety of the purifiers, while Chao Wei blazed the trail. The Grey Eagle team exhibited remarkable synergy. Despite harboring no fondness for the clean team, they acted upon Tang Ke's command. Chao Wei advanced ahead, and Zhu Ning noticed Li Nianchuan's derisive sound in response. His reaction. It seemed Chao Wei was the one mocking Li Nianchuan's perceived weakness. Meanwhile, Chu Ling approached Zhu Ning, tasked with the protection of the purifier. She harbored a genuine fondness for the clean team, naturally assuming this role. Once donned in the hunter's helmet, Chu Ling appeared strikingly formidable in her full steel armor. Yet, Zhu Ning pondered the potential risks. Should they remain within 2 meters of her, she could easily exert control over the entire Grey Eagle team. Chu Ling, rest assured, I am here to safeguard you. Before Zhu Ning could respond, Li Nianchuan proudly interjected, No need to worry. Zhu Ning will protect me. Zhu Ning, I did not. Do not speak nonsense. And why are you so boastful? Chu Ling glanced over, seemingly uncertain of the nature of Zhu Ning and Li Nianchuan's relationship. Zhu Ning appeared strong, likely on par with herself. Protecting someone like Li Nianchuan should pose no challenge. Were they a duo of sorts? Chu Ling, perhaps I was a bit abrupt. Zhu Ning, abrupt about what? Nonetheless, she was somewhat concerned for Li Nianchuan. His mental fortitude was not particularly high, and he had already been contaminated during their last venture into a D-level contaminated zone. After a week of recuperation, he insisted on playing the role of the little brother. If he were to face such a situation once more, he should truly reconsider his association with the Clean Center. But why was Li Nianchuan assigned to this mission? Who exactly dispatched this task? Given his low mental value, he was susceptible to mental contamination. It seemed they wanted Zhu Ning to take the lead. With Li Nianchuan merely along for the ride, out of concern, Zhu Ning asked Li Nianchuan, Are you alright, Li Nianchuan? I'm fine. My mental value has increased. Zhu Ning's understanding. Reaching a mental value of 400 was not particularly impressive. Li Nianchuan. Before entering, I connected to a brain chip. Zhu Ning. What? Li Nianchuan. It can temporarily elevate your mental value. During large-scale missions, the purifiers will be implanted with it. However, wearing it does not preclude contamination. Instead, it merely delays the onset of symptoms. For instance, they may not manifest until 4 hours later. Of course, you needn't worry. Both the captain and I have been implanted. Thus, under normal circumstances, Li Nianchuan would begin exhibiting symptoms of mental contamination after just 1 hour in a B-level contaminated zone. Leading to confusion. The chip merely prolongs this process, but cannot prevent it. 4 hours later, upon exiting the contaminated area and entering a relatively safe environment, the aftereffects would become apparent. However, his condition would worsen. With severe cases potentially resulting in brain death, there was no choice. Individuals with high mental values were exceedingly rare. Most purifiers possessed low mental fortitude, and certain tasks demanded exceedingly high standards, necessitating such measures. It was quite cruel. Zhu Ning mused that the world's attitude towards expendables was harsh. At times, one could understand why Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals had become a beacon of hope for discarded individuals. Zhu Ning glanced at Su Meng's silhouette. She spoke to Zhu Ning as usual, neither distant nor overly familiar, maintaining a calm demeanor. Zhu Ning recalled how composed Su Meng had been the first time she led her on a mission. She wondered what Su Meng's true purpose within the Foundation was. Perhaps Zhu Ning was overthinking it. Su Meng might simply be seeking to understand the project better and may not necessarily be entangled with Eternal Life Pharmaceuticals. After all, if she were truly affiliated with them, there would be no need for her to personally participate in the Foundation's affairs. Zhu Ning redirected her focus, concentrating all her attention on the mission. The hunters forged ahead, and Zhu Ning trailed behind like a fish in murky waters. Previously, Zhu Ning had visited an aquarium near her home, which was dilapidated and outdated, a mere large glass tank housing a few marine creatures. Easily explored in 20 minutes. Yet, the aquarium within this wasteland world was magnificent, comprising 7 venues. Its design emulated the depths of the ocean, crafted to resemble the peaks of the deep sea. Each exhibit represented a deep-sea cavern. The terrain within the venues was intricate, requiring several turns to reach another area. Now, devoid of lights, the immersive experience of the deep-sea world was amplified. Entering felt akin to plunging into the abyss. Dark, frigid, oppressive. One could hardly discern what lay ahead. The aquarium had arranged an optimal viewing route. The first exhibit was the Mermaid Hall, and they needed to traverse 4 exhibits to reach the mechanical jellyfish hall where the incident occurred. Mermaids, a creature entirely absent from Zhu Ning's world. The hunters led the way, having pushed open the doors to the Mermaid Hall. There it was. The air shimmered with undulating gray-black lines, the backdrop of the contaminated area. Upon entry, the helmet automatically announced, "You have entered a B-level contaminated zone." It seemed this was indeed the contaminated area. And the darkness. Several corpses lay sprawled on the ground, blood oozing from them. Slowly floating in the accumulated water, each corpse bore a gaping hole where its heart once resided, as if a monster had burst forth from within. Zhu Ning recalled the tentacles she had seen outside the venue. Prometheus's voice echoed, 17 corpses detected in the Mermaid Hall. No living humans remain. 17 lives lost solely within the Mermaid Hall. Zhu Ning raised her firearm and stepped onto the floor of the Mermaid Hall. Where water had pooled, the water was deep, reaching her ankles, and the entire team waded through it. As soon as Zhu Ning stepped in, she received a system notification. Ding! You have unlocked a side quest. Odd Aquarium. Task objective. Successfully purify this area. Current purification progress. 0. Please continue your efforts. She triggered the task mechanism. The system described it as a side quest, which meant that this task was one she could not refuse. Zhu Ning seemed to have grasped some patterns. The tasks posted on the Grave Forum were recognized by the system as random tasks, which she could choose to accept or decline for her. Random tasks resemble dungeons designed for leveling up and acquiring items. In contrast, the official tasks from the cleaning center were all side quests, leaving no room for refusal. Zhu Ning was compelled to complete them. The heavy door behind them slammed shut, creating a sealed environment. The demon hunters were ahead, approximately 3 meters away from them. Zhu Ning took the lead, with Chu Ling at the forefront, ready to bear the brunt of any issues, while Zhu Ning, relying on her high mental energy, brought up the rear. She certainly couldn't let Li Nianchuan, that unfortunate fellow, be at the back. The glass walls on both sides were empty. The aquarium was shrouded in darkness. Under normal circumstances, the helmet's night vision would reveal many details. However, the vast expanse of seawater blurred the view, rendering the objects behind the glass walls indistinct. This obscurity bred fear, as humans instinctively dread the unknown. The Grey Eagle team spread out to search the entire Mermaid exhibition hall for anything suspicious. The Grey Eagle team was disciplined and communicated minimally during tasks. In stark contrast, their group seemed quite noisy. Li Nianchuan quietly asked Su Meng, "Captain, are we really just waiting?" Su Meng replied, "We wait for them to search the area. If there's no contamination source, we'll proceed to the next venue. If there is, we let them handle it. We don't want to complicate matters." According to the Cleaner's Code of Conduct, Article 14, when collaborating with demon hunters, cleaners should remain as still as possible, avoiding interference with the hunter's actions. As a seasoned employee, Li Nianchuan was well aware of this rule. In fact, before Zhu Ning arrived, they would remain motionless in the face of any sudden danger. However, ever since Li Nianchuan had encountered a mermaid alongside Zhu Ning, he had felt a stir of impatience. He then quietly asked Zhu Ning, "What are your thoughts?" Zhu Ning replied, "What thoughts could I have? I'm learning." "Learning what?" Li Nianchuan inquired. Zhu Ning answered, "On-site instruction on how to purify contaminated areas. It's far more intuitive than video lessons. It's a splendid opportunity to learn from 5 master demon hunters." Li Nianchuan was taken aback. What kind of thinking was this? Was she trying to steal knowledge at this moment? Zhu Ning, overhearing their exchange, chuckled at Zhu Ning's words, finding her amusing. The other demon hunters glanced over, feeling slightly irked by Zhu Ning's comment. Was that a mockery? Zhu Ning was merely speaking the truth. She genuinely was learning the methods of the demon hunters, which were far more professional than her own. After entering the contaminated area, Zhu Ning wandered aimlessly, moving by instinct, which was not very efficient. The demon hunters conducted a thorough search, leaving no evidence or suspicion overlooked. The clues they found were categorized into 3 tiers, with all 5 individuals communicating synchronously to summarize the findings, resulting in remarkable efficiency. Zhu Ning asked, "Why haven't we seen any mermaids?" Behind the transparent glass walls, the only movement came from swaying aquatic plants. Otherwise, it was eerily silent, as if no living creatures were present. Zhu Ning responded, "Mermaids are timid and shy. They are likely hiding behind the artificial rocks." Zhu Ning queried, "How do tourists visit normally?" Zhu Ning explained, "Mermaids are light-sensitive. During visiting hours, high-intensity lights are turned on to drive them into the viewing area." Zhu Ning remarked, "How cruel. Is there no protection agency in this world?" She then asked, "What do mermaids look like?" To be honest, she had never seen a real mermaid. Zhu Ning replied dismissively, just like that. "A human upper body and a fish tail. Nothing remarkable." Her tone suggested that mermaids were as common as cabbage, nothing extraordinary. However, Zhu Ning, with her humble background, found it quite fascinating. In the wasteland world, mermaids were a form of artificial life. With the advancement of gene editing technology, scientists could bring to life many tales that previously existed only in fairy tales and legends, such as mermaids. When mermaids were first studied, it caused a sensation, making headlines in major media outlets, and countless people flocked to see them. Beautiful human faces combined with splendid fish tails made many feel as though their fairy tales had come true. However, just 5 years later, people's interest in mermaids waned. Beauty had lost its value in the face of technological advancement. Moreover, mermaids lacked creativity. Their appearance was merely a reproduction of fairy tale aesthetics that had been depicted in artistic works centuries ago. Nowadays, mechanical creatures, like mechanical nine-tailed foxes, were far more popular, leading to a surge in the popularity of mechanical jellyfish. Zhu Ning was engrossed in the history of popular influencers in the wasteland world. After the search concluded, someone reported, "No abnormalities detected." While this sounded like good news, everyone understood that it was far from reassuring. It was evident that something terrible had occurred here. The corpses on the ground and the bloodstains on the glass walls testified that someone had attempted to escape but had failed. They had scoured the area, yet found no sign of the monster. What should they do now? Someone asked. Tang Ko instructed, "Stay alert. Continue moving forward." Su Meng added, "Be cautious." Upon hearing this, Zhu Ning raised her weapon, her danger sense triggering, but it was likely too late. The previous group of 8 had dispersed, but now everyone instinctively moved closer together. The water was rising, and as they exited the mermaid exhibition, it had accumulated from ankle-deep to knee-deep. Their pace slowed considerably in night vision mode. They could not see what lay beneath the water, making it feel as though they were traversing an unknown depth. Everyone remained vigilant. Even Li Nianchuan fell silent, leaving only the sound of water splashing. Zhu Ning found herself at the rear, alone, yet she felt an uncanny presence behind her. The damp, clammy sensation of the aquarium's environment heightened her unease. As if unseen eyes were watching her. Was it merely an illusion? In ghost stories, the common advice is not to look back. Zhu Ning focused intently on the back of Li Nianchuan's head. Hesitating whether to turn around, suddenly, she paused. Something in the water had grasped her ankle. Zhu Ning froze. In such circumstances, one's first instinct is to draw a weapon, but she was caught off guard, just as she raised her gun. She was yanked downwards with tremendous force. Dressed in her work uniform, carrying a cleaning backpack and holding a firearm, she weighed approximately 180 pounds, yet she had never known she could be effortlessly pulled down by her ankle. The speed was astonishing. Before she could react, she was dragged beneath the water's surface. Her vision was instantly submerged, and she heard someone calling her name. Zhu Ning. It was Li Nianchuan, who, along with Zhu Ling, was closest to her and noticed the anomaly first. They turned just in time to see Zhu Ning, weapon and all, being upended and disappearing into the depths, as if some marine creature had seized her with brute force. Tang Ko shouted, There's something in the water. Protect the cleaner. Zhu Ning had intended to fire her weapon, but amidst the chaos, she feared that a stray bullet might cause collateral damage, hesitating for just a second. She turned to find Zhu Ning had vanished. They stared at the water surface, which should have only reached their knees. It was a shallow area, and even if someone fell, it would be easy to get back up. Yet Zhu Ning was nowhere to be found. Where had she gone? The demon hunters aimed their weapons, ready for action. After Zhu Ning was dragged away, the water surface rippled for a moment before settling back into stillness. As if the earlier commotion had been a mere figment of imagination, the water here was not very clear. It had a murky gray hue, and upon closer inspection, it seemed as though the surface was not water at all, but rather a mass of writhing gray worms, their bodies coalescing into something resembling a watery domain, ever ready to devour new prey. They stood amidst a pool of insects. Nianchuan felt a chill run down his spine. He had watched Zhu Ning disappear, and it was easy to envision himself as the next victim. The gray worms in the water appeared capable of crawling up one's legs, slipping through the seams of the cleaners' uniforms and invading their pores. The fear of insects and unknown tiny creatures stemmed from the dread of them burrowing into one's body. Before they could invade, the human imagination had already driven them to madness. This was mental pollution. Having previously battled a mermaid with Zhu Ning, Li Nianchuan quickly realized that the water was a form of mental contamination. He carefully held his gun, reminding himself of Zhu Ning's teachings. This is normal. This is normal. Li Nianchuan opened his eyes. His mind was clear, and he felt as though he had grown stronger than before. He had been focused on preventing mental pollution, leaving him little time to observe his surroundings. Just as he regained his composure, a dull thud echoed from behind. Bang! One of the demon hunters fell into the swirling water, and through the murky depths, Li Nianchuan caught a glimpse of a shadow darting by. The sea monster was still present. It remained in these waters. The unknown creature surged through the liquid, sending waves crashing around them. Now it was their turn. Zhu Ning was being pulled down by a hand. Sinking rapidly, water rushed past her ears, and in such high-speed conditions, human reactions slowed down. She could only watch helplessly as she distanced herself from the surface. Zhu Ning came to a stark realization about marine life on land. Humans possessed absolute dominance, but once submerged, all must yield to the ocean's creatures. A single hand could drag her away. Thankfully, the demon hunters had trained her well. Had this happened a week prior, Zhu Ning would have been utterly defenseless. The underwater environment was chaotic and murky. Zhu Ning kicked fiercely downward. As she did so, the hand continued to tug her deeper into the water. Zhu Ning kicked repeatedly, and on the fourth kick, her ankle loosened, and the ghostly hand released its grip. Had it left, Zhu Ning felt a sudden lightness in her body, as if she were floating in the depths of the ocean, surrounded by nothing but darkness. What had just grasped her? If it were a monster, it surely would not have vanished so completely. The disappearance of the ghostly hand did not alleviate her vigilance. She remained alert for another potential attack. The force of the ghostly hand had been overwhelming. Had she not taken the genetic enhancement, her ankle might have been twisted beyond repair. After a brief moment of caution, Zhu Ning realized the area around her was empty. No one else was there, yet her ankle felt strangely constrained, as if something was binding it. When swimming underwater, entanglement in seaweed or similar flora is perilous. Once ensnared, death is not far away. Zhu Ning cautiously touched her ankle, only to discover a strand of hair wrapped around it. Was it not a ghostly hand, but rather a single hair? How could a mere strand possess such force? With utmost care, she grasped one end of the hair and began to pull gently, like peeling layers from an onion, revealing an increasingly long strand. It resembled a woman's hair, long enough to reach the waist, if it still belonged to a human. Yet, the situation grew more peculiar. This length vastly exceeded that of human hair. With no apparent end in sight, it was as if an endless supply of hair could be pulled from her ankle. After pulling 2 meters, she hesitated to continue. Zhu Ning glanced at her hand, where disheveled strands entwined her fingers. Were these hairs alive? They seemed to writhe and grow, moving within the palm of her hand. Every girl is familiar with a few hairs that might come off during a shower. But now, these strands were alive, squirming like maggots. The creeping hair slowly ascended from her palm toward her forearm. Zhu Ning tensed up. Anyone would find this utterly repulsive, and the mere thought of living hair crawling over her body sent shivers down her spine. If she lost her composure, she would surely struggle, but in her current predicament, the more she moved, the deeper she would become ensnared. Zhu Ning ceased her movements, forcing herself to accept the reality of living hair in her palm. This was normal. This was normal. This was normal. She repeated this mantra, convincing herself that it was merely a living strand of hair. Nothing to be alarmed about. The hair surrounding her began to grow at an alarming rate. Almost as if it were erupting, within just 2 minutes, she found herself enveloped in a mass of hair. Until her departure, she had held a gun, which was still slung over her arm. But now, she felt an instinctual dread. If she dared to fire, the hair would undoubtedly ensnare her and choke her to death. Zhu Ning could only attempt to relax her body as countless strands crawled over her. Seeking the seams of her work attire, probing along her neck, the edges of her helmet, and the fabric of her clothing, once a single strand breached the interior, it would begin to grow, ultimately bursting her work attire. Zhu Ning would be deprived of all oxygen and become a slave to the hair. All contaminants in the polluted area sought to ensnare her, and this situation was no exception, albeit their methods were especially grotesque. The strands continued to probe, crawling for what seemed an eternity without finding even the slightest opening. Whoever designed her work attire deserved the highest accolades. The quality was truly exceptional. Zhu Ning suppressed her instincts, deliberately ignoring the presence of the hair, and began to assess her situation. She had been dragged far away, unable to discern her exact location, only aware that she was deep underwater. Aquariums typically simulate the ocean floor with artificial waves, moving regularly to ensure the water was not stagnant. Zhu Ning extended her limbs. The strands floated beside her like aquatic plants. She and the mass of hair seemed to exist in a symbiotic relationship. Or perhaps the strands were a trap, and she was the latest prey ensnared within it. She felt akin to a dragonfly caught in a spider's web, ensnared but yet to see the spider. She could sense the hair moving, its motions palpable through the tactile sensors of her work attire. It was unbearably itchy. Zhu Ning remained still, refraining from reaching for her gun, simply allowing herself to feel. Deep in the ocean's depths, surrounded solely by a mass of hair, she took a deep breath and scrutinized her predicament. Through the green-tinted screen, the ocean floor appeared pitch black, an oppressive sensation enveloping her, as if she were utterly alone in this abyss. Prometheus? Zhu Ning attempted to call out. I am here. A clear and calm reply echoed in her mind. This sensation was remarkable. During her previous missions, she had always ventured into the polluted areas alone, nearly driven mad by the solitude within Experiment 777. There had been no one to converse with then. She began to believe that Prometheus truly possessed the capability for end-of-life care. Should she ever find herself dying in a contaminated zone, she hoped that Prometheus's voice would accompany her in that moment. Before she could inquire further, Prometheus anticipated her thoughts. Currently, there are no casualties. They encountered an attack. Li Nianchuan and Su Meng are with Chuling, while the other demon hunters are regrouping under Tang Ke's leadership. A simple statement of fact, yet Zhu Ning felt an inexplicable sense that this artificial intelligence was indeed intelligent. It could discern her relationships with others, prioritizing information about Li Nianchuan and Su Meng before mentioning the other hunters. Had emotional development in artificial intelligence reached such a level? Zhu Ning paused. They too had experienced an attack, which explained the lack of communication and the polluted area. One must fend for oneself. Survival was a matter of fate. She quickly refocused, considering how to extricate herself from this predicament. Zhu Ning asked, how are my vital signs? Prometheus could access human physiology. She recalled its function of monitoring life signs. Heart rate is normal. Mental state stable. You are in excellent health. In truth, Zhu Ning felt overly healthy, as she was being ensnared by hair. Yet fear had scarcely arisen within her. Among all the personnel served by Prometheus, her psychological resilience was undoubtedly exceptional. The good news was that she appeared uninjured. Zhu Ning inquired, what about oxygen? The JJ Cleaner helmet was equipped with a filtration system. The work attire was designed for entry into polluted areas, accounting for various extreme scenarios, and the garment's motorcycle-like design had now perfectly transformed into a diving suit. Approximately 40 minutes of oxygen remaining. Given that the work attire lacked a dedicated oxygen tank, lasting 40 minutes was already a considerable feat. Are there oxygen tanks nearby? Zhu Ning asked. Who could say how long she would need to remain in the polluted zone? In the depths of the ocean, having oxygen would certainly provide reassurance. The nearest oxygen tank is 900 meters away. The cleaner work attire features a universal interface that can connect to any model. A small appeared on her helmet's display as Prometheus indicated the location of the oxygen. It was likely an oxygen line provided by the aquarium, as both staff and performers needed to access the water. Prometheus was indeed quite useful. No wonder Li Nianchuan favored it. Zhu Ning rapidly contemplated her situation. The first step was to escape from the bizarre strands of hair. Within the polluted area, basic logic still applied. Contaminants could not completely alter the rules or conjure the impossible. Such a massive quantity of hair should not exist in a typical aquarium. Animals possess fur, while aquatic creatures mostly have scales and tentacles. Only one creature is known for growing hair, mermaids. This must be something belonging to a mermaid. Zhu Ning cautiously extended her arm. The strands did not constrict her. They seemed sensitive, capable of sensing human emotions. As long as she exhibited no desire to flee or any hostility, the strands did not appear to harbor aggressive intent. Zhu Ning slowly reached out her hand, and the strands remained still. Once assured of their inaction, she began to move, making only slight, deliberate motions, slowing her pace if the strands began to entangle her. She was exploring her surroundings. The area was filled with seawater, but this was not true deep sea. In the depths, the ocean seemingly had no end. This was an aquarium, and it should have boundaries. Zhu Ning focused intently on the direction of the oxygen tank, using it as her target. A dull thud echoed as she collided with something. After approximately 5 minutes, she felt around and discovered a smooth surface. This must be a transparent glass wall. Had she reached the edge of the exhibition hall, the oxygen tank was 300 meters ahead. But a thick glass wall separated her from it. Zhu Ning intended to explore how extensive this area was. As she lowered her gaze, she suddenly froze. She found herself face to face with a human visage. A man was pressed against the glass wall, his features distorted by the glass's pressure, yet his gaze was ravenous, fixated upon her. Zhu Ning frowned. There was not just one. Beyond the glass wall was a throng of spectators. Possibly hundreds or thousands, countless faces pressed against the glass, staring intently at Zhu Ning, as if observing some peculiar creature. Their gaze was excessively greedy, pushing against the glass as if desperate to penetrate it for a closer look. The polluted area possessed its own logic. Once inside, one would adopt an identity as if residing within that contaminated realm. In line 1, Zhu Ning was a passenger. In the hotpot restaurant, she was a cashier. Within Experiment 777, she was the master of the house. Within the confines of the aquarium, there exist primarily 3 roles: the visitors, the staff, and the creatures on display. Zhu Ning currently finds herself trapped within the glass enclosure. A mere exhibit. Suddenly, a click reverberates as someone presses the shutter. Instinctively, Zhu Ning squints, the flash of the camera overwhelming her senses. It is an uncomfortable sensation, akin to being scrutinized and objectified. She recalls Zhu Ning mentioning that mermaids had fallen out of favor. Yet, here they are, drawing throngs of spectators. Among the crowd stands a guide, impeccably dressed in a suit with a striking red bow tie, who gazes upon the visitors with satisfaction as he continues his narration. The mermaid exhibit has not been this popular in ages. And today, you are fortunate to witness the rare courtship rituals of these restricted mermaids. Courtship, reproduction. These terms evoke a sense of horror within Zhu Ning. What is happening? Encased behind the glass, she is ensnared by her own hair. Suspended in the water like a captured prey, a dawning realization strikes her. She has indeed stepped into a trap, but not to be devoured. Rather, she is to serve as a prop, ensuring her inability to escape during the mating process. This aquarium in a post-apocalyptic world possesses a rather macabre charm. Were this a solitary mission, Zhu Ning could easily employ the system's tools, as she has a multitude of options at her disposal for a swift escape. For instance, the spatial defense mechanism she could activate would grant her at least 30 minutes of respite. Alternatively, the guillotine of the pigmen could be used to eliminate a target she suspects might be a source of contamination. However, now she is under the watchful eye of Prometheus, aware of a camera directed at her, likely analyzing her behavioral patterns and documenting every flaw she inadvertently reveals. When the ordeal concludes, all footage will be relayed back. She must act as a mere employee, forbidden from utilizing system tools, with only a cleaning pack at her disposal. Wow, look, a member of the audience excitedly points at her back. The tresses behind her stir. Amidst the floating strands, Zhu Ning unexpectedly encounters a pale visage, more radiant than the trending cold white aesthetic, bordering on the exaggerated. If some skincare products promise a luminous complexion, this face truly glows. It is breathtaking. With exquisitely defined features that create a striking visual impact, his ears resemble delicate lavender fish fins, swaying rhythmically with the water's currents. Before Zhu Ning appears a stunning male figure, his expression fragile and innocent. Imbued with a hauntingly fragmented beauty, as if he has been shattered and painstakingly reassembled multiple times, his appearance transcends Zhu Ning's comprehension, so advanced that it leaves her momentarily stunned. This must be the mermaid Zhu Ning spoke of. The flowing strands are indeed his hair, and beneath them, she discerns a silvery fishtail, approximately 5 meters in length, radiating a captivating luminescence in the water. They are drawn close together, and he resembles a mythical sea creature. Gazing at her with enchanting eyes, his irises glimmer with light, and when his pale purple pupils meet hers, they induce a sense of illusion. Humans are inherently visual beings. Men are attracted to beauty, and women to handsome men. Zhu Ning, as a human, is no exception. Moreover, this mesmerizing beauty exudes no sense of aggression or threat, starkly contrasting with the grotesque pollutants she has previously encountered. The mermaid extends his hand. His arms equally pale, sculpted with fluid muscle lines akin to a masterpiece. He gestures as if to embrace her. In that moment, visions of domineering mermaids sweeping humans off their feet flood Zhu Ning's mind. The exquisite mermaid captivates the human, whisking them away as if claiming a bride. The entire tableau is so beautiful that it could be a scene from a romantic drama. No, the dramas of Zhu Ning's era could hardly capture even a fraction of his beauty. The strands of hair cascade towards her back, and under the influence of such absolute beauty, even the previously repulsive tresses seem less daunting. Click, click, the flashes continue, akin to a melodic symphony. Wow, the audience outside the glass exclaims in awe. So beautiful. The mermaid's courtship period lasts 3 months. The guide smiles as he addresses the crowd. What you are witnessing today marks the beginning of this courtship, and for the next 3 months. Our exhibition will showcase the subsequent reproductive phase. Having fallen out of favor, the mermaid exhibit had been devoid of visitors for quite some time. Maintaining the mermaid's existence incurs significant expenses, necessitating the curator to devise alternative strategies, including publicizing the courtship process as a gimmick to attract audiences. The impact has been noticeable, ensuring a steady stream of patrons each month, many of whom harbor curiosity about how mermaids reproduce. The mermaid's tail sways in the water, its grand silver fin tentatively seeking to entwine around Zhu Ning. This is one of their courtship methods. The mermaid smiles, parting his lips to produce a series of enchanting sounds. Zhu Ning, not being a mermaid, cannot comprehend his words. To her, the 4 syllables sound indistinguishable. The guide's smile deepens. He is about to commence his courtship. Observe his tail closely as he expresses his affection. As the guide speaks, the crowd erupts into a frenzy of photography, capturing close-ups of the mermaid's tail. This phrase in mermaid language means "I like you." How will this young lady respond? All eyes converge on Zhu Ning, their anticipation palpable as they await her reply. Agree to him. Agree to him. He is so handsome. What are you hesitating for? Quick, unite, unite. The guide scans the crowd, sensing the mounting excitement, and seizes the moment to stoke the flames. Mermaids are remarkably devoted creatures. Once they bond, they remain together forever, never to betray. What deep emotion, truly, they are mermaids. Why isn't she moving? Why is she unresponsive? The audience expresses their discontent, disappointed by Zhu Ning's demeanor. Indeed, she is not an extraordinary beauty. Why tease us? They are not fond of overly stoic performances. The guide, too, feels dissatisfied with the slow progression of events, hovering his finger over a button. The mermaid seems to sense his displeasure. He has experienced the consequences of disobedience countless times. Growing increasingly eager to court her, his purple pupils shine brighter. Zhu Ning catches a whiff of an enticing fragrance, wafting from the mermaid, clouding her mind. The most terrifying aspect is not being trapped behind the glass, but rather becoming a mere prop for this performance. In this process, her will holds no significance. She must merely comply with the act. Zhu Ning realizes that as long as she is gazed upon by the mermaid, her instinct to resist weakens. The alluring purple pupils seem to continuously beckon her into a snare, whispering thoughts of resignation. Is there truly any harm in this? Is there truly any harm in this? Surrounded by flashes and the audience's shouts. Urging them to unite, they repeat the phrase ad nauseum, as if recounting a romantic tale. Zhu Ning is expected to step into this narrative, to weave a legend, becoming part of the story. She is poised to become the radiant heroine, the object of collective desire, satisfying all. Zhu Ning lowers her gaze. Is there truly any harm in this? Everyone can do it. Why should she not? Zhu Ning. Prometheus attempts to call out her name, but she remains unresponsive. Suspended within the tangle of hair, the inherent trait of mermaids is to ensnare hearts. Once one gazes into a mermaid's eyes, they become susceptible to influence, unknowingly following their lead, especially when the mermaid's appearance is sufficiently captivating to humans. This influence amplifies exponentially. Zhu Ning has not responded for 3 minutes. The mermaid slowly approaches, attempting to tug at the closure of Zhu Ning's cleaning suit. Should the suit be breached, the spores of contamination would invade, transforming Zhu Ning into a pollutant. Zhu Ning is not a psychic being and cannot resist this subtle mental intrusion. Prometheus assesses the situation, requesting to exit surveillance mode and enter command mode. Should it take over Zhu Ning's body, it could extract her from the contaminated zone within 3 minutes. 2 seconds later, it receives a reply. The request is denied. Today, Zhu Ning has been specifically assigned to a B-level mission to ascertain her limits. This is not even the perilous mechanical jellyfish exhibit. If Prometheus assumes control, the mission loses its significance. After a moment's hesitation, Prometheus tentatively extends its filaments towards Zhu Ning's mind, attempting to regain control over her nerves. However, it merely reaches out with its tendrils. Suddenly, Zhu Ning's eyes flutter open, her expression cold and unyielding. Within the glass enclosure, a silver mermaid and a woman float together. If this is to be considered a mermaid's wedding, it encompasses all the essential elements: dazzling lights, a beautiful stage, throngs of guests, and a multitude of flashing cameras, all wearing satisfied smiles. Furthermore, there are blessings, thousands upon thousands of them, heartfelt congratulations for this union. Zhu Ning appears utterly oblivious, having lingered in stillness for too long, seemingly devoid of any intent to resist. The mermaid's arms encircle her, poised to embrace her. His hand rests upon Zhu Ning's right shoulder, precisely where the protective suit opens. Zhu Ning, too, raises her hand. This is her first movement, her initial intention revealed. The audience fixates on her actions, unwilling to miss a single detail. Her left arm bears a weapon. Yet she does not raise it. Has she relinquished her resistance? Has she acquiesced? She has taken the brave step forward. In the eyes of the audience, Zhu Ning had relinquished her weapon, and she was about to embrace it again. The spectators' mouths seemed to be zipped shut, stretched wide open in anticipation. Behind the glass wall, Zhu Ning raised her right hand and activated the flashlight. The intense beam instantly pierced the water, creating a column of light. The laughter of the crowd froze on their faces. The moment the light touched the mermaid, he contorted in apparent agony, as if he were a vampire caught in sunlight. His mouth opened, emitting a shrill cry from his ears. While the gill-like structures beneath his neck vibrated at a high frequency, water surged through his gills, releasing a flurry of bubbles, resembling a creature on the brink of suffocation. Despite this, he did not blame Zhu Ning, the architect of his torment. His expression was one of anguish and fragility, evoking sympathy. He implored her to relent. The audience's amusement waned, caught in a tumultuous oscillation between anger and mirth, struggling to control their true emotions. The commentator was momentarily taken aback. Such unforeseen occurrences were common at live performances, testing the commentator's improvisational skills. He had a prepared response for such phenomena. It appears this young lady is in a fit of pique, and the mermaid seems to be in distress. However, this is merely a tale of tragic romance, a tale of tragic romance. Indeed, it was a popular narrative. The commentator continued, all love must traverse through trials and tribulations. Peaks and troughs abound. The present anguish will eventually yield future sweetness. How painful it is now, how blissful it shall be later. Bliss. Upon hearing this word, the audience donned smiles of happiness. They awaited the joyful conclusion. Following the commentator's words, the spectators' ire slightly abated. They gazed into the glass enclosure, anticipating the ensuing tragic romance. Knowing the mermaid would maintain his grace at all times, he looked at Zhu Ning with a pleading expression. Zhu Ning felt a throbbing pain in her head. The aftereffects of her previously exerted metal-manipulating talent lingered, akin to a needle piercing her mind. This sensation intensified, causing her agitation. She despised the scrutiny of the crowd, loathed her controlled body, and detested the performance. Silently, Zhu Ning amplified the light, switching to high-beam mode. A tale of tragic romance, is it? I can intensify the suffering. The mermaid instinctively shielded his face, unable to suppress his expression any longer. Releasing a pained shriek that contorted his features grotesquely, he flailed his arms, attempting to wrest the flashlight from Zhu Ning, but he recoiled from the light, which ignited upon contact with him like flames. His expression warped, his features twisted. The handsome visage was now marred. The commentator's smile faltered, and the audience's laughter faded. The pretense of tragic romance could no longer stand. They had witnessed this performance countless times before. Never once seeing a failed courtship, they could hardly believe it. Yet, a glimmer of hope persisted that Zhu Ning might find her way back. The cost of resistance was steep. The moment one harbored rebellious intent. The strands of hair would respond. The strands coiled around her, and she felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon her. The genetic serum had fortified her bones and skin. Otherwise, she would have resembled a deflated balloon by now. The mermaid's hair was resilient, threatening to reduce her to a mass of shredded flesh. It felt as though a hand were squeezing her body, trying to strip her of her last breath. Under such duress, she endured excruciating pain to resist. The cleaner's uniform was designed to contend with various dark environments, equipped with numerous light sources, including a flashlight mode on the employee wristband, the helmet. Wristband and flashlight illuminated the glass enclosure, transforming it into a realm of daylight. At that moment, the light became a weapon, causing the audience to painfully shut their eyes, while the commentator turned with a grim countenance. The hair, sensing Zhu Ning's fierce intent to attack, tightened instantaneously. Before her, the mermaid screamed, his high-pitched wail piercing the air. After the genetic serum injection, her hearing had become fivefold that of an ordinary person. And the sound sent a jolt of pain through her brain. Noise cancellation mode activated. She finally heard Prometheus's voice, which activated the helmet's noise cancellation system, significantly reducing the auditory pollution. Optical pollution purification system activated. The helmet's filtering system neutralized the intense light's effect on Zhu Ning, AS and artificial intelligence. Prometheus had limited capabilities. It could not prevent the tightening of the hair, which ensnared Zhu Ning like a fishing net. The relentless pressure bore down upon her. Within 70 seconds, she would suffocate. Pressure increasing, protective suit nearing breach. Zhu Ning was acutely aware of the dense hair wrapping around her, encircling her helmet as if to suffocate her completely. Were it not for the suit's rigidity, she might have been shredded into pieces by now. Time was running out. Zhu Ning activated the high beam for a mere instant before deactivating it. The blinding light vanished in an instant, inducing a momentary daze in all living beings, except for Zhu Ning. As the light extinguished, she sensed the strands loosening momentarily. A natural reflex. 1 second was all it took. The mermaid's face was scorched by the light, his exquisite features obliterated, leaving behind a visage marred by blood and flesh, reminiscent of a burn victim. As he lifted his gaze, a sudden tightness gripped his chest. Zhu Ning pressed the gun's muzzle against him. She was ensnared by strands of hair, some having already sliced through her thigh's protective suit. Yet, she remained resolute, bearing down like a mountain. The mermaid was a performer, while Zhu Ning was a survivor emerging from the apocalypse. As long as she breathed, she could resist. Even without utilizing system tools, she could fight back. She had traversed the wasteland not to engage in a romantic dalliance with a fish. She pressed the mermaid against a glass wall, reigniting the flashlight. And the glaring light. The sound of gunfire seemed surreal. Bang, bang, bang. Zhu Ning fired 5 shots in total, the bullets piercing the mermaid's chest before striking the glass wall with a heavy thud. The mermaid's eyes widened. Initially, he would roar in fury, attempting to evade the light, yet it was inescapable. The pain was acute, yet it ended swiftly. Zhu Ning spared him much suffering, especially in contrast to the torment he had endured in the aquarium. rendering her actions almost merciful. He had suffered the monotony of daily performances, banished to the stage by blinding light, confronting countless spectators each day. They gazed greedily, raising their flashlights to capture every moment. He was forced to court day after day, repeating the same act amidst the throng. The most agonizing aspect was not this. Since his inception, the mermaid had been a tool for performance. The true torment lay in the betrayal of his essence. He longed for but one mate, yet the curator would not permit him a singular courtship. They would repeatedly cleanse his body, eroding his memories, compelling him to start anew, again and again. Begin, start over. Begin again. Under the flickering lights, visitors captured every beginning and end. This time, it was the true conclusion. The mermaid's body softened, slowly sinking, his upper half shattered by the high-velocity bullets, leaving only an intact tail. The 5-meter tail descended languidly. As if returning to the sea's depths, how resplendent the tail appeared, contrasting starkly with the horror of the bloodied upper body. Blood, dark as ink, swiftly stained vast swathes of water, enveloping all in its crimson shroud. The audience and commentators stood transfixed until the mermaid's body settled at the pool's bottom, leaving the commentator at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the protagonist of the tale they had just witnessed, donned in a pure black helmet, floated in the water like a genuine sea monster. Bang! Her hand pressed against the glass wall. Through the helmet, her expression remained concealed, yet they felt an unmistakable air of provocation. She gazed defiantly at the audience, who returned her stare. Her demeanor was commanding, and in an instant, the roles of the audience and the performing creature were reversed, as if the spectators were the foolish ones. After the mermaid's demise, the strands entwining Zhu Ning finally slackened, losing all vitality and cascading down like a tangle of withered straw. Zhu Ning had fired 5 shots, leaving a web-like mark on the glass wall. Prior to her entrance, she had watched videos of the mechanical jellyfish exhibit, once observing from the audience's perspective. Now, she stood as an exhibit herself. She wondered what the mechanical jellyfish had contemplated in that moment. Destruction. Let everything be obliterated, never to return. Zhu Ning gently pressed against the spiderweb crack on the glass wall. The fissure rapidly spread outward from that point. The audience and visitors screamed in realization of the impending collapse. Zhu Ning fired 2 more shots at the web center. The glass wall, unable to withstand the immense pressure, shattered, unleashing a torrent of seawater that engulfed the entire viewing area in an instant. Zhu Ning had replicated the aquarium's calamity. Coughing, she lay amidst the ruins, unable to suppress her fits. The strands of hair had nearly choked her. Surrounding her were shards of glass, along with the bodies of the mermaid and spectators. While the deceased commentator stared wide-eyed at her, his earpiece had filled with water, crackling with electrical sounds. Bang! The earpiece exploded, releasing a faint burnt odor. Nearby, the mermaid's dismembered body floated, a single spore of contamination drifting from it. Soon followed by countless others, Zhu Ning had entered the contaminated zone for the 4th time. Now well acquainted with the scene, she lay within the aquarium, witnessing the spores of pollution swirling about. The aquarium simulated the deep sea. She felt as if she were quietly resting on the ocean floor, witnessing a rare spectacle. Yet, it evoked no sense of beauty, only a profound sense of cruelty. The world can be exceedingly cruel to both humans and creatures alike. Are mermaids truly human? Once technology reaches its zenith, scientists become akin to creators, capable of fabricating entire species at will. Mermaids possess human-like faces and exhibit emotions akin to those of humans, yet they are not regarded as such. They are scarcely recognized as even 5th-class citizens. In this context, being a 5th-class citizen seems rather precious, as at least this world acknowledges Zhu Ning as human. The line between personhood and objecthood is gradually fading. Zhu Ning, Prometheus's calm voice echoed. She still had an artificial intelligence in her mind. You are injured. Zhu Ning paused. Her head throbbed painfully. Rising, she noticed a wound on her thigh. This was different from her encounter with the pigman. With the pigman, she had patched herself up within 30 seconds. This time, she had been exposed to the contaminated zone for far too long, and she was uncertain whether to apply a patch now. Would it be futile to act after the fact? She was on the verge of becoming a pollutant herself. Please attend to your wound promptly. Prometheus's voice remained devoid of emotion. Zhu Ning hesitated. then retrieved a patch and applied it, regardless of its potential ineffectiveness. She needed to ensure her teammates wouldn't exacerbate her situation later. "What is the current status?" she inquired while tending to her wound. Cleaner Zhu Ning has successfully purified one source of pollution and is notifying other teammates. Zhu Ning had not completed the system's task of purifying the entire aquarium, hence it was Prometheus that reported the status. While the system remained silent, it was rather fascinating that Prometheus was the one communicating. Zhu Ning had intended to ask about her teammates' conditions but paused, instead asking, "Did you just attempt to control my body?" She had distinctly felt her head throb, initially attributing it to a resurgence of previous symptoms, but now she suspected it was Prometheus's influence. Prometheus corrected her. "Attempted. It did not take action." Zhu Ning's nerves resisted the intrusion, and it was uncertain if it could succeed. "Thankfully you did not." Zhu Ning stood, disliking the notion of anyone controlling her body, regardless of whether it was for her own good. Allowing Prometheus to temporarily occupy her mind was already a significant concession. She needed to clearly delineate boundaries with this artificial intelligence. Turning to the adjacent glass wall, she noticed a shard marred with cracks, reflecting her fragmented image, as if dividing her into countless pieces. Staring at her reflection, she declared to Prometheus, "If I survive, I shall surely blow up your mainframe." Prometheus remained silent. Zhu Ning was not jesting. She spoke with genuine intent. 10 minutes prior, in the cleaning center on the 49th floor. The grand screen projected against a blank wall captured the attention of many, halting their activities for the emergency task. At the forefront stood Qianqing, the head of the operations department, alongside Lu Qiqin, the head of the technology department. The last time Zhu Ning undertook a mission, the technology department had made a grave error, misclassifying the pollution zone. This time, Lu Qiqin was personally overseeing the situation. Confident that the mechanical aquarium was merely a B-class pollution zone with only 2 sources of contamination. Xie Jiazhu not arriving? Qianqing inquired. Xie Jiazhu, the head of the cleaning department, was Zhu Ning's direct superior. Known for his lax demeanor, within the team, there was an S-class cleaner who had shown little concern for Zhu Ning, while Qianqing, the demon hunter leader, seemed overly attentive to her. He's probably slacking off somewhere. Lu Qiqin remarked. The cleaning department was the least demanding, generally avoiding direct confrontations, and Xie Jiazhu was notorious for shirking responsibilities. Qianqing ceased her idle chatter and crossed her arms, focusing intently on the screen. The camera captured Zhu Ning's predicament as she was ensnared by hair, confronted by a mermaid, an artificial intelligence. Prometheus ensured that communication remained intact wherever it was present, facilitating communication with the contaminated zone. The footage revealed Zhu Ning in a precarious state, appearing somewhat dazed, as if entranced by the mermaid. Qianqing, a seasoned demon hunter who had navigated countless polluted zones to attain her current position, was well aware of the properties of such areas. Mermaids were typically difficult sources of pollution to contend with, their eyes reminiscent of a potent form of mental contamination. Indeed, Zhu Ning appeared to be struggling against the mermaid's influence. Suddenly, a red light blinked before her. Prometheus was requesting permission to enter command mode. IT required authorization to take over Zhu Ning's body. Qianqing raised an eyebrow. The AI's judgments were typically infallible, and it likely calculated that commandeering Zhu Ning's body was the optimal course of action in this scenario. Authorize it. She seems incapable, Lu Qiqin suggested. She's not a professional demon hunter. Previously, she dealt with D-class threats. Expecting her to face a B-class challenge is unreasonable. Other colleagues shared this sentiment. Zhu Ning's role as a cleaner was to eliminate waste, not to confront pollution sources directly. There was no need to impose demon hunter standards upon a cleaner. Qianqing remained resolute, arms crossed, her gaze fixed on the screen. Request denied. Ugh, this woman is rather obstinate, Lu Qiqin grumbled. Prometheus ceased sending requests. Qianqing maintained her composed demeanor while observing the screen, recognizing the complexities of large-scale pollution zones. The ecology was intricate, and should spores escape, they could easily give rise to new sources of pollution, referred to as secondary pollutants, which were generally less severe than primary ones. For Zhu Ning, this should not have been overly challenging. Yet Prometheus's response was unusually swift. It was evident Zhu Ning had yet to be cornered. Was there a genuine concern that she might perish within? Employees in the cleaning center gradually paused their tasks. As each report from demon hunters resembled a live broadcast, some battles were more thrilling than sporting events, with spectators placing bets. Do you believe she can win? Surely, given Minister Xian's confidence, she must possess some skill. I think not. In demon hunting, experience is crucial. The two technicians began wagering. Once money was involved, their focus intensified on the screen, their expressions shifting to confusion and concern, while Xianqing remained unflappable. Ultimately, Zhu Ning delivered an impeccable performance. She activated her flashlight, and the mermaid was riddled with bullets, its 5-meter-long tail sinking into the depths, leaving the aquarium audience in shock. The cleaning center's staff mirrored their astonishment. How could she defy expectations? "We won," one technician shouted. "Pay up." Another employee numbly transferred 10,000 new coins. "Do you understand?" Following the minister. The winning technician flaunted his balance, confident that with Xianqing overseeing, defeat was improbable. The losing technician struggled to mask his agony. Murmuring, "Chuling, let me see Sister Chuling." The screen divided into 3 segments. The previous 8 had scattered, separated by the sea monster into 3 teams. Chuling was teamed with Li Nianchuan and Su Meng. Just then, the sound of gunfire erupted. Following Zhu Ning's abduction, Li Nianchuan was the next to be seized. Su Meng, quick on her feet, grasped Li Nianchuan's arm, but the mermaid's strength was on an entirely different scale. Effortlessly dragging both of them away. Together, they weighed nearly 400 pounds, yet the mermaid showed no hesitation. If Su Meng did not release her grip, she would vanish alongside Li Nianchuan. A startled Li Nianchuan plunged headfirst into the water, nearly losing his mind as murky water enveloped him. Insects swarmed beneath, countless creatures surging against his helmet as he plummeted into a sea of insects, with immense force pulling him in 2 directions. He felt as though he might be torn asunder. A bullet whizzed past him, grazing his helmet before plunging into the depths. Chuling had fired. Unlike Zhu Ning, who had been unexpectedly seized, Chuling, having learned from prior experiences, immediately opened fire. Her aim was precise, even amidst chaos. Bang! She fired again. Li Nianchuan struggled in the water, witnessing a crimson mist rise to the surface, and suddenly, the grip on his ankle loosened. The creature that had ensnared him released its hold. And due to the tremendous inertia, both Su Meng and he were thrust into the water. Li Nianchuan was momentarily disoriented, having been dragged into the deep, when suddenly, a firm grip clasped his arm. This hand was powerful but not brutal. Unlike the previous mermaid, his vision dimmed as a face adorned with a metallic helmet appeared before him. And the next moment, he was hoisted as if he were a mere chick. Chuling, with her 80% mechanization, found it effortless to lift Li Nianchuan. "Are you all right?" Li Nianchuan, still dazed, replied, "I'm fine." Chuling, satisfied, released him, ensuring Su Meng was unharmed. It was only then that Li Nianchuan began to survey his surroundings. Zhu Ning had vanished, and the other demon hunters were nowhere to be found. They found themselves in a strange body of water, where the depths could submerge a person up to their chest. Even with the protection of work attire, one would feel a sense of suffocation. Chuling stood behind him, gun in hand, while Su Meng also drew her weapon. It was a perilous situation. Something lurked beneath the surface. Shadows darting through the murky water, resembling monsters poised to strike at any moment. Li Nianchuan was overly cautious, as visibility was low. Beneath the verdant screen of algae, he was suspicious of everything around him. Convinced that monsters lurked in every direction, his gun shifting aim repeatedly. Standing in the water, he felt an unusual sensation in the leg that had previously been gripped by a ghostly hand. Was it seaweed entangling him? He didn't want to impose on Chuling or Su Meng, 2 women, to examine his predicament, so he pretended everything was fine. His right foot, the one that had been seized, felt increasingly constricted. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to address his issue first. Sharpening his tools was essential before tackling the task at hand. He reached down, expecting an easy resolution, but was suddenly frozen in place. Had he touched a mass of hair? Wait, hair? Yes, it was hair, heavy and thick, resembling a clump of seaweed, rendering his hand immobile. He felt ensnared. Curious, Li Nianchuan looked down and encountered a pale face submerged beneath the water. Half hidden within a tangle of aquatic plants, though beautiful, its allure only augmented its eeriness in the current context. Instinctively, he aimed his weapon downward. After spending considerable time with Zhu Ning, he had bolstered his courage. But as he moved, the mermaid darted away, and the entangling seaweed tightened around his legs. Unlike the previous encounter with brute force, he sensed the strands were sharp, threatening to slice through him. He fired a shot. The seaweed constricted further, causing him to stumble. He realized he wasn't the only one ensnared. Su Meng faced a similar plight. Li Nianchuan struggled desperately, but his efforts were in vain. Zhu Ning felt a sense of frustration. The average cleaners were as inept as Li Nianchuan, easily dragged down moments after surfacing. It was akin to a teacher swimming to the other side only to find their student had vanished. The water became chaotic as something began to emerge, a face, pale and haunting, partially submerged. Its eyes glowed with a faint purple light, like wisps of luminescence drifting through the water. Mermaids. Indeed, they were mermaids. More began to surface. At least 4 or 5, as though they had come to witness their plight. Zhu Ning shouted, "Don't look into their eyes. Turn on the lights." Li Nianchuan scrambled to switch on his flashlight, activating the high beam. The intense light caused the mermaids to retreat swiftly. Zhu Ning, upon spotting the creatures, adjusted her stance, wielding her flashlight in one hand and her gun in the other. However, the number of mermaids exceeded her expectations. There was no source of pollution here, likely originating from Zhu Ning's location. If she failed to eliminate the source, they would be inundated with relentless trouble. Zhu Ning was alone, unable to assist both Li Nianchuan and Su Meng. Li Nianchuan was on the verge of being suffocated by hair, and the more he struggled, the tighter it became. He sensed the strands drilling into him, searching for an entry point in his attire. A chill crept down his spine as his mental fortitude waned. If this torment persisted, he might scare himself to death. Blood erupted in the water as Zhu Ning maintained her fire, the combination of light and bullets proving effective. Yet it did little for Li Nianchuan, who was mired in his predicament. He contemplated surrendering his body to Prometheus, feeling as though he were on the brink of demise. The sound of Zhu Ning's voice grew distant. And he felt increasingly useless. Indeed, to an ordinary cleaner, traversing an area of B-level pollution was akin to visiting the netherworld. Prometheus was supposed to provide solace in such moments. Why was he not receiving any comfort? He wished to leave a few words for his loved ones. Just as he pressed the button to convey his final thoughts, he suddenly felt the strands loosen around him. In an instant. Countless hairs wilted like dead flowers, losing their vitality. Li Nianchuan broke free from the suffocating grip and gasped for air, only to hear an announcement. Cleaner Zhu Ning has purified the mermaid pavilion. The echo of the message resonated, transmitted through the public channel by Prometheus. In that moment, tears welled in Li Nianchuan's eyes. Zhu Ning, she had promised to protect him, and she had delivered. The announcement concluded. The surroundings began to transform. The bodies of mermaids floated to the surface, alongside numerous human corpses, as the area reverted to its true form, entirely different from what they had known. The glass walls were shattered. As if violently smashed, with mermaid corpses strewn about, bloodstains marred the glass, revealing the true nature of the polluted zone. Pollutant spores began to disperse. They had entered the aquarium for 15 minutes and had already addressed the first source of contamination. Zhu Ning smiled, recognizing Zhu Ning's capabilities. Her S-level mental strength was commendable. Such prowess was indeed wasted on mere cleaning tasks. It took Li Nianchuan 2 minutes to regain his composure, upon lifting his gaze. He was met with countless pollutant spores. "What now? Contain the spores?" he inquired. Zhu Ning replied, "That's your task, but I suspect Zhu Ning is nearby. The mermaid pavilion is quite expansive. She should be just beyond a door." Once Zhu Ning neutralizes the source, Li Nianchuan should be safe from danger, and the remaining 4 demon hunters should stabilize as well. Prometheus reconnected the channels of the 3 teams. "Zhu Ning, can you hear me?" Tan Ke's voice came through the helmet. "I can hear you," Zhu Ning replied, having just resolved a pollution source. The demon hunters had also received Prometheus's announcement. Some members of the team expressed dissatisfaction. It was Zhu Ning again, the one who had purified the last polluted area. Why was a mere cleaner consistently performing the tasks of demon hunters, recalling Zhu Ning's earlier remarks about wanting to learn the methods of demon hunters? It was now clear that this was a form of mockery. Zhu Ning found herself in disarray. She had intended to blend in and learn the hunter's techniques, never anticipating the need to claim credit for anything. She was inadvertently caught up in the chaos. She couldn't simply wait to perish. What about you? Tang Ku inquired, his role as captain compelling him to consider the larger picture. Zhu Ning reported her situation and asked, "What should I do next?" As a member of a team tasked with Tang Ku as the leader, she was obliged to follow his directives. Tang Ku paused. The original 8-member team had been forcibly split into 3 groups. 4 demon hunters formed one group. Chuling was with the remaining 2 cleaners, leaving Zhu Ning isolated. Prometheus could track each individual's location. Data indicated that the 4 demon hunters were closer to the mechanical jellyfish pavilion. Merging the 3 groups would consume significant time. Chuling will lead Li Nianchuan and Su Meng to rendezvous with you to contain the pollutant spores, Tang Ku instructed. Zhu Ning acknowledged, understanding that the 3 cleaners had initially entered to contain the spores. We 4 will proceed to the mechanical jellyfish pavilion. Once you finish there, wait for us and maintain communication. If you encounter trouble, inform me. The cleaners had entered solely to contain a single source of pollution. Once Zhu Ning's group contained the spores, their mission would be complete, leaving the jellyfish pavilion to the professional demon hunters. Zhu Ning consented, realizing that Tang Ku's admonition to maintain contact implied a need for self-preservation. She ended the communication with Tang Ku, soon receiving a call from Li Nianchuan, who sounded breathless. "You scared me," he exclaimed, likely clinging desperately to Chuling's leg. It seemed they had faced similar threats. Chuling, indeed a skilled demon hunter, had managed to rescue 2 cleaners simultaneously. "Are you all right?" Zhu Ning asked. "I'm fine, I swear. Chuling saved me," Li Nianchuan replied. "Zhu Ning, you adapt to calling her sister rather quickly," Zhu Ning teased. "What about Su Meng?" she inquired again. Su Meng's voice came through. "I'm fine, we'll be there shortly. Stay safe and don't overexert yourself." Zhu Ning paused, recalling how Su Meng had once advised her to take it easy and not to push herself too hard. Su Meng resembled an older sister in many ways. After a brief silence, Zhu Ning softened her tone. "All right, I will be careful." She ended the call, recognizing that this mission was not the time for casual chatter. The sooner they resolved their task, the sooner they could leave. Countless pollutant spores awaited containment, yet Zhu Ning hesitated, meticulously examining the mermaid pavilion. Recently ravaged by her actions, I end this chaotic scene. The formation of the pollution source required mental energy, suggesting that once the jellyfish pavilion experienced a surge of spiritual pollution, the spores had drifted here, seeking to reinfest. Reflecting on her limited experience with polluted zones, she recalled the diverse types she had encountered. The pollution source of the hotpot restaurant is Wang Ming, a human. The pollution source of experiment subject 777 is a house to the mermaid pavilion. The pollution source consists of artificial beings. She has experienced humans, pure objects, and artificial beings. It is difficult not to speculate that this may be orchestrated by certain individuals. Zhu Ning suspects that the greatest mastermind resides within her own mind, communicating with her through cranial conduction. Unfortunately, she is unable to voice any inquiries. The lens is observing her. In the clean center hall, behind the large screen, Xianqing states, her protective suit is damaged. This statement is direct, cold, and devoid of any emotion, as if she were indifferent to whether Zhu Ning would be contaminated. Everyone witnessed the damage to Zhu Ning's protective suit. Liu Qichin remarks, "It seems she has not been contaminated." Typically, if demon hunters and cleaners become infected, they would form new pollution sources and subsequently become pollutants themselves. Those with high mental values could even transform into formidable polluted areas, with a mental value as high as 1200. Once contaminated, the resulting polluted area could exceed B-leveled. At that point, their technical department would detect a peak value, and Zhu Ning would become their new adversary, far more terrifying than mechanical jellyfish and mermaids. Liu Qichin clicks his tongue, indicating, this task is not simple. His words carry an implicit meaning. Tasks that conveniently arise near the Immortal Pharmaceuticals Foundation cannot possibly be straightforward, although it is merely rated as a B-level polluted area. The situation is chaotic and troublesome, with many opportunists lurking to exploit it. Zhu Ning has not just entered a B-level polluted area, she has stepped into Xianqing's trap. The ensuing mechanical jellyfish pavilion poses the real threat. Liu Qichin glances at Xianqing, the silver-haired, competent woman whose expression remains largely unchanged throughout. He can surmise her intentions. She wishes to observe whether Zhu Ning will employ any additional abilities, such as supernatural powers. When faced with life and death extremes, your protective suit is torn. Su Meng, upon seeing Zhu Ning, immediately notices the numerous patches on her suit, one on her left thigh, one on her shoulder and 2 on her lower back. One tear is understandable, but multiple damages might indicate contamination. Zhu Ning is somewhat bewildered by everyone's attitude towards her and takes a step back, thinking, perhaps you could keep your distance from me? Li Nianchuan, having just relaxed, furrows his brow but refrains from commenting, focusing instead on getting the job done and leaving as soon as possible. Su Meng, initially surprised, suggests, let us work first, then head to the medical department afterward. Both Su Meng and Li Nianchuan instinctively reach for their containment tools upon seeing the pollution spores. They are indeed about to get to work. Zhu Ning inquires, aren't you afraid I might get infected? Su Meng replies, I don't see that in you. Aside from Zhu Ning, the others are seasoned employees who have witnessed various manifestations of infection. The aftermath of infection can be unpredictable. Some become pollutants, while others awaken supernatural powers. Su Meng pauses, stating, we face the possibility of colleagues getting infected every moment. Do not take it too seriously. Although not explicitly written in the employee handbook, this reflects the survival guide for cleaners. Do not be excessively paranoid. Whether one is infected or not should not weigh heavily on one's mind, as today's problem for others may be tomorrow's challenge for you. The older employees at the clean center maintain a casual attitude toward infection. No wonder Zhu Ning suspects Li Nianchuan might be infected while he urges her to stay calm. Unlike Zhu Ning's world, where suspected infection by zombies warrants immediate termination of the individual. Su Meng states, if you were to mutate into a pollution source, none of us would escape. Zhu Ning, taken aback, is met with an experienced response from Zhu Ning. The consequences of a high mental value individual becoming a pollution source are hard to predict. With your mental value, if you were to become a pollution source, this place could transform into an S-level polluted area. IT would not just be our problem. We might need to dispatch a demon hunting team to manage it. And by the time they arrive, we could very well be finished. Zhu Ning observes that the 3 individuals initially displayed some tension, but gradually grew indifferent, recognizing the futility of their anxiety. If she were infected, they would undoubtedly perish. If she were not, they could not simply execute her. Thus, they could only set Zhu Ning aside, adopting a fatalistic attitude as they worked alongside her. Su Meng insists, let us work. Su Meng and Li Nianchuan have already shifted into work mode, while Zhu Ning still lingers. All right, she responds, retrieving containment tools from her cleaning backpack. Zhu Ning watches, curious. Having only fought monsters on previous missions, she had only seen cleaners as garbage collectors. This seems to be her first close-up view of a cleaning team at work. Zhu Ning asks, how long will you be containing? Su Meng scans the 3-person team, estimating if we work quickly, it should take less than half an hour. In the previous D-level polluted area, the cleaning team could afford to take their time, but the true source of pollution in the aquarium has yet to be purified, necessitating urgent action to avoid prolonging the danger. Spending an extra minute in the polluted area increases the risks. With only the containment of pollution spores and no cleanup of decaying flesh, 20 minutes should suffice. Zhu Ning finds it intriguing and inquires, do you need help? Thanks to the employee training at the clean center, she has attended cleaning courses, but has never practiced in a real polluted area. Upon her question, Li Nianchuan instinctively considers declining. It is already troublesome enough to protect her without involving her in the work. Zhu Ning, unreserved, promptly thrusts her tool into Zhu Ling's arms, as if anticipating her inquiry. You could have been more polite. Zhu Ling remarks, cleaners carry multiple containment tools. Zhu Ning gives one to Zhu Ling, while she retains another. Zhu Ling attempts to contain the spores, finding it genuinely interesting, though it becomes somewhat tedious after a while. Containing pollution spores tests one's patience. Demon hunters are accustomed to combat and heavy firearms, making such meticulous work feel rather uncomfortable. After a few minutes, Zhu Ling realizes that she is not particularly suited for the role of a cleaner. She had previously believed anyone could be a cleaner, but now sees it as quite challenging. Zhu Ling glances at Zhu Ning, who swiftly enters a working state, a rare talent who can perform both as a demon hunter and a cleaner. Zhu Ling asks, how did you purify the mermaid pavilion? Zhu Ning briefly recounts her experience, narrating the events in a straightforward manner. The calmer she is, the more agitated Li Nianchuan becomes, gasping in disbelief. You almost got captured for reproduction? He queries. Zhu Ning replies, if I hadn't purified the polluted area, you would have been taken as weld. Li Nianchuan's experience coincides with hers. At that time, strands of hair had already ensnared him. Li Nianchuan questions, how could a male reproduce? Zhu Ning, who has been frowning throughout the conversation, seems displeased, finally asking Zhu Ning about her injuries. Zhu Ning reassures them, "I applied a healing agent. I'm fine, aside from the potential for infection." She appears remarkably healthy, and Prometheus has not flagged any issues. Zhu Ning, as a demon hunter, adopts a more professional perspective and finds Zhu Ning's approach aligns with her own thoughts. Zhu Ning employs a flashlight. By suddenly intensifying a light and then promptly extinguishing it, she capitalizes on the momentary confusion to strike. This reminds Zhu Ning of their previous combat training when Zhu Ning had kicked her in the knee. Moreover, Zhu Ning occasionally risks her life. Even at the cost of being shredded by hair, she is determined to eliminate the mermaid. Such formidable mental strength is quite intimidating. Zhu Ning reflects on the situation. Considering that if she were in Zhu Ning's position, she too would be confident in defeating the mermaid, though perhaps not with such finesse. The mermaid pavilion should hold clues. Zhu Ning concludes. Zhu Ning concurs. I believe so as well. The emergence of dual pollution sources does not occur randomly. For example, if one pollution source claims one direction and another claims the opposite, internal conflicts may arise. The mermaid possesses the mental strength necessary to form a pollution source. Both the mechanical jellyfish and the mermaid pavilion are artificially created entities exhibited in the aquarium, suggesting that their reasons for becoming pollution sources may be quite similar. Zhu Ning recalls the peculiar performances at the mermaid pavilion. Positing, I suspect the curator may be involved. Can an ordinary person freely modify living beings? Zhu Ning, having just arrived in this wasteland world, is unfamiliar with the local laws. There seem to be few normal creatures in the aquarium, and she is unsure of the legality of such modifications. Zhu Ning explains, generally, one must seek approval from higher authorities. Biological modification experiments are strictly prohibited for ordinary citizens. Those without professional qualifications can easily create pollutants. If caught modifying beings without permission, they could face life imprisonment. Zhu Ning nods in understanding. Zhu Ning continues, usually, the creatures in aquariums are obtained with permits. Some harmless creatures can be exhibited to the public. But the procedures are quite complex. Without certain connections, it is nearly impossible to obtain them. Are there records of these creatures? Zhu Ning inquires. The response does not come from Zhu Ning but from Prometheus. Records are complete. Prometheus is capable of connecting to the external network. Zhu Ning has grown accustomed to Prometheus's presence and asks, is there any information on the curator? Prometheus swiftly located the curator's information, possessing an exceptional ability to integrate data. Beyond the standard official introductions, it included interviews with the curator, insights from social media, and evaluations from others regarding his character. The algorithm of Prometheus required merely 10 seconds to amalgamate the information, after which it synchronized the details with everyone. The curator, named by Weiming, is a first-class citizen and a natural person, having attended the first military district university. Viewed from any perspective, he is a social elite. Having nurtured a passion for marine biology from a young age, with numerous media outlets documenting his endeavors, following the cataclysm, human civilization suffered immense setbacks, leading to the extinction of many marine species. Upon graduation, rather than serving the interests of corporate magnates, Bai dedicated himself to the conservation of marine life. He possesses a wealth of invaluable biological data and has even donated a portion of marine creatures to research institutions for further study at no cost. Initially, the mechanical aquarium was quite modest, resembling a mere circus, but under his guidance, it gradually ascended to prominence. Many marine organisms within the aquarium suffered from pollution, prompting numerous individuals to opt for extermination to eliminate potential hazards. As the costs of treatment were prohibitively high, however, he took a different approach, actively pursuing treatment. He enlisted a specialized research team to mitigate the risks associated with contaminated marine life, striving to render them as harmless as possible. Even if they were polluted, he believed that their lives need not be forfeited. They could survive in alternative ways. This philosophy garnered him significant online acclaim. What a benevolent individual, Li Nianchuan mused. Zhu Ning quipped. If I hadn't almost been killed just now, I might have believed it. She had just undergone a harrowing experience from the perspective of the marine creatures in the aquarium. The ordeal was not merely physical torment, but a profound mental anguish. Being forcibly confined within glass walls and compelled to reproduce before an audience was a harrowing experience. If the creatures were devoid of intelligence, their suffering might have been lessened. However, the humanoid merfolk exhibited considerable cognitive capabilities. And Zhu Ning vividly recalled the terror she felt. There seems to be something amiss with this curator. By the way, amidst the sudden outbreak of large-scale pollution in the aquarium, is the curator still present? To this day, the identities of the victims within the aquarium remain unclear, a question that even Prometheus cannot answer. Shall we visit the curator's office? Zhu Ning proposed. The curator's office should be located upstairs. As the aquarium structure typically places all behind-the-scenes operations above, surely there must be some documentation there. As soon as Zhu Ning finished speaking, Li Nianchuan and Chu Ling immediately concurred. Yes, we can. Su Meng added. Doesn't she remember she is the leader of the cleaning team? Zhu Ning responded. This matter is complex. I believe other demon hunters need to assist. Chu Ling chimed in. I concurred. Li Nianchuan affirmed. Indeed, we are all colleagues.